Before the civilization's collapse, the entire populace embarked on an infinite journey through alternate realities in search of survival. As long as one returns alive from the parallel apocalypse, they shall be richly rewarded and rapidly strengthened. Shen Yun binds to his system, allowing him to sign in for a super cheat upon entering the other world. On a deserted island, he signs in for a 10,000-fold critical hit, ensuring his needs are effortlessly met. In a zombie apocalypse, he levels up directly to the pinnacle of 10, becoming invincible from start. In an ancient, chaotic era, he signs in for 500,000 snow dragon riders to vanquish the empress and sweep the world. In the online apocalypse, he signs in for death plunder, instantly defeating divine beasts to seize their attributes. In a wasteland apocalypse, he signs in for perfect restoration, transforming a piece of scrap metal into an imperial mech. In a bizarre world, he becomes the master of rules through signing in. His words are the law. In a beast-taming apocalypse, he signs in for infinite evolution. If a pet's quality is low, it could be directly transcended. He will demonstrate his prowess in the capital. In a highway survival scenario, he signs in for extreme synthesis, combining 2 wooden arrows into a single soldier-grade laser tube. Can you believe it? Fast-paced speedrun. Shen Yun. System. Have you brought the headquarters cheat codes here? Host. The invincible escort system specializes in authentic professionalism. All right. This is delightfully absurd. I like it. With the invincible cheat protecting him, Shen Yun pushes through effortlessly, accumulating extraordinary rewards until his hands are weary. Thus, a terrifying existence, incomprehensible to the myriad realms, begins to take shape. Chapter 1. Island Survival. Sign in for a 10,000-fold critical hit cheat. In High City, at Limin Square, thousands of citizens queue to receive a mysterious item, the Transmigration Stone. Surrounding them are armed soldiers maintaining order. The murmurs among such a crowd are minimal, rendering the atmosphere of the square exceedingly oppressive. Shen Yun, standing in line, feels a sense of helplessness. Transmigration again? Absurd. As an orphan, he has crossed into this impending doomsday world where sea beasts are about to land. Furthermore, after receiving the Transmigration Stone, the entire populace is compelled to traverse to another world for survival, to gain rewards and grow stronger. Thus, upon returning to reality, they can confront the oncoming oceanic beast tide. Everywhere is disaster. It would be better to die, a man in the queue ahead remarks bitterly. A group of old acquaintances around him also wears troubled expressions for just that morning. Suddenly, a voice resounds in the minds of all people globally. Exotic history. 300 years ago, nuclear wastewater caused mutations in marine life, resulting in highly aggressive creatures. In just 50 years, humanity lost its exploration rights over the ocean. 200 years ago, mutated creatures began to land on the surface, hunting humans. The racial war commenced. Initially, humanity held the advantage, but later faced defeat until a nation launched nuclear bombs into the ocean, driving the mutated species away. 100 years ago, numerous powerful species carrying nuclear radiation surfaced. Humanity was effortlessly overwhelmed. Discovering that these monsters were highly attracted to nuclear energy, nations allied and unanimously approved the nuclear dumping plan to delay the landing of oceanic mutated creatures while developing high-tech weapons for resistance. Simple yet profound hints reveal that humanity, which once dominated the Earth for years, now faces a dire decline. If one were to encapsulate this sentiment in a single phrase, too late for regret would be most apartment. For initially, no one could halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater from the Sakura nation. The majority of the Sakura populace displayed indifference, often bowing in apology when questioned by foreigners, only to forget the matter thereafter. As the mysterious voice delivered the final statement, a shadow seemed to envelop all. Upon assessment, humanity possesses no resistance against this impending calamity. The will of the heavens has activated the universal transmigration plan. All will traverse to another world for survival and receive scoring rewards. Scoring rewards include high-tech products, removal of internal nuclear radiation, enhanced powers for evolvers, innate abilities, evolution crystals, various resources, and more. Warm reminder, should transmigrators die in the other world, their characters will face immediate death. Is humanity's chance of victory zero? Although universal transmigration offers a glimmer of hope, the notion of survival in another world hardly resembles a vacation. At that moment, a staff member at the front of the line called out, "Next, Shen Yun." Shen Yun stepped forward briskly, arriving at the 5-meter-high light blue stone pillar. This is the Transmigration Stone bestowed by the will of the heavens. Each person can obtain one to use when the universal transmigration commences at 2 p.m. If one does not receive it, fear not. It will automatically appear in hand 30 seconds before the crossing. Many here merely seek to verify the authenticity of the information or to join in the commotion. A flash of light enveloped the stone pillar as a blue stone, the size of a baby's fist, fell into Shen Yun's hand. He pondered, I wonder what the first world is like, and briskly departed, caressing the stone in his grasp. The countdown for universal traversal is down to 5 minutes. All individuals preparing for the journey, please remain within the safe zone. Upon initiation of the transfer, individuals will vanish and find themselves clad in foreign attire. It is possible to choose not to traverse. Note, identities and tasks post-traversal are randomized. Returning alive will yield score rewards. Friendly reminder, the alternate realm exists as a parallel world in reality. Inside his rented room, Shen Yun lay on his bed, tightly clutching the traversal stone and a urea bag, listening to the chimes echoing in his mind. I hope I can take something with me. For precaution, he filled a urea bag with clothes, food, and tools. If he were to traverse to a post-apocalyptic world, the supplies within the bag would sustain him for a while. Without the ability to carry these items, his untrained physique would make survival from the outset quite challenging. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked in the 30 square meter room, Shen Yun slowly closed his eyes. Countdown for universal traversal. 3, 2, 1. Friendly reminder, traversers cannot carry any supplies. Ding! Welcome, Traverser Shen Yun, to the realm of island survival. Current island number, 9527. Survival duration, 30 days. Acquiring items, such as fishing or fruit picking, may trigger reward opportunities. Note, certain actions on the island will become scoring points. Upon returning to reality, rewards will be distributed based on scores. Newbie protection period. All individuals possess email trading functions, which will be entirely eliminated in the next realm. Starting weapon, stone axe. Certain actions? It seems there are no task prompts. I must explore on my own. With his eyes opened, Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings. This was a vast island, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, surrounded by an expansive ocean. Dozens of men and women surrounded Shen Yun, all clad in gray cloth, long trousers, and straw sandals, wielding short-handled stone axes. In the bottom left corner of his vision, there was a traverser chat box. The bottom right corner displayed 5 icons: character attributes, backpack, friends, email, and trade. What the hell? Starting with a stone axe? What kind of game is this? A young man with yellow hair exclaimed in disbelief. If someone has survival abilities, it's practically a king's start. At least it's not a post-apocalyptic world riddled with viruses. Everyone quiet down. At that moment, a middle-aged man jumped onto a rock and shouted to the crowd, I am the CEO of Tianhao Group. Who will be my bodyguard? After we go out, everyone will receive a bonus of 1 million. 1 million. I added him as a friend. His ID information indeed matches the CEO of Tianhao. He's not a scammer. Let's go, let's go. Many eager individuals hastily approached. Due to global oceanic nuclear contamination, various food sources have been contaminated to varying degrees. 1 million could buy a substantial amount of food with minimal nuclear contamination. Moreover, by banding together, their survival rate would increase. People of all ages flocked around the CEO of Tianhao to sign up. Wealthy individuals certainly have their advantages, Shen Yun mused as he turned away, clutching his stone axe. Although he stood at an impressive height of 1.85 meters and possessed striking looks, he knew that those seeking bodyguards would prefer robust men. At present, he had little to offer beyond his appearance, and could only rely on himself. Upon opening his backpack, Shen Yun discovered only a folding fishing rod and some bait. He muttered to himself, should I go find some bait first? With ample bait, he could not only fish, but also weave bamboo baskets to lure fish. He vaguely recalled some weaving techniques he had seen online and decided to give it a try. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Yun swiftly made his way into the dense forest. While others have golden fingers upon traversal, I have nothing even after 2 journeys. Nevertheless, novels are fictitious, and one must face reality. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Shen Yun's mind. Ding. Locking on a Ho Shen Yun. Would you like to bind the super check-in system? Huh, a system. Shen Yun's eyes widened, and his body tingled with excitement. Could it be that the golden finger only appears upon invocation? With no time to ponder further, he thought to himself, bind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the super check-in system. Super check-in system, a system containing multiple super golden fingers, detecting the current world as island survival. Would you like to check in for super golden finger? Check in. Shen Yun's face radiated anticipation. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the super golden finger, 10,000 times critical hit. 10,000 times critical hit. Any items acquired by the host in the island world will yield a 10,000-fold increase. Ding. Detecting the host possesses the fishing island item. Bait, triggering 10,000 times critical hit, acquiring 10,000 baits, now placed in the system backpack. Detection reveals the short-handled stone axe, triggering 10,000 times critical hit, acquiring 10,000 axes. Detection reveals backpack, clothing. A series of notification sounds left Shen Yun breathless with excitement. Oh my, 10,000 times critical hit. How absurd. Why bother digging for worms? With the system, he was ready to soar. Calm down, host. In other worlds, you can also check in for different golden fingers, such as infinite resource generation, replication enhancement, starting with a 90-10 split, and command over reality, all to safeguard you, allowing you to experience the most professional service of the system in every alternate realm. This is what professionalism looks like. Awesome system. Shen Yun grinned widely, nearly bursting with the urge to shout out his exhilaration. Just the names of these golden fingers indicated their incredible power. The future appeared promising. Phew. Shen Yun suppressed his excitement and dashed toward the shoreline. In island survival, obtaining items also had a chance to trigger rewards. With the 10,000 times critical hit and so much bait in hand, just thinking about it filled him with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 2. A surging abundance of supplies. Thousands of firearms. In an effort to avoid detection, Shen Yun made his way to a steep, desolate cliffside. He then retrieved several worms from the system space and cast them into the sea. This technique, referred to by anglers as baiting, is intended to lure fish into the vicinity, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful catch. The method of retrieving items from the space was remarkably straightforward. It merely required concentration. Crouching down, Shen Yun waved his hand, and 5 fishing rods appeared on the ground before him. He prepared to wrap the worms in leaves and secure them against the rocks just before high tide, anticipating a fruitful haul after the tide receded. After a flurry of activity, he cast bait onto the 5 rods, using stones to hold them in place as he settled onto the rocky surface. "Ah, it's sweltering," he muttered. The heat was oppressive, and the glaring sun made the air feel stifling, even as the sea breeze blew in, carrying a hint of warmth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the messages in the Transmigrator chat box. Zhang-san, I have participated in a reality survival show. Is there anyone experienced in wilderness exploration willing to join? Currently, there are 3 of us. We need 2 more. Location: Island 7267. Luo Chang. Seeking a seasoned angler with fishing expertise, offering a monthly salary of 2 million. Private message me if you're on a different island. We can arrange a transaction via email. Richard John. Is there a doctor available? My friend has been bitten by a venomous snake in the woods. His face is starting to turn purple. Zhou Shui. Are there any alumni from Haisher High School on Island 9? Team formations, please for help. And searches for individuals had become prevalent topics. Only fishing seemed suitable for Shen Yun, he mused quietly. The dense forest undoubtedly harbored a wealth of food, yet equally posed significant dangers. Without adequate skills, one could easily meet the same fate as his foreign companion, becoming mere carrion. Suddenly, he noticed a float on his left sinking abruptly. He quickly seized the fishing rod and began to pull upwards. Fortunately, the fish had taken the bait firmly. As a novice, Shen Yun did not hesitate, summoning all his strength to reel it in. Whoosh! The crisp sound of water slicing echoed across the surface, revealing the formidable strength of the fish beneath. Steadying himself against the rocks, his face flushed with exertion, he summoned his resolve for a vigorous effort. Critical hit on supplies. With this self-affirmation, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Veins bulged on his forehead as he yanked the rod with fervor. Come to me. Splashing water erupted across the surface as a 20-centimeter fish soared into the air. Fishing is truly exhausting, he exclaimed, tossing the fish onto the rocks, where he swiftly pinned it down. A message materialized upon the fish's body. Sea bream acquired. Shen Yun. Triggered item reward. 250 milliliters of mineral water. Added to the character's backpack. Mineral water? A splendid find. Shen Yun's eyes gleamed as he summoned the fish into his backpack with a mere thought. Indeed, alongside the fish, there lay a bottle of mineral water within his inventory. Concurrently, a system notification resonated in Shen Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sea bream and a 250 milliliter bottle of mineral water. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Obtained 10,000 sea bream, dead, and 10,000 bottles of mineral water. A gentle reminder. The system space possesses preservation and timing functions, so there's no need to worry about the ingredients expiring. Incredible. Even the fish received a critical hit. Shen Yun grinned widely, noticing the absence of anyone around. Swiftly uncapped a bottle of mineral water and took a few refreshing sips. Delightful. He splashed the remaining water on his face, relishing the invigorating sensation. After putting away the bottle, Shen Yun baited his fishing rod once more and cast it out. With food and water secured, he wondered if exchanging with others would trigger a critical hit. Rest assured, host, the 10,000-fold critical hit directly targets any item belonging to the host, guaranteeing a critical result. Hearing this, Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement and promptly opened the Traveler's Chat box to explore the information regarding the exchange of food and water. However, the abundance of content was overwhelming, making it difficult to sift through. Shen Yun directly clicked on the input box and sent a message. Shen Yun, 1 bottle of 250 milliliter mineral water, exchanging for practical supplies. As soon as the message was sent, a flurry of notifications erupted in his inbox. Ding. Island 926, Elizabeth, attached with a small umbrella. Ding. Island 17653, Wang Defa, attached with a pair of stockings. In just a few breaths, his inbox was inundated with messages. Email transactions require mutual consent from both parties, so prematurely sending items will not result in their removal. Shen Yun hurriedly opened each email to peruse the contents. Stockings, toothbrushes, sun hats, chewing gum, and a myriad of other items were included. Among them, there were quite a few practical items. For instance, a sharpened toothbrush could serve as a rudimentary dagger, or one could fashion a spear. The stockings were also useful. With a few pairs, they could be transformed into a makeshift fish basket, though it remained uncertain whether they could withstand the tide. The rest were merely small trinkets. After all, it was only the first day of survival, and everyone was striving to retain items of significant utility. However, in a few days, once the water and food supplies dwindled, circumstances would change drastically. After reviewing his inbox, Shen Yun selected 20 distinct practical items from various islanders, and with a flick of his finger, executed a one-click trade. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the items flew into his backpack. The 10,000-fold critical hit notification made him beam with delight. Chewing gum, toothbrushes, stockings, flashlights, lighters, binoculars, and 20 other items. Each and every one yielded a 1,000-fold increase. What a thrill! Shen Yun extracted a piece of chewing gum and placed it in his mouth, leisurely sitting on a rock while fishing. As for the possibility of his trades being exposed, it was quite minimal. He had deliberately chosen 20 individuals from different islands. With billions of people globally, many had also crossed over today, leaving little to worry about. Unfortunately, during the subsequent fishing session, he either encountered empty hooks or fish that slipped free. By the end of the afternoon, he had only caught a small fish without any item rewards. Shen Yun remained unhurried, for he had already acquired 20,000 edible fish. With an abundance of food, it served as perfect practice for him. During this time, he retrieved pairs of stockings, deftly encasing numerous worms within them, tying them off to form makeshift traps for the retreating tide. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the tide began to rise. He still needed to return to prepare a meal and find a place to rest. Glancing at the sky, Shen Yun placed his prepared worm traps into the crevices among the surrounding rocks, securing them in place with stones. Once the tide receded, he anticipated some modest bounty. After setting the 7th trap in the pit and pressing a nearby stone upon it, he suddenly noticed a small crab, no larger than his thumb, nestled within the rock crevice. The crab's legs were indeed meaty. With a swift motion, he captured the little creature, a smile spreading across his face. However, in the next moment, upon receiving information about the crab, Shen Yun's hand trembled. Stone crab acquired. Shen Yun. Carried item. Silenced M4 carbine, 5 rounds. My goodness, what a delightful little treasure. Shen Yun was filled with elation. He eagerly placed the small crab into his backpack, pondering the significance of merely 5 bullets. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a stone crab, silenced M4 carbine, and 5 rounds. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. Acquired 10,000 stone crabs dead, 10,000 M4 carbines, and 50,000 bullets. Haha, what a splendid turn of events. In that moment, Shen Yun's tension dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of security. Tens of thousands of firearms and ammunition. To possess such resources on this island could only be likened to having an armory. Today was a resounding success. After collecting his fishing rod, he cheerfully began to clean a few fish for dinner. As Shen Yun left the shoreline and approached the beach, he discovered a gathering of people around a bright bonfire. With no equipment at hand, even the boldest would hesitate to linger in the darkened thickets. Shen Yun ambled toward an open space on the beach, surveying the food supplies of those around him. Most groups had provisions scarcely sufficient for 3 or 5 individuals. A couple of fish, some shells, and a few small crabs could hardly satisfy an adult's hunger. Shen Yun settled onto a patch of sand, opened the chat box, and typed a message, selling 20 stone crabs in exchange for 10 gene of firewood, dry leaves, and large tree leaves for bedding. The surrounding deadwood had all been scavenged, and even the stones had been overturned in search of a worm. But that was of little concern. He had resources. Chapter 3. Do you want to be dismissive? A flurry of shots to obliterate all. Having resources makes one the master. Moments later, his inbox chimed with activity. The email system proved to be quite convenient, though it was a pity it would soon vanish, as survival would undoubtedly become more challenging. Shen Yun opened the email, confirmed the transaction, and retrieved the firewood to construct a bonfire. He had a lighter to ignite the flames. Before the sea bream had even come ashore, he had already cleaned 2 of them. After threading the sea bream onto a wooden skewer, Shen Yun roasted the fish, raising an eyebrow in delight. This must be the cleanest food I have ever consumed. Having traversed from another world, he had ingested numerous items tainted by nuclear contamination. Even the radiation detector at his workplace indicated such peril. The environment he now inhabited was in stark contrast to his previous world. Yet, what could be done about the past? Everyone had grown accustomed to it. Before long, the primal aroma of roasted fish wafted through the air. Observing the sizzling, oily sea bream, those around him who had not yet satisfied their hunger wore expressions of envy, murmuring quietly, "This lucky fellow is feasting on 2 fish. I've only had 6 tiny crabs and still feel famished. Alas, there are no worms left around. Tomorrow I must either chip away at the oyster shells and barnacles on the rocky wall or dare to venture into the forest. Keep your voice down. Otherwise, everyone will rush to the rocks, and there won't be any left for us. Were it not for the biting cold wind by the sea and the lurking dangers of the forest." Shen Yun would have preferred to roast his fish away from the crowd. As the fish neared completion, he swallowed hard, blew on the roasted fish, and took a hearty bite from its belly. It was exquisite. Perhaps due to his hunger, the taste was unparalleled. He quickly finished both fish. By this time, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore resembled a lullaby, lulling the weary individuals who had toiled throughout the afternoon into a state of drowsiness. Noticing several people digging pits to lie in, he took out his stone axe and followed suit. The pit offered shelter from the wind and cold. In this place, falling ill meant no access to medical care. To conserve energy, he excavated a small pit suitable for reclining. Then, he placed a multitude of black stockings within it. Sitting atop them was pleasantly soft and provided warmth. Feeling quite comfortable, Shen Yun leaned back against the sandy pit, gazing at the faint silhouettes of those around him. Quietly pondering, tomorrow I must find a shelter. In a resource-scarce environment, being among strangers will inevitably lead to complications. Even acquaintances could potentially be the harbingers of disaster. One must be cautious, especially when it concerns matters of life and death. Yawning, he gradually closed his eyes. Yet, he dared not succumb to a deep slumber. When fatigue became overwhelming, he would rise to exercise, keeping himself alert. Before dawn broke the next day, those aware of the ebbing tide stealthily departed the resting area, heading toward the coastal rocks in search of seafood. At a steep rocky shore, 7 men and women gathered, examining the bounty of seafood they had just collected. Crabs, octopuses, and various fish, over 100 in total, filled them with excitement. A burly man crouched on the ground, sifting through the seafood, laughing as he exclaimed, "With this abundance of seafood and the tools we've obtained, we can feast for several days. Who would have thought such a bountiful harvest would bring us fortune?" It was indeed wise of Ahui to suggest coming early to gather seafood. The plump woman beside them gave a thumbs up to the burly man and then smiled at the young girl beside her. "Ruashi, let us return and kindle a fire to prepare a seafood feast to lift our spirits." Li Ruashi, a renowned star, happened to encounter the cleaning lady from her agency on this island. The 5 men present were ardent fans of Li Ruashi, observing the cheerful expressions of the group. Li Ruashi hesitated and softly inquired, "You mentioned someone had set worm traps here. What if someone else takes them?" Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals subdued their smiles. their eyes flickering. How adorably naive, one remarked. In a place where we can barely fill our stomachs, you'll soon change your tune and wish to take everything for yourself. Ah Hui, unable to conceal his bitterness, replied, Ruo Shi. Everyone is striving to survive. Without food, we would all starve. But rest assured, we have left plenty of seafood in the pit. Right, guys? Plenty. The other 4 men chimed in, secretly amused. Don't worry, Ruo Shi. There is still a great deal of seafood down there, and we haven't taken much at all. Even if 10 more people come, the supply will be sufficient. Since Li Ruo, she was their dream goddess, they naturally wanted to maintain a good image. Being able to encounter her in this situation and potentially earn her admiration through shared hardships would be worth a lifetime. All right then, Li Ruo, she nodded. After all, she was a star and needed to be mindful of her words and actions. Her inquiry was merely casual. She was no fool. Securing food in such an environment was paramount. Not only would it satisfy their hunger, but it could also facilitate the exchange of resources with others. Even if they chose not to take it, others would certainly seize it. Yet, she had to uphold her pure and innocent image. Who would appreciate a selfish woman? To be frank, she longed to leave this place. Sleeping in a sand pit last night had been unbearable. The morning sea breeze chilled her to the bone, rendering her delicate features somewhat pale. Were it not for the desire to win over these 5 capable fans, she would not have endured such hardships. After gathering the seafood from the ground into their backpacks, they turned to see a remarkably handsome young man approaching from a distance. Even the well-traveled Li Ruo, she could not help but admire his striking looks. However, the words he uttered upon arrival made Ah Hui and the others furrow their brows. The worm traps over there were placed by me. Noticing the young man was alone, Ah Hui, with a casual smile, replied, Handsome, this isn't your territory. First come. First serve, right? The plump woman, sensing Ah Hui's assertive tone as he attempted to impress Li Ruo, she quickly intervened with a smile. Oh dear, young man. Do not worry. There is still plenty of seafood over there. How about joining us? My Li Ruo, she could use a skilled fisherman. Indeed, Li Ruo, she was the star that Shen Yun had previously found somewhat familiar. She was the dazzling celebrity from television. On the bustling street where he worked, a colossal poster of the woman hung prominently, signifying her elevated status. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze upon her, Li Ruo, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled softly. Sir, would you not join us? The more, the merrier. Shen Yun merely shook his head and wandered off to the side. Li Ruo's smile faltered slightly. It was the first time she had been rejected, and a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. However, understanding that he was aware of her identity, she deemed it unnecessary to press further. Let us depart, she said, tightening her clothing as she hastily left with the others. Yet, when Ah Hui and the others glanced back at Shen Yun, they discovered him peering through binoculars, surveying the location of the worm traps in the distance. The 5 exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their stone axes, a glimmer of menace flashing between them. If he could not discern the gravity of the situation, they would have to teach him a lesson. Indeed, a furious shout erupted from behind. Damn it. Not a single hair left. Ah Hui and the others quickly turned, finding him concealed behind a rock, adopting a preemptive stance. Who the hell are you cursing at? Shut your mouth. But before he could finish, the group, resembling chickens with their necks grasped, stared in terror at Shen Yun, who stood behind the rock, brandishing a rifle. His face stern as he bellowed at the 7. You're asking for trouble. A gun. Panic-stricken, everyone fled in a frenzy, screaming, No. I'll hand over all the seafood. Help. I don't want to die. I'm Li Ruo, don't shoot. A series of bullets erupted from the silenced gun. With merely a couple of sideways movements, the magazine was emptied. Li Ruo and her companions fell, each struck down, wailing in agony. The powerful recoil of the M4 left Shen Yun's hands numb and shoulders aching. Heart racing, he stifled an inexplicable tension and swiftly reloaded. I've been hit. Don't kill me. Ah Hui, clutching his leg and crawling on the sand, shrieked in terror as Shen Yun approached with an icy demeanor. He never anticipated that this seemingly frail young man possessed such lethal firepower. Shen Yun paid him no mind, raising his weapon and dispatching Ah Hui and the others without hesitation. However, the force of the M4 was far greater than he had imagined. While thrilling in movies, it was exhausting in practice. Seeing that Li Ruo was still alive, Shen Yun pressed the gun directly against her temple. Cough, cough, please don't kill me. I will give you anything you want, she pleaded, blood trickling down her face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she beseeched him. She still had a bright future ahead, poised to thrive on the island thanks to her celebrity status. Yet, Shen Yun remained unmoved, his finger tightening on the trigger. With a series of muted gunshots, blood splattered, and sand flew. Li Ruoshi's exquisite visage was instantly transformed into a macabre sight. Chapter 4. The Mighty Sea Tornado. I possess a fully upgraded ironclad shelter. In but a breath, Li Ruoshi met her demise. Her lifeless form yielded a plethora of seafood and items. Not only hers, but the corpses of the other 6 individuals also revealed an abundance of treasures. Holding back the tumult in his stomach, Shen Yun inhaled deeply, collected the materials strewn about, and departed swiftly. On the dimly lit beach, only 7 bloodied corpses remained. On the sand, Shen Yun meticulously counted the spoils he had previously acquired from the pit. Aside from trivial knickknacks, his most significant finds included a small pouch of insect repellent powder and salt, along with a packet of 5-spice seasoning. The efficacy of the insect repellent was yet to be determined, but the salt was of paramount importance. With a tremendous multiplier effect, Shen Yun found himself in possession of countless seafood and items, leaving him untroubled by scarcity. He silently rejoiced that the adversaries had not obtained firearms. His reluctance to engage directly stemmed from the fear that Li Ruoshi and her companions might wield such weapons. While he might possess a rifle, they could very well have acquired an equal share of seafood. To quibble over mere seafood would be recklessly endangering his own life. Moreover, Shen Yun had never intended to take lives. After all, he was neither an urban assassin nor a reincarnated overlord. Directly ending lives weighed heavily upon him. Given that they claimed to have retained a significant amount of seafood, he resolved to bide his time, seeking vengeance only when the opportunity arose. Yet, despite their assurances of abundance, they had left behind naught but scraps. As the saying goes, one should leave room for others. Future encounters may be favorable. He had no desire to stir trouble, but they had resorted to a tactic of utter desperation. Unable to endure any longer, he concealed himself behind a rock and dispatched them all without hesitation. The image of the 7 individuals in their final moments churned his stomach. He quickly dismissed the haunting vision from his mind and took out a piece of gum to soothe his nerves. The sky gradually brightened, yet many noticed that ominous clouds loomed in the distance, and the sea was far from calm, with tumultuous waves. Seizing the opportunity of low tide, people hurriedly dispersed in search of seafood. Shen Yun, however, made his way towards the dense forest, intending to test the effects of the insect repellent powder. Before long, a series of startled exclamations from the beach captured everyone's attention. What is that? Following the direction of one person's pointing finger, the survivors on the island gazed intently at the distant horizon. There, a striking white line connected the earth to the heavens, a truly magnificent sight. Whoa, is that a waterspout? Shen Yun hastily retrieved his binoculars, adjusting the magnification for a clear view. Above the waterspout, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. He could faintly discern slender branches from the surrounding islands being drawn into the vortex. Branches? With a furrowed brow, Shen Yun focused intently, his pupils dilating in shock. Were those uprooted trees? The surrounding individuals, through the chat interface of the traveler, finally discerned the nature of the calamity. It was a colossal sea tornado. The nearby islands had already been obliterated, claiming countless lives. Flee quickly. In an instant, screams erupted across the beach. After a moment's hesitation, everyone brandishing stone axes and tools surged into the dense forest. If they could locate a cave or some form of refuge amidst the mountains, they might evade disaster. Remaining on the beach, devoid of any shelter from the winds, would only lead to being swept away. The crowd surged chaotically, wielding their makeshift weapons as they carved a path into the woods. Shen Yun lingered at the back, applying the insect repellent powder thoroughly. Meanwhile, he observed the ground, scattering a handful whenever he spotted insects to gauge its efficacy. In the thicket, cries of alarm erupted. A venomous snake. This is a killer spider. Stay back, everyone. Its bite can slay an elephant. A series of anguished screams sent the surviving individuals in the forest into a state of heightened panic. Yet, the sea breeze had infiltrated the woods, compelling everyone to keep moving forward. Suddenly, a dust-covered young man, wielding a stone axe like a valiant warrior, burst forth from the throng. Undeterred by the venomous creatures in the forest, he sprinted ahead. Noticing the crowd ahead was somewhat congested, Shen Yun bellowed, "Make way. I shall scout the path." What a remarkable lad. Who is this brave soul? The crowd promptly parted, their faces filled with admiration. Some young women were particularly drawn to Shen Yun's handsome and resolute appearance. in a world fraught with peril. Could there truly be such an intrepid hero? Anyone still daring to run might be deemed mad. Yet, they had no choice but to follow closely behind. As he dashed forward, Shen Yun wielded the insect repellent powder, casting it about like a master of the martial arts, ensuring that any venomous creature in his wake retreated in fear. After conducting his experiments, he discovered the potency of this repellent powder was remarkable. Any insect that came in contact would scuttle away in disarray. Even the vividly colored venomous snakes, upon encountering it, would tremble, frothing at the mouth. If he could find refuge in a cave, the mountain collapse caused by the tornado could seal off his escape route. Shen Yun glanced anxiously toward the towering peaks ahead. Suffocation would spell peril. He resolved to survive this ordeal first and foremost. Suppressing his worries, he plunged into the thicket, racing toward the mountain, while simultaneously monitoring the content of the chat interface, hoping the tornado might change direction. However, a particular message caught his eye. Zhao Ritian, is anyone selling fragments of houses? 1 piece can be exchanged for 20 sea breams or 5 starfish. Zhang Biao, I'm the CEO of Paradise Real Estate, purchasing house fragments and permanently providing food. Honesty is the cornerstone of my business. Zheng Jiangwo, I'm the mayor of Songlong City, still in need of 3 fragments of houses. Will any comrades lend a helping hand? I will personally express my gratitude after the event. House fragments? Shen Yun swiftly dispatched an acquisition message. Shen Yun, seeking to purchase fragments of houses, 50 stone crabs, and 2 octopuses, 1 packet of salt, and a bottle of 250 milliliters mineral water. The quantity of food was neither excessive nor insufficient, but the inclusion of a packet of salt and the mineral water was indeed a stroke of brilliance. As anticipated, no sooner had Shen Yun sent the message than his inbox flooded with over 20 responses. Clearly, not every locale suffers from the wrath of a sea tornado. The sheer number of individuals seeking fragments indicated that this was not merely a small cabin, for otherwise it would be unable to withstand such a tempest. He hastily clicked to read one. Island number 10086, Qin Changqing. Attached is a piece of house fragment. Another read, house fragment, a shard from a sturdy metal house, capable of resisting storms, tornadoes, and beastly assaults. Collect 5 pieces to combine into the item, a metal house. Shen Yun's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly placed the previously offered items in Qin Changqing's email, clicking to agree. In mere moments, the other party acquiesced. When a piece of house fragment appeared in his backpack, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a piece of house fragment, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000 house fragments. Shen Yun quickly gathered 5 fragments and clicked to synthesize, resulting in a model of a metal house appearing in his inventory. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining 10,000 models of metal houses. What a remarkable occurrence. Shen Yun grinned widely, astonished that synthesis could also trigger such a prodigious critical hit. Noticing the uneven terrain made it impractical to place the house. He turned and sprinted toward the nearby clearing. Hurry! The wind was intensifying. Quickly, even the venomous creatures were burrowing away. He needed to find a cave to take refuge. Whoosh! The powerful sea wind rustled the leaves with a sharp crackle, accompanied by torrents of rain cascading from the heavens. Numerous fish plummeted onto the island. The panicked crowd paid no heed to the seafood strewn upon the ground, as they were being tossed about by the gusts. Their sole desire was to locate a secure area to evade the wind. The tempest grew increasingly ferocious, the snapping of branches resonating through the forest with a thunderous crack. Such a fierce wind. Clinging to a sturdy tree, Shen Yun squinted, realizing he could not afford to waste time searching for an open space. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, and upon identifying an expanse, he hurriedly opened his inventory and pointed. Place metal house. With a swift motion, a gray house with a triangular roof materialized beside him. Without hesitation, Shen Yun grasped the doorknob and, with great effort, swung the door open, rushing inside. Bang! The door was violently slammed shut by the raging wind. Finally, safety. Lying on the ground, Shen Yun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he surveyed the interior, discovering the house measured merely 10 square meters, furnished with a bed, a bench, and a dining table. Bang! Bang! A series of broken branches struck the roof with a deafening roar. Fortunately, the metal house was sufficiently robust. As he gazed up at the ceiling, Shen Yun suddenly noticed a prompt message. Warm reminder. The current metal shed is at level 1 and can be upgraded to level 2. Super metal shed, the highest level, using 100 fragments. Super metal shed, defense, space, weight, and foundation stability are all increased tenfold. Additional features, solar charging, fingerprint authentication for the door, and a water heater can be upgraded. Shen Yun was filled with excitement and immediately took out over 100 house fragments to use with a single click. With a flash, the entire metal shed trembled slightly, and the space instantly expanded. The sound of branches striking the roof became faint. A profound sense of security enveloped him. Shen Yun smiled as he stood up, surveyed his surroundings, and headed towards the bathroom. After a few exhausting days in this new environment, he needed a hot shower, a good meal, and a restful sleep. Chapter 5. A 30,000-point enhancement in physique, utterly invincible. The items within the metal shed were few, limited to a small bottle of shower gel and shampoo. However, in Shen Yun's hands, they all became immensely potent. After thoroughly utilizing the bathroom supplies, Shen Yun turned on the faucet, relishing his shower. Outside, a howling wind and torrential rain wreaked havoc, with weeds and branches flying chaotically, creating a terrifying scene. Thankfully, the house was sturdy. As Shen Yun wiped the water from his body, he suddenly noticed a bloodied hand pressed against the window. This unexpected sight sent a shiver down his spine. Was someone there? Shen Yun leaned in closer and saw a woman grasping a drainage pipe, desperately banging on the window with a small boy in her arms. The woman's clothes were tattered, her body covered in scratches, blood, and mud. It was evident that she had endured great hardships to bring her child here. Behind her, a man was impaled by a broken branch, his eyes staring blankly at the metal shed, utterly motionless. On the ground, a girl clung to a tree trunk, unable to lift her head against the ferocious wind. Upon seeing Shen Yun appear, the woman shouted in desperation, "Save us! Please, we beg you to save us!" Noticing Shen Yun's frown of reluctance, she couldn't afford to wait any longer. The wind was intensifying, and if they delayed, they would undoubtedly perish. She pulled a pale red syringe from her backpack and shook it repeatedly. "Here, take this. I implore you, save us." Physique enhancement serum belonging to Lin Yuran. Effect: using it will increase the user's physique by 3 points. Such an item exists. Shen Yun felt a surge of joy within, raising his hand to press the fingerprint switch beside the window. As the window opened, a powerful gust of wind rushed in. Shen Yun accepted the syringe from Lin Yuran, and a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the physique enhancement serum, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, rewarding you with 10,000 physique enhancement serums. Shen Yun wondered how many could be used by one person. With a thought, he retrieved a syringe from the system space and injected it into his forearm. After administering the injection, he was stunned by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the physical enhancement serum, increasing vitality by 3 points and triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, an astonishing augmentation of 30,000 vitality points. What? Is this even possible? Shen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. In terms of character attributes, vitality, agility, strength, and mental acuity all stood at 10 points. 30,000 points. It was simply inconceivable. In the next moment, a thunderous roar resonated within Shen Yun's body, causing his skin to flush an intense crimson. The water from the shower head instantly vaporized upon contact with him, creating a billowing cloud of steam. Friendly reminder: the traveler Shen Yun has surpassed the limits of his vitality, unlocking the genetic lock and unleashing human potential, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of attributes and breaking through the limits of vitality potential. Current vitality value: 30,000 points. Further use of vitality enhancement serum is prohibited. Effect: immunity to all damage from the current civilization, with extreme enhancements to defense, resilience, endurance, and tenacity. Immunity to all damage from the current civilization. Just the thought of this effect was overwhelmingly formidable, truly terrifying. Shen Yun clenched his fists. The fatigue that had previously weighed him down dissipated entirely, replaced by a vibrant spirit and boundless energy, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Observing Lin Yuran and the young boy outside, clinging to a water pipe in the face of the howling winds, Shen Yun quickly donned his trousers and firmly placed a hand on her shoulder, commanding, "Come inside. First, take the child with you." Lin Yuran promptly handed the child to Shen Yun, then turned back to shout at the girl, "Su Xiuyan, hold on. I will come to help you." Uncertain if her words reached the girl, Lin Yuran retrieved a length of rope from her character's backpack and placed it through the window. "Sir, please tie this for me. I need to go save her." Shen Yun did not hesitate to accept the rope. He found a welded iron bar and secured the rope to it. If he were in the position of that helpless girl, he would hope for someone to come to his aid, a sentiment that is only natural. "Do not remain here. If the rope snaps, it could be disastrous," Shen Yun advised, waving at the sobbing child seated on the floor. The potential force of a snapping rope was perilous. He was unbothered, for he was invincible. Even a nuclear bomb would pose no threat. "Thank you, big brother," the boy said, wiping away his tears. He staggered to his feet, glancing out the window, but his height was a limitation. Noticing that the child did not call out for help, Shen Yun recognized that his experiences were vastly different from those of ordinary children. He possessed a keen ability to read the room. As an orphan, he had learned to discern when to speak and when to remain silent from a young age. At that moment, Lin Yuran was struggling to carry the girl, who was trembling and pale, yet still alive. Shen Yun reached out, pulling the girl inside. Aside from her ashen complexion and shivering body, she appeared to be relatively unharmed. "Thank you." The girl expressed her gratitude, while she and Shen Yun helped Lin Yuran inside. Due to Lin Yuran's multiple falls, her clothing was in tatters. As they were dragged through the window by two individuals, Lin Yuran found herself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Without further ado, she promptly rose and expressed her gratitude to Shen Yun, saying, "Thank you, sir. My name is Lin Yuran, and she is." Shen Yun interrupted her introduction with a wave of his hand, shutting the window and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. "Once the wind subsides, you may leave, but do remember to clean the bathroom." To him, this was merely a straightforward transaction. Once completed, they would each go their separate ways without the need for further acquaintance. Exchanging glances with Su Xiuyan, Lin Yuran's expression turned bittersweet as she watched Shen Yun turn away. Naturally, one would wish to remain in the safety of this sturdy metal shelter, yet Shen Yun's refusal was unequivocal. "So Xiuyan guisper, si yodan. At least we are safe for now." Lin Yuran nodded in agreement, her gaze drifting towards the window. In just a moment, a powerful gale swept in, lifting even the massive trees off the ground, while the metal shelter stood firm as a mountain. "This house is remarkably sturdy," the two women exclaimed in astonishment. However, the thought of having to leave once the wind calmed their spirits, causing them to feel disheartened again. The fierce waterspout persisted for most of the day before finally dissipating. Those who had narrowly escaped began to emerge, gazing upon the ravaged island with trepidation. Broken trees lay scattered, the once lush grass marred by deep craters, and numerous lifeless bodies rested in various positions upon the ground, their tragic fates a harrowing sight to behold. As many began to collect the seafood dropped by the storm, they suppressed their feelings of disgust and scattered to gather supplies. Outside the metal shelter, Lin Yuran expressed her gratitude again to Shen Yun, saying, "Thank you, sir. May I add you as a friend? If I come across anything else in the future, I will contact you immediately." Although they could not remain there, Shen Yun's ability to construct a shelter and procure such an abundance of seafood indicated that he was undoubtedly a skilled and formidable survivalist in the wilderness. Naturally, Lin Yuran wished to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Chapter 6. Supply Box. A critical hit of 10,000. At this moment, having cleaned herself up, Lin Yuran revealed her exquisite beauty, a true urban goddess. Coupled with her alluring figure, she was indeed a sight to behold. Her identity was equally impressive, as she was the president of the Hangzhou Beauty Group. The young boy beside her, known as Xiao Hao, had suffered severe nuclear contamination, compelling him and his father to enter this alternate realm in hopes of receiving rewards to alleviate his condition. Su Xiuyan was a high school student. Her pure and charming appearance, coupled with an extraordinary grace that evoked feelings of affection. When she regarded Shen Yun, her eyes sparkled with admiration and gratitude for his strength. Inside Shen Yun's shelter, they enjoyed a long-awaited hot shower, were treated to a delightful barbecue of seafood, and slept soundly through the night. Yet upon waking, the poignant sense of separation from the warmth of their blankets left Su Xiuyan with a heavy heart. She had anticipated that after they emerged from their bath, revealing their stunning beauty, this young man would choose to keep them around. After all, the earlier reaction of Shen Yun upon witnessing Yuran's 36D figure had been quite telling. Even if the worst outcome was to be his woman for over 20 days, Su Xiuyan found it bearable. The environment undeniably alters one's perceptions, especially amid the horrifying scene littered with corpses. However, she did not anticipate that Shen Yun merely intended to treat them to a meal and engage in idle chatter. Once the wind ceased, he ushered them out the door. It was clear he had no intention of keeping them, leaving Su Shuyin feeling inexplicably disappointed. "No need," Shen Yun replied, shaking his head as he closed the door and ventured into the dense forest. He paid little heed to Lin Yuren's polite remarks. If there were truly valuable items, he would employ them immediately. The fact that Lin Yuren left behind a potion for physical enhancement indicated her foresight for future needs. Noticing his departure in search of resources, the three of them dared not linger. The ground was still strewn with seafood and supplies blown ashore by the tornado. Any delay can mean missing out. Danger often accompanies opportunity. A fierce tornado had swept a plethora of seafood onto the shore, allowing the survivors on nearby islands to gather it with great joy. This would serve as their food reserve for the coming days. Shen Yun need not worry about sustenance, nor the demand for firearms. At present, his foremost concern was how to elevate his score, which was pivotal for the rewards upon returning to Blue Star. However, after wandering in the woods for quite some time, Shen Yun found no prompts or notifications. Instead, he fortuitously gathered several types of seafood, including a rare catch that yielded an impressive score of 10,000. Observing the ravaged forest before him, he furrowed his brow. Surviving for 30 days on an island should not pose much difficulty for someone with a bit of experience. To stand out, one ought to live better and more effortlessly than others. Shen Yun felt a strong likelihood in his inference. "System, what do you think?" Response to the host. "The system holds no authority to interfere or influence your judgment. You may act as you see fit." Well, that was a futile inquiry. Nevertheless, Shen Yun felt quite content with the system's configuration. Unlike the novels he had previously read, where systems imposed mandatory tasks and failure led to dire consequences, his system allowed him freedom, granting him a golden opportunity without the pressure to achieve performance metrics. Noticing an older gentleman nearby, gathering seafood, Shen Yun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. With a snap, the lighter ignited, the sound seemingly etched into the older man's DNA. Instinctively, he looked up as soon as he heard it. The aroma wafted through the air before the man even laid eyes on Shen Yun. The older man inhaled deeply, relishing the scent, and smiled at Shen Yun. "Young man, that aroma is undoubtedly Huazi. If I lose this fish, it's yours." He confidently waved the small yellow fish in his hand. "An old smoker, are we?" Quite the accurate guess. Shen Yun casually tossed him a cigarette. "Whoa." The older man's smile broadened, and he quickly wiped his hands before carefully accepting it, his face brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, young man. This fish is yours. I'll accompany it with a cigarette." Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively, his relaxed and pretentious demeanor drawing the attention of the surrounding old smokers, their throats bobbing with desire, particularly the older gentleman, who discreetly approached the two, relishing the opportunity to inhale a few puffs of secondhand smoke. Shen Yun glanced at the envious crowd around him, chuckling as he flicked away his cigarette butt. "Off you go, uncle. Do you truly believe I am some kind of money-grubbing fool?" In truth, Shen Yun was not much of a smoker. He merely indulged in this charade for the sake of appearances. Unfortunately, he failed to activate any prompts to gain score points, rendering his presence here rather meaningless. "Hey, young man, your fish," an uncle called out, cigarette dangling from his lips. Noticing that his newly acquainted young, smoking companion did not even turn his head, the uncle smiled knowingly. Among smokers, status is irrelevant. The mere act of meeting is a connection in itself. Yet in reality, he dared not accept cigarettes from a stranger. Clearly, the scoring system would not directly reveal the current availability of cigarettes. One must obtain wine and delicacies as well. Strolling through the forest, Shen Yun opened the chat box and sent a message. "Shen Yun, 2 cigarettes in exchange for a bottle of red wine, or a portion of cooked food, or some fruit. A good life necessitates fine wine and exquisite cuisine." Before long, a group of old smokers had elevated Shen Yun's mailbox to 99. Upon opening it, he selected various islands to procure supplies. Red wine, steamed dumplings from Sha County, braised duck heads, chicken feet, an apple, and so forth. Each item meticulously traded. Thanks to the enhancement of his golden finger, each transaction yielded a staggering 10,000-fold return. What a thrill! Shen Yun grinned widely, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. The sea tornado was undeniably powerful, leaving a trail of shattered branches in its wake, some uprooted entirely, creating a chaotic scene. Suddenly, a deep, oppressive growl of a beast resonated in Shen Yun's ears. Turning toward the source of the sound, he spotted a gray wolf standing atop a broken branch not far away. baring its teeth and growling menacingly. On the ground lay two bloodied wolves, feasting upon a corpse. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, noticing that behind the three wolves was a box emanating a faint white glow. He approached a few steps closer and finally discerned the box's information. Item: all-purpose box, unclaimed goods. All-purpose box, capable of producing any supplies. An all-purpose box? Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. While having an abundance of supplies was one thing, the thrill and mystery of opening a blind box was precisely the kind of leisure activity he sought. However, the three wolves charged at him the moment he took a few steps closer. Deeming the audacity of a two-legged creature approaching during their meal as an invitation to turn him into a delectable snack, the wolves initially intended to test the waters. But upon seeing the human sprinting toward them, they could hardly contain themselves. Roar! Now was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. As the gray wolf lunged forward, a glint of determination flashed in Shen Yun's eyes as he delivered a powerful punch to its snout. In the next moment, smack! The gray wolf was reduced to a mist of blood. The remaining two gray wolves halted in shock, their tails tucked between their legs. Shen Yun stepped forward and seized one of them, intending to capture several wolves for domestication. As the gray wolf struggled and attempted to bite him, Shen Yun delivered a sharp slap to its crown, commanding, "Be quiet." With a faint crack, the wolf's skull fractured and it fell lifelessly to the ground. Oops. Perhaps I exerted too much force. Embarrassed, Shen Yun discarded the carcass and turned his gaze to the other gray wolf, which stared wide-eyed, trembling in fear. If it could speak, it would surely exclaim, "What manner of creature is this?" Fortunately, the animal's keen instincts brought it back to reality, and it promptly rolled onto its back, exposing its soft belly to Shen Yun. The creature squirmed and writhed, seemingly attempting to appease him. Notification: congratulations to the traveler Shen Yun for subduing a female wolf, which can be domesticated as a companion for hunting prey. Well done. You recognize the situation. Shen Yun chuckled as he tucked the female wolf under his arm and hastened to the treasure chest to claim it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a treasure chest and triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, resulting in the acquisition of 10,000 treasure chests. Chapter 7. Unboxing. Trillions of tons of resources. Sheer delight. Shen Yun retrieved a resource box, placed it on the ground, and opened it, with a flash of white light. A multitude of items soared from the box and landed on the ground. Congratulations to the traveler Shen Yun for acquiring a camping tent, a Swiss Army knife, a windproof lighter, a cooking pot, a compound bow with 10 arrows, and half a pound of raw beef. All 5 items were exceedingly practical, and the system had proven to be quite generous, delivering a 10,000-fold boost. With such an extraordinary advantage, it felt like a vacation. Shen Yun smiled as he collected the resources, but noticed the female wolf gazing intently at something in the distance. Ahead, a massive white wolf concealed among the fallen timber fixed a cold stare upon Shen Yun. "Awoo, awoo." As the two wolves began to communicate, Shen Yun gently patted the female wolf's head and beckoned toward the white wolf, whispering, "Call them over. Let them feast." While speaking, he tossed 100 pounds of beef onto the ground and patted it. One wolf was hardly enough. He aimed to raise a whole pack, which would also serve as guardians for his home. It was uncertain whether the female wolf understood his gestures, but she kept howling eagerly. Before long, gray wolves began to converge, leaping onto nearby fallen logs and glaring in his direction with bared teeth. Meanwhile, the enormous white wolf king, sensing betrayal from the female, surged forward with powerful strides, charging at Shen Yun. Unfortunately for the Wolf King, Shen Yun's genetic enhancements had unlocked his physical prowess to an extraordinary degree, optimizing both his defense and coordination. As the Wolf King lunged, he effortlessly grasped its neck, lifting it off the ground. The intense sensation of suffocation elicited a whimper from the Wolf King, sending the surrounding gray wolves into a panic, their tails tucked in fear. It was their first time hearing their leader's cry of distress, and how could they not be terrified? Shen Yun gazed at all the gray wolves present, observing as they cautiously retreated, their necks drawn in. Only then did he relent, placing a foot upon the belly of the white wolf. The white wolf, having narrowly escaped calamity, dared not bare its teeth. It lay panting on the ground, utterly submissive. Congratulations to the traveler Shen Yun for taming the 9,527th Island White Wolf Pack. 16 males, 7 females, and 8 pups. How effortlessly it was done. Shen Yun tossed a piece of meat to the Wolf King, who eagerly flipped over and seized it, displaying a commendable awareness. Subsequently, he began to feed the other gray wolves, provoking a frenzy of voracious consumption among them. Feeling a bit peckish himself, Shen Yun set a fire and prepared a platter of roasted beef and fruits. After satisfying his hunger, twilight had descended. Shen Yun patted the White Wolf King and said with a smile, "Bring your subordinates here. From now on, guard my home. Do you understand?" Remarkably, the White Wolf King indeed nodded twice. "Oh," Shen Yun chuckled, stroking the Wolf King's soft fur. To his surprise, this Wolf King exhibited a remarkable intelligence. "Very well. I shall take the female wolves with me. You can find me by following my call." After giving the Wolf King a gentle pat on the head, Shen Yun rose, cradling the female wolf, and retraced his steps. Meanwhile, outside the extraordinary iron shelter, a crowd of over 100 individuals gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. "Wow, why is this iron shelter so much larger than everyone else's houses? It even has a bathroom. I haven't bathed in ages," lamented one man, glancing at the deep pit dug beside the house, shaking his head. The defensive capabilities of this iron shelter were nothing short of formidable. Even a stone axe could barely leave a mark upon it. The surrounding fallen trees posed no threat either, attesting to its remarkable sturdiness. Moreover, glimpses through the windows revealed a bathroom, a water heater, a bedroom, and other enticing features. Staying inside would surely be far more comfortable than sleeping on the ground, remarked a young man, his face filled with envy. The chat channel buzzed with accounts of many who had opened the universal treasure chest. The items within were all exceedingly practical. Rumor had it that someone had even uncovered a pirate ship and firearms. How enviable. No one knew who had obtained this iron shelter. As the conversation unfolded, the light waned, prompting the crowd to stir restlessly. "Indeed, come out and show yourself. Are you afraid we might take something from you?" With an approximate area of 100 square meters, it could accommodate numerous individuals. Surely, we could rent it with supplies, right? On the fringes of the crowd, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan observed intently. They were eager to catch a glimpse of the dashing young man and discern whether there were any conditions for joining him. After all, staying outside was perilous, especially at night, and as women, their risks were significantly heightened. Just then, a melodious wolf howl resonated from the distant mountains. Startled, the crowd turned in unison. They beheld a procession of gray wolves emerging from the chaotic forest, leaping onto the surrounding fallen logs and high rocks. The sky was dim, casting an eerie glow upon the pack of wolves, their eyes glimmering with a haunting green light that sent chills down one's spine. A howl pierced the air as a magnificent, large white wolf surged forth from the mountainside, instilling terror among the onlookers. "It's a pack of wolves. Run," they cried, wishing fervently for the ability to sprout additional limbs to escape. "Has he been devoured?" murmured Su Xiuyan, her face paling. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuran, clutching the little howl, glanced back at the encroaching wolves and, upon realizing their rapid approach, hastened his flight. On the descent, Shen Yun observed the people scattering like frightened birds, his grip tightening around the small white wolf in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This is convenient indeed," he mused. "Were it not for the wolves, he might have encountered obstinate individuals armed with moral arguments, leaving him with no recourse but intimidation. The presence of the wolves made matters far simpler. A few roars would suffice to dispel any trouble. The Wolf King, having received the command to disperse the humans, led his pack back to the corrugated iron shelter. Noticing the Wolf King fixated on the small white wolf, Shen Yun placed the creature gently on the ground, declaring, "For now, you shall guard this place and ensure no one approaches." The Wolf King lowered its head, emitting a soft whine as if in agreement. Only when Shen Yun entered the shelter did it dare to step forward, licking its pup affectionately. After confirming the safety of its offspring, the Wolf King raised its head and howled, prompting the pack to scatter and patrol their territory. Inside the room, Shen Yun settled into the living area and opened his character's inventory. With a flourish, he rubbed his hands together, grinning widely. "Let us open 5,000 treasure chests to start." Without hesitation, he set the number and, with a flick of his wrist, activated the command. "Open all chests." In an instant, his 100-slot inventory brimmed to capacity. Any surplus items were promptly absorbed by the system. "Congratulations, Shen Yun, you have acquired Tang Hung Knife Pirate Ship, Genie's beautiful single speaker, Peking Duck, Red Cloak Cannon, Walkie-Talkie, a packet of spicy strips, mountaineering gear." The barrage of notifications left Shen Yun's scalp tingling, prompting him to silence the alerts. Once again, the system chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained universal box supplies, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, 10,000 Tang Hong knives, 10,000 pirate ships, 10,000 genies, beautiful single speakers. Fortunately, the system kindly summarized, ding, congratulations. Host has acquired 23,762 types of supplies, totaling 3 trillion tons. Astonished, Shen Yun marveled at the sheer magnitude of it all. This golden finger was truly extraordinary. Even if it were someone else, they would soar to great heights with such gifts, he thought with a mixture of awe and shock. In response to the host's thoughts, the system interjected, "That is impossible. Only you, having traversed dimensions twice, could activate this system. No one else can compare to you." The flattery, though intangible, was indeed potent. Shen Yun, secretly delighted, maintained a serious facade. "System, your words are rather excessive. Countless traversers exist, and I merely enjoy a stroke of good fortune." Host, luck is indeed a facet of strength. There is no need for modesty. If it were someone else, they might have already found themselves at the mercy of a beast. Ha ha, not at all. It is you who is impressive. It is still the host who shines. The system is merely a supporting role. As Shen Yun and the system engaged in mutual flattery, he mentally cataloged the practical supplies at hand. Chapter 8. The White Wolf King's Resolve. The Skeleton King's pirate ship. Currently, Shen Yun had no worries about resources, possessing formidable strength and lacking otherworldly tasks. Each day was spent in the metal shelter, living a leisurely existence. Whether unboxing supplies or indulging in culinary delights, he also enjoyed petting the little white wolf and strolling with the wolf pack. After all, surviving on the island for 30 days was the goal. Once out, what else could he do but show off? He wished to train his body, yet his physique was so formidable that even a morning of push-ups left him unchallenged, rendering it futile. Instead, target shooting became Shen Yun's daily routine in recent days. In stark contrast to his tranquil life, chaos had begun to envelop most of the islands. On the 5th day of their crossing, many still managed to persevere. However, by the 8th day, hunger compelled individuals to venture deep into the mountains in search of sustenance. The number of survivors perishing surged at this moment. By the 16th day, some had resorted to killing for supplies. On the 20th day, when hunger reached its zenith, plant roots, stems, leaves, and even the foul seafood washed ashore became sources of nourishment. Many met their demise from poisoning, bloating, or agonizing abdominal pains. Moreover, incidents of cannibalism erupted on Island 666, inciting widespread panic. Cannibalism. Such occurrences undoubtedly struck a profound blow to the collective moral compass of the populace. Yet, in the absence of food, even those who would rather starve than resort to cannibalism risk becoming targets for others eyeing their corpses. Of course, there were individuals with remarkable organizational skills who, leveraging their personal charisma, managed to form communal kitchens in the early stages. Surviving on such islands was undoubtedly fortunate. Some even shared various survival strategies to bolster collective endurance. Others acquired pirate ships and firearms, establishing dominion over the islands. Particularly notorious were certain pirate ships, which traversed their paths like marauders, committing unspeakable atrocities in their wake. With just 5 days remaining, Shen Yun wielded an M4, skillfully striking branches 100 meters away. His powerful physique afforded him remarkable balance and stability, ensuring every shot found its mark. As for moving targets, they were mere trifles for him. Compared to his earlier self, he had ascended beyond the ranks of novice marksman, earning the title of sharpshooter. At this moment, Shen Yun had donned a pair of climbing pants, a fitted tank top, and black boots. His bronze skin, paired with the rifle in his hand and the 3 slumbering wolves by his side, exuded an aura of fierce might. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed from the distant thicket. The 3 wolves, previously dozing, sprang to their feet, heads raised in a collective cry. "Oh, woo! Is something amiss?" Shen Yun's expression tightened as he retrieved his telescope for a closer look. In the distance, he spotted 2 gray wolves racing towards him, dragging the lifeless body of their alpha. Trailing behind them were several injured wolves struggling to keep pace. Howling with urgency, the little white wolf beside Shen Yun dashed forward. Upon seeing the crossbow bolts embedded in the White Wolf King, he hurriedly approached for a closer inspection. A total of 7 arrows had struck the majestic beast, one of which had pierced directly through its heart. The arrows, as thick as a thumb, bore tri-blade tips. It was hopeless. Shen Yun felt a surge of fury rising within him. "Wasn't I clear? I told you to run if danger approached." He produced a vitality potion, but soon realized it was ineffective on non-human creatures. At this moment, the White Wolf King, once regal, lay gasping for breath. Its gaze fixed intently on the little white wolf and Shen Yun. It was only when he noticed the pack returning with the lifeless bodies of their kin that he grasped the truth. The Wolf King had not attacked him due to the betrayal of a she-wolf. It had retaliated because he had slain a gray wolf. With so many gray wolves now dead, how could the alpha possibly flee? The Wolf King possessed its own code of honor. Submitting to Shen Yun was in part a means to protect its pack. It would be better to preserve the mountains and rivers, Shen Yun sighed, wiping away a tear from the Wolf King's eye as he spoke softly. Do not worry, I will not harm your kind. We outsiders will soon depart this island. I promise. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, its heaving chest gradually subsiding. It weakly licked Shen Yun's palm, its eyes dimmed. Devoid of life, a chorus of mournful howls erupted from the wolves, their tears glistening in the fading light. Just as Shen Yun stood up, he caught sight of two disheveled wildlings emerging from the thicket. Noticing that they were armed only with stone axes and lacked bows or crossbows, Shen Yun, gun at the ready, coldly demanded, "Who killed the White Wolf King?" Most inhabitants of Island 9527 were aware that the owner of the tin-roofed house had tamed a pack of wild wolves. Training such formidable creatures was no trivial feat, and typically, no one dared to provoke him. Shen Yun suspected that a faction on the island might be planning to hunt the wolves for food. Having rarely ventured outside, he relied solely on conversations in the chat box to glean information about the outside world, leaving him uninformed about the power dynamics on Island 9527. Before the two could respond, a filthy child burst forth from the underbrush. "Is it you?" Shen Yun recognized the figures approaching, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan. The two stunning beauties he hadn't seen in over 10 days had transformed into wildlings. Relieved that he recognized her, Lin Yuran quickly explained. It was the Skull King's pirate ship that attacked. They had begun raiding Island 9527. We have been living just outside the Wolves Patrol, witnessing them shoot the wolves with powerful crossbows. The mention of the Skull King's pirate ship sent a glint of cold resolve flashing in Shen Yun's eyes. This pirate group stands as the most formidable presence among the 30 or so nearby islands. The Skull King ship is not only swift and robust, but also boasts 12 cannons on either side. Ordinary pirate vessels dare not provoke it. Moreover, the Skull King is accompanied by 3 patrol boats and over a dozen speedboats, with a force of nearly 1,000 men, showcasing immense strength. Shen Yun donned a monocular thermal imager from his backpack. He then retrieved a large pineapple and charged into the dense forest. Don't be impulsive. They have so many people. Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan shouted anxiously. The opponents had previously saved their lives, and such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Shen Yun did not look back. With a few swift moves, he vanished into the thicket. Only a few days remained, and did he not wish to remain steady? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. Although the Wolf King group served as his temporary henchmen, they performed their duties diligently. With so many subordinates fallen, as their temporary elder brother, he had to send some down to accompany the wolf pack, having no intention of retreating quietly from the forest. Shen Yun noticed over a dozen pirates adorned with white skull bandanas by a nearby stream. He immediately pulled the triggers of his dual pistols, growling menacingly. "Then I shall send you all to the heavens." The moment the gunfire erupted, the pirates by the stream scattered in all directions, clearly experienced in combat. However, Shen Yun's aim was unwavering. The recoil was negligible against his physique. Faced with such a formidable presence, where could they hide? A series of bullets struck the pirates near the stream, their screams resounding. A burly man, riddled with bullets in his abdomen, glared at the figure in the forest wearing the thermal imager and bellowed, "Damn it, we are the Skull King's men. You're seeking death. You will regret this. The Skull King will capture your men and send them to the underworld." Don't kill me. I've done nothing. I was forced to join." Amidst the screams, a woman crawled in panic, clutching her injured leg. She had never encountered someone with such steady marksmanship. 6 or 7 men had perished in mere moments. Yet from the corner of her eye, she saw 2 bullets hurtling directly towards her, swiftly passing over her head. With a dull thud, the woman's head erupted in a spray of red and white. In less than a minute, all 16 pirates present were slain. Shen Yun vanished into the woods. Chapter 9. Terrifying Firepower Suppression. Massacre of the Pirates. On the beach of island number 9527, a pirate with a cloth mask shouted, "Are there still supplies hidden?" Otherwise, I'll kill you outright. He wielded a whip, striking those kneeling on the ground. Around 60 to 70 ragged, dispirited individuals knelt on the sand, enduring the beatings and kicks from passing pirates. Those with supplies had long since used them. Those who could be captured were simply too exhausted to flee. As for killing and plundering supplies, it was all a matter of chance, and they could not resist. The pirates were armed with crossbows and rifles, leaving no chance for escape. At that moment, one of the pirates approached the man in the red bandana, who was puffing on a cigarette, and chuckled awkwardly. "Captain, there are only 3 of them who are untouched, but they are rather unattractive." "Damn it." The bandana-clad man exhaled a cloud of smoke, his face reflecting his misfortune. "Have I fallen into a streak of bad luck lately? 3 consecutive islands under my watch, and not a drop of profit to be had." The captain's subordinate leaned closer, whispering with a mischievous tone, "At least we have 3. Perhaps we could turn this into a stroke of good fortune." "Get lost." The bandana man snapped, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Who are you to call them ugly? Get the hell out of my sight." Discarding his cigarette, but he brandished his weapon, addressing the kneeling crowd. "Select the valuable and the beautiful." Upon hearing these words, the kneeling individuals burst into desperate pleas. "Please don't kill us. We just want to survive. Surely you wouldn't go so far as to kill us. We'll give you all the remaining supplies. Don't take my child. I beg you." The chorus of supplication lifted the bandana man's spirits, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall spare your lives." This declaration brought a wave of relief to those on their knees. Nearby, several weaker islands had been pillaged and slaughtered by the minions of the Skull King. It was well known that after 30 days of survival on the island, anything obtained would vanish, including the sensation of consuming human flesh. The so-called good goods of the islands were, in fact, people. After all, once consumed, returning to Blue Star would leave no lingering feelings. So what was there to fear? This arrangement undoubtedly fueled the audacity of those with no moral compass. However, when the bandana man's laughter ceased, he turned to the crowd with a menacing glare. "If I spare you, you might encounter even fiercer competition in the next world." Ha ha ha. His derisive laughter sent chills down the spines of all present, causing them to tremble in fear. Unfortunately, the pirates wore masks, revealing only their eyes, obscuring their identities and preventing the captives from alerting their friends and family. The kneeling individuals appeared ashen, too intimidated to resist. Previously, over a dozen had attempted rebellion, only to be shot dead on the spot. When a few beautiful women were chosen by his subordinates, the bandana man finally took pleasure in lighting a cigarette. His killings were merely an outlet for his frustrations. If he were to eliminate everyone, what would he eat in the worst-case scenario of running out of food? "Let go of my wife. Mommy, mommy." The bandana man observed the terror etched on the faces of the crowd, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Relax. I was merely frightening you earlier. Selecting these individuals is for a purpose. Resist, and I truly shall kill." As the crowd fell silent, anxiously watching him, the bandana man smirked, exhaling smoke rings, reveling in the moment. "A bunch of fools. This apocalypse is truly exhilarating. A mere security guard, I have managed to ascend to the heights of casually eliminating wealthy individuals and pursuing beautiful women. It has all been worth it." Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire reverberated through the air. "Damn it, wasn't it said to conserve ammunition with control bursts?" The turban man, filled with ire, directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, only to witness a fiery tongue of flame hurtling towards him. With a resounding bang, the formidable weapon in Shen Yun's grasp unleashed a relentless barrage, akin to a rapid-fire sniper rifle, swiftly dispatching the armed assailants on the beach. Even as others concealed themselves within the crowd and shot at him, he remained unerring in his aim. After all, the beachgoers were trembling on the ground, making the pirates, who brazenly fired their weapons, starkly conspicuous. What left the pirates astounded was the apparent invulnerability of this individual, as if clad in exceptionally robust body armor, rendering their conventional firearms and composite bows utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, the pirates scavenging for survivors on the island were abruptly alerted by the dense gunfire emanating from the direction of the turban man. Was there trouble at Old 8's location? Yet, in a mere moment, the gunfire ceased. Had it ended so swiftly? It seemed the adversary possessed a considerable number of combatants, leaving everyone momentarily stunned and filled with trepidation. At that moment, a cold, commanding voice crackled through the intercom. "All personnel, assemble. Head to Old 8's location and locate everyone. Those who dare to harm my skeleton king shall face my personal wrath." When the leader spoke, none dared to disobey. Everyone halted their scavenging and converged towards Old 8's position. Shortly thereafter, a new group of arrivals encountered a formidable blockade. All raised their weapons, aiming at a lone figure approaching, adorned with a half-mast thermal visor and unarmed. "Captain, there's no one in the woods." Upon hearing the report from his subordinate over the intercom, the bald leader felt a sense of assurance. Since only one individual was present, it was likely a negotiation. After all, the Skeleton King pirate crew was not one to be trifled with. Realizing this, the bald man took the initiative to confront the stranger. "Kid, do you dare to kill?" Before he could finish, the faces of all present turned ashen. The stranger's hands suddenly brandished 2 Gatling guns. Shen Yun, uninterested in idle chatter, immediately pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of the machine gun erupted, the flames spewing forth like the scythe of death, slicing through the ranks of hundreds of pirates. A relentless barrage of bullets tore through the crowd, blood splattering, and screams echoing in horror. The pirates possessed their own firepower, yet the devastation wrought by the Gatling was simply catastrophic, especially as the adversary produced a rocket launcher to bombard the pirates. 3 rockets soared into the throng. The ensuing explosion unleashed a cataclysm of dust and debris, severed limbs flying in all directions. My intestines are severed." The anguished cries cast a shadow over the hearts of all the pirates. Yet, astonishingly, as the last bullet was fired, the stranger produced yet another Gatling gun. The shoulder-mounted rocket launcher was fired with an alarming frequency, reminiscent of a battlefield in Syria. The sheer ferocity of this individual was astonishing, as he single-handedly equated to an entire battalion. What was even more disheartening was the realization that this formidable adversary seemed impervious to bullet wounds. Was he also a physically enhanced being? Surely, even a bulletproof vest could not provide such protection. With despair settling in, the onlookers hastily turned to flee, too terrified to confront him head-on. This figure, akin to their captain, the Skeleton King, had transcended the effectiveness of conventional weaponry, rendering them powerless in comparison. However, none could match Shen Yun's speed. Mere minutes passed before the pristine white sands were stained crimson with blood and dismembered remains. Undeterred, Shen Yun callously discarded his scorching Gatling gun and charged towards the beach, engaging any pirates he encountered without offering a chance for dialogue. His formidable defenses, coupled with an astonishing arsenal, made him an unstoppable force as he barreled through the chaos. After dispatching another group of foes, a furious shout echoed from nearby, seeking death. A fleeting shadow wielding a long blade charged at him, each step leaving deep craters in the sand, moving with lightning speed. In just a few breaths, the figure traversed the battlefield, showcasing an alarming velocity. Witnessing this, the pirates who had taken shelter in the water and those who lay wounded on the ground erupted in excited cries. "The Skeleton King. It's the Skeleton King. He is a superhuman. That blade can slice through iron. This man is doomed. Skeleton King, do not merely slay him. We must flay him alive, devour his flesh, and avenge ourselves." On the beach, the Skeleton King, like a bolt of lightning, confronted Shen Yun, wielding his blade and bellowing. "Do you think you are invincible with your firearms? Naive." Chapter 10. Instant kill of the Skeleton King with a swift motion. The blade aimed at Shen Yun's neck, the sound of slicing air barely registering before it struck. The terrifying speed left the surviving pirates in stunned disbelief. Although they could not discern the trajectory of the Skeleton King's strike, they were witnessing his full power for the first time. "Having killed so many of us, he must not be allowed to escape. We need a live capture." But at that moment, the Skeleton King's pupils constricted. He beheld the man before him, who, unbeknownst to him, had already positioned his right hand in front of the blade, flicking his fingers. With a resounding clang, the blade rang out as if thunder had struck the ground. In the astonished gaze of the Skeleton King, that once invincible long knife shattered. A single finger severed the blade? What kind of extraordinary physical defense and strength was required for such a feat? The broken blade flew away at an incredible speed, grazing the Skeleton King's cheek. Even with bones visible and blood gushing, the Skeleton King exhibited no reaction. He gazed in terror at the man before him, who was placing something ominous upon his head. The opponent first shattered the blade and then pressed it down upon him. Yet, the hand moved with a swiftness surpassing that of the flying shard. The speed was terrifying to the utmost degree. Such velocity was beyond the comprehension of the Skeleton King. Noticing the indifference in Shen Yun's eyes, The Skeleton King trembled uncontrollably, his voice quivering as he stammered. I'm willing to submit. With a swift motion, Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fingers, instantly crushing the skull of his adversary. The sound of the Skeleton King collapsing echoed, startling everyone present. Witnessing Shen Yun wielding a Gatling gun, the pirates were filled with terror, pleading for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I was forced into this. I'm just a student. I've never killed anyone. Big brother, if I don't join, I will die. What would you choose? Shen Yun observed the short-haired beauty speaking. Her poise was striking. Undoubtedly an elite in reality, her words skillfully designed to sway. Had it been anyone else, the sorrowful, pleading gaze of a woman might have softened their heart. After all, her words held a semblance of truth. But what manner of place was the skeleton pirate ship? Who could discern the veracity of her claims? A murderer will always slay. It's a universal truth. Did she think that if I were to lose, I would have an opportunity to beg for mercy? Shen Yun pulled the trigger without hesitation. His smile casual. If you truly wish to escape, you should have taken the chance when I was dispatching your comrades. Mind your steps in your next life. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the formidable rounds penetrated the woman's delicate form, transforming her into a mere mass of flesh. After a brief moment, as the gunfire ceased, the beach lay devoid of living pirates, littered only with the spoils of war. Particularly, the treasures from the Skeleton King covered a significant portion of the sandy shore. Noticing Shen Yun did not gather the loot, and instead made to leave, the survivors hiding in the woods rushed towards the pile of resources as if driven mad. Everyone, charge! Food at last. Darling, did you see? The Skeleton King is dead. We must gather more supplies. In less than a week, we can escape this cursed island. Amidst the frenzy for the spoils, Su Xiaoyan whispered, Sister Yuran, do you think he left the items here intentionally for everyone? Who knows? Lin Yuran smiled, her lips pressed together. Just ensure we do not provoke him. Indeed. Su Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued. I wonder what reward he will receive at the end. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuran sighed softly. If only we could have his contact information. With someone so powerful, whether in reality or in the game, we would be much safer together. I find that difficult. Last time he drove us away, Su Xiaoyan replied with a look of resignation. They had been sheltered for so long on the periphery of the wolf pack. How wonderful it would be to live alongside Shen Yun. The chat box of Island 9527 erupted with fervor. The Skeleton King has perished. Slain by a mysterious powerhouse of Island 9527, que Zhejiang exclaimed. The man who tamed the wolf pack has appeared. He directly annihilated the Skeleton King, que jamais a dit. So, the super iron fortress and the wolf pack belong to him. No wonder he is so formidable. Unfortunately, he wore a thermal imaging mask, obscuring his features. Does anyone recognize him? The messages in the chat box ignited a frenzy among the survivors of Island 9527. This was no mere rumor. Many pirates began to scatter in fear, no longer daring to wield their power. Could it truly be real? Everyone rushed to the seaside, for there lay the fleet of ships anchored by the Skeleton King. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted along the shore, with no tide to shield them. The grounded pirate ships had nowhere to hide, engulfed in thick smoke from the incoming rocket fire. The pirates resting aboard had no time to escape, perishing in the inferno. The escort fleet and speedboats nearby also fell victim to Shen Yun's barrage. A deluge of supplies burst forth from the vessels, sending the survivors by the shore into a frenzied rush. Many were robbed of their remaining provisions by the pirates. With merely a few days left in the 30-day survival challenge, seizing this opportunity for supplies could mean success. How could they not be driven mad with excitement? After vanquishing the Skeleton King's pirate crew, Shen Yun returned to the super iron fortress. Given his current resource reserves, he found no value in the spoils of the Skeleton King's ship. Regrettably, even the pirates lacked any enhancement potions. Clearly, the island survival challenge only yielded physical enhancement potions. After burying the corpse of the White Wolf King in the open ground outside, Shen Yun entered the Iron Fortress, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The act of taking so many lives left him somewhat unsettled, though the process seemed as effortless as chopping vegetables. The gruesome imagery of severed limbs and bloodied flesh churned his stomach. After a refreshing shower, Shen Yun removed the thermal imaging mask, rubbing his face as he stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 11 concludes here. Returning to reality, he received 2-3's ability rewards. Following the eruption of the Skeleton King pirate incident, Everyone recognized that creating turmoil at the last moment would be counterproductive. The ensuing days brought an uncommon tranquility to the island. Various factions, even the pirate crews, remained in a state of wait and see as the survival challenge approached its conclusion. For ordinary people, lacking resources continued to plunge them into hardship. Yet, being free from oppression and exploitation was a significant improvement. On Island 95-27, tranquility reigned. Until the final day of their survival on the island, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyin found themselves thwarted by a pack of wolves, unable to meet Shen Yun. It seemed he had no desire to make their acquaintance. Lin Yuran lamented with a shake of her head. Such matters could not be forced. Su Xiuyin, too, wore a look of regret. They had yet to learn even Shen Yun's name. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, an announcement startled everyone. Congratulations to the survivors for enduring 30 days of island survival. You will be transported back to your original world in 60 seconds. Upon returning to reality, rewards based on your performance will be distributed. A gentle reminder followed. During the next 60 seconds, everyone will be afforded defensive protection and may send anonymous messages. The 30-day ordeal of survival on the island had finally come to an end. Those who had managed to survive breathed a collective sigh of relief, especially those from the lower echelons of society who collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the azure sky, oblivious to the tears streaming down their faces. Upon their arrival, most believed it to be akin to a vacation. Yet after 30 days, their existence had arguably become worse than that of animals. Anonymous survivors began to share their sentiments. It's finally over. As long as I'm alive. In the next world, I shall eliminate all men. If you want to fight, I'll take down every one of you. It's a relief to no longer have to resort to cannibalism. The Tianhua pirate group is truly despicable, especially their leader, Zhang Debiao, who has a penchant for consuming children. I've memorized your face. Just step outside and see how many will seek your demise. Clearly, many lived in discontent, particularly the beautiful and handsome individuals who, lacking strength, had to submit to the whims of others. Numerous survivors sent anonymous messages, venting their pent-up emotions. I wonder what rewards await us upon our return. If only we could become evolved beings, perhaps my body would have a chance to improve. I just hope the rewards we receive can be taken to the next world. Imagine gaining strength and abilities for a significant advantage in the next realm. But if we can take nothing, while it may seem fair, who can guarantee survival thereafter? Then perhaps one should refrain from entering the next world, preserving their strength and skills in reality while waiting for others to surpass them. At that point, you may regret not venturing into the next world. Who knows? You might find yourself lacking the ability to combat the oceanic monstrosities. Outside the super metal shelter, Shen Yun reclined on a bamboo chair, petting the little white wolf. When suddenly he vanished, the little wolf, filled with inexplicable anxiety, stood upright, glancing around in confusion. It observed that while the super metal shelter remained, Shen Yun was nowhere to be seen. Upon exiting the island world, Shen Yun found himself back on the bed in his rented apartment, where a message echoed in his mind. Congratulations to Shen Yun for surviving 30 days in the novice zone of the island. Reward will be sent after scoring concludes. Detecting Shen Yun's strength rating. Island's first Super SSS. Material rating. Island's first SSS. Housing rating. Island's first SSS. Under Command Wolf Pack rating B. Social rating F. Island's practical ability rating C. Shen Yun furrowed his brow as he held the transcendent stone in his hand. Will the subsequent worlds adhere to this rating as well? He pondered. Excessive social interaction in a post-apocalyptic scenario is evidently impractical. Who can truly discern if the seemingly jovial individual is plotting betrayal behind your back? This metric should be associated with the leaders of factions and survival teams. Practical ability ought to reflect survival skills. As a novice, Shen Yun's C rating likely stemmed from an accumulation of abundant resources, such as fishing bait and fish traps. He was keenly aware of this. After a series of ratings were announced, Shen Yun took a deep breath and focused intently. Congratulations, Shen Yun. You have achieved an SSS rating. You have received an SSS level treasure chest. At that moment, a projection of a resplendent purple-golden chest appeared before him. SSS level treasure chest. There's a chance to obtain SSS level items. Incredible. An SSS. Shen Yun beamed with joy, eagerly raising his hand to select open. As the projection of the purple-golden chest slowly unfurled, it emitted a dazzling radiance. Within that luminous glow, 2 iridescent cards began to levitate gracefully. Upon inspecting the card information, Shen Yun was filled with excitement and abruptly sat upright. Supernatural card, Space, SSS level. Initial unlock grants the ability of spatial displacement. Subsequent abilities will be unlocked and comprehended as one's strength increases. Radiation immunity, supernatural agent, SSS level. Upon use, all internal radiation values will vanish, granting immunity to any form of radiation infection, including biological threats and future oceanic apex anomalies. Chapter 12. Those who did not participate will regret. Exceptional reward package. Spatial abilities are truly extraordinary. Shen Yun was elated. With his power, he would be safeguarded in reality. The ability to become immune to nuclear radiation is equally formidable. According to the description, even apex anomalies arising from the oceans in the future could be disregarded in the event of a zombie apocalypse. This would equate to immunity against any level of zombie virus. Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement. Once the oceanic anomalies erupted and emerged onto the surface, the SSS-level nuclear immunity would indeed be terrifying. If a radiation-spewing anomaly were to attack him in his sleep, he would be none the wiser. Use. With a mere thought, the two levitating cards transformed into streams of light and surged into his body. The methodology for utilizing spatial abilities also flooded into his mind. The application of supernatural powers is intricately linked to one's mental fortitude and physical constitution. Although Shen Yun had mastered the spatial ability, his current strength was inadequate. He could only teleport up to 100 meters. At the same time, Shen Yun felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. Before long, dark stains began to seep from his skin, likely a result of internal nuclear contamination. He rose and made his way to the bathroom. With this newfound passive ability, he no longer had to worry about sustenance in this environment rife with nuclear pollution. He decided to experiment with spatial displacement. At the very moment he focused on the bathroom, he vanished from his spot, reappearing within the confines of the bathroom. How wonderfully convenient. He chuckled as he turned on the shower to cleanse himself. After employing his ability, a slight dizziness washed over him, by his estimation. He could manage only 10 displacements at most in this instance. All right, system, can I sign in within this world? If I could obtain another golden finger, wouldn't I soar to new heights? The system responded, informing him that the sign-in function could only be activated during a task world traversal. So that was the case. Shen Yun nodded, feeling no disappointment. After all, the next time he traversed to another realm, he could still sign in for a super golden finger. Furthermore, upon returning to reality, the rewards he would receive for his ratings would undoubtedly be substantial. For instance, the two abilities he had acquired this time were exceptionally formidable. Calling them apocalyptic golden fingers would not be an exaggeration. He was genuinely eager to discover what the next golden finger-S ability would be. With a broad smile, Shen Yun asked, System, could you give me a hint? The system responded, golden fingers are randomized. Very well. After refreshing himself, Shen Yun entered the living room and checked the time on his phone. September 30th, 2323. 2:21 p.m. Exactly 7 days had passed. Feeling a bit hungry, he rummaged through his pantry for 2 packets of instant noodles to satisfy his appetite while browsing for information online. Previously, during his time in the island world, he had endured several days without food after surpassing his physical limits. However, upon returning to the real world, hunger had returned with a vengeance. At that moment, an emotionless notification echoed in the minds of everyone across the globe. The newcomer zone for island survival has concluded. All survivors will receive a newcomer gift pack. The higher the rating, the better the rewards of the newcomer gift pack. The next world will commence in 3 days at noon. Kindly note, no items, including abilities or the strength of evolved beings, can be carried during the traversal. You may choose not to traverse and instead enhance your strength in reality to combat oceanic anomalies. Note, those who have not participated in inter-realm traversals will not have access to the newcomer zone or its benefits during the next crossing. What? Countless individuals who had not participated turned pale. They had planned to wait for the first group to return to gather more information before venturing into the other realm, believing this would grant them a strategic advantage. Yet now, the newcomer zone had vanished, along with the rewards for completing the challenges. The uproar online was deafening. Many who had returned to reality had acquired numerous exceptional items, such as a nuclear antidote. Just one injection could restore a severely irradiated patient, rejuvenating them and allowing them to thrive once more. Countries have announced the submission of controllable nuclear fusion energy cannons, electromagnetic pulse waves, and other technologies by travelers. These are formidable weapons and technologies that will aid in the confrontation against marine anomalies in the future. Some individuals have even experienced enhancements to their physical constitution. Although they have not evolved, a robust physique naturally offers resistance to nuclear contamination. More importantly, numerous people have acquired supernatural abilities from the reward chests. This is fundamentally essential for survival. In encounters with marine anomalies, those endowed with such abilities will undoubtedly have a higher chance of survival. Even enhancements to one's physique, when coupled with high-tech rewards submitted to the state, ensure a degree of safety. The emergence of so many exceptional rewards has left those who did not enter Island Survival filled with regret. It is widely understood that in the newcomer zone of Island Survival, the mailing function is remarkably convenient, allowing for transactions regardless of distance. Some survival enthusiasts who missed out on the island, after hearing the travelers recount their experiences online, wished fervently to slap themselves. With few beasts, scarce food, and the rarity of universal supply boxes, relying solely on oneself to seek resources, and the ability to utilize long-distance mail for trading, to them, this is hardly a vacation resort. Upon returning, the rewards from the chests must undoubtedly be of SSS rank. Supernatural abilities are easily attainable, right? Yet at present, the reward chests, novice gift packages, and the alternate world of newcomers remain beyond their reach. It is nothing short of a grievous loss. Merely contemplating it is enough to provoke a fit of rage. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. A multitude of individuals left comments beneath various survivor videos, venting their frustrations. Had I known, I would have gone. Alas, hesitation has led to this. I have gained nothing. My friend is even worse off, having been cuckolded. His wife returned home only to leave again, rumored to have been trained by someone, a CPU no less, even though her sensations diminished upon her return. It turns out she has a penchant for such sobs. Now, if one does not take the plunge and venture forth, one cannot claim that marine anomalies pose a danger. Do you believe that ordinary individuals can coexist fairly with the strong? Once resources dwindle, will the weak still hold any sway? For those reluctant to traverse, just observe the content shared by those who survived on the island. Some are reduced to mere fodder. Do you understand? Fortunately, everyone starts from zero, and even those with supernatural abilities have yet to enter the next world. It can be deemed exceedingly fair. Meanwhile, every survivor received a notification in their minds. Congratulations to survivor Shen Yun for receiving a novice gift package. Warm reminder, this package is enhanced by the survivor's SSS rating. Elevated to the highest quality, supreme gift package. Excellent. Sitting on his bed, Shen Yun gazed at the projected package and, with a thought, commanded, "Open." Congratulations, Shen Yun. You have obtained 1D grade ability crystal core, 1st tier evolutionary strength, and 21st tier evolution crystal cores. As the prompt concluded, a small cluster of crystalline cores landed softly upon Shen Yun's bed, and he felt a warm surge coursing through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting heat. Chapter 13. Elevation of Strength. Unlock, Spatial Devour. The power surging within him imparted an illusion of boundless energy. If a bull were present, Shen Yun was confident he could fell it with a single punch. This sudden augmentation of strength bestowed upon him an immediate sense of empowerment. Furthermore, his mind felt remarkably clear and lucid. The discomfort and dizziness that had previously accompanied the use of his abilities dissipated in an instant. Having previously reached the limits of his physical potential, the enhancement he experienced now seemed to have been facilitated by the Tao of Heaven, erasing the sensations of the island. Shen Yun clenched his fists tightly and rose to stretch his limbs. Each punch, kick, and elbow strike filled him with a profound sense of might. To put it simply, he could effortlessly overcome dozens of his former selves. There was an undeniable reassurance in his own strength. With a beaming smile, Shen Yun withdrew his hands. After all, the gifts acquired by a traveler in a foreign realm would eventually vanish, such as strength and various supernatural attributes. However, survival experience and combat techniques would remain etched in one's memory, requiring time to solidify. Therefore, any tangible enhancement in strength was of utmost importance to anyone. As a first-tier evolved being, he was already a considerable step ahead of the crowd. Coupled with this new ability, his power was astonishingly formidable. With a self-satisfied grin, Shen Yun raised his hand, fingers splayed, and intoned with a commanding voice, "Spatial Devour. A hum reverberated through the air. Before him, a ripple of nothingness formed. And in the blink of an eye, a black hole barrier the size of a basin slowly materialized in the void. This was Shen Yun's second lethal move. A spatial ability that he had acquired after becoming an evolved being, Spatial Devour. Once activated, it could consume any attack without reflecting harm, a truly terrifying prospect. As his strength continued to grow, the black hole would expand, resembling those found in the galaxy, devouring anything that dared to approach it. In combat, a single use of Spatial Devour could cast an opponent into an endless abyss, a thought that sent shivers down one's spine. As he dispelled his powers, Shen Yun held the Degrade Ability Crystal Core in his hand. The core was the size of a fingernail, its overall hue a dark gray reminiscent of chaos. 3 slender white lines adorned its surface, radiating a starlit glow to signify the core's rank, rendering it quite enchanting. Degrade Ability Crystal Core, upon use. It randomly awakens a degrade ability. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yun chose not to utilize it. For him, the quality of a degrade ability was far too inferior. Previously, while enjoying instant noodles, he had learned online that the abilities acquired by survivors were at least of F grade. His own ability was rated at 3S. If there existed levels beyond 3S, there would be a total of 10 tiers. The degrade ability, being merely tier 3, represented a significant disparity. Regardless, in the next world he traversed, the abilities of all would cease to function. If he were to acquire another advanced ability, the D-class power might not even have a chance to manifest. Utilizing it now would be a sheer waste. It is better to hold on to it for the time being. After collecting the ability Crystal Core, Shen Yun examined the next tier of crystal cores. The first tier crystal cores were identical in size, uniformly gray. First tier Evolution Crystal Core. Produced by low-tier marine anomalies, humans can advance to first-tier evolvers after consuming 25 pieces. Have anomalies already begun to generate crystal cores? Or is it possible that this was previously unreported? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. According to the news and data from this world, the marine life that has emerged on land over the past 2 centuries did not possess crystal cores within them. If such information was deliberately withheld, it becomes rather intriguing. Shen Yun's gaze flickered, then he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. This matter had no bearing on him. The next world, arriving in 3 days, was what truly deserved his consideration. Preparing himself, Shen Yun lay in bed and opened a mobile app to search for nearby shooting clubs. He intended to regain his previous shooting skills and accuracy. However, upon checking online, he discovered that the shooting clubs in Haicheng were already fully booked. Even studios for combat, survival, and rock climbing were overcrowded, requiring appointments and waiting lists. He would have to resort to exercising at home. Rising from his bed, Shen Yun proceeded to the living room to commence his workout. As for work, it was no longer necessary. Most companies had shut down, and employees were being indoctrinated to band together in the other world for support. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Is Shen Yun home? Is anyone there? We are here to register information. Register information? Shen Yun glanced through the peephole and opened the door to find 2 uniformed officers standing at the entrance. One of the men smiled at Shen Yun and said, "Hello, we are here to invite ability users to join the official ranks. If you possess an ability, you might consider enrolling, as it offers many conveniences. We will also reward outstanding ability users with Evolution Crystal Cores." I wish I could join, but alas. Y pusas nobilitias, Shen Yun siga. For him, joining a faction would equate to being constrained, potentially inviting endless troubles. Moreover, with a system in place, becoming a mere worker would be too degrading. Well then, sorry to have disturbed you. The male officer nodded, briefly recording some information before heading to another residence. After shutting the door, Shen Yun began his workout, utilizing various tutorials available online. However, having already reached the prowess of a first-tier evolver, his physique was remarkably strong, requiring several more sets to observe any significant results. Amidst the tense atmosphere, time passed swiftly. Everyone was striving to enhance themselves, researching information, listening to novels, exercising, and honing personal survival skills. News reports indicated that numerous countries had implemented comprehensive material controls, and those willing to continue working would receive salaries multiplied several times over, along with provisions. After all, many were preparing for entry into the other world, who would be left to produce goods. Experts asserted that, in the future, the primary currency for human trade would inevitably be anomaly crystal cores. By noon on the 3rd day, As those preparing for the traversal fixed their gaze upon the time displayed on their phones, the anticipation felt interminable, stretching the perception of time beyond the 3 days that had elapsed. No one could foretell the perils that awaited in the world to which they would soon be transported. In a modest rental unit, Shen Yun awaited his turn, caressing the pale blue traversal stone in his hand, quietly wishing for the golden opportunity bestowed upon him during this sign-in to prove sufficiently practical. At that moment, as the clock struck 11:59 and the seconds ticked down to 11:59:57, the world collectively held its breath. The enigmatic announcement arrived as expected. Universal traversal countdown, 3 seconds. 2-1. Gentle reminder, traversers are unable to carry any items, including personal abilities or strengths. One may choose to forego the traversal and strengthen themselves in reality. In a flash, the traversal stone erupted with a brilliant blue light. As his surroundings blurred, Shen Yun found himself seated in an office building. The environment was neither the island paradise speculated by netizens nor a desolate desert, but rather a bustling metropolis. A sense of unease gripped many as they contemplated the urban apocalypse. Concurrently, a chilling notification surged through everyone's minds, leaving them in a state of alarm. Ding! Welcome, Traverser, to the zombie apocalypse. Survival duration, 6 months. Countdown to apocalypse, 10 seconds. Starting weapon, fruit knife. Zombies, 6 months of survival. Panic washed over the crowd, draining the color from their faces. Even those who thrived in the island setting turned pale at the thought. The island had not been teeming with feral beasts, but this urban landscape was rife with the undead. The majority of individuals were ordinary people, devoid of any inherited powers or strengths. Faced with the prospect of surviving 6 months without a male trading feature, was there even a glimmer of hope? Amidst the chaos, curses and shouts erupted from the streets. It's over. They're all around me. Get away from me. Chapter 14. The zombie apocalypse begins. Instant level up upon sign-in. Move it, shouted a young man, infuriated after being jostled by passers-by. He was not alone. Many shoppers were similarly knocked about by strangers in their midst. This crowd was utterly lacking in civility. An apocalypse, or had they all lost their minds? With so many people, was this merely a theatrical performance being recorded? Hey, Jia, why are you leaning back? A girl beside her noticed her friend suddenly tilt backward. Confusion etched across her face. As her friend's pink underwear became visible beneath her JK skirt, the girl rushed forward, flustered. What are you doing? I don't remember you ever studying yoga. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock. The girl who had tilted back abruptly straightened, revealing her grayish-white pupils and a face marred with deathly spots. Amidst the hoarse and guttural roars, my friend suddenly widened her delicate lips, tearing at the corners, and lunged toward me with a bite. What are you doing? Ah, it's a zombie. Run. The thunderous and frenzied cries swept across the entire city. The anguished screams of the crowd were utterly drowned out by the horde of the undead. In the office area where Shen Yun found himself, a transformation had erupted. Among the 20 or so transmigrators, 7 native inhabitants had succumbed to the transformation. Fortunately, many among the transmigrators had previously ventured to an island. As the alert sounded, some swiftly secured the doors. The 7 transformed zombies had yet to attack when they were collectively dispatched by the group. Even the seemingly delicate young women showed remarkable decisiveness in their actions. This scene left many newcomers and natives in awe. Wow, are these the veterans? How impressive, exclaimed a girl, looking at the one who had kicked the zombie with admiration. The two were of similar age, yet the other could slay zombies, which stirred feelings of envy within her. However, the 3 women who took action wore expressions of indifference, conveying to the returning transmigrators that these individuals had either faced calamities on the island or were formidable forces not to be trifled with. If the former were true, the danger would be even greater. Ding. Current world detected as a zombie apocalypse. Would the host like to sign in for the super golden finger? Here it comes. A glimmer of excitement shone in Shen Yun's eyes as he noticed that no one around him had transformed. He discreetly retreated to the back of the crowd. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Super Golden Finger. Level upgrade. Level upgrade. The host will be directly elevated to the highest level of the current world. Peak level 10 transmutant. What the heck? Max level. Another absurd enhancement? Shen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! A tremor surged through his body, causing his hair to stand on end. An indescribable surge of formidable power erupted from within, igniting his very essence. In an instant, the people and objects around him appeared subtly altered to his perception. This was a transformation from the inside out. The most visceral sensation was that, whether it was the surrounding individuals or the howling zombies outside, all he could think of to describe them was weak, incredibly weak. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of power surged within him. If he so desired, he could effortlessly eradicate the entire city of zombies. It felt reminiscent of the extreme strength he experienced from the 30,000 point enhancement, yet even more potent. Shen Yun took a deep breath, calming the excitement bubbling within him. The sensation of strength he had felt on the island had faded upon his return to this realm, leaving only a vague memory. However, having tasted such extraordinary power again, he quickly stabilized his emotions. Ah, this feeling is truly magnificent. He clenched his fists, filled with awe. Truly, the super escort system is undeniably domineering. Thank you for the compliment. Host, it is only to be expected. The system does not engage in frivolities. Hail to the system. Shen Yun smiled broadly, surveying the projection interface. The Traverser chat group was still active, with messages flooding in rapidly. The character inventory contained merely 20 slots. As for character attributes, email, and friends, they had all vanished, leaving only a newly introduced option. Apocalyptic Quest. Shen Yun clicked to explore. Apocalyptic Quest. Collect 2 bottles of mineral water. A gentle reminder appeared. The more tasks you complete, the higher your rating. You may opt to skip tasks. Rating will be deducted. Good heavens! I must complete all of these tasks. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously on the island, he had been unaware of how task ratings were determined. Now, possessing the strength of a peak tier 10-level mutant, he was determined to complete each task and maximize the quality of rewards. The mere thought of the highest quality rewards sent a thrill through him. At that moment, the remaining 6 natives in the room gazed incredulously at the unfamiliar faces surrounding them. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? Their astonishment was palpable as over 20 individuals materialized in the room. Could they be Traversers? Upon hearing this, the Traversers, including Shen Yun, turned their attention to the bespectacled young man, whose face turned pale with fright. Amidst the crowd, one Traverser chuckled at the 6. Indeed, we are Traversers. Isn't it marvelous? The 6 momentarily forgot their fear, their astonishment spilling forth. Good heavens! Are there really Traversers in this world? Please tell us, what is this apocalypse about? There were meteorite falls, a global fog spread, and we never imagined it was caused by corpse poison. How did you arrive here? You aren't here to save the Earth. Are you? Did you come through a time machine? Save the Earth? The group fell silent. It was a miracle if they could save themselves. The thought of having merely 6 months to survive extinguished any desire for conversation. Just as Shen Yun contemplated leaping into action to undertake the quest, a loud bang echoed through the room as the door connecting to the adjacent office was kicked open. A man burst in, and upon seeing so many people in the office brandishing knives, he quickly smiled and said, "We are all from the same place. Let's help each other, shall we?" Shen Yun, hearing that familiar false laughter, Shen Yun turned to see a rather handsome man in a suit come into view. It was indeed an old acquaintance. Zhang Tao, the head of the Human Resources Department at the Beautiful People Group, was a colleague from Shen Yun's workplace. Behind Zhang Tao, a large group of people were curiously scanning the room. Where is Shen Yun? Let me see. It was indeed him. It seemed this traversal was a simulation. Wherever they usually operated would dictate the environment they were transported to. Chapter 15. An unexpected encounter with an acquaintance, a crisp break. It is rumored that Shen Yun ventured to the island to seek a new beginning after a breakup. Is this true? I had thought he returned home to inherit his family's fortune. As these words were spoken, a collective gaze turned toward the girl in the white dress, standing amidst the crowd like a snow lotus. Noticing Shen Yun's calm demeanor, she smiled gently and remarked, "Now, you must surely reveal the reason for your breakup, right?" Wang Jiani, a graduate who joined the company 2 months earlier than Shen Yun, was already renowned as the campus belle. Before long, she was revered as a goddess by her male colleagues. Many single co-workers pursued her, both openly and covertly. Unfortunately, their aspirations were thwarted by the sudden emergence of Shen Yun. Shen Yun applied for a security position at the beauty company, contemplating retirement early to savor a leisurely life, given the pervasive nuclear pollution in the world. Yet, his nuclear contamination levels were astonishingly low. Only the affluent and elite could boast such indicators. Coupled with his striking handsomeness and mature demeanor, working as a security guard seemed a disservice to his potential. Fearing the influential forces behind Shen Yun, Sister Lu from the recruitment department arranged for him to work internally within the company, thus ensuring he was well cared for. One might surmise that this privileged youth would surely remember Sister Lu's kindness even after he departed, but Shen Yun declined her goodwill, insisting on his desire to merely pass the days as a security guard. However, it wasn't long before whispers of his remarkably low nuclear indicators spread throughout the company. Shen Yun maintained that he was just an ordinary person, yet no one believed him. At this juncture, the innocent and beautiful campus belle, Wang Jiani, began to ardently pursue Shen Yun in secret. As a bachelor navigating this perilous, nuclear-tainted world, Shen Yun eventually opened his heart, realizing that Wang Jiani's affection was not rooted in speculation about a hidden background, but rather in his charm and sunny disposition. Thus, he embraced the present, and their relationship blossomed in youthful passion. However, frequent visits to hotels soon drained Shen Yun's finances. It dawned on Wang Jiani that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. Aside from their escapades, Shen Yun rarely spent money. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao, the personnel manager with intentions towards Wang Jiani, received her private message inquiring about Shen Yun's identity. In truth, Zhang Tao was already privy to Shen Yun's orphan status from Sister Lu. Yet, Shen Yun's nuclear indicators were far from ordinary, and his extraordinary aura radiated a sense of calm and grace, seemingly detached from worldly concerns. Zhang Tao had no desire for extensive interaction with Shen Yun, considering him merely a subordinate of Wang Jiani. However, upon learning of Wang Jiani's aspirations to align herself with a wealthy individual, he perceived an opportunity to fulfill a long-held dream of courting the campus belle. In his youth, he had never had the chance to engage with such beauty. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment. He candidly informed Wang Jiani that Shen Yun was indeed an orphan. If she doubted him, he could easily arrange for someone to confront Shen Yun, revealing the truth in an instant. Having established his identity as an orphan, Shen Yun found himself in a precarious situation, as Wang Jiani, determined to maintain her reputation while pursuing affluent suitors, felt compelled to heed his directives. Should Shen Yun truly be a tycoon, the worst that could happen to Zhang Tao would be resignation and a hasty retreat, without implicating Wang Jiani. Once Wang Jiani wed into the Shen family's affluence, he could then resort to underhanded tactics to threaten her, considering she was one of the conspirators against Shen Yun. At that juncture, both wealth and influence would be within his grasp, transforming his fortunes dramatically. Zhang Tao, in this scheming, perceived no loss. Wang Jiani, without further contemplation, acquiesced to the plan. Until Shen Yun's true identity was uncovered, she risked losing everything, thus her urgency. Unfortunately, their clandestine plot was inadvertently discovered by Shen Yun. One fateful evening, after having satisfied Wang Jiani, Shen Yun noticed her receiving messages late at night. Observing her exhausted slumber, he utilized her fingerprint to access her phone, unveiling a message from Zhang Tao. Tomorrow night, after you part ways with him, my people will deal with him. Remember to keep it confidential. Shen Yun refrained from opening the message to avoid exposure. Setting the phone aside, he gazed at Wang Jiani, who resembled a sleeping beauty. Feeling a wave of desolation wash over him, he had initially believed he had found true love, only to realize she was merely a pragmatic woman. As dawn broke, Shen Yun sought intimacy, but Wang Jiani rebuffed him, citing ill health, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor before checkout. Pretending to storm out, he ignored her for days. With the situation at such a juncture, he had nothing further to say, and their communication gradually faded. However, it was not long before a loud knocking echoed against Shen Yun's door. Although they had parted ways, it remained uncertain whether it was Zhang Tao's orchestration or Wang Jiani's lingering curiosity about his identity that prompted her to probe further. Shen Yun chose to remain secluded within his home, dismissing her attempts, but the following day he was met with the broadcast of Universal Crossing, leading to the present scenario. Returning to the present, Shen Yun observed Wang Jiani, her eyes slightly red, gazing at him in silence. In times past, such a sight would have elicited his instinct to embrace and comfort her. Yet now, he regarded her with disdain. This woman continued to test him regarding the reasons for their breakup, evidently uncertain about her and Zhang Tao's machinations. Wang Jiani's inquiries were ultimately aimed at discerning whether Shen Yun had returned alive from the island, as those who returned had received settlement rewards and starter packs. Should Shen Yun prosper from this turn of events, she would still possess avenues for redemption. Zhang Tao, astute as ever, recognized Wang Jiani's attempts to gauge Shen Yun. Yet he was well aware that those who traversed to alternate realms could not inherit their real-world prowess. Even if Shen Yun were fortunate enough to acquire abilities during his time on the island, he would arrive here devoid of any power. Zhang Tao, also a returnee from the island world, had faced formidable challenges alongside the island's leader and the pirate crew, and he was unperturbed in the face of Shen Yun. You think you can board my ship and simply disembark? There is no turning back for you. You are destined to be mine. Zhang Tao greedily glanced at Wang Jianni's exquisite visage and chuckled at Shen Yun, saying, "Huh? It seems you two have truly parted ways and are still in a fit of anger. We are all colleagues. There is no need to wear such cold expressions. We should support one another." Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated behind them. A hoarse roar echoed, startling Wang Jianni and the others into turning around, their expressions shifting dramatically. Oh no, the back door's glass has shattered. A horde of zombies surged through the broken glass door, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they advanced. For heaven's sake, run. Don't block the door. Zhang Tao bellowed to his colleagues. After the island incident, he had consumed numerous novels and films, including those of the zombie genre. Now, he confidently took charge, exuding authority. More than 10 colleagues began hastily moving tables and chairs to barricade the entrance. With a face etched in anxiety, Wang Jianni rushed to Shen Yun's side, instinctively grasping his hand and whispering tremulously, "Are we going to be all right?" However, as she followed Shen Yun's gaze toward the office area's other door, her pupils dilated in horror. The door that had been barricaded with furniture was now corroding, its remnants seeping into the ground like sludge. Yet, the others remained captivated by the chaos at the back door, oblivious to the peril here. Watching as zombies began to infiltrate, Wang Jianni's face turned ashen as she pointed ahead, exclaiming, "The door! What's wrong, Jianni? What door?" her colleagues asked, following her finger to the door. Then, piercing screams erupted like thunder, disorienting everyone present. "Zombies are coming in here. There's zombies in both directions." "What?" Everyone spun around, only to see over a dozen zombies charging towards them, shrieking through the now corroded door. As the grotesque figures advanced, a chilling dread engulfed the room, prompting everyone to scatter in terror. "This is it. What do we do now?" "Stay calm. Use the terrain to combat the zombies. Create barriers with their bodies." The scene devolved into chaos. The brave began utilizing the desks in the office to slay the undead, while the majority succumbed to panic. Even those blocking the back door, including Zhang Tao, turned in fear when they realized they were under attack from behind, abandoning the thought of fighting off any zombies. Wang Jianni and her companions were similarly disoriented, scrambling atop the desks in an attempt to grasp the ceiling's water pipes. When Shen Yun saw Zhang Tao passing by, he seized his neck with a firm grip. "You!" Zhang Tao furiously turned to glare at him. "Is this really the time for conflict?" Anxious and filled with murderous intent, Zhang Tao did not wish to meet his demise here. However, before he could retaliate against this insufferable brat, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Why is he so formidable? Zhang Tao's expression softened, his eyes reflecting a momentary freeze of rage and disbelief. Shen Yun, with an air of indifference, casually flung his lifeless body towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Had he not detected their scheming in advance, perhaps after being struck, dragging his injured body could have compromised his survival during the traversal. Since a grudge had been formed, eliminating him was the only course of action. Chapter 16. The Materialistic Ex-Girlfriend, A Grand Farewell. What terror does the power of a peak-tier tenebrant possess? The corpse, akin to a cannonball, shattered the floor-to-ceiling window in an instant. Meanwhile, in the office area, the influx of zombies was becoming increasingly overwhelming as despair etched their faces. The onlookers searched frantically for an escape route. Upon hearing the explosive sound from the window, many turned to look, gasping in shock. Gasp! For outside, a figure stood suspended in midair. Shen Yun. He could actually fly. Wang Jianni, witnessing this scene, felt every hair on her body stand on end. As the number of zombies invading the room escalated, she had no time to ponder. She pushed past her astonished colleague and rushed forward. "Darling, catch me." She knew that Shen Yun adored hearing those two words, especially during their intimate moments. When she pleaded for mercy, she would utter this endearment, which only fueled his enthusiasm, filling her with secret delight. Wang Jianni was aware that she had him firmly in her grasp. Now her boyfriend could soar through the skies. In this apocalyptic world, that was of utmost significance. Just the thought of their future days together thrilled her immensely. Leaping from the floor-to-ceiling window, she felt akin to a bird soaring towards Shen Yun. Yet, to her dismay, he did not extend his hand to catch her. Instead, he stepped back. He calmly observed her plummeting figure. In that instant, Wang Jiani was struck dumb with terror. Whoosh! At the height of the 17th floor, the rushing wind whipped past her ears, awakening her from her daze. Her face turned ashen as she let out a piercing scream. No. Save me, Shen Yun. Wang Jiani attempted to look up, but gravity constrained her, forcing her to barely tilt her head. Tears blurred her vision. Yet the overwhelming dread compelled her to catch one last glimpse of that heartless man, wondering why he would not catch her. Suddenly, a whisper grazed her ear, causing her eyes to widen in fear. You should not have conspired with Zhang Tao. No. Until her final moment, Wang Jiani saw no indication from Shen Yun that he intended to assist her. A dawning realization struck her as she stared blankly at his fleeting, indifferent countenance. Regret? Guilt? Perhaps what Wang Jiani felt most was the understanding that she should not have deceived an innocent young man with her own naivety. This feeling was deeply conflicting. Yet, is not humanity inherently contradictory? A thunderous roar erupted. The graceful figure plummeted, shattering the car's windows and denting its roof. The cacophony summoned the horde of corpses on the street, which surged forth with a chilling howl. Perched atop the vehicle, Shen Yun casually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the collar pocket of a nearby zombie. The surrounding undead seemed oblivious to his presence. Some even, upon nearing him, would emit low, anxious growls and instinctively retreat a short distance. At first glance, he bore little resemblance to a human warrior, exuding an aura akin to that of a zombie king. The smoke stung his nostrils with its acrid intensity. As Shen Yun inhaled, he gazed silently at Wang Jiani, whose bloodied visage lay within the dent of the car roof, faint traces of crimson glimmering in his eyes. With a faint smile, he murmured, "Let me accompany you on your final journey. In your next life, do not let wealth cloud your vision. Are we not all, in our essence, capable of feeling? Were it not for the act of violence, Wang Jiani had indeed evoked within Shen Yun the sweet pangs of first love. Truth be told, he still harbored affection for this pure and beautiful girl. Yet, life is a curious tapestry. Had Shen Yun been assaulted without the backing of a system, entry to the island would have been a distant dream. Such a setback would lead to a cascade of failures. Even if he managed to enter, injuries could render him immobile, potentially leading to his demise. Even the strongest of men had perished on that island. What luck would it take for him to survive? If he were to show mercy simply because Wang Jiani was beautiful and his girlfriend, he could not afford such indulgence. There were weighty matters at play. Survival was not merely a matter of forgiving and forgetting. It was time to undertake his mission. Shen Yun flicked the cigarette but beneath the leaking car. Witnessing the sparks erupt violently from the vehicle's underside, he leaped onto the rooftop ahead, vanishing in a flash. The formidable physique of a level 10 mutant allowed him to traverse the void effortlessly. Simultaneously, a flame erupted from beneath the car, engulfing the shattered vehicle in an instant. After all, they shared a fleeting bond. It would be a disservice for Wang Jiani to be consumed by the zombies. Shen Yun's funeral service could be seen as a form of tribute. Within the supermarket, as Shen Yun collected 2 bottles of mineral water, the apocalyptic mission underwent a transformation. Mission complete. Reward, 1 pack of instant noodles. Next mission activated. Hunt 50 zombies. Shen Yun glanced at the horde meandering between the shelves, raised his hand, and tore a shelf from its supports, fashioning it into sharpened metal shards, which he hurled at the heads of the zombies in the aisle. Whoosh! With the sound of slicing air, zombie heads were cleaved in twain. Zombie kill 1. Zombie killed 2. Effortlessly done. With a smile, Shen Yun shaped the metal, dispatching a cluster of zombies with ease. The clattering of metal against the shelves and the resounding crash against the walls stirred the horde, causing a ripple of confusion among the survivors on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the supermarket. The horde had just quieted down, and yet it erupted once more. Could it be that the undead are planning to rush forward? I recall that many places have been overrun by corrosive zombies. The carts and chairs in the corridors may not be sufficient to hold them back. Look, there is someone on the 1st floor. With so many zombies, he might not survive. The crowd cautiously approached the railing to gaze downward, only to discover a man wielding a piece of metal, swiftly dispatching a horde of zombies in his path. Incredible. Is that the flying pancake hero? The sheer strength is terrifying. Everyone stood in awe, witnessing a spectacle of countless zombies sprawled across 3 aisles below. Why aren't the zombies attacking him? Ah, indeed. It suddenly dawned on them. The zombies on the first floor seemed to ignore him entirely. At that moment, a man on the third floor railing furrowed his brow and murmured, "Do you all recall the identity hinted at in the mysterious broadcast?" Identity? The three companions exchanged glances, and suddenly, their expressions shifted as they exclaimed, "He has acquired the identity of a zombie. No wonder the zombies do not attack him. He is one of them. Boss. Isn't that akin to having a cheat?" One of the younger companions gazed enviously at the figure below. In a world teeming with zombies, someone had actually activated the zombie identity. The implications of this were monumental. If one cannot defeat them, joining them is a viable strategy. Observing his ease of movement, it was evident that he possessed self-awareness, an extraordinary stroke of luck. A profound sense of envy surged within all those in the supermarket. Chapter 17. Ice-based abilities. Ascending to level 10 instantly. Indeed, he has an advantage. The man spoke with a tone filled with envy. He was the ruler of the island number 769 in the previous world. Yet, currently, he could do little more than ensure his own survival. The disparity between him and the man navigating the horde with ease was vast. Boss, does this mean he might rush forward to undertake a killing mission? One of the younger companions, realizing a potential pitfall, looked tense. We should make a hasty retreat. Mo Chong Kong turned and fled. 50 zombies were swiftly eliminated by Shen Yun. Mission complete. Reward, 20 liters of gasoline. Next mission, elevate to level 1 mutant. Level 1 mutant? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. He was already at level 10. Surely, this wouldn't entail a regression in strength? Fortunately, the mission appeared reliable, and moments later, the task list refreshed. Mission complete. Reward, Fine Longsword. Next mission, collect 10 kilograms of food, 20 kilograms of drinking water, and 50 liters of gasoline. The rewards held little value for Shen Yun. After confirming the mission, he began to wander through the supermarket amidst the zombie horde. Given his prowess, these tasks were exceedingly simple. Observing the zombies parting ways for him, Shen Yun mused to himself, could it be that the mutants also harbor zombie toxins within them? Some formidable corpse kings exude an aura that instills dread in lower-tier zombies, rendering them hesitant to approach. This phenomenon is akin to that observed in the animal kingdom. It arises solely among kindred beings. Humans and zombies, upon inspection, appear to be two distinct species. The sole explanation for such occurrences is that the zombie toxin serves as a catalyst for human evolution, survival of the fittest. Contemplating this seems futile, as I will inevitably depart from this place, Shen Yun mused, shaking his head. After gathering the supplies, he turned away from the supermarket to seek vehicles for gasoline. Simultaneously, he accessed the Transcender Chat interface, narrowing his search for information within the city limits. Transcender Chat interface, Jiangnan City. Alexander, I unearthed a power crystal core from a zombie's cranium. Who will rescue me? I shall reward you with it. Coordinates provided. Lu Rong, why is this more challenging than the island? I'm merely a newcomer. Is there anyone acquainted who can come to aid my daughter and me? Ma Fiyu, I am bound in the restroom. My mission requires locating a generator. What a ridiculous task. Is there any necessity for such a connection? Li Hua, I've heard that individuals in other cities have already acquired supernatural abilities. How envious I am. Huang Xiaoxiong, superpowers are trivial. We have a transmigrator among us, and they are a zombie. Thankfully, that esteemed individual has departed. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. I'm terrified. What? A zombie identity? How astonishing. Could they evolve into a high-tier zombie that devastates cities? We must prepare to evacuate Jiangnan City post-haste. Without a doubt, the most expedient method of acquiring information is through the chat interface. Shen Yun briefly scanned the messages, confirming that each individual's apocalyptic mission differed significantly. Furthermore, the emergence of attribute crystal cores and supernatural ability cores among zombies was noted. He opted to tackle tasks at hand, as there was no urgency for these matters. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Shen Yun effortlessly tore apart a vehicle's exterior, extracting the fuel tank to begin his gasoline collection. In the ensuing hours, he swiftly completed personal missions, gathering food and usable supplies, collecting seeds from the flower and bird market to enhance his strength, observing zombie behavior, and hunting corrosive entities, among other tasks. The simplest mission for him was to bolster his power. Currently, survivors aspiring to ascend to second-tier supernatural beings must consume 100 first-tier crystal cores or 25 second-tier cores. However, for Shen Yun, fulfilling strength-related tasks was remarkably effortless. The second simplest task involved collecting supplies, easily accomplished with a visit to supermarkets or convenience stores. The third type required gathering resources from specific locations, which was relatively time-consuming. Over the course of 5 days, Shen Yun elevated his apocalyptic mission to the level of a 5th-tier supernatural being. It could be said that he was the only one globally at this level, as high-tier zombies were nowhere to be found. Perhaps within a fortnight, he would achieve the 10th-tier mission. Standing by the window, Shen Yun observed the horde of corpses on the street and smiled faintly. His current task was to rest within the safety zone for half a day. He sought out an unoccupied room to settle down securely. After a flurry of busy days, Shen Yun finally found a rare moment of leisure and prepared himself a sumptuous Chinese meal. Braised pork, steamed yellow croaker, stir-fried cabbage, braised ribs with radish, along with a roasted chicken and a chilled beer. What a delightful feast on a summer day. As he savored the chicken feet, a task notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, on completing the half-day rest task. Reward: 1 ability, Crystal Nucleus. What a surprise. Resting grants me abilities? Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly opened his backpack. Before him lay a white crystal nucleus emitting a chilling mist. Ice System ability Crystal Nucleus. Consuming it will awaken the Ice System ability Ice Spike. Friendly reminder: ability upgrades require energy crystal nuclei. 25 energy crystal nuclei can elevate the ability to the 1st tier. The energy crystal nuclei are derived from the heads of zombies. These nuclei are specifically used for enhancing abilities, and other travelers have already explored this in the chat box. Shen Yun took it out and consumed it immediately. Recently, he had been focused on tasks and hadn't harvested any zombie heads. Given the current apocalyptic scenario and the strength of others, abilities were merely an embellishment for Shen Yun. He did not feel the need to pursue them vigorously. The crystal dissolved instantly. A wave of cold mist surged into his mouth, dispersing throughout his limbs. Simultaneously, the method of utilizing the ability flooded into his mind. What a pleasant surprise. Shen Yun smiled as he exhaled a breath of cold air, just as he was about to test the effects of his newfound power. A notification resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Ice System ability currently at the initial level, triggering the level up effect. Ice System ability upgraded to the pinnacle of the 10th tier. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, on elevating the Ice System ability to its highest level. Unlocking Ice System abilities: Arrow Rain, Frozen Thousands of Miles, Ice Sword, Ice Wings, Ice Shield, Absolute Ice Domain, Frozen Space. Shen Yun, who had initially appeared composed, widened his eyes upon hearing the names of over 10 awakened abilities. What the heck? The ability level can also be upgraded? Indeed, host. The level up effect includes the ability levels. Amazing. Cheers to you, my friend. Shen Yun jovially raised his beer. Thank you, host, but the system cannot partake in alcohol. Haha, no worries. After finishing his drink, Shen Yun curiously approached the window. Gazing at the horde of zombies in the street with a glint of excitement in his eyes, he murmured, "Arrow Rain." Buzz! A mental ripple instantly erupted from his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the street, spanning over 200 meters, was bombarded with a flurry of ice arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, swift as lightning, left a series of afterimages in the air as they pierced into the horde below. The arrows were extraordinarily sharp, easily penetrating parked vehicles, let alone the zombies. In mere moments, the zombies on the street fell silent, frozen in place, transformed into crystalline sculptures. The scene was utterly magnificent. The power was indeed formidable. With a satisfied nod, Shen Yun glanced at the refreshed tasks on the taskbar. His brow arched in surprise. A faction mission? Chapter 18. The pressure that drives back the horde. Terrifying indeed. Approaching the destination, the Tulip Academy. Please prepare to park. Listening to the navigation, Shen Yun noticed the academy's gates were firmly shut ahead. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator of the off-road vehicle and charged straight in. Before he could draw near, the lock on the massive iron gate shattered under a wisp of icy mist. A resounding crash startled the teachers and students within the academy, their hearts racing in alarm. What was that sound? It seemed to be the gate, and the sound of a vehicle. Everyone hurriedly rushed out of their classrooms and into the corridor. Roar! Upon witnessing the throngs of zombies pouring through the school gates, the onlookers trembled in fear. After days of hard-won tranquility, how could someone have breached the academy gates? What was happening? At that moment, a bare-chested man burst out of the office and into the corridor. Without needing any prompting, he spotted the approaching off-road vehicle and the horde on the playground. Damn it! The man slammed his fist against the balcony, his gaze fixed angrily on the figure within the vehicle, wishing he could eliminate the intruder. Over the past few days, Xiao Chun and his subordinates had exerted tremendous effort to clear the zombies from Tulip Academy. Yet, an unknown intruder had come to ruin it all. What troubled Xiao Chun further was the thought of whether this newcomer would seize his territory. The Tulip Academy was a private institution for girls, and he had planned to establish a female legion there. If the intruder were too powerful, he would have to bide his time and devise a strategy. If they were merely superficial, he would ensure they learned that the King of Horses had more than a few eyes. In the corridor, over a dozen armed men rushed over. Xiaogo, what should we do now? Seeing the off-road vehicle heading directly toward their building, Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He spoke in a low, urgent tone. The fact that this person dares to charge onto the street alone indicates formidable strength. Let us stabilize the situation and see what they have to say. We cannot afford to lose our lives here. Come with me to assess the situation. If they turn out to be mere, naive newcomers, we shall eliminate them. Understood. We will follow your lead, Xiao Ge. His subordinates nodded in agreement. They, like Xiao Chun, were locals, not traversers. They had heard tales of outsiders possessing apocalyptic missions and rewards. Should the individual in the off-road vehicle be an outsider, they would have to tread cautiously. The most pressing matter was to ascertain the origins and strength of this newcomer, to preserve their lives. Charging in recklessly could lead to their demise without understanding the circumstances. After issuing his instructions, Xiao Chun donned the clothing handed to him by a nearby female teacher and admonished the whispering students in the corridor. Consider carefully what should be said and what should not. It is I who provide for you. Do you hear me? Lily, keep an eye on them for me. Lily, previously in high spirits, felt utterly frustrated when Xiao Chun dashed out upon hearing the commotion outside. Now, tasked with a mission, she quickly nodded, her expression cold as she surveyed the group. Rest assured, I shall see who dares to gossip. Clearly, she has allied herself with Xiao Chun. Now, with the arrival of an unknown individual, even if she attempts to distance herself from Xiao Chun, there will still be those who report her. It is better to walk this treacherous path to the end. Haha, I will deal with you upon my return. Xiao Chun, satisfied, patted her rear and swiftly descended the stairs, observing Lily following Xiao Chun like a shadow. Several girls wore expressions of disdain. Lily is truly shameless, selling herself for mere food. Indeed, we never noticed how repugnant she was before. Once the so-called first goddess of Tulip Academy. How ridiculous. Let us refrain from speaking too much. Many have secretly courted Xiao Chun's subordinates for food. If that gets out, it will be disastrous. Such words wielded power, and the murmuring girls promptly fell silent. On the playground, Shen Yun drove up and halted in front of the teaching building. His visit here was not for any female faction, but rather to fulfill a mission. Established power task. 600 members. The only places capable of accommodating such a multitude were either large corporations, factories, or academies. However, the former two were too distant. For him, it mattered not whom he recruited, he would complete the task first. With a sudden stop, the off-road vehicle came to rest beneath the teaching building. Shen Yun opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing him approach so nonchalantly, disregarding the horde of zombies, Xiao Chun felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. This person could truly ignore the undead. As he drew nearer, the surrounding zombies seemed affected by some unseen force, their movements stiffening as they scattered. The sight left Xiao Chun and his companions utterly astonished. Even the faculty and students in the hallways gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. A traverser among the zombies? Everyone made this connection, for there were indeed a few individuals who had crossed over to Tulip Academy. These individuals possessed a chat interface exclusive to traversers and were well protected by Xiao Chun. They naturally knew many secrets. Regaining his composure, Xiao Chun noticed Shen Yun approaching the stairway and, startled, instinctively slapped the face of a nearby subordinate. What are you waiting for, Death? Toss me your weapons, and quickly lift the debris to let my brother in. This was no time for hesitation. He might as well submit. With a clatter, the long knife fell to the ground, and the group, trembling with fear, hurriedly grabbed tables and chairs to retreat. Some even stumbled, their legs giving way as they fell, only to scramble back up, clutching their burdens as they ascended. A traverser among the zombies, one of the most formidable figures in Jiangnan City. This fellow appeared and vanished like a specter, seemingly perpetually engaged in missions. although rumors of him slaughtering survivors had not surfaced. It was entirely possible that he came here solely to complete tasks, or perhaps those who had seen him were no longer alive. Though they were all first-tier aberrants compared to such a formidable figure capable of controlling zombies, it seems futile to compare at all. Even they themselves feel there is little to compare. Hold on a moment, we will finish moving shortly. Xiao Chun bent low under the weight of a large table, his tone respectful. Noticing that this group was somewhat perceptive, Shen Yun chose not to make things difficult for them. His primary purpose for being here was to complete a mission. However, establishing authority was still quite necessary. The crowd watched as he turned his gaze towards the hundreds of zombies flooding into the academy, his eyes narrowing. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted like muffled thunder from within him. An invisible wave of energy surged from beneath his feet, sweeping up the surrounding dust like a colossal wave rushing towards the vast academy square. The zombies began to emit restless low growls, yet without exception, all of them swayed their bodies and retreated in agitation. This was the aura of a 10th-tier powerhouse that Shen Yun had mastered days prior. Even the formidable crawlers and corruptors, as well as the imposing fat zombies, dared not utter a sound in his presence. As the horde of undead receded like a tide, the more than 700 teachers and students of the academy were left speechless. Thousands of zombies, fearful of a single individual. Meanwhile, those who had ascended the building, including Xiao Chun, were astonished to find that even the zombie masses on the streets scattered in retreat. Only those who frequently ventured out to gather food could truly grasp the terrifying extent of this man's abilities. Such power is that of a king in this apocalyptic world. He is indeed the zombie king. The terror of the zombie king's might is truly formidable. Xiao Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, completely abandoning any thoughts of harming the other. He would not be able to stay here for long before returning. He must act like a son, or rather, a grandson. Perhaps he could even leverage this to soar to great heights. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. If he performed well, once the zombie king departed from here, the Tulip Academy would still belong to him. Xiao Chun. Chapter 19. Kneel and submit to me. Shen Yun did not ascend the stairs, but instead instructed Xiao Chun to inform everyone that he would be in charge from here on out. He also asked someone to gather everyone in the grand hall of the academy, understanding that he had matters to discuss. Xiao Chun volunteered to lead Shen Yun to the hall. To be honest, Xiao Chun was determined to make a strong impression, even if it meant risking everything. Along the way, he was filled with trepidation, fearing that the man behind him might devour him whole. Fortunately, the other's intentions were clear, and no unforeseen incidents occurred. Upon arriving at the grand hall, Shen Yun sat alone on the podium, while Xiao Chun sent his subordinates to prepare the generator for the speech. Bustling about with the awareness of a devoted follower, casting a glance at the girls entering the hall, Shen Yun leaned back in his chair and opened the apocalyptic mission list. Congratulations, the transmigrator Shen Yun, for capturing 600 individuals. Reward: first-tier crystal cores, 1,500 units. Commencing the next mission, 300 individuals to reach first-tier mutants. 300 individuals arrived at the first tier, and Shen Yun furrowed his brow. Currently, a first-tier aberrant requires 25 first-tier crystal nuclei, which amounts to a staggering 7,500. The production rate of these nuclei stands at a mere 51, necessitating considerable time. Boss, everyone is here, murmured Xiao Chun respectfully. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively, closed the task panel, and, gazing at the over 700 assembled, approached the microphone with a faint smile, stating, "My demands are quite straightforward. Obey my commands, and those who defy will meet their demise. If anyone is unwilling, feel free to leave the academy. This opportunity is singular." Upon hearing this declaration, a soft murmur rippled through the vast auditorium. The tension regarding the control of the Corpse King weighed heavily on their minds. Those not of our kin possess hearts that differ. Moreover, given that the adversary hailed from another world, their sense of belonging here was undoubtedly tenuous. The prospect of exterminating them was likely devoid of ambiguity, perhaps even more ruthless than Xiao Chun and his companions. Yet, venturing outside presented its own perils. How could they possibly muster the ability to do so? The few girls contemplating departure were also apprehensive of being slaughtered by the opponent, caught in a quandary. The murmurs were fleeting, as all eyes turned to the man at the podium, whose smile faded into impatience. Silence enveloped the room as they collectively labeled this formidable figure: impatient, dangerous, untrustworthy. Indeed, It appears everyone is willing to stay. Shen Yun nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a plastic bag from his backpack, pouring out a collection of crystal nuclei onto the podium. Here lie 125 first-tier crystal nuclei, sufficient to elevate individuals to second-tier aberrants. As Shen Yun continued to produce 6 more portions, everyone gazed at him with rapt anticipation. What has the Corpse King planned? If he offers them to me, I shall defect on the spot. They mused. It would be as simple as a wave of his hand for him to eliminate us. Clearly, he has prepared these rewards for us, especially the 5 traversers seated at the front row, arranged by Xiao Chun, who were visibly excited, their eyes fixed on Shen Yun. Fellow countrymen, tears of joy. They naturally yearned for his recognition. The fact that Shen Yun could produce such an abundance of crystal nuclei suggested he had vanquished thousands of zombies. The effectiveness achieved in such a brief period was both awe-inspiring and fear-inducing, demonstrating his formidable strength. Resistance would only lead to a dead end. Below, Xiao Chun sat upright, radiating an air of urgency, as if to signal, "Pick me." Yet, everyone watched as Shen Yun surveyed the crowd, instructing, "Does your academy have any campus beauties or the most enchanting female instructors? Have 3 of them come forth to collect." Upon hearing this, many exchanged bewildered glances, muttering under their breath, "Goodness, does the zombie also fancy women? Is that fellow truly of any use? Humph, clearly a man guided by base desires. No wonder he came here. It turns out he seeks comfort in the arms of women. Ah, it seems an entertaining spectacle is about to unfold." As the crowd's thoughts raced, half a minute passed without anyone stepping onto the stage. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. "It seems everyone is quite modest. I shall grant you 3 seconds. If no one comes forth, you shall be feeding the zombies." Suddenly, over a dozen figures stood upright, their expressions tense as they gazed at Shen Yun. They dared not hesitate. The fear of being reported by their peers loomed large. After all, in an all-girls school, there were many campus beauties and alluring teachers. Yet, none knew whom she would select, so it was better to stand up and be honest. As Shen Yun assessed the 19 individuals before her, her gaze briefly settled on Xiao Chun, who had slightly bowed his head. A woman standing beside him rose, undeniably attractive with a curvaceous figure. Judging by her mature features, she appeared to be a teacher. However, what caught Shen Yun's attention was the way Xiao Chun instinctively tightened his fists, only to quickly relax them. It seemed she was his woman. Shen Yun had no inclination toward such trifles. Her selection process stemmed from the understanding that the more beautiful a woman was, the more perilous her existence in a post-apocalyptic world. To ensure their survival, they must cling to the powerful and enhance their own capabilities. At present, Shen Yun could offer them 2 paths, and she was not concerned whether these women would cherish the opportunity. You, and you. Shen Yun selected 3 individuals in succession. Lu Lily, standing next to Xiao Chun, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Once those around her could no longer discern her expression, she flashed an enticing smile at Shen Yun and gracefully accepted a bag of crystal cores. "Thank you, esteemed one." Yet, as she turned to stand aside and glanced at the other 2 who had come to claim their rewards, her heart skipped a beat. The first girl, while pretty, posed no threat, as she was one of Xiao Chen's subordinates. But the final girl was the one who made Lu Lily's heart race. This tall girl wore a tattered school uniform, her hair disheveled, and her bare arms bore bruises. As the onlookers turned to scrutinize the award recipients, they were filled with disbelief upon seeing her. Qin Shiyu? What's she doing here? Wasn't she locked away? Perhaps she had been released for fear of defying the esteemed 1S orders, or maybe Xiao Chen's people were wary of Qin Shiyu's friends causing a scene. But why would the esteemed one choose her? The murmurs were not loud, yet the girls by the aisle recoiled in disgust from the foul odor emanating from her, covering their noses in avoidance. Qin Shiyu displayed no change in her expression, her face serene as she fixed her gaze on Shen Yun and slowly ascended the steps. When she approached, Shen Yun pushed a bag of crystal cores towards her and smiled gently at the 3, saying, "Kneel and submit to me." Before Lu Lily could gather her thoughts, Qin Shiyu firmly grasped the crystal core bag and sank to her knees with a heavy thud, as if she had released all her strength. The sound startled Lu Lily and the other girl, compelling them to kneel as well. Shen Yun chuckled and tapped the podium. "Rise and stand aside to consume the crystal cores." "Thank you." Struggling to her feet, Qin Shiyu and Lin Lily quickly expressed their gratitude. Observing from the audience, Xiao Chen noticed that the 3 had risen, obstructing Shen Yun's line of sight, and he swiftly turned back, fixating intently on the thugs in the rear. The murderous intent in his gaze sent a shiver through one of the thugs, who whispered, "Xiao Ge." Qin Shiyu's close friend Gu Wan entered the auditorium, claiming she would spare no effort to report us. We are truly in a predicament. Damn it. Xiao Chun now regretted not having eliminated Gu Wan and Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu served as the president of the student council at the Tulip Academy, and her presence had caused him significant trouble while he sought to seize control of the institution. Yet, her beauty was unparalleled, making her the most stunning woman at the academy, and she hailed from a prestigious family. In the past, such a person would have been entirely out of his reach. Xiao Chun was reluctant to harm her, hoping instead to conquer Qin Shiyu through strength. Although he had coerced her, she was, after all, his woman. He believed that once she recognized the harsh realities, she would willingly submit to him. However, he never anticipated that she would be released today and chosen by the Corpse King. As Shen Yun tossed the remaining 3 bags, each containing 125 crystal cores, onto the ground, Xiao Chen's expression shifted to one of yearning. He needed to acquire this reward. Chapter 20. The artful selection of candidates, Xiao Chen's demise. Bring forth the strongest female athlete. You must have a kendo club, right? Let us have someone formidable. As the conversation continued, Shen Yun turned to Xiao Chen with a smile. It's you. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." He was just 30 cores short of becoming a second-tier mutant. The remaining cores could be administered to his thugs to enhance their power. Even if Qin Shiyu wished to kill him, she could not contend against them. However, just as he was about to ascend the stage, a chilling voice reverberated through the venue, startling everyone present. "Xiao Chun, I will have your life." Whoosh! Boom! Qin Shiyu on stage shattered the wooden platform with a single step and surged towards Xiao Chun with terrifying speed, having already reached the second-tier mutation. Her full force unleashed a speed that was nothing short of monstrous, perhaps fueled by her grief and rage, and disregarding the potential consequences of Shen Yun's intervention. She became a blur. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted as he drew a dagger from his waist, shouting in panic, "Boss, Lily, save me." He never imagined that Qin Shiyu would dare to strike in such a crucial moment. Aware of his inability to withstand her, he could only hope that his woman and the Corpse King would come to his aid. Meanwhile, Lu Lily on stage, catching a glimpse of Shen Yun's calm demeanor as he methodically separated the piles of crystal cores, felt a surge of dread. Is he selecting us deliberately? The moment this powerful man chose Qin Shiyu, Lu Lily sensed that his intentions were not merely driven by lust, especially considering that both she and another girl had men seated beside them. Upon encountering Shen Yun, who was not at all reminiscent of a villain, Lu Lily felt a chill creep down her spine, drenched in a cold sweat. The situation was dire. A beautiful woman was seated alongside an ordinary-looking man. Was it love that bound them? Certainly not for Lu Lily, nor for the lovely girls around her. And what more can be said of the woeful Qin Shiyu? Should they rise to power, the humiliation they endured would undoubtedly lead to a fierce retribution. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Lily, her forehead beaded with sweat, dare not make a move. As for intervening to save Xiao Chun, she was not yet ready to meet her demise. In the blink of an eye, a gruesome scene unfolded. With a swift motion, Qin Shiyu plunged her right hand into Xiao Chen's neck. Under the gaze of his bloodshot eyes, she forcefully withdrew his trachea. A torrent of blood gushed forth from the gaping wound. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the faces of all the girls turned pale with terror, accompanied by a chorus of retching sounds. Even some teachers turned away, unable to bear the sight. It was utterly horrifying, grotesquely sanguinary. With a thud, Xiao Chun fell to the ground, convulsing, his eyes filled with impotent rage. A sinister smile graced Qin Shiyu's cracked lips, a chilling arc that spoke of profound sorrow, humiliation, and grievance. At last, with tears streaming down her face, she raised her voice in a fervent cry. "This is not the end, ah ha ha ha." Her piercing scream echoed throughout the grand auditorium. Observing the disheveled and trembling Qin Shiyu, many of her acquaintances, both female peers and teachers, were moved to tears. Qin, a highly esteemed senior within the academy, known for her academic excellence and kindness, had never held herself above others. Alas, they were all held back by Xiao Chun, struggling even to acquire a single crystal core. Only the girls from the swordsmanship club, by assisting Xiao Chun and his cohorts, managed to earn a few cores as rewards. At that moment, two more girls knelt upon the stage, one with a freckled face, adept in running, and another, the serene-looking president of the swordsmanship club, with long hair framing her face. "Rise," Shen Yun commanded, gesturing towards the pile of crystal cores on the table. There are still over 800 cores remaining. You 5 shall divide them. Choose 125 each to form your teams, and follow me to hunt zombies. The rest will serve as support personnel. Upon hearing this proclamation, the once quiet assembly erupted into a cacophony of excitement. A zombie hunting team? The boss can control zombies. We are to hunt his kind. One girl began, only to be silenced by her peers, realizing how inappropriate such words were to utter aloud. ISNT, this a freebie? My heavens! I could become an anomaly too. Once I grow stronger, I must feast. And to think it's under a powerful leader like him. His vision is truly grand. Unlike Shao Chun, who hoards the cores and dreams of a harem. He deserves what he gets. In that moment, the crowd buzzed with fervent conversation, invigorated by newfound hope. For the majority of young women, strength serves as the most reliable assurance. At the very least, it prevents one from facing hunger, as has recently been the case. To secure a hearty meal, one must perform for Shao Chun and his companions, becoming beholden to others. Moreover, they can avoid situations akin to that of Qin Shiyu. Did you not witness how the self-proclaimed Emperor Shao Chun had no room for resistance and was swiftly eliminated by Qin Shiyu? Such is the power that dictates fate. Presently, they not only have the opportunity to grow stronger, but also notice that the formidable Corpse King appears to be intent on establishing a faction. Unlike Shao Chun's indulgent pursuits, how could one not be exhilarated? As the crowd hushed at Shen Yun's firm tap on the microphone, he announced that all would embark tomorrow to gather crystal cores and resources, aiming for everyone to ascend to the first tier within 3 days. Within the realm of traversal evaluations, the prowess of 1's subordinates is also assessed. Shen Yun certainly did not wish for this group to mirror the previous wolf pack, which only achieved a rating of B. While speaking, he waved his hand, producing an abundance of instant noodles, water, ready-to-eat meals, sanitary products, and toiletries from his spatial ring, filling the entire podium. My goodness, such a plethora of supplies. Only one in his position as the Corpse King could amass such resources. Yet, reaching the first tier in 3 days would require an immense number of zombies to be slain, a task seemingly impossible. The crowd was filled with both joy and astonishment, not only at the vast array of supplies, but also at the daunting number of zombies they would need to defeat. After surveying the crowd, Shen Yun's gaze landed on Qin Shiyu and Lin Yin, the president of the Sword Society, as he coldly declared, "This place does not accommodate the inept. I do not wish to see any indecisive individuals tomorrow. Is that understood?" Lin Yin trembled in fear. Even the previously unhinged Qin Shiyu dared not act out, hastily bowing her head in affirmation. "Yes, understood. Rest assured, I will complete the task." A chorus of enthusiastic declarations rang through the auditorium. As Shen Yun departed, passing by Lin Yin and Qin Shiyu, he quietly warned, "Should anyone dare to cheat or slack off, they'll be dealt with decisively." Despite the cacophony in the hall, his words reached the ears of the two clearly. Lin Yin's heart raced. To kill former classmates? Yet, she knew she had no choice and could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyu exhibited unwavering resolve, showing no hesitation. Having endured various trials, she now perceived matters with greater clarity. Rejection would only lead to her demise. Once Shen Yun exited the Grand Hall, the atmosphere within surged once more. However, it wasn't too long before gasps and screams erupted from the crowd, accompanied by the anguished cries of Shao Chun's subordinates being slain. A shift in power, with newcomers replacing the old. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as he retrieved a city map from his bag, identifying suitable areas for exterminating zombie hordes. The selection of Lu Lily and the 3 beautiful women stemmed from the fact that each was accompanied by men, likely bearing the scars of past abuses. Particularly the woefully unfortunate Qin Shiyu. Once given the opportunity to rise, such individuals may resort to exceedingly ruthless measures, driven by a profound sense of vengeance. Moreover, they possess a heightened appreciation for the rare opportunities that come their way. Only those who have endured despair can truly comprehend its terrors, and their loyalty often surpasses that of others. In times of catastrophe, strict measures are imperative. Shen Yun seeks to establish a formidable force, and such individuals are indispensable. The outcome is evident. Following Qin Shiyu's explosive actions, the demise of Shao Chun sent shockwaves of intense impact and intimidation throughout the crowd. As for Shao Chun and his subordinates, one could only say they had left their affairs unresolved. Perhaps their methods were too overt, too arrogant. Among the many women in the academy, Shao Chun sought to possess not just any woman, but also her heart. Yet this is an apocalypse. Did he truly believe it was a romantic urban drama? Xiao Qin's fate had long been sealed among the women chosen by Shen Yun for their vengeful tendencies. It was merely a case of setting an example. Chapter 21. Shocking everyone. The Frozen Corpse Horde. Throughout one afternoon, the inhabitants of the tulip were busily engaged in various tasks, distributing supplies, dining, bathing, resting, and preparing for the next day's assault on the zombies. Groups of 3 to 5 conversed about the day's events. Most of the girls and teachers who gathered at the staircase found themselves drawn to the black SUV parked in the square. Through the windshield, one could vaguely discern the handsome man reclining in his seat, seemingly at rest. He was not indulging in the comforts of companionship, unlike Xiao Chun and his subordinates, who, whenever idle, sought women for release. Among them, Lu Lily received the most attention, yet her thoughts were remarkably malicious. During the bloody incident in the auditorium that afternoon, she had slain the most of Xiao Chen's subordinates and even audaciously warned others not to tarnish her reputation, claiming that Xiao Chen had coerced her and that she wished to avoid death. Being chosen by the zombie king, she also possessed her own means. A statement filled with alarmist rhetoric. Everyone understood that this woman was merely seeking a new ally to cling to. However, due to her status as a second-tier mutant, and the indifference of second-tier powers like Qin Shiyu and Lin Yin, no one dared to speak out against her. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the 600 individuals selected by Qin Shiyu stood in unison in the square, dressed in athletic shoes and attire. Each wielded a usable weapon. As the SUV's doors swung open, the crowd held their breath, fixated on the man descending from the vehicle. Shen Yun casually gestured, turning towards the academy's entrance. Qin Shiyu followed closely behind, disregarding her stunned teammates. Such directness? There was no rallying cry, no plan. Lin Yin and the others exchanged apprehensive glances before hastily following suit, for they had all witnessed the horde of corpses clustered outside the school gate. At the entrance, a mound of pig carcasses lay in disarray, blood flowing like a river, inciting the restless horde of zombies. A night of bloodshed has given rise to a horde of thousands of diminutive corpses. Everyone is aware that the undead refrain from advancing due to the presence of the zombie king. Yet, with such a dense congregation, how are they to be managed? As Shen Yun halted at the school gates, Qin Shiyu and the others quickly came to a standstill, their expressions fraught with tension as they fixated on him and the encroaching horde. Most of those present had never faced the undead at such proximity, and they appeared somewhat flustered. Shall we just stand here and kill them, then use ropes to drag the zombies back and extract their crystal cores? My legs are trembling, and I'm drenched in cold sweat, utterly drained. I've even wet myself. If only ID opted for logistics instead. Suddenly, Shen Yun moved, standing before the horde. He raised his right hand and uttered in a deep voice, "Absolute ice domain." In the next moment, whoosh, a pale blue ripple emanated from his palm, expanding in a semicircle and swiftly engulfing the entire street. In an instant, a scene of sheer astonishment unfolded before everyone's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. As each zombie came into contact with the pale blue ripple, they instantly transformed into ice sculptures. The ripples swept across the street like a gale, leaving no undead unscathed. They were all frozen in place, glimmering radiantly under the sun. In just a few breaths, the once deafening roars of the horde fell silent. The atmosphere so tense one could hear a pin drop. Until Shen Yun withdrew his hand and turned to face the crowd, the more than 600 people present wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Superpower? My goodness. This is simply unbelievable. Lu Lily stared wide-eyed, her delicate frame trembling slightly. She was aware of the existence of superpowered individuals. When Xiao Chun ventured outside, he had encountered a fire element super who had detonated vehicles with a mere wave of his hand to attract the zombies. But what unfolded before them, with the entire street of undead frozen in an instant, was an entirely different realm of power. Whoosh! Qin Shiyu propelled herself upward, leaping several meters to survey her surroundings, and was immediately struck dumb. The street was adorned with zombies, now ice sculptures glistening under the sun, appearing resplendently dazzling. The tulip gate was wide open, yet at this moment, the horde lay completely frozen, stretching endlessly into the distance. Lin Yin and the others also leapt up, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, murmuring, "Heavens, this is astonishingly powerful." This man not only possesses the identity of the zombie king, but is also a formidable, superpowered individual. Many of the girls felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and exhilaration, their hair standing on end. Such a powerful man, right here at Tulip Academy. The future holds great promise. In this moment, a profound sense of security enveloped everyone. All gazes were fixed upon Shen Yun, utterly captivated. Each team began to find their positions to collect crystal cores, as this served as a practical exercise for them. Shen Yun cast a cold glance over the crowd and spoke. Once all of you reach the first stage of transformation, we shall begin honing your hunting skills. If you still cower in fear of zombies despite such considerable advantages, you might as well jump off a building to spare our resources. Lin Yin and the others immediately straightened their postures, puffed out their chests, and responded in unison, "Yes, boss." Absolutely. Their enthusiastic declarations echoed in the air. And one by one, the young girls stood tall, their faces radiant with excitement. The zombies ensnared in the icy domain were exceedingly fragile. A light strike to the head would cause it to shatter. Once the heads fell, the ice melted away, making it effortless to search for crystal cores. Even the girls felt a diminished trepidation towards the zombies at this moment, eagerly scouring for crystal cores. At that moment, 5 other travelers approached Shen Yun with smiles. Among them were a middle-aged woman and man, a young couple holding hands, and a young man beside the woman. The leading middle-aged woman, Chun Suifang, smiled at Shen Yun, saying, "Oh, young man, you are truly impressive. Although Shen Yun is the zombie king, I have not heard him speak of consuming humans. Yesterday, he feasted on human food." Noticing Shen Yun's gaze, Chen Suifang glanced at the crowd outside seeking crystal cores and whispered, "Young man, what do you think we are suited for? We could assist in logistics, but they say the crystal cores are scarce. The logistics personnel are merely a group of timid individuals, and naturally, the rewards for crystal cores are not as plentiful as those for combatants." The 5 of them had previously enjoyed a comfortable life under Xiao Chen's generous care. While others risked their lives for food, they merely lounged indoors, basking in ease. However, now that Shen Yun had arrived, he expected them to venture out and slay zombies. That indeed seemed a tall order. Did they appear capable of killing zombies? Chun Suifang's son possessed strength, but she could not bear to let him take such risks. Fortunately, this young man was from Earth. He could be considered their compatriot. Wouldn't it be appropriate to look out for one another in foreign lands? Hearing the woman's implications, Shen Yun could not help but chuckle. "So, you mean to say you wish to avoid becoming combatants, yet still earn a higher wage than those in logistics?" "Ah, that is not quite what I meant." Chun Suifang, noticing many eyes curiously peering their way, quickly replied, "We are all compatriots here. With your prowess, you could easily procure crystal cores. I was hoping you might look after us and find a suitable role for us. Once we venture to another world, we can help each other, right? A suitable role?" Shen Yun pondered for a moment before softly responding, "You mean a job that pays slightly better than logistics? Something less strenuous?" "Exactly, young man. That is precisely what I meant. I'm getting old, and my words fail me." Chen Suifang clapped her hands in delight, her face beaming with joy. There is indeed something available. Seeing Shen Yun nod, the eyes of the 5 brightened with excitement. It's great to have compatriots. Young man, when we return to Earth, we'll treat you to a meal." This scene stirred envy among many girls gathered at the entrance. Indeed, the people of this region possess a distinct depth of emotion. Observing the eager expressions of the 5 individuals, Shen Yun chuckled. Dreams encompass everything. The elderly woman gazed at him in bewilderment. However, when she perceived the increasingly sinister smile of the handsome young man before her, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. "I shall send you into a dream." Shen Yun raised his right hand and delivered a swift slap across her cheek. A resounding crack echoed through the air as her skull shattered upon impact, its force exceeding that of a bullet. With a series of sickening thuds, the nearby 4 individuals found their heads pierced by the rapidly flying fragments of bone. Shen Yun extracted a tissue to wipe the blood from his fingers, casting a sidelong glance at the terrified faces of the young women surrounding him. And with a warm smile, he inquired, "What is this? Do you wish to indulge in a delightful dream as well?" "Oh, no. I slept quite well last night. Let us proceed to excavate the crystal cores." A throng of individuals surged through the doorway, fearful of being ensnared by this ruthless man and caught in a dream of their own. Even the Corpse King and the inhabitants of Blue Star were swift to kill. For these interdimensional beings, the burden of slaying was likely even lighter. Shen Yun discarded the tissue in his hand and approached the off-road vehicle. This elderly woman was clearly a novice, attempting to morally bind him. Perhaps she had grown too comfortable under Xiao Chun's care, oblivious to the realities of the apocalypse. Upon entering the vehicle, Shen Yun perused the information in the crossing chat box while awaiting the arrival of his next mission. Collecting the zombie crystal cores from the crowded street, whether it be 600 or even thousands, consumed a considerable amount of time. Once this task was completed, Shen Yun utilized speakers and large trucks on the street to create noise, attracting a horde of zombies. Employing his domain skill, the absolute ice domain, he froze all approaching zombies to their very core. It was not until the afternoon that Shen Yun finally heard the prompt. Congratulations to the traveler Shen Yun for achieving 300 individuals, reaching the first-tier mutant. Reward: 2,000 second-tier crystal cores and a 30-meter high defensive wall. Initiating the next mission. Collect 1 ton of usable resources. Rewards for second-tier crystal cores. Shen Yun straightened up in surprise. He had assumed he would need to wait for second-tier zombies to emerge, never expecting that completing missions could yield such rewards. This implied that there would be other tiers of crystal cores to acquire. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shen Yun's eyes. This also meant that his subordinates would consistently hold higher levels than others, which would undoubtedly facilitate the completion of tasks. Shen Yun smiled, considering this an unexpected boon. As for the newly refreshed resource task, he had gathered ample supplies over the past few days, with plenty residing in the system storage. Engaging in a flurry of activity, Shen Yun transferred the supplies from the storage into his character's backpack. Before long, the prompt sounded once more. Congratulations to the traveler Shen Yun for completing the collection of 1 ton of usable resources. Reward of 500 second-tier crystal cores, half a ton of drinking water, and an expansion of the character's backpack to 60 slots. The next task is to have 650 individuals reach the first tier aberrant state, 300 out of 650, 20 individuals to attain the second tier aberrant state, 5 out of 20, and 1 individual to achieve the third tier aberrant state, already completed. Another reward of second-tier crystal cores. A smile crept across Shen Yun's lips. With 500 cores, she could forge 35 second-tier powerhouses. In the current environment, that would indeed be formidable. However, there was no urgency in this matter. The busy day swiftly passed, and the students and faculty of the Tulip Academy returned, weary yet beaming with joy. An estimated 400 individuals had broken through to the first-tier aberrant state in just one day. This was equivalent to them having slain 50,000 zombies in a single day. No, it was the zombie overlord who had vanquished those 50,000. They merely assisted in the extraction of cores. During the process of harvesting the cores, over 300 survivors joined the Tulip Academy. Yet, all the cores they unearthed had to be surrendered to the Academy. What excited and envious the faculty and students the most was not merely the 400 individuals who ascended to the first-tier aberrant state, but the numerous students who discovered their family members among the survivors. The sight of reunion against all odds was truly enviable. Concurrently, the fear that the crowd held for Shen Yun significantly diminished at that moment. She was not here to revel in frivolity, but to establish a powerful faction. Every girl from Jiangnan City was fervently engaged in extracting crystal cores, hoping that once this area was cleared, they might have the opportunity to extend their reach, perhaps discovering that their families were still alive. With a bit more effort, reaching the second-tier aberrant state might even allow them to request permission to go out and fetch their loved ones. Fueled by this motivation, everyone was filled with enthusiasm and hope for the future. This day had truly allowed these sheltered blossoms to thrive and flourish anew. Besides the crystal cores and survivors, a substantial amount of supplies had also been acquired by the Tulip Academy. What puzzled everyone was that the zombie overlord did not seize the supplies, but instead instructed Lin Yin, Qin Xiu, Lu Lily, and 2 others from their team to guard the warehouse personally. This action not only enhanced the prestige of the 5 team leaders, but also elevated Shen Yun's standing in the eyes of everyone. The food in the warehouse was divided among the 5 teams for joint oversight, eliminating any possibility of loss. If any loss were to occur, it would be due to collusion among the 5, unrelated to Shen Yun. Indeed, it was unrelated to him. Once Shen Yun departed, the Tulip Academy would belong to the collective property of these 5 teams. This was the conclusion reached by the 5 team leaders and various instructors during dinner. Reflecting Shen Yun's intentions, the strategic acumen and vision of such a person surpassed that of Xiao Chun by a significant margin. However, upon learning of this news, the sentimental young women felt a wave of melancholy wash over them at the thought of the formidable corpse king departing from this world. Without his presence, they lamented, they might become mere targets, vulnerable to the whims of other men. It is worth noting that Xiao Chun had cautioned them against associating with transmigrators. Such individuals do not remain for long. In pursuit of their missions and rewards, they are capable of unspeakable acts, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Yet, with just a few simple gestures, Shen Yun managed to win over a significant portion of the faculty and students at the Tulip Academy. The realization that such a powerful man would not be their eternal protector brought forth the sensitivity and fragility inherent in women, plunging many dormitories into silence. As night deepened, Tulip Academy illuminated its surroundings with flickering candlelight, casting a warm, golden hue across the dimly lit corridors. At this moment, Jiangnan City was enveloped in darkness, devoid of electricity and water. Were it not for the Corpse King's ability to repel the undead, they would not dare to light their way through the night. Inside the vehicle, Shen Yun was busy configuring the defense wall. Upon selecting the option, a new icon labeled faction appeared beneath his gaze. Chapter 23. Dominating Jiangnan City. As a private academy, Tulip boasts comprehensive facilities, including a kitchen, medical room, and dormitories, all meticulously crafted with substantial investment, leaving no room for criticism. It serves as an exceptional stronghold for a faction. Shen Yun immediately deployed the defense wall. Before him, on the projected faction map, an imposing wall, 30 meters high and 10 meters thick, enclosed the entire Tulip Academy. The wall was fortified with sturdy iron gates at both ends and equipped with electric fencing, providing ample protection in its initial phase. Leaning back in his seat, Shen Yun pondered silently. Tomorrow, he would need to recruit some skilled electricians. Since he had chosen to establish a base, it was essential to have a wealth of talent. Especially during the sweltering summer nights, the heat was stifling. With no electricity to power the air conditioning, each person was allotted a limited number of showers per week. Due to the oppressive weather, many individuals were seen lounging on the balcony, shirtless, seeking relief from the heat. At that moment, two figures emerged slowly from the corridor ahead, bathed in moonlight. Their silhouettes were graceful, their steps light and poised. Leading the way was Qin Shiyu, clad in a flowing white gown, reminiscent of a blue lotus under the moonlight. Her beautifully sculpted eyebrows framed bright eyes that sparkled with a gentle smile as she gazed at Shen Yun from the vehicle. In contrast to Qin Shiyu's delicate charm, Lin Yan exuded an aura that was both distant and formidable, combined with a sense of spirited determination that suggested she was not to be trifled with. As the president of the Swordsmanship Club, she had narrowly escaped the clutches of Xiao Chun. Approaching the car, Qin Shiyu leaned against the window and smiled at Shen Yun, saying, "Boss, may we come aboard?" Despite the harrowing experiences she had endured, Qin Shiyu felt fortunate, for on this very day, she had reunited with her parents and younger brother. Every encounter, every sip and bite, is predestined. In this moment, Qin Shiyu radiated vitality, shedding the despondency that had once enveloped her. Shen Yun gestured for the two to get into the vehicle. "What is the matter?" After settling into the passenger seat, Qin Shiyu turned to Shen Yun and inquired, "If it's convenient, could you share your upcoming plans? We wish to assist you as much as possible. It would be unfortunate to hinder your progress due to ignorance." Perhaps only Qin Shiyu would dare to speak so boldly. Shen Yun had not only rescued her, but had also allowed her to take vengeance on her enemies and even reunite with her family. She was prepared for the possibility of death for uttering such words. Noticing the clarity in her eyes, Shen Yun smiled gently and replied, "I have but one request of you. Enhance your combat capabilities as much as possible." Shen Yun's ambition was to forge the most formidable force globally, thereby attaining superior ratings for his faction. However, such matters need not be disclosed to outsiders. After speaking, he retrieved a burlap sack and placed it on the back seat. Inside are 500 second-tier crystal cores. You two should elevate yourselves to the third tier, and the rest can be arranged as you see fit. Second-tier crystal cores? Qin Shiyu and Lin Yan exchanged incredulous glances. It was worth noting that they had yet to encounter any second-tier zombies. The fact that he could produce such items was truly astonishing. They speculated that this must be a reward from a task given to a time traveler. Seeing Shen Yun close his eyes as if dismissing them, Lin Yan and Qin Shiyu exchanged looks and opened the sack to consume the crystal cores one by one. As second-tier metamorphs, they had previously needed to consume 100 second-tier cores to break through to the third tier. The sensation of their powers multiplying several times elicited involuntary gasps of amazement from the two. My goodness, is this what it feels like to grow stronger? Once their breaths had steadied, Shen Yun spoke again. Return and thoroughly master your current abilities. Do not venture outside only to be infected by zombies. Yes, yes. The two nodded gratefully. Good night, boss. They each took a bag and exited the vehicle. As they ascended the stairs, Lin Yun glanced back at the figure of the vehicle in the square and murmured, I feel he's a man with a profound story, and he is exceedingly mysterious. Of course, such a powerful man would be enigmatic. Qin Shiyu replied with a light chuckle, continuing up the stairs. Let us go. We have much to do tomorrow. We should rest early. Indeed, in the days that followed, every member of the Tulip group engaged in the excavation of crystal cores. Indeed, even the logistical personnel joined in. After all, who would refuse such a free bounty? For a full 20 days, not a single zombie roamed the vast expanse of Jiangnan City. The defensive walls, having undergone several enhancements from task rewards, enveloped the entire city and reached their utmost fortification. Shen Yun tested the wall's defenses and found them capable of withstanding attacks from 9th-tier zombies and large hordes. This was the strongest defensive wall among humanity on the entire planet and the safest city. Within Jiangnan City, there were over 6 million survivors, and the overwhelming number of zombies had elevated these survivors to 2nd-tier metamorphs. All survivors have taken refuge around the Tulip Academy, without a doubt. The destruction of productivity has rendered the acquisition of resources the most pressing concern of the moment. Fortunately, each city possesses national reserves of provisions, and Tulip has organized personnel to amass a substantial stockpile of supplies. However, relying solely on these measures is evidently insufficient. In the ensuing period, urban planning, the equitable distribution of resources and agricultural endeavors have ascended to the forefront of priorities. Yet, merely a few days have passed, and chaos has already erupted within the city. The 2nd-tier aberrants, who only consume 2 meals a day. In other cities, 2nd-tier aberrants have risen to positions of power, akin to local emperors. What food do they lack? What women do they not possess? Now, in Jiangnan City, everyone is a 2nd-tier aberrant. What use is such strength? Many have vociferously expressed their desire to venture out in search of supplies to bring back to Jiangnan City, believing it to be swifter than cultivating the land. As for whether they will return, that is a matter of subjective interpretation. It is evident that unstable elements are already taking root within Jiangnan City. In fact, in recent days, there have been incidents of survivors storming designated supermarkets, seizing food and distributing it chaotically, although Tulip dispatched personnel to execute 15 instigators. Those who received the food, along with the relatives of these 15 and those discontented with Tulip's methods, collectively gathered in the streets outside Tulip's domain, swelling to thousands. Even though the crowd was forcefully dispersed by Tulip's guards, resulting in the deaths of several ringleaders, this only served to amplify the prevailing discontent. Underlying currents of dissatisfaction have swiftly permeated every corner of the city. Many individuals have begun to shirk their responsibilities at work, adopting a lax attitude. Unable to confront you, can we not at least afford to be lazy at work? Water can both capsize a boat and buoy it. Without our productivity, the multitude in Jiangnan City is destined for ruin. Chapter 24. The Onset of Chaos. You live too comfortably. Some individuals stand by, observing how Tulip manages the situation, while others take advantage of the turmoil, eagerly hoping for Tulip to lose the support of the people. Who are the individuals within Tulip? A group of immature young girls and a few educators? Were it not for their early association with the Corpse King, could they wield such formidable power and authority? Their handling and management of certain matters are woefully inadequate, giving rise to widespread grievances. Can this group truly manage a population exceeding 6 million in Jiangnan City? Of course, Tulip has also recruited numerous management talents. Yet, the environment is different and human sentiments vary. Everyone is primarily concerned with their own interests. Hence, they only put on a facade of diligence when reporting to Tulip. As for how Tulip handles matters, it is entirely left to their discretion. After all, if something goes awry, it is not their fault, is it? It was only when Tulip issued a public notice that all survivors in Jiangnan City found a brief sense of stability. Due to this announcement issued by the King of Corpses, those willing to venture outside the city in search of supplies are invited to temporarily reside in District C. Once personnel are confirmed, the city gates will be open for their departure. The King of Corpses has remained silent for a considerable period, leaving his subordinates to manage Jiangnan City. It is widely acknowledged that the king is a traveler from another realm and will not linger on this planet. Nevertheless, everyone must show him respect. The moment this news spread, it ignited a fervor among the survivors, with over 3 million individuals flocking to District C. Even the military, adhering to the plan, transported supplies to District C in preparation for a rescue mission to surrounding cities. It is indeed the King of Corpses who maintains order in Jiangnan City. Without him, chaos would have already ensued. Observing a few young women in District C, maintaining order, yet displaying expressions of embarrassment and anger, passers-by found it quite amusing. They were still too young, their temperaments unstable, prompting older survivors to shake their heads in bemusement. What good is strength if it does not align with one's capabilities? In such a mismatch, strength merely becomes a superficial armament, lacking substance, with the King of Corpses exerting his influence. The Tulip faction dared not indulge in rampant slaughter or violent repression that could plunge Jiangnan City into internal chaos. Now, with the king absent from his original realm, it is an opportune moment for them to leave Jiangnan City and avoid future conflicts with the Tulip faction. 2 days later, over 200,000 individuals had arrived at District C. During this period, a section of the military zone was designated, with over 10,000 individuals allocated to another area. Speculations arose that this contingent, separated from the military zone, likely comprised the advanced forces. After all, second-tier zombies had already made their appearance outside, and it was conceivable that third-tier zombies existed, albeit unnoticed. Although the survivors of Jiangnan City possess second-tier abilities, their practical combat experience is virtually non-existent. The King of Corpses creates a formidable horde in mere seconds, and coupled with the survivors' fear of zombies, the prevailing sentiment is to minimize killing whenever possible, preferring to secure victory through avoidance. With the advanced forces clearing the path for their exit, they would thus incur fewer losses along the way. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of District C, the mood within the Tulip faction was decidedly somber. The king's decree had clearly nullified the actions of the Tulip members over the past few days. Gazing at the desolate streets outside the academy, even the patrolling young women on the playground felt a sense of disappointment. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would have allowed their peers to leave the city. Even if the people fled, the king would not have expressed disappointment in them. Nearby, a girl shook her head in resignation. Who could have anticipated such an uproar? I heard that Senior Shen Yun faced considerable discontent from many outside due to her repeated acts of leading killings. Now that there are no zombies in the city, and with the city walls for protection, surely some believe that indiscriminate killing is unwarranted. Alright, let us refrain from discussing this further. We might be overheard. One of the group quickly diverted the conversation. They were logistics personnel who had risen through the ranks, exuding confidence outside, yet instinctively adopting a deferential demeanor in the presence of the 5th Brigade. There was little they could do. Their hesitation back then has led to the present outcome, and they cannot blame anyone else. Among the group, a bespectacled girl gazed at the desolate street and spoke helplessly. You know, Tulip Street used to be bustling with activity, but now it feels quite empty. Another chimed in. Indeed, there was a time when people would call me Captain Shun and bribe me with gifts. The flattery was rather extravagant. Upon hearing this, one girl shot a glance at the speaker and remarked, "You used to blame others for leaving, yet now you lament their absence? I think you're just being foolish." The atmosphere turned dark as the crowd reacted. "What are you saying, Zhang Hui? Ah, yes, we're foolish. While you sneak peeks at the Corpse King's photos in bed at night." Zhang Hui's face flushed, and with a glare at the others, she interrupted, "Well, aren't those photos circulating from your dormitory? How dare you say anything to me? Haha, it's mutual." Laughter erupted among them when suddenly an announcement echoed. "All personnel gather in the square." Gather? Are we heading to Area C? Zhou Hui and the others quickly ceased their banter and rushed to the square. In Area C's square, a large LED screen flickered with snowflakes before projecting the scene of Tulip Square. Are they gathering here? TSK. The captains of the 5th Brigade are all present. This is quite a rare sight. Look, it's the Corpse King. As a figure descended the stairs, a cacophony of chatter erupted in the square. Words of envy, jealousy, and admiration filled the air. The ambitious spectators felt their blood surge at the sight the Corpse King commanded. He had merely acquired the transcender identity and was just an ordinary person. Once he left Jiangnan City, they too might seize the opportunity to become such powerful figures. As Shen Yun descended the stairs, he scanned the more than 300 members of Tulip. Then he fixed his gaze on Lin Yin, Lu Lily, and the other 4 captains and calmly uttered, "Kneel." Those 2 simple words made the pupils of the 5 captains contract. The breath of everyone in the square halted, even the vastness of Area C. With over 2 million people, conversations ceased at that moment. The atmosphere grew intensely oppressive. The Corpse King was angry. The 5 prominent captains were to kneel before millions. Just the thought excited many. The 5 captains embodied beauty, power, and strength. Witnessing their kneeling made many men breathless, their eyes reddening with emotion. However, those observing from the shadows shook their heads in disdain at the Corpse King's methods. Such a display should never be exposed to outsiders. It could undeniably shake their authority, even inciting rebellion from their subordinates. As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Shiyu among the 5 dropped to her knees. Lin Yin, unable to hold back, followed suit and knelt beside her. The expressions on the faces of the 2 individuals were inscrutable, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness. The remaining 3 merely slowed their movement slightly, caught in a moment of daze, yet they did not resist and knelt down directly. Meanwhile, the LED projection in Tulip Square displayed the crowd in Area C, allowing both sides to see one another. Under such scrutiny, the individuals who held the lives of hundreds of thousands, Lu Lily and her companions, felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. Shen Yun strolled leisurely before the 5, scoffing as he remarked, 5 fifth-tier metamorphs, each possessing abilities. Yet you cannot manage over 2 million people? Have you all become too complacent? This statement utterly tore away the veil of mystery surrounding Lin Yin and her companions. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd, their hearts shaken. Even the students and teachers in Tulip Square stared in disbelief at the 5 individuals. Who could have imagined that these 5 had indeed reached the 5th tier of metamorphs? Furthermore, all 5 possessed abilities. What was even more astonishing was that such formidable figures knelt before the Corpse King without an ounce of resistance. Just how powerful must the Corpse King be to render these 5 leaders as powerless as ants, too afraid to fight back? As they discerned the mockery in Shen Yun's words, Lin Yin and her companions trembled uncontrollably. Qin Shiyu's eyes reddened as she pressed her forehead to the ground and softly spoke. I am sorry to have disappointed you. The thought of disappointing the savior before her was unbearable. Thus, even if the act of killing was met with disdain, she executed her duty without hesitation. However, the sheer number of individuals made it overwhelming to manage hundreds of thousands in such a brief time. Ultimately, they had indeed let down this formidable man standing before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin and the others bowed their heads and fell to the ground, seeing over 300 students and teachers in Tulip Square silently kneeling. Shen Yun spoke calmly. With such favorable conditions, how could so many of you be clamoring to venture outside? Are you all truly that inept? During this period, Shen Yun's task had been to expand his influence, while the management and development were left to their discretion. He merely provided guidance in a broad sense, as his primary concern was to complete missions and reap rewards. However, it wasn't long before chaos erupted in Jiangnan City. On the surface, all appeared tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, turmoil brewed. Upon obtaining the loyalty assessment device for his faction, Shen Yun discovered that among the 2 million-plus individuals, very few were loyal to the Tulip Academy. Some even harbored thoughts of leaving the safety of Jiangnan City to venture into the unknown. Reflecting on this, Shen Yun chuckled softly. Perhaps I allowed you to clear the zombies too swiftly, causing the danger to dissipate too quickly, leading you to believe that the outside world is quite safe. No one dared to respond, particularly those from Area C, who did not even dare to breathe. Shen Yun paced back and forth, lost in thought. I recall that when we began to clear the zombies last month, several individuals brawled over a mere loaf of bread. Now, without exception, these same individuals are intent on venturing beyond the city limits. The environment and strength I provided, yet it is I who saved your lives. You 5, despite being endowed with such immense grace, have managed to mismanage them utterly. Upon hearing this, Lu Lily, fearful that Shen Yun might dismantle the defensive walls and leave the Tulip City, hastily whispered, Boss, these are merely ungraduated girls managing so many people. They still require time to enhance their abilities. In the apocalypse, do you presume that time is in abundance? Do you truly believe you're acting as the mayor? Shen Yun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Lily, causing her to pale and lower her head in trepidation, too frightened to speak further. Shen Yun shook his head and turned to observe the crowd illuminated by the square's LED lights, chuckling. If you cannot manage so many, then let there be fewer. Indeed, simply allow us to depart from Jiangnan, and all would be well. It seems that capable women are still in the minority inferior to men. The many survivors from Area C laughed heartily. Yet, as Shen Yun finished his words, a pair of resplendent ice crystal wings unfurled from his back. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished from the spot, appearing above Area C. Gazing down at the throngs of people below, Shen Yun raised his right hand and solemnly proclaimed, "Icebound for 1,000 miles. Boom! A massive beam of white light descended from the heavens. What is that? This is bad. It is the Ice King's supernatural ability. He intends to kill us. Run." The crowd in Area C, terrified to their core, turned and fled in panic. Bang! Ice pillars crashed into the masses below, transforming into icy mist that enveloped the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack! A series of crystals spread across the bodies of the crowd, instantly turning them into ice sculptures. Even the houses and buildings were frozen into magnificent ice forms. Within mere minutes, aside from the military district and the over 100,000 survivors, over 2 million individuals in Area C were slaughtered. Witnessing this scene, all faces turned pale, their bodies frozen in shock. This was over 2 million lives, not merely 23. Such brutality, even the military personnel were left in utter astonishment. What kind of person possesses such mercilessness? When Shen Yun returned to Tulip Square, a veil of fear and trepidation spread across the gazes of the onlookers. If the apocalypse still harbored notions of humanity and civility, only annihilation awaits you. Remember, I shall only intervene this once. Shen Yun glanced at the 5 individuals cowering on the ground before turning away. The Tulip City dares not provoke the inhabitants, fearing internal strife among the masses. Perhaps they are swayed by sweet words and false promises, or perhaps their relatives have received favors, making it difficult to lose face, and so forth. Yet in this apocalypse, those burdened with such concerns are destined to perish. This is also the reason why Shen Yun urged them to frequently venture out to hunt zombies, to enhance their courage and problem-solving abilities. As for the military district and the over 100,000 survivors, they had not been detected by the loyalty instrument as having exceedingly low loyalty or signs of rebellion. Following the incident in Area C, all survivors in Jiangnan City cooperated remarkably with the commands of the Tulip Organization. It was not merely the small number of people that made management easier, but rather the fact that the Zombie King had claimed over 2-3 million lives. Such a method instilled a profound sense of fear. Many speculated that the Zombie King was a maniacal killer in his world. However, the traversers from the Huaxia region had never heard of such a criminal, and it was even less likely that several foreign traversers would recognize him. In the time that followed, Lin Yin, Qin Shiyu, and others continued to manage the base while also leading expeditions to search for supplies. Frankly speaking, they did not lack resources. What they truly needed was decisiveness and strategy. Shen Yun remained at the base, diligently completing tasks or browsing the Traverser chat interface. Whenever he discovered someone selling rare crystal cores or items, he would promptly acquire them. Out of the 5 crystal cores possessed by Lin Yin and her group, 3 had been purchased by him, while the remaining 2 were rare outputs from the zombies in Jiangnan City. Before long, the time for the Traverser's return arrived. Lin Yin and the others had already been informed of the precise departure time of the Traversers, and taking advantage of the New Year festivities, they adorned the Tulip Organization in a jubilant manner. The members of Tulip had meticulously prepared themselves. This marked their first opportunity to don makeup and enjoy a break in 6 months, as the formidable man, who was almost untouchable, was set to leave the next day. This was undoubtedly a melancholic affair. As night fell, Shen Yun, clad in a black tracksuit, made his way to the brightly decorated Grand Hall. It was already filled with people, students and teachers of the Tulip Organization. Upon seeing Shen Yun's arrival, a bunny girl at the entrance joyfully handed him a glass. "Boss, we thought you wouldn't come. Wow, the big shot is really here." Amidst the chorus of astonished exclamations, nearly 1,000 people in the hall turned their gazes toward the entrance. Lin Yin and the other 5 leaders stood respectfully behind Shen Yun, who smiled and raised his glass, signaling to everyone, "Happy New Year." Witnessing his rare, gentle smile, an inexplicable warmth spread through the hearts of those present, prompting them to raise their glasses in unison. "Boss, Happy New Year. Huh, we won't leave until we're drunk today. It's been ages since we've felt this joyous. Happy New Year. By the way, what is your name, Big Shot? We still don't know. Happy New Year. Please don't leave, Big Shot." It was unclear who initiated it, but a large group of women began to weep openly, pleading with Shen Yun not to depart. The scene was one that moved listeners to tears and evoked sorrow in onlookers. After finishing his drink with a smile, Shen Yun turned to leave. He did not find it suitable to revel in the company of these individuals, or rather, he was merely a transient figure in their lives. As he departed without a backward glance, Lin Yin, adorned in her splendid attire, sighed softly to those around her. It seems he truly has no intention of staying. Or perhaps he cannot. While others remained oblivious, she genuinely wished for Shen Yun to remain. Half a year at the 7th tier felt like a dream. Lu Lily, clutching her wine glass, appeared lost in thought. It was as if she had dreamt and awoken to find herself among the elite. To be chosen by Shen Yun was indeed a stroke of fortune for her, a woman once claimed by Xiao Chun. Perhaps from the moment he appointed her as captain, he never intended to stay. With a resigned shake of her head, Lu Lily turned to the others, smiling. All right, I'll keep watch here. You all go and accompany the boss. He departs tomorrow. Despite the long duration of her peach blossom gathering, Shen Yun had merely been an observer. Lu Lily understood that she was unworthy of him. Her presence would only amplify her sorrow. Very well, Lin Yin said as she set down her glass and turned to leave. Chapter 26. The Sorrow Before Parting in the Tulip Square. As Qin Shiyu and Lin Yin descended the stairs, they saw the black SUV still parked in its usual spot. Throughout the past 6 months, Shen Yun had never spent a night in another woman's room. Were it not for his undeniable responses, everyone would have suspected him of being a eunuch. With so many beautiful women around, had it been Xiao Chun, these girls would have long succumbed to his charm. Whispers among the crowd speculated whether he harbored some sort of poison or if he intended to leave this planet, deeming certain matters unnecessary. After half a year of interaction, no one had witnessed Shen Yun consume a human. This implied that he was likely human himself, merely cloaked in a guise. Seeing Shen Yun reclining in the car, gazing at the stars, Lin Yin naturally took a seat in the back and began to massage his temples. She had been doing this for several months now, even seeking out a massage therapist to learn the technique. From the front passenger seat, Qin Shi looked at him and softly inquired, "Boss, do you have any instructions for us?" With his eyes closed in enjoyment, Shen Yun contemplated for a moment before responding. Earth is not the limit. Your enemies hail from a higher civilization. This was the 9th tier mission bestowed upon Shen Yun. Travel to the Arctic and locate the spacecraft left behind on Earth. Based on his estimations, the future of humanity here would undoubtedly involve advanced civilizations. However, their time as traversers was limited to merely 6 months. Advanced civilization? Lin Yin and Qin Shiyu were taken aback. Thus, you must strive to elevate your abilities to survive or consider an early exit to conclude matters. With this, Shen Yun turned to the 2 girls, who wore expressions of embarrassment, and quietly added, "There should be a spacecraft in the Arctic. Whether you find it is entirely up to your luck. Consider it a benefit from me." "My goodness, a spaceship?" Lin Yin exclaimed, gently caressing Shen Yun's cheek to alleviate his fatigue. Whenever Qin Shiyu and the others beheld this scene, their envy knew no bounds. Only she dared to boldly massage Shen Yun's strikingly handsome cheeks. To put it bluntly, she was seizing the opportunity to indulge in Shen Yun's charm. How infuriating! Her talent for massage was formidable. Beside her, Qin Shiyu felt a twinge of jealousy. Despite Lin Yan's serious demeanor, she secretly possessed a plethora of photographs of Shen Yun. This was discovered by none other than her doormate, Qin Shiyu. Thus, it is said that the limits on Earth are not the true limits. Venturing beyond is merely the beginning. Perhaps one day, you too may ascend to unparalleled existence. Shen Yun jested, rising to drive towards the base S warehouse. Un parallèle d'existence? Deity? Lin Yan's eyes sparkled. If I become a deity, can I visit your world? How audacious your imagination is. Shen Yun chuckled. However, there might be such a possibility. If one cannot achieve it, it simply indicates insufficient strength to breach the walls of reality. For instance, I may appear formidable now, yet I cannot return to my own planet. Perhaps it is time to leave. His spirits were high, and his words flowed freely. The notion of crossing the walls of reality made Lin Yin and Qin Shiyu exchange glances. Upon arriving at the Academy's warehouse, Shen Yun dismissed the 10 guards at the entrance and stepped inside, gesturing grandly. What lay before them were piles of multicolored crystals. The 2 women's eyes widened in astonishment. Could these possibly be crystals of other tiers? Indeed, they ranged from Tier 7 to Tier 10, alongside energy crystals required for enhancing abilities, as well as some specialized ability crystals. Shen Yun also produced some equipment. These were armors and weapons ranging from Tier 7 to Tier 9. Such exquisite quality, their eyes widened in disbelief. With these armaments, they would become even more formidable. As Shen Yun turned to leave, both women understood that their conversation had reached its conclusion. And Shen Yun would depart tomorrow. Lin Yan, feeling a pang of sorrow, approached Shen Yun quickly. Why are you so kind to us? Unbeknownst to her, this man had already captured her heart. Not only her, but Qin Shiyu also gazed at Shen Yun with gentle eyes. Yet, she felt unworthy in her own skin, even as the most beautiful of tulips. She believed she was unfit for a man who exuded such divine presence. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. It is of no use to me. Consider it a benefit for you. You have always been there for us. Thank you, Lin Yin murmured, her eyes filled with reluctance as they lingered on him. A hint of mist gathering. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. It seems I have captured your affections. He glanced at Qin Shiyu. As expected, her gaze was brimming with warmth. Yet, upon noticing his attention, Qin Shiyu hurriedly lowered her head. Shen Yun understood that her feelings of inadequacy stemmed from her past experiences. I am about to depart. Whether you like me or not holds no significance, Shen Yun stated candidly. He was acutely aware of his own allure. It was entirely natural for him to be favored by the ladies, nothing peculiar about it. However, he was not of this world, and such fleeting romances held no significance for him. Qin Shiyu gazed at him silently, unwittingly shedding 2 delicate tears. At least in this moment, he did not disdain her past, and he understood her feelings. This was sufficient. A radiant smile graced Qin Shiyu's face, revealing an uncommon brilliance. Lin Yan, with unwavering determination, looked at him and declared, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the extraordinary, becoming a formidable force capable of traversing the galaxies to seek you out in your realm. Dream on. Shen Yun retorted with a roll of his eyes as he exited the warehouse. You'd be better off contemplating your future plans instead of daydreaming about becoming a galactic powerhouse. If we consider that every grain of sand represents a world, there are countless powerful figures in existence. Why would it be Lin Yan's turn? Lin Yan took a deep breath, calling out to his retreating figure, I will succeed. Without turning back, Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively and drove away. Early the next morning, the students and teachers of the Tulip School gathered around the off-road vehicle. Observing Shen Yun feigning slumber in the driver's seat, the 5 captains sat quietly inside the car, the atmosphere laden with melancholy. Many young women discreetly wiped away tears, their eyes red as they gazed upon his handsome profile. Without this man, how could they have achieved their current success? As the clock neared noon, Lin Yan mustered her courage to softly inquire, Great One, what is your name? Shen Yun smiled faintly and replied, I am Shen Yun. Now that everyone has departed, it is no harm to share. The 5 companions silently rejoiced, their faces lighting up with smiles. Perhaps it was the impending departure that emboldened them. Qin Shiyu chuckled lightly. Brother Shun, you must have been quite formidable in your original world, right? Do you have someone special? Nearby, Lu Lily giggled. There must be many, otherwise. How could the great leader remain indifferent to someone as stunning as Lin Yan? It seems he is too well fed to be impressed. Indeed, a seasoned veteran. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her heart fell hollow. However, when Shen Yun spoke, a chill ran down their spines. There was indeed one. But I killed her. Gasp. My heavens. Could it be that the Great One had some peculiar proclivities? It shouldn't be, or perhaps his woman had betrayed him. The 5 pondered, and this reasoning seemed the only plausible explanation. They couldn't help but regard Shen Yun with a hint of sympathy. No wonder he was solely focused on completing tasks, seemingly indifferent to women. He must have been wounded by love. Chapter 27. Reward. Lucky Gem. The first defense ability. Lin Yan, with her chest held high, earnestly proclaimed, If I were your girlfriend, I would certainly never betray you. Indeed, I would never either, chimed in the freckled girl, and another captain, boldly expressing their affections. Is it truly insignificant? Let us first profess our feelings before deliberating further. Lu Lily, noticing the lack of response from the passenger seat where Qin Shiyu sat, chuckled softly. Big brother Shun, do not be vexed, after all. Women are naturally drawn to the strong. Anyone outside would surely admire you. Quiet down. Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache, Shen Yun replied, his brow furrowed. He then produced the loyalty detector, declaring, This device can measure the loyalty of our faction members. You 5 shall oversee it collectively. Additionally, there's a cache of supplies located around the Grand Hall. A loyalty detector? Such a device exists? The 5 exchanged astonished glances. To receive something so extraordinary as a reward for a task is unprecedented. For any faction, this is akin to a divine artifact. Perhaps it was this very tool that enabled Shen Yun to purge over 2 million survivors. And now he reveals it. He has likely been observing the five of us all along. Should anyone harbor doubts due to the substantial crystal cores and weapons he distributed last night, they might already have met their demise in the car. At this moment, they all exchanged glances filled with admiration. Who would have thought Shen Yun possessed such formidable strength and caution? Friendly reminder, the zombie apocalypse survival period ends in June. Survivors will be teleported in 3 seconds. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Yun set down the device and stretched lazily. He then turned to the five, smiling as he said, "It's time to go." Those 2 succinct words left the 5 passengers in the car staring at him, their expressions a tapestry of reluctance, gratitude, adoration, despair, and sorrow. "Thank you. Take care. Big brother, remember to think of us." As the 5 wiped away tears from their reddened eyes, Shen Yun waved dismissively. "We are merely transient figures in each other's lives. Let's each strive onward." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the driver's seat, leaving Lin Yin and the others with an overwhelming sense of loss, as if something profoundly significant had been taken from them, leaving their hearts feeling hollow. In Haicheng, as Shen Yun materialized in his rental apartment, he felt his strength ebb away like the retreating tide. The mastery of his ice-based powers began to fragment and blur in his mind. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Host, cameras have been installed in your room. Please exercise caution." As this warning resonated, a 3D projection of his home appeared before him, revealing 10 red dots scattered in various corners of the room. Could it be the police? Or was it the landlord? With a glint of malice in his eyes, Shen Yun made his way to the bathroom, where he snapped a mop in 2, wielding the wooden stick to destroy every camera. Only these 2 possibilities would warrant such surveillance in his home. Simultaneously, a notification rang in his mind. Congratulations to Shen Yun for surviving 6 months in the zombie apocalypse. Rewards will be dispatched post-evaluation. Personal strength rating, global first. Super SSS. Resource rating, global first, super SSS. Power rating, global first, super SSS. Subordinate strength rating, global first, super SSS. Assessment task completion, global first, super SSS. Hidden task, civilizational heritage, propagation of the flame, C. 5 super SSS ratings. All efforts were not in vain. Shen Yun's face was alight with joy. As for the hidden task, there were no prompts. No one was aware of its existence. Propagating the flame was beyond Shen Yun's reach. The more potential mothers there were, the higher the rating. Achieving AC was likely due to his preservation of the library within the base, preventing survivors from using it for firewood. Shen Yun focused intently, when suddenly a notification resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, Transcender Shen Yun. You have attained a zombie apocalypse score, super SSS. Reward, 1 super sequence treasure chest, 2 lucky stones. Super sequence treasure chest. Only those with a super SSS score can obtain it. It can unlock powerful abilities among the top 100 of the sequence. Friendly reminder, abilities ranked 101 to 500 are produced by the sequence treasure chest. All other abilities are ordinary. Ordinary abilities can be upgraded to sequence level. Lucky stone, a one-time item that brings you good fortune. Sequence level abilities? How fortunate! Shen Yun was filled with excitement. Among the various rewards, abilities and strength were the most precious to him. To obtain a sequence level ability meant he had struck it rich today. It is worth noting that Shen Yun's spatial ability did not yet possess a sequence, possibly due to it still being undeveloped. At this moment, he could acquire a powerful ability from the top 100 of the sequence. In the projection, the sequence treasure chest was shrouded in chaotic mist, obscuring its overall outline. Exuding an extraordinary mystery, the lucky stone resembled a fist-sized, multicolored gem. Shen Yun directly utilized 1 lucky stone and then pointed to the super sequence treasure chest. "Open." Buzz. The chest quivered, and the surrounding chaotic mist expanded throughout the projection video. Subsequently, the chaotic mist was entirely absorbed into a gray-black bordered card. Ding! Congratulations, Shen Yun. You have acquired the first defensive sequence ability, damage immunity. Passive super sequence defense damage immunity ignores any damage, including that from the past and future. Cooldown none. Characteristic, Guardian's Shield, can actively activate a counter damage effect, reflecting tenfold the damage received back to the enemy, guaranteed to hit. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Astonishing. Shen Yun stood up in excitement, hastily clicking to use it. as the card transformed into a stream of light entering his body. Every hair on him stood on end, and he finally felt at ease. Yet his wildly racing heart signified just how exhilarated he was. Automatic immunity to damage. Not only was the defensive effect exceptionally strong, but it also allowed the Guardian to retaliate against the enemy. A mere description, yet it possesses unparalleled power. Truly, it is worthy of being the foremost ability in the defensive sequence, utterly invincible. Shen Yun was left in a state of astonishment. Furthermore, with a stroke of fortune, should he wield it wisely, he might even acquire a superlative sequence ability. Evidently, Shen Yun was undeterred by the defensive immunity he had obtained. He remained resolute in his pursuit of the next traversal. Although one could not inherit abilities upon crossing into another realm, he was safeguarded by a remarkable golden finger. Even in the face of dire circumstances, he could endure and develop. Let us test its efficacy. With a smile, Shen Yun retrieved a pair of scissors from a drawer and pricked himself twice. The sharp blades left barely a trace upon his skin, and the mental energy expended was so minuscule it could be disregarded entirely. As for the sequence-level abilities, one could only wonder what bounteous rewards awaited him in the future. Upon checking his phone, Shen Yun discovered that the time interval had remained unchanged from the last instance. It was still 7 days. At that moment, a notification resonated within his mind. Next world. Opens at noon, 3 days hence. Friendly reminder. No items may be carried over during the traversal, including abilities and evolutionary powers. You may opt not to traverse and instead enhance yourself in reality. Once again, it would be 3 days later. It seemed a cycle of 10 days had been established. Feeling a bit peckish, Shen Yun entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. For others, this news would undoubtedly instill trepidation. However, for Shen Yun, possessing such a formidable system, there was no fear whatsoever. Where he traversed, or what apocalyptic scenarios he encountered, were merely opportunities for scoring points. Chapter 28. A viral sensation. The value of the Corpse King. A week had elapsed, and the ingredients in the refrigerator had lost their freshness. Shen Yun quickly fried a few eggs and made instant noodles. While savoring his meal, he pulled out his phone to browse the news. He recalled the previous island incident, where many starving survivors returned to reality only to indulge excessively, landing themselves in hospitals. The trending news on his phone was predominantly from survivors who had traversed back from this latest apocalypse. They were merely boasting about acquiring certain items and varying quantities of first-level crystal cores. Those fortunate enough secured ability cards or ability crystal cores. A few announcements regarding the purchase of crystal cores caught Shen Yun's attention. Dingxing Group, purchasing first-level evolution crystal cores for 1 million each. Haitian Enterprises, purchasing F-level ability crystal cores for 35 million each. Upon perusing further, he discovered that the prices were quite similar. Even the prices offered by various nations were not significantly different. Meanwhile, the D-level ability crystal he possessed had reached an astonishing price of 120 million. It appeared that the major factions had colluded on pricing. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. In the current scenario, not everyone could obtain evolution or mutation crystal cores. Moreover, a significant portion of individuals, fearing demise during their traversal, opted to remain in reality. With demand in the market, naturally, transactions would ensue. As Shen Yun savored her noodles, she flicked her fingers to scroll to the next video. She stumbled upon a live broadcast featuring a man clad in a black hood, his visage meticulously concealed, even his eyes shielded by sunglasses to prevent exposure. Upon reading the title and description of the stream, a smirk crept across her lips. Title: Apocalypse Zombie King. Unassailable base in Jiangnan City. Description: Are there any brothers or sisters of the Jiangnan City base? Show your support. Upon entering the stream, she discovered that the viewer count had surged beyond 600,000. This clearly underscored the incredible allure of the title. The barrage of comments and gifs in the live chat was a whirlwind of activity. Thirsty fish. Are you truly the zombie king of Jiangnan City? What reward did you earn for your rating, Big Brother? Most charismatic of humanity. If it weren't for you, my child and I would have been devoured by zombies. No more words. Sending a big rocket your way. Clever Murphy. By the way, what level of zombie are you? I've never heard of you consuming humans. Concerned netizen. You killed my entire family. Why don't you just die, you online criminal? Divorced with 2 kids. I heard you've slain over 230 million people. That's exceedingly cruel. First to strike the Holy Mother. Divorced with 2 kids. How could you not know that the Zombie King has killed so many? Do you believe everything you read online? Fool. Anonymous account. Stop whitewashing. reveal your identity, and you'll be dead in an instant. Mutantbeasts. The user known as First to Strike the Holy Mother had garnered over 100,000 followers. This individual, now intimidated, ceased to comment and retreated to observe from outside the live stream. Within the chat, skepticism and admiration were scarce. However, a cacophony of insults erupted, targeting the streamer's lineage with fervor. Shen Yun found it quite entertaining. Hangzhou Law Enforcement Team follows the streamer. Songlong City Evolvers Association follows the streamer. Suzhou Police Department follows the streamer. A slew of official accounts rapidly refreshed in the lower left corner. Clearly, the notoriety of the Zombie King in this world had captured widespread attention. The hooded male streamer remained composed, his voice low. I am not the Zombie King. I am merely a survivor of Jiangnan City. If it weren't for the Zombie King dispatching people to clear the hordes, I would have starved long ago. I've stated this no less than 10 times. Asking again would be foolish. Don't question why I can hurl insults without facing bans. The platform is equally eager for accurate information and supports us. Isn't that infuriating? Ha ha ha. After enduring such relentless insults, he naturally felt a surge of anger and retaliated in kind. As for the claims of the Zombie King slaughtering 230 million people, the hooded man narrowed his eyes, leaning closer to the camera with a smirk. In an apocalypse, there are always those who betray their own. If they don't die, who will? You have only witnessed the act of murder, yet you have failed to recognize how many survivors the Corpse King has indirectly saved. The otherworldly army has boldly advanced, breaching 5 neighboring cities. I am merely curious about how many travelers from these 5 cities have managed to survive. A band of keyboard warriors, if you possess any courage. Confront the Corpse King and his fellow travelers directly. I am merely a humble streamer, a small figure in this vast world. Criticize me, and I shall retaliate. Huh. Witnessing this audacious individual raise his middle finger, many netizens were infuriated, unleashing a torrent of outrage. With their loved ones lost, who cares whether you are good or bad? Words alone are insufficient. Who can prove that their families were traitors? Nevertheless, numerous gifts began to soar, bringing a beaming smile to the streamer's face. Invincible Dragon Outyin. Although I have never seen the Corpse King's visage, one of the overseers in the city adjacent to Jiangnan, Lucheng, is one of his subordinates. Moreover, the highest commander in Lucheng has attained the level of a 5th-tier evolver, which is truly terrifying. It's worth noting that, at that time, the zombies had only just begun to emerge as 2nd-tier threats. Celestial Fairy Descending. Setting aside other factors, he is indeed a murderer, is he not? A total of 3 million. Such a person is undoubtedly a dangerous element. Fortunately, upon entering the next world, his powers will be nullified. If he encounters someone, he will be killed directly, sparing us from his tyranny. Does anyone know what he looks like? Please share a glimpse. Apocalyptic First Strike, Holy Mother, Celestial Fairy Descending. What a convenient dismissal of the facts. You are rather beautiful. I have your address now, so I'll close this quickly. There are 3 days left. Are there any brothers willing to form a train squad? Private message me, and I'll share the location with you first. General of the Chow Camp. 1. Assist her in transcending tribulation. A flurry of one's left Celestial Fairy descending pale, prompting her to swiftly disable her personal information. She then clicked on Apocalyptic First Strike Holy Mother's profile, discovering that this individual had amassed over 10,000 fans. Alarmed, she sent a message. I'm simply stating a fact. You are breaking the law. If you dare come, I will report you. Apocalyptic First Strike Holy Mother. Hey, not bad. I enjoy married women. I will break your husband's limbs and let you observe. Celestial Fairy Descending was so frightened that she promptly blocked him, contemplating the need to move. These were mere trivialities. Shen Yun found them quite entertaining. As for anyone recognizing him, it mattered not. After all, he was unafraid of any lurking shadows. Shen Yun scrolled through several videos, only to discover that all broadcasts related to the Corpse King in Jiangnan had ceased. Not only his, but other broadcasts and videos imbued with negativity had also been taken down, replaced by positive promotional content. It was evident that the platform had resumed its intended course after acquiring the information it sought. After all, the current environment demands stability. Ultimately, our true enemy lies in the marine aberrations. In terms of sheer numbers, marine creatures could easily overwhelm land-based threats. The distinction between what is weighty and what is light is clear to those with discerning hearts. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. The main character had arrived. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he rose and proceeded to the living room to open the door. Outside the door stood 5 individuals clad in suits. Chapter 29. Witness my arrogance? The Evolvers Association relents. At the forefront was a short-haired beauty who greeted Shen Yun with a smile as he opened the door. Hello, Mr. Shen. My name is Zhang Yanran, and we represent the Haiqing Evolvers Association. 6 days ago, we took the liberty of installing surveillance cameras in your absence, aimed at preventing any evolvers from infiltrating your home and threatening the rights of citizens. Since you are unwilling to have them installed, we sincerely apologize and will compensate you with 1 million for the inconvenience. The young man before her was perceptive enough to detect the presence of the cameras, suggesting he had possibly acquired some extraordinary abilities. Such talent was precisely what the Evolvers Association sought. Hearing this, Shen Yun chuckled. Had it not been for the system, the locations of those cameras were so cleverly concealed that an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to notice them. Should someone fail to detect them, any rewards obtained upon returning from their journey could lead to immediate exposure and discovery by the Evolvers Association. If one were to acquire some extraordinary treasure, there was a risk of being confined in a dark room or used as a mere tool. Yet, her words were artfully crafted, possessing a semblance of reason, as she greeted him with a smile, attempting to downplay the matter. However, her tone unmistakably conveyed an air of coercion. The glimpse into the situation revealed the formidable strength of the Haiqing Evolvers Association, a power that could only sustain such an inflated demeanor among its members. Noticing Shen Yun's relatively agreeable demeanor, Zhang Yanran produced a document and handed it to him. Mr. Shen, this is our association's employment application, which includes numerous benefits. Would you consider it? This is also why the association sought to install the cameras, to identify individuals with extraordinary abilities and bolster our ranks. Shen Yun took the form, glanced at it momentarily, then crumpled it into a ball and tossed it to the ground. Observing the 5 individual smiles fade, he calmly remarked, joining the association is out of the question. You believe 1 million is sufficient to dismiss the threat posed by the camera installations? With that, he casually extended 2 fingers. Tell the association it will take 200 million to settle this matter. The 5 were merely errand runners, and he felt no need to regard them too seriously. However, his haughty tone caused their expressions to shift dramatically. 200 million. Young man, do you comprehend the words you are uttering? Do you think awakening an ability elevates you to greatness? Beware of the repercussions of your words. 2 of the men glared at him with darkened expressions. Among them were 2 first-tier evolvers. Although the Evolvers Association was not an official entity, it was undoubtedly one of the most powerful forces in Haiqing, boasting numerous formidable figures. This was not a situation a mere youth could provoke. Zhang Yanran narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Shen Yun, her tone lacking warmth. It seems Mr. Shen possesses considerable confidence in his abilities, yet you appear to underestimate the Evolvers Association. Pray tell, what kind of ability do you possess? Were it not for the uncertainty regarding Shen Yun's ability level, they would have already taken action to teach him a lesson. If he were an ordinary individual, would he dare to threaten the Evolutionary Association? At this moment, he would already be a lifeless corpse. An evolutionary cannot be insulted. You have merely 2 days to prepare. Shen Yun, disinterested in further discourse, turned and entered the house. No complaints. Then when he visits in person, the outcome shall be quite different. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed behind him. I shall see what audacity you possess. Among the 5, one man unleashed a formidable aura, with a crimson glow emanating from his body, charging towards Shen Yun. Yet, in the next instant, the 5 were left bewildered. Shen Yun within the house had astonishingly vanished. Zhang Yanran's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. In a state of unease, she cried out, "Be cautious." To her astonishment, Shen Yun had transformed into 4 spectral figures, each wielding a short blade. With a series of muffled sounds, 4 jets of crimson erupted from the necks of the 4 present, staining much of the corridor with blood. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yanran's pupils dilated, and her body was overtaken by a chill. Could he possibly be a dual ability bearer? Not only had he evaded the surveillance cameras in the room, but his speed was astonishingly swift, leaving only after images behind. Such an extraordinary speed ability is immensely practical, whether in combat or flight, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. In a mere moment of distraction, a fellow first-tier evolutionary had met their demise. Terrified, Zhang Yanran's pallid face blanched as she exclaimed, "Do not misunderstand." In an instant, Shen Yun appeared before her, the fruit knife in his hand thrusting upward, piercing through her chin. With a forceful twist, she coughed violently, blood spraying from her delicate lips, her exquisite visage etched with disbelief. She had never anticipated that today. Merely a routine recruitment for the association would lead to provoking this individual and encountering such a deadly fate. Others would never dare confront the Evolutionary Association. Once Shen Yun and her companions revealed their identities, the opposition would comply without question. They wouldn't even dare retaliate if attacked. Yet today, her arrogance had cost her life. Regret and resentment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Moments later, her gaze dulled, devoid of life. Shen Yun retrieved her phone from her pocket, unlocked it, and opened the messaging application. The chat groups were numerous, categorized into squads, teams, leaders, and so forth. Shen Yun selected the association 1,000-person group and directly shared a video of the 5 corpses, stating, Shen Yun, video, installed cameras in my residence. Submit a compensation of 2 billion within 3 days, or the Haiqing Evolutionary Association shall cease to exist. Bank account number. The once vibrant chat in the 1,000-person group fell into an eerie silence due to this message. Subsequently, the chat group erupted in a frenzy. Wang Ritian. Who dares to kill a member of my Evolution Association? Who is this person? They are simply courting death. Zhou Shilu, 2 billion. Has he lost his mind over money? Does he truly believe that by killing 1 or 2 of all beings, he earns the right to threaten the association? MacArthur, Zhang Yinyin, and Li Jia are both first-tier ability users, but from the video, it seems they didn't even have a chance to strike. This person's speed is extraordinarily terrifying. They must be a speed-type ability user. The fury of the group members was ignited in an instant. Although the Haiqing Evolution Association had just been established, it maintained connections with associations in major cities, providing mutual support in offense and defense. The fact that a colleague had been killed was simply beyond comprehension. Group leader. The higher-ups have already taken over this matter. No one is permitted to act recklessly. Shen Yun put down his phone and entered the room. As for the body, the association's personnel would handle it. Just half an hour later, while Shen Yun was in the living room browsing for information online, his phone chimed with a notification. Ding! 2 billion has been credited to your Huaxia bank account. That was quite prompt. If it were back in his hometown, Blue Star, transferring money would lack such efficiency. Simultaneously, Shen Yun received another message. Mr. Shen, I am Yi Fenghua, the president of the Haiqing Evolution Association. My subordinate has acted thoughtlessly and disturbed you. The body outside has been dealt with. However, we sincerely invite you to join the association, either as vice president or honorary president, whichever you prefer. If you're interested, please open the door. I am waiting outside. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and replied, No need. Chapter 30, The Third Crossing begins. To see an entire city's association adopt such a humble stance suggests they did not intend to provoke him. Clearly, they must have learned of his identity as the Corpse King, although the various city evolution associations are not official organizations. They have rapidly expanded their influence in this era due to the aggregation of numerous evolved beings and ability users. It would not be difficult for them to gather information about him in a short time. After all, Shen Yun had not made any effort to conceal his appearance. This is the most direct benefit of power. Everyone knows his ranking cannot be low, that is beyond doubt, even if they are unaware of the items he possesses. The Evolution Association would not dare to provoke him lightly. Had he concealed his identity as the Corpse King, the association would undoubtedly dispatch powerful individuals to confront him. Not just anyone can kill a member of the association and remain unharmed. If that were to occur, a series of battles would ensue, leading to endless troubles, which would be an utter waste of time. Shen Yun's decision to not hide his identity in this apocalyptic world was made after careful consideration. In the current environment, societal order and laws are virtually non-existent for the strong. However, to ordinary people, the city still maintains a facade of tranquility. Shen Yun primarily disliked complications, which is why he chose not to conceal his appearance in this world of doom. The effects are undeniably evident. The Evolution Association in Haiqing has succumbed to pressure. As for the positions of vice president and honorary president, with a system at his disposal, it would be utterly foolish to serve as a subordinate to anyone else. Suddenly acquiring wealth is a fleeting thrill. After an initial surge of excitement upon gazing at the numerous zeros in his bank account, Shen Yun found himself feeling rather indifferent. When one aspires to loftier goals, the once desired material possessions lose their allure. No amount of money can secure lasting satisfaction. The true path lies in enhancing one's strength. Shen Yun opened a food delivery app and ordered a few meals before commencing his physical training in the living room. Concurrently, he practiced spatial displacement to hone his proficiency with his abilities. From the information gleaned online, it is apparent that for evolvers of comparable rank, the quality of their powers becomes exceedingly significant. Potency, effectiveness, skillfulness, and consumption are all factors capable of swaying the tide of battle. For the next 3 days, Shen Yun dedicated himself to training at home. Meanwhile, cities across the nation were far from tranquil. Survivors of the zombie apocalypse returned to reality, their temperaments drastically altered. Instances of violence and murder sporadically occurred within the urban landscape. Even the military was alarmed, deploying a substantial number of evolver soldiers to patrol the cities in shifts, aiming to prevent the escalation of such malevolent events. As the moment of transference approached, tension, anxiety, indecision, and excitement swirled in the hearts of all. The perils of traversing to another world need not be elaborated upon. However, the rewards for merely surviving the ordeal are undeniably tempting. Powers, crystal cores, technological marvels, rare pollution-free sustenance, and a reduction of internal contamination, not to mention a direct enhancement of one's strength. These rewards are crucial for combating potential outbreaks of aquatic anomalies in the future. If one hesitates, others will inevitably surpass them. When the apocalypse strikes, only the feeble are doomed to servitude. Moreover, in the alternate worlds, individuals indulge in the exhilarating experience of wielding life and death, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. This has left countless internet users who have come across related content, filled with anticipation for the next transference. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A multitude of individuals preparing for the journey grasped their transference stones, quietly awaiting the arrival of the transference prompt. One could only speculate about the nature of the upcoming world. If it were to be a realm of mutated creatures, how fortunate that would be. For extensive preparations had been made. This time, he vowed to be decisive and emerge as a formidable force. A post on a forum spoke of someone who had acquired thousands of women in just 6 months. How enviable. The uncertainty of waiting felt akin to an examination of life itself, stirring a sense of unease within many. At that moment, Shen Yun too was eager to discover what his next boon would be. Sitting on his bed, he caressed the transference stone in his hand, intently observing the clock on his bedside table. 11:59 p.m. As the minute hand ticked down to the last minute, the transference prompt arrived as expected. Countdown to universal transference. 1 minute. Warm reminder. Time travelers cannot carry any items, including personal abilities and strength. 58 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Whoosh! A dazzling azure light erupted from the time travel stone, momentarily blinding the onlookers. Shen Yun found himself unable to open his eyes. Were it not for the prompt, he might have thought he was blinded, arriving in a world of darkness. Ding! Welcome, time traveler, to the ancient world. Survival time, 2 years. Activating time travel identity card. Eldest son of the Ling family in the Marquis. A royal start? Quite delightful. Shen Yun smiled faintly, only to realize he was inside the womb of a person. I haven't even been born yet. In confusion, he saw several images flicker before him, and soon he found himself lying in a cradle, being entertained by a pair of adults. Moments later, memories and scenes rushed into his mind at the ages of 2, 5, and 7. His visual experiences shifted rapidly, as if traversing a time-space corridor, vibrant and colorful. The pace was astonishingly swift, and curiosity gleamed in Shen Yun's eyes. It felt akin to life on fast forward. Each scene felt intensely immersive, as if he had lived through them himself. Not only, but many others acquiring identity cards shared similar experiences, bustling in the traveler's chat box. Wow, I started in a prison with a branding on my face. Damn it. Once I get out, I'll make that scalding bastard pay. How did I end up repairing the Great Wall in the blink of an eye? Starting as the youngest son of a landlord. Let us go. This time, I shall marry 100 wives. No one can stop me. Ha ha ha. I began as an orphan with a broken bowl. I feel I can achieve the greatness of Zhu Laozu. Anyone want to join me? Oh, just like that, I've already become a son-in-law to a merchant. It's time for a wave of Tang poetry to show off. You copy me, I copy you. Whoever is slower will be disgraced by the literati. Ha! For most, such beginnings were considered normal in the ancient context, coupled with the current progress of scenes. Over a decade had passed without danger, uplifting everyone's spirits. To live a peaceful life in the ancient world was indeed a splendid experience. Yet some believed that they The time travelers were certainly not here for a vacation. Indeed, in the year 233 AD, before the great Qian emperor departed, he declared his sole heir, Princess Zhao Muxua, to ascend the throne. She became the first female emperor of the great Qian. However, the sudden death of the late emperor left her with unfulfilled obstacles. Fortunately, many loyal old ministers remained devoted to the royal family. Despite hidden concerns for the great Qian, the vast nation and experienced ministers could support the young empress until she matured. When Marquis Ling Feng was secretly summoned to the palace at the age of 12 of the young empress, his legendary life commenced. A master of strategy, Marquis Ling skillfully ensnared the officials of the dynasty within his intricate web. In the grasp of the Heavenly Net organization, those officials and voices that posed a threat to the empress, as well as the corrupt vermin, were ruthlessly suppressed. This instilled fear among the officials, silencing even the cries of children. However, with great power comes great peril. After the empress ascended to power, she yielded to the fears of the officials and the populace regarding the Heavenly Net, leading to the incarceration of the tireless and devoted Lord Lingfeng into the dungeons. This act stirred a tempest, catapulting the empress's prestige among the officials and the common folk to unprecedented heights. She became one of the few sovereigns in the annals of the great Qian dynasty to reclaim imperial authority from her formidable ministers, a true child of destiny. In a fleeting moment, the empress's regal might resonated throughout the realm. The imperial family, known for its ruthlessness, could have secured their dominion without such drastic measures. Yet, she remained wary of the power wielded by Ling Feng, who held the keys to countless lives in Great Qian. In the year 247 AD, Lord Ling Feng perished in his prison. In that same year, Lady Ling took her own life at home. Young Lord Lingshen had been discreetly removed from the imperial capital days before Lord Ling Feng's final audience with the emperor. As for the other branches of the Ling family, the empress, acknowledging Ling Feng's years of hardship and merit, demoted these individuals to commoners or exiled them to distant lands. Although the Ling bloodline persisted, the once mighty Ling residents had vanished into obscurity. During this tumultuous period, young Lord Lingshan was covertly relocated by Lord Ling Feng's loyal subordinates. Despite facing numerous assassination attempts, he managed to evade the watchful eyes of the court with the protection of his devoted retainers. Indeed, upon discovering the true identity of the young Lord Lingshan, the empress dispatched the Heavenly Net to secretly pursue his whereabouts throughout Great Qian. Those in the know believe that Lingshan must possess the highest secrets bequeathed by Lord Ling Feng. As long as he remained alive, the empress's heart would not find peace. If these secrets fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, her reign would surely be jeopardized. In a moment of disorientation, Shen Yun found himself in a courtyard. The vibrant portal through which he had traversed now vanished, marking the commencement of a day in the life of a time traveler. Hastily, he organized the vast memories flooding his mind. He was now 20 years old, residing in the northern region of Great Qian in Liangzhou County. The current magistrate was a former informant of his father, Lord Ling Feng, and his present identity was that of a distant relative of the magistrate, using the alias Zhang Yukai to remain inconspicuous. Beside him stood a gaunt old man, missing a few teeth, who assisted him into the bedroom. "Young lord, today is a day of great joy. Yet the empress has spared the Ling family's distant branches solely to capture you. Today's banquet will only be attended by us old fellows," he lamented. "Great joy?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow at his resplendent red robe, momentarily taken aback. "Is today my wedding day?" From the memories he recalled, he was to wed the daughter of a wealthy merchant dealing in horses, a family with significant influence capable of navigating the ties between the nomads and Liangzhou. Had it been the former young lord, such a lineage would naturally find it difficult to enter the duke's residence. However, the glory of the duke's house has faded, and to rise again, one must adapt to the circumstances. Meanwhile, a projection materialized before all the time travelers. Countdown to chaos. 3 days. Region. Entire territory surrounding Dakian. As drought ravages the land, various foreign tribes, including nomads, southern barbarians, and northern marauders, have gathered their armies to invade the central plains in search of survival. Calamity. The era of chaos begins, hunting in the central plains. Kind reminder, no one is allowed to disclose their identity as time travelers to the ancients. Violators will have their voices muted. Chaos. Numerous time travelers turned pale, especially the newcomers, who were utterly shaken. The time travelers at the periphery of Dakian were in dire straits, with only 3 days to prepare. There was simply no time. Could this group of ordinary people withstand the onslaught of countless foreign soldiers? Even a martial expert would fall without the support of modern equipment. Even those time travelers deep within the Central Plains felt a sense of unease. This was no mere border skirmish. It was a hunt in the heart of the Central Plains. Throughout history, war has brought untold suffering and countless casualties. This is no jest. Faction Jiaoji. I become a southern monkey, attacking the Central Plains of Dakian? This feels like walking into a battlefield of 500,000. How embarrassing. Faction Turkic. It seems everyone SID has been muted. That puts my mind at ease. Without further ado, I'll prepare some gunpowder to send you on your way. Ha ha ha. Faction Dakian. Just because you have gunpowder, do we have none? We can always fight it out. I'm not afraid of you. Faction Southern Barbarians. I'm still a time traveler. My mission requires me to go to battle. Is there anyone from the Dakian military among my brothers? Let us connect privately and find a place to discuss. So, this is the era of chaos. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. For others, this truly felt like the end of the world. Yet, Shen Yun had been trained in martial arts since childhood by Ling Feng, and the masters in the residence had imparted their knowledge generously. Coupled with years of experience in evasion, he could be considered exceptional among the younger generation in martial prowess. While one may not need to be eloquent, being capable of self-defense is crucial. This was his father Ling Feng's advice. He must be commended for his foresight. At that moment, Shen Yun noticed the emergence of his identity mission. Identity Mission 1. The 4 great joys of life. Joyful marriage. Shen Yun pursed his lips at this task. His current identity was that of the eldest son of the Duke's household, and subsequent tasks would likely pertain to his family. It would not be his style to miss out on rewards due to personal grievances. With 2 years at stake, he resolved to establish a grand legacy. Shen Yun's eyes shimmered with determination. In times of chaos, pursuing romance seemed futile. It held no significance. However, the present circumstances were different. Otherwise, his interests would be jeopardized. Should he depart from here, the Ling family would indeed require an heir. Although Shen Yun's life projection had progressed swiftly, the journey ahead was still fraught with challenges. In this life, she was indeed born after 10 months of pregnancy, nurtured with great care by her parents, a sentiment that felt distinctly genuine. Shen Yun was not one to hesitate. Having made a decision, he released the burdens from his heart. Everything was primarily aimed at obtaining the rewards of the conclusion. The elderly man beside him, noticing his indecision, mistook it for shyness and let out a peculiar laugh as he took his leave, exclaiming, "The wedding night is a joyous occasion, and here I am, failing to appreciate it. Off I go, haha. Farewell, masterful." Shen Yun shook his head with a smile as he bid the old man farewell. Ling Fu had served as the steward of the Marquis household for 3 generations. Having lost his children and grandchildren on the battlefield, the old man had also suffered the loss of 3 fingers on his right hand, deserving of great respect. Turning to the door before him, Shen Yun took a deep breath and gently pushed it open. The absence of a system notification indicated that the current environment was quite safe, devoid of any imminent crisis. Meanwhile, Lin Yuran, seated upon the bed within, felt her heart quicken at the sound of the door opening. To marry right at the beginning, amid such chaos, how difficult. Although she was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the county, and her family was quite powerful, even with the Turkic invasion, her father still had an escape route. Yet, in the tumultuous ancient world, venturing into foreign lands would leave her vulnerable. With her beauty, she would surely be taken by the Turks. Having witnessed the demise of men in her chaotic surroundings, she was determined not to marry a Turk, but rather her own son. She needed to discuss matters with him. As the footsteps drew nearer, Lin Yuran tightened her grip on the scissors hidden within her sleeve. There was no escaping tonight. After all, this was the residence of the county magistrate. After much contemplation, Lin Yuran resolved to take action against Zhang Yukai, a distant relative of the magistrate. Based on her recollection, Zhang Yukai was highly regarded in the county, not only for his handsome and refined appearance, but also for his remarkable literary talent and martial prowess. Being a relative of the magistrate conferred upon him an extraordinary status. If she could persuade him, with his resources and her own advantages as a time traveler, perhaps they could secure a foothold in this chaotic world. As for sharing chamber with Zhang Yukai, that was out of the question. Lin Yuran had devised a strategy. She would propose waiting 2 years until the situation stabilized before discussing anything further. By then, her mission would be accomplished, and she would have no cause for concern. Chapter 32. Lin Yuran, having chosen to cooperate, completed her task. At present, no one in the county was aware of the Turkic threat. Her information would be enough to instill fear in the ancients. Lin Yuran felt a sense of calm. Given Zhang Youcai's demeanor and character, he would undoubtedly not force her. As she noticed a figure ahead, holding a jade rui and preparing to lift the red veil, Lin Yuran took a deep breath to steady her emotions. If the individual turned out to be a time traveler, their mutual survival in this chaotic era would be paramount. Otherwise, she gripped the scissors tightly, preparing for the worst. The veil slowly lifted, and as Lin Yuran's vision cleared, she raised her bright, beautiful eyes to behold the man before her, clad in red. Upon seeing his extraordinarily handsome visage, her eyes widened in astonishment, reminiscent of startled autumn waters. It must be said, this talented individual is indeed handsome. But why does he seem so familiar? Is it you? Lin Yuran was taken aback, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. The leader of the wolf pack from 9527, the corpse king of Jiangnan City in the apocalypse? What a coincidence! Shen Yun was equally astonished. This man turned out to be Lin Yuran, who had traded with him for the body-enhancing potion on the island. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuran bore no semblance of desolation. On the eve of her wedding, her delicate features were adorned with beauty, making her appear breathtaking. Her exquisite oval face had skin like jade, and a hint of rouge accentuated her charming visage, rendering her exceptionally stunning. Beneath her picturesque willow-like brows, her bright eyes reflected his silhouette, clear and luminous. Coupled with Lin Yuran's innate intellectual beauty, she effortlessly exuded the aura of a gentle older sister. My heavens! Lin Yuran, brimming with excitement, stood up abruptly, her face radiant with delight as she gazed at Shen Yun. Am I truly to marry you? Her joy was not simply due to marrying Shen Yun, but rather the sheer exhilaration of encountering him. They had met a few times before. Although not intimately acquainted, they were at least familiar. Shen Yun's prowess was evident to all. How could Lin Yuran not be thrilled? Shen Yun chuckled while sitting on the bed, observing her. To be frank, I have a task involving a joyous union. What do you say? A joyous union? Lin Yuran's eyes quivered, seeing Shen Yun nod. Her entire face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. How embarrassing! She had not outright rejected the proposal, nor felt any aversion whatsoever. The tale of Shen Yun slaying over 3 million survivors indeed instilled fear in her. Yet he was also the one who had saved her life. With chaos looming on the horizon, her best ally at present was Shen Yun. There was no alternative. Let us consider this a task partnership. Should there be similar relationships in other realms, I will reach out to you for mutual benefit, Shen Yun remarked with a smile. This was his decision upon encountering Lin Yuran. If she were a local, he would provide her with substantial assets. However, if she were a traveler, as long as she did not cause trouble, Shen Yun would regard it as fulfilling the task. Yet upon seeing Lin Yuran, he resolved to establish a long-term partnership, sparing himself the effort of selecting a companion. After all, those who had endured multiple apocalypses often possessed deep thoughts and cunning. Should he find a woman who would recklessly betray him, it would be a severe loss. Partnership, Lin Yuran mused, biting her delicate lips in contemplation. Having experienced 2 apocalypses, she was acutely aware of the perils a beautiful woman faced in such times. Although she was formidable in reality, without continued traversal, she risked being surpassed. Forming a task-based relationship with Shen Yun would yield more advantages than disadvantages for her. The thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Yuran quickly came to a conclusion. Taking a deep breath, she nodded earnestly, speaking with resolve. Very well, no problem. May our collaboration be delightful. Shen Yun smiled gently in response. After both parties added each other as friends, Lin Yuran became aware of Shen Yun's name. Observing Shen Yun extinguishing a nearby candle, Lin Yuran promptly rose to serve the drinks on the table. Let us first partake in the ceremonial cup of wine, for this is a marriage task, and failure would be regrettable. This was merely her pretext. Her true intention was to find an opportunity to discreetly place the scissors from her sleeve down. Shen Yun, noticing her perceptiveness, felt relieved. Before long, both had finished the ceremonial wine. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Shen Yun's ears. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun. For completing the matrimonial task, you have been awarded 5,000 measures of grain. 5,000 measures of grain. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Yun's eyes. Such an amount could sustain over 10,000 people for more than a month. In these chaotic times, provisions are paramount. There was no time to waste on purchases. Lin Yuran, seated on the bed, tightened her sleeves and inquired softly, Shen Yun, are you not the lord of Jiangnan City? Surely, finding someone to assist with the task should be a trivial matter for you. She believed that with Shen Yun's capabilities and his current identity as the son of a marquis, this task would be effortless. It seemed she still harbored some doubts. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and directly shared the task list with her, speaking in a nonchalant tone. I believe my sincerity should suffice. For the purpose of the task, he could offer some explanations. If this woman remained ungrateful, then he would have to reconsider. Perusing the task list, Lin Yuran detected a hint of impatience in his voice and smiled awkwardly. I apologize. I was merely curious. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully as I too wish to survive. As long as you comprehend. Shen Yun cast her a sidelong glance, retrieved a red date from nearby, and flicked it, extinguishing the lights in the room. Let us sleep. If any tasks arise, I shall inform you. Shen Yun gradually lay down and closed his eyes. The following morning, as Shen Yun stepped outside, he was met by a throng of maidservants, all bowing their heads as they filled the room. Outside, the elder Ling Fu grinned broadly and clasped his hands, his face alight with emotion. Young master, there is finally hope for the family. The young master's significant life event has reached a small milestone. It is worth noting that the Ling family's main lineage had but one descendant left, Shen Yun. Now that the young marquis had finally married, the burdens on Ling Fu, who had managed the family for 3 generations, lightened considerably. You are all still worried that if I perish, the Ling family will have no heirs. Shen Yun rolled his eyes. Pish-posh, look at what you say. This old servant harbors no such thoughts. Ling Fu chuckled, revealing his toothless grin. In these turbulent times, such facts were undeniable, yet to state them outright felt rather ungracious. Leaning in closer, Ling Fu whispered, Young master, news of the Turkic attack reached Shanxing this morning. Chaos has begun. What do you intend to do? Confiscate the horses, grain, and wealth of the merchants, or something else? Shanxing lies a considerable distance from the border, allowing them ample time. This old fellow's immediate thought of confiscation was quite to Shen Yun's liking amid the turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and murmured, Those who manage to conduct business near the border must possess considerable backing. These are but insignificant figures, yielding little profit. Masterful. Ensure that the county is sealed off and no one is allowed to leave. In 2 days, the final card left to me by my father should arrive. Upon hearing this, Ling Fu, who had been hunched over, suddenly straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with vitality, dispelling any semblance of being on the brink of death. The imposing elder fixed his gaze on Shen Yun, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Young master, you mean to say that the master has left a trump card? How can there be something even I, the most trusted confidant of the Ling family, am unaware of? A card that Lord Ling Feng never utilized, even unto his death, yet entrusted to the young lord. Unbelievable. Emotion surged within the old man's heart, a tumult of excitement, anxiety, confusion, and doubt. Shen Yun smiled gently and nodded. My father once said that this trump card would only be used in times of chaos. It seems he foresaw this day. As Lord Ling Fu recalled the image of the feathered fan and the scholarly figure of the Ling family's prodigy, tears streamed down his cheeks. Host, there's no need to address the system in such a manner. Shen Yun's expression darkened, and he assisted the elder in leaving the courtyard. When the county government posted a notice prohibiting anyone from leaving the city, a cacophony erupted at the city gates. I am the steward of the Li family from Jinzhou. Open the gates at once. A portly elder on a carriage bellowed in fury. If we do not leave now, we shall perish here. Indeed, it seems the county intends to rebel. How dare you detain so many affluent merchants? Open the gates immediately. If you do not, my family from the Chang clan shall cease coming to Liangzhou. And can you, a mere county magistrate, bear the consequences? I advise you to reconsider, or I shall report this to the governor of Liangzhou, and your position shall surely be in jeopardy. The crowd erupted in uproar, with many fanning the flames of dissent, claiming that the Turks' first stop was the county, inciting widespread panic. Yet, faced with the throngs of protesters, the guards at the city gate raised their hands and bellowed, within the span of a tea time. Anyone daring to approach the city gate within 50 paces shall be executed. As the words fell, the soldiers atop the gate drew their bows, aiming directly at the gathered crowd. Quickly retreat. Move to another gate. Many affluent merchants urged their subordinates to turn back. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. And County Magistrate Cheng Dong appeared resolute in his refusal to allow their exit. He proclaimed that within 3 days, the advanced troops from the court would arrive, instructing them to await further orders within the city. Coupled with the court's edict posted atop the city walls, no one dared to defy the imperial authority. These merchants had come to the city gates to test their luck, hoping to escape. After all, none wished to be slain by the Turks. Yet, no one anticipated that this so-called imperial decree had been forged by Ling Fu. Within the courtyard of the magistrate, the elder lamented, "There is no imperial army coming. By the time they reach Liangzhou, chaos will have ensued." Cheng Dong gazed at the elderly man, his expression one of helplessness. Ling Fu cast him a sidelong glance. "Your family has been secretly sent out of the county. What? Do you now hesitate to perish?" Cheng Dong smiled bitterly. "What does it matter if I die, serving the Marquis? The young lord is currently in my care. Should anything happen, how could I face the lord?" This remark nearly compelled the old man to divulge his plans immediately. Otherwise, given the current garrison strength of the county, even the elite forces of the Ling family could manage to defend the city. However, if these individuals from the martial world were to charge forth, jeopardizing the sole heir of the Hofu, the risks would be insurmountable. If not now, then when? To be frank, Uncle Fu was also at a loss. Having inquired with Shen Yun for a considerable time without receiving any definitive news. Yet, having watched Shen Yun grow, he knew that the latter would never succumb to madness at such a critical juncture. Does he truly wish for the young lord to come harm? Ling Fu cast a glance at him. "You should focus on calming the citizens within the city and ensure the gates are secure. Do not overthink other matters." Very well. As time passed, a restless atmosphere spread throughout the county. For 3 consecutive days, the people within the city received no word of reinforcements from the court. When they approached the county magistrate for answers, they were met with only the response, "Just wait a little longer." If it weren't for the soldiers within the city having executed numerous incendiary instigators, the populace would have attempted to storm the gates. Outside the city, a considerable number of refugees had gathered, yet the gates of the county remained resolutely shut, plunging them into despair. The Turks had launched an assault, with tens of thousands of cavalry invading Liangzhou. With the gates still closed, if the cavalry were to attack, these people would be left to await their demise. But where could they flee? Without a fortified stronghold, they would likely be slaughtered by the Turkic horsemen on the road. Suddenly, several soldiers atop the city walls spotted a vast throng of refugees approaching from the north. The Turkic cavalry is coming. The refugees outside the city, upon hearing the anguished cries from behind, turned pale with fear. "Quickly, open the gates. The Turks are here. Officials, save us." The mournful cries resonated as one. Not only did the despair of the refugees outside the city deepen, but the citizens within, hearing the commotion, also wore expressions of defeat. The Turks had indeed arrived, yet the court's reinforcements had not. This implied that defending the county would exact a heavy toll. In that moment, the shadow of death loomed over everyone. On the city walls, as County Magistrate Cheng Dong gazed at the clouds of dust rising in the distance, he sighed towards Shen Yun beside him. "I estimate over 10,000 cavalry. Does the young lord intend for the county to hold out for several days?" 3 days of silence had stirred even the deeply calculating Cheng Dong's ire. Those present were all trusted allies of the Ling family, with no outsiders among them. Everyone fixed their gaze on Shen Yun, who remained calm and composed, staring ahead. Yet, his handsome visage betrayed no sign of turmoil, nor did he respond to Cheng Dong's inquiry. Just then, many perceptive individuals suddenly heard a deep, resonant sound. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous noises erupted in the east. Ling Fu was the first to turn his gaze towards the east, his aged eyes filled with uncertainty and astonishment. The others, albeit a tad slower to react, soon followed suit, all looking towards the eastern horizon. As a vast cloud of yellow sand ascended into the sky, the hundreds of soldiers present experienced a sudden constriction of their pupils, erupting in a collective shout. "It is cavalry." Such a formidable dust cloud must consist of at least 50,000 riders. Could it be yet another force from the Turks? What shall we do now? However, amidst the crowd, Ling Fu's beard trembled as he observed the sight, his eyes glinting with golden light. Meanwhile, Cheng Dong and the others abruptly turned to face Shen Yun, only to witness a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Why must we remain entrenched?" he declared, as he gracefully approached the war drum atop the city wall, proclaiming with pride, "Within 1 month's time, I shall eradicate the Turks." As the message resonated, a notification chimed. 500,000 Snow Dragon riders are ready for deployment. Please issue your command. Barely had the sound faded when Shen Yun raised the drumstick and struck the war drum with force, bellowing, "Let us trample the world beneath our steeds." Chapter 34. The Destruction of the Turks? Chang'an in turmoil boom. The earth trembled, and the city quaked. The scene resembled a dragon turning in its slumber, shocking the citizens within and beyond the city walls. On the battlements, everyone stared in horror at a white line of snow charging towards them from the east. Like a soaring dragon, the Turkish cavalry, taken aback by this spectacle, were startled. Yet, as they attempted to turn their horses and flee, a silver wave surged forth from the dragon riders, directly plunging into the Turkish ranks. This vanguard of 10,000 cavalrymen charged into the midst of the Turks like a tiger among sheep, scattering them within mere breaths. They then unleashed a ruthless slaughter, utterly invincible. The Turkish cavalry found themselves defenseless against such terrifying combat prowess, causing the elder Ling Fu to tremble with fear. The others, equally entranced, gazed in disbelief at the over 100,000 cavalrymen outside the city, appearing as statues of ice, perfectly aligned, even at such a distance. The onlookers atop the city walls could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from these horsemen, a palpable terror, while the main force remained stationary. The piercing glances they cast made the hair on the bodies of those atop the wall stand on end. Even the skilled warriors of the Marquis's estate felt a chill creeping down their spines when meeting the eyes of such elite soldiers. Danger. Extrême danger. This was the thought that surged from the depths of every heart. With such cavalry at their command, it seemed the throne of this realm was destined to change hands. Ling Fu sighed deeply. As an elder of the Ling family, he struggled to comprehend Ling Feng's intentions, suddenly feeling a sense of desolation. No wonder the young Marquis mentioned that this was a trump card only to be played in chaotic times. In the elder's eyes, it seemed that the impending turmoil was a lavish gift from Marquis Ling Feng to the one seated upon the dragon throne in Chang'an. At this moment, the refugees outside the city finally regained their senses. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes, their excitement palpable as they exclaimed, "We have triumphed. Victory is ours." The cavalry displayed extraordinary prowess, and the arrival of the imperial reinforcements evoked a sense of gratitude for the court's support, especially for those from the northern lands. However, the exaggerated praises incited a surge of indignation in the ever-serious Mr. Fu, who felt that this was his son's army and the court had little to do with it. As the 10,000 cavalry who had decimated the Turks entered the grand formation, all the members of the great snow dragon cavalry stood at attention. When the hooves of the war horses struck the ground, a thunderous roar erupted, drowning out the cheers of the refugees outside the city. Then, a unified shout of "Long live our Lord" rang out, akin to a clap of thunder, leaving everyone both inside and outside the city in stunned silence. The cavalry, with unwavering gazes, ignited a fervor within Shen Yun, his blood surging with excitement. From this day forth, the world shall know the might of the dragon cavalry. Indeed, this was the legendary invincible iron cavalry he had summoned earlier that morning. 500,000 great snow dragon cavalry. Yet, only 200,000 were called forth today, as the remaining 300,000 remained in reserve, for the space was insufficient to accommodate them all. Behold, Shen Yun's commanding voice resonated across the expanse. With a smile, he nodded and turned to the still-dazed Cheng Dong, saying, "Counting Magistrate Cheng, let the affluent merchants in the city come forth to witness this invincible iron cavalry. I require them to prepare ample provisions. Otherwise, they should contemplate the consequences. Mr. Fu, prepare a fine steed for me," Shen Yun declared. "Young lord, are you truly intending to lead the charge yourself?" Mr. Fu's tone was laced with hesitation. "Indeed, my decision is resolute." Shen Yun interrupted the elder's counsel, gazing at the assembled crowd, their eyes gleaming with valor. "You shall accompany me to battle and ascertain the wealth of the Turks. All spoils shall belong to whoever seizes them." These loyal subjects had steadfastly accompanied him on many adventures. This was an opportune moment to reward them generously. Laughter and cheers erupted. "Thank you, Lord Xie. We are grateful for your generosity." The excitement was palpable, and the people disregarded Mr. Ling Fu's admonishments as they hurried to prepare their steeds. Atop the city walls, a blood-red banner flew high, intricately embroidered with the character for Ling. With such a formidable cavalry present, the young lord's identity no longer needed to be concealed. Below the city, a throng of citizens gazed with trepidation at the cavalry formation not far away. Even the most seasoned leaders of various factions displayed expressions of astonishment. The war horses were magnificent, their eyes bright and bodies robust. The riders, too, were impressive, exuding the aura of seasoned warriors. It was astonishing to realize that County Magistrate Cheng Dong's distant relative was none other than the fierce Lord Ling Feng's son. This revelation was beyond imagination. Rumor had it that the emperor had been searching for him, and now, with the young lord appearing alongside his 200,000 cavalry, those who had previously spoken hastily fell silent, their eyes filled with uncertainty and intrigue. At this moment, the county magistrate Cheng Dong emerged from the city gate, observing the clustered wealthy individuals with a courteous smile, and said, "My young master has expressed that he is in need of additional provisions. Might any of you possess a viable solution?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with intrigue. Provisions? It seemed to signal an invitation to join the cause. The Li family of Jinzhou has a surplus of grain that remains unsold. One merchant exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, the Qing family of Yuanzhou is a major grain trader. As numerous affluent merchants gathered around Cheng Dong, Shen Yun, stationed atop the city wall, turned to Lin Yuran with a smile and remarked, "I shall retain 20,000 cavalry. You should heed the arrangements of Uncle Fu, for he is a seasoned veteran." Lin Yuran, surprised, gazed at him and said, "I did not anticipate your identity as the son of a marquis." The iron-blooded marquis was a name that resonated even with those like her, hailing from remote lands. This individual was the foremost intelligence chief of the Great Qian, wielding countless secrets and resources. The current presence of 200,000 snow dragon riders was irrefutable evidence of this. At that moment, Lin Yuran felt immensely fortunate to have aligned herself with Shen Yun. In comparison to those who had already engaged in battle and faced death, her fortune was indeed remarkable. She softly advised, "Do take care. It would be wise to depart at the first sign of danger." Over the past 3 days, the two had spent most of their time indoors, their relationship growing less estranged than before. "Haha, the same goes for you." As soldiers approached with armor, Shen Yun stepped forward to don his gear. Before long, clad in blood-red battle armor and wielding a spear, Shen Yun arrived before the snow dragon riders outside the city. Bellowing, "Follow me to the grasslands. Let us annihilate the Turks. Annihilate the Turks. Annihilate the Turks. Annihilate the Turks." The deafening roars echoed as the dragon riders, under the gaze of the crowd, departed in several waves. A month later, in Chang'an City. "Make way. 800 miles in haste." The citizens, queuing at the city gate, swiftly cleared the path upon hearing the shouts and the thunder of hooves behind them, fearing yet another defeat from afar. One citizen, gazing at the 5 war horses, wore a look of resignation. The sudden outbreak of conflict, coupled with the Great Qian's multifaceted warfare, had resulted in more losses than victories, filling the hearts of the populace with dread. Recent days had borne news of numerous defeats. "Perhaps we have one," another mused. "Alas, I have heard that formidable talents have emerged among the barbarians, even outclassing the veteran generals in court. What shall we do?" 800 miles in haste. The 5 war horses charged into the city gate with breathtaking speed. Among them, one heralding knight caused the citizens inside and outside the gate to momentarily freeze. A great victory! A great victory! The Turks have been vanquished. Khan Imu has been slain. The iron-blooded marquis's eldest son, Ling Chun, personally led the army to obliterate the Turks. The sound of hooves gradually faded as the onlookers along the streets returned to their senses. They exchanged bewildered glances with one another. Among the multitude of forces that had attacked the Great Qian, the Turks undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. Yet, this harasser of the prairie, a formidable force of the Great Qian for many years, has been utterly vanquished. It is said that he was annihilated by someone. An elderly man struck the face of the young man beside him, who hesitated to confirm. The young man, in a daze, replied, Yes. It seems he has indeed been destroyed. A great victory, a tremendous victory." Everyone trembled with excitement, their faces alight with joy. The Turks have been annihilated? Boom! In that moment, the entire city of Chang'an erupted in fervor. Chapter 35. Hoofbeats on the border, the world in shock. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, Zhao Muxue, seated upon the dragon throne, gazed in disbelief at the battle report in her hands. This had been jointly submitted by the governor of Liangzhou and various generals. Beside the messenger cavalryman stood a wooden box, containing the severed head of Imu Khan and his blade. 200,000 elite cavalrymen had obliterated the Turks. Zhao Mushue's eyes brimmed with incredulity. In her view, the ability to discreetly station such a formidable cavalry force in Great Qian could only be attributed to the astute and iron-willed Lord Lingfeng of yore. Zhao Mushue set down the battle report and addressed the civil and military officials within the hall. Esteemed ministers, do you have any insights? The murmuring crowd fell silent immediately. After a brief pause, Zhao Zhan from the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Your Majesty, the Turks have undoubtedly been eradicated. Yet how many of the 200,000 elite cavalrymen remain? No one knows. This man was a significant figure from Zhao Mushue's maternal family. Her ability to ascend the dragon throne at such a young age was not solely due to Ling Feng's prowess, but also the unwavering support from the royal family and her maternal lineage. Regrettably, Ling Feng's power was too vast. His ferocious methods left no one, not even the royal family and the Zhao clan, unscathed. Although the one reaping the benefits was Emperor Zhao Mushue, it also planted seeds of trouble for Ling Feng. Zhao Zhan's words undoubtedly echoed the doubts residing in the hearts of all present. Such a powerful cavalry force. How many remained? Let's not forget, the Ling family had been subject to a royal purge. The number of cavalrymen they possessed was their foremost concern. It was reasonable to assume that their numbers were dwindling, especially considering the Turks had reportedly gathered an army of 1 million. Though this figure may not be exact, it was not to be underestimated. He could certainly recruit a significant number of Turkish cavalrymen. This individual had lain dormant for many years, and with a single stroke, he obliterated the Turks, clearly indicating prior preparation. Caution was warranted. The hall buzzed with discussions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mushue spoke calmly. Let us discuss the rewards for Liang Zhou. We shall send someone to investigate further. If he dares to act against the court, his wolfish ambition will be laid bare. Testing the waters is one thing. If we can persuade Ling Chun to pledge allegiance to the court, it will be the wisest course of action at this juncture. This is a consensus shared by all. Even if Liang Zhou exhausts its military might, it would only benefit the court, not harm it. In an instant, the hall was once again engulfed in fervent debate. The prowess of the great snow dragon cavalry was indeed unparalleled. In less than a month, the vast Turkic realm was utterly obliterated, with the royal family mercilessly slaughtered. Upon the announcement of this news, the affluent merchants were quick to respond, once again augmenting their supplies and dispatching resources to Liangzhou. Despite certain areas being withheld by the imperial court, the seasoned traders, having navigated the complexities of commerce for so long, possessed alternative, clandestine means of transport. Shen Yun left behind a contingent of 100,000 dragon riders in the territory of the Turks, leading his forces to launch an indiscriminate purge against the nomadic tribes surrounding Liangzhou and the Turks. The proud cavalry of the steppes found themselves utterly powerless before the might of the dragon riders. Their formidable combat prowess compelled the nomadic tribes to flee, with some even driven deep into the ancestral mountains and forests. Wherever the dragon riders traversed, the gates of the border cities swung wide open at the first sign of their approach. For those who dared to close their gates, once besieged by Shen Yun, there was no escape. The defenders met with a grim fate. In a mere 8 months, the north was pacified. Such a record was undoubtedly terrifying. It is essential to recognize that the north was home to numerous nomadic tribes. Yet under the iron hooves of the cavalry, they exhibited no capacity for resistance. Several powerful nations among these tribes were entirely annihilated, leaving the world in shock. Moreover, His Majesty of the Great Qian conferred upon him the title of Duke of State, a distinction unprecedented in history. This astounding feat left many interlopers from foreign lands in a state of incredulity. Liangzhou's Turkic leader, Liang Jingshan, this iron-blooded marquis, is undoubtedly extraordinary. What a formidable start. Liangzhou's Khitan leader, Ma Sanlian. The notion that all men are created equal is mere nonsense. He commenced with the status of a top-tier noble, backed by profound resources. His fortune is indeed unparalleled. While we subsist on desiccated leaves, he feasts on succulent abalone. There is no comparison. Liangzhou's Jurchen leader, Li Dakai. What nonsense about the Jurchen being invincible. We were defeated 3-1 by the great snow dragon riders. Which fool of a nation made such claims? Liangzhou's Ruren leader, Halike Shi, chief. Fortunately, I was wise and chose to surrender at the outset. The iron-blooded marquis is indeed magnanimous, even providing us with provisions. In a year, we shall return home with joy. Liangzhou's Xiongnu leader, Alice. Why was I born near Huaxia? I would rather be in ancient Rome than endure such humiliation here. Woe is me. The submission of so many tribes to Liangzhou can only be described as a testament to their fierce achievements. Within the courtyard of a grand estate, Shen Yun reclined languidly on a bamboo chair, closing the chat interface and feigning sleep. For the past 8 months, apart from moments of rest, he'd been on the move. Although his time spent in direct combat was limited, the rigorous marches were undeniably exhausting. Thankfully, he had 500,000 great snow dragon riders to rotate in and out. The cavalry, resembling an insatiable serpent, devoured one tribe after another. Seated behind him, Lin Yuran, witnessing his fatigue, gently extended her hand to massage his temples, easing the tension that had built up over recent times. At that moment, her abdomen had begun to swell. In a month or two, she would give birth. Aside from the battles, upon returning to Liangzhou, Shen Yun had devoted himself to Lin Yuran with unwavering dedication. The heavens do not forsake those who strive. At long last, Lin Yuran was with child. With the enhancement of bloodline, Lin Yuran found herself inexplicably drawn to the young man before her, whose dark complexion and slightly weathered features evoked a sense of familiarity. Although their relationship was one of collaboration, the passage of time often cultivates feelings that arise without forewarning. Noticing Shen Yun open his eyes, Lin Yuran smiled gently and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Once you have the child, we shall see how the mission unfolds." Shen Yun turned over, playfully touching Lin Yuran's belly and chuckling. "Do you not feel an odd sense of wonder? Here I am at 21, yet back in reality, I am merely 18. Huh, I'm suddenly to be a father?" For Shen Yun, this was indeed remarkable. However, Lin Yuran felt a pang of sorrow, grasping his hand with a tone that dripped with melancholy. "If I were to give birth, how could I bear to leave? Carrying a child for 10 months is no trivial matter." Observing the redness in her eyes, it was evident that maternal instincts were beginning to swell within her. Shen Yun rose and remarked, "Consider it a genuine game quest. Overthinking is futile. I shall attend to the court's envoy for now." "All right, you go ahead," Lin Yuran replied with a smile. She understood that both of them were traversers, but the child was not, thus unable to return to reality. Yet, she could not emulate Shen Yun's carefree attitude. This difference revealed the vastness of Shen Yun's heart. "At the very least, your father has bestowed upon you a substantial legacy." Lin Yuran tenderly caressed her abdomen. As Shen Yun's confidant, privy to the iron-blooded Marquis's most confidential affairs, she was aware that the origins of the great snow dragon riders were rather suspicious. Limited by her understanding, the likes of Fu Bo and his companions would only perceive it as a contingency plan by Marquis Ling Feng. Yet, Lin Yuran speculated that it could also be a reward for traversers. Regardless, this unreliable father had at least left a legacy for the child. "Alas, my son, growing up without a father or mother, I must find him a father and mother among the Ling family." Lin Yuran blinked back tears and beckoned to a nearby maid. The attentive maid, Chui quickly approached along with the other attendants, speaking softly, "Madam, do you wish to return to your quarters for a rest?" This beautiful matron, aside from the head of the household, was the most significant person in the estate, carrying the bloodline of the Duke. Seeing her sorrowful demeanor, the maids worried they had witnessed a quarrel between the couple, their hearts filled with trepidation. Lin Yuran rose and smiled. "Yes, assist me back to the room. You all go prepare some chicken soup. Look at him, he needs nourishment." They all breathed a sigh of relief. Chui and the others carefully helped her, "Madam. Please take care, watch your step." Chapter 36. The army surrounds Chang'an, slaying the empress. In the hall, as Shen Yun approached from outside, the 17 eunuchs, encircled by the military strategist, greeted him as though he were a long-lost father. "Ah, Marquis Ling, you have finally arrived. My lord, this old servant has been awaiting your return for over half a year. Your Excellency, the Emperor has been thinking of you daily." Upon seeing your vibrant spirit, one can only surmise that the Emperor can sleep soundly. It is evident that the court has promoted Shen Yun. A group of eunuchs chattered incessantly within the chamber, their noise becoming quite bothersome. Shen Yun waved his hand, seated in the main position, and surveyed the assembly. "I do not wish to hear trivialities. State your purpose directly." After exchanging glances, an elderly eunuch stepped forward with a respectful bow, smiling as he spoke. "Your Excellency, I shall convey the message forthwith. The Emperor has appointed you as Grand General, overseeing the entire military of Dichian, tasked with vanquishing the invading nations surrounding us. Furthermore, the esteemed lady of the state has been elevated to the rank of First Lady of Dichian, endowed with the authority to oversee the progeny of the officials. Additionally, It is well known that the cavalry under your command possesses unmatched strength. The court officials wish for the outstanding youth from the military to learn from you, allowing you to mentor these exceptional talents. The court will also provide substantial resources, ensuring you face no concerns. Is that all? Shen Yun leaned back in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the visibly anxious elderly eunuch. You do not mention Zhao Mushue's role in the murder of my parents and the obliteration of my family? Thud. At these words, the elderly eunuch's complexion paled as he fell to his knees. The younger eunuchs present, witnessing the murderous intent in Shen Yun's eyes, turned ashen and fainted on the spot. The tone of the conversation suggested a disregard for the court's rewards. This indicated that the renowned tiger of Liangzhou might very well besiege Chang'an. This was tantamount to rebellion. How could they not be afraid? As Shen Yun rose to leave, even the leading elderly eunuch could no longer maintain his composure, wailing, "Your Excellency, if the world is at peace, the Emperor will surely grant you the title of a king of a different surname. Your Excellency, we are merely envoys. Please spare our lives. A king of a different surname?" Shen Yun dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand as he exited the grand hall. Kill them all. Most of what Zhao Mushue had offered was merely nominal. Indeed, even if she proffered something substantial, it would hardly pique Shen Yun's interest at this juncture. The plundering of so many foreign tribes had already elevated his resources to an unimaginable level, while a title and status would be ideal. How could the vengeance for his family's slaughter and the hatred of his kin be exchanged for mere rank? At his back, two masters of the martial world, their eyes alight with excitement, swiftly entered the room. This signified that a shift in power was imminent. For these adventurers, transforming into loyal subjects of a dragon was a source of great exhilaration. Your Excellency, do not misjudge the situation. Should you rebel, the hearts of the people will turn against you. 2 months later, Lin Yuran gave birth to a son. The entirety of Liangzhou was adorned with lanterns, and grand feasts were held, particularly within the estate, regardless of status. Everyone was filled with joy. The Ling family had an heir. The current strength of Shen Yun, coupled with the support of others, was the focal point of everyone's excitement, especially after the envoy from the palace was slain. Many within the court began to entertain a troubling thought. Could the family be destined to ascend the throne? With the birth of the young master, who knows? He might very well become the crown prince in the future. For those within the manor, a mere glimpse of the young lord would not only serve as a boastful trophy, but also render them objects of envy among the populace. Moreover, many of the young men who had accompanied Shen Yun and Uncle Fu on their journey began to take wives. Each night, they fervently attended to their spouses. Without further ado, it seemed the crown prince's entourage was all but secured. This realization only dawned upon them through Uncle Fu's astute guidance. Truly, the master remains the master. After all, how else could this master have served the Ling family through 3 generations? Including the young master, that makes it 4 generations. A household with an elder is indeed blessed. Now, Uncle Fu has truly become a master. The old man seldom leaves the manor, dedicating his days to health regimens and martial arts, all in hopes of prolonging his life to protect the young master a while longer. As the spring festival approaches, joy abounds in Liangzhou. Yet for those still mired in dire straits, beset by barbarian ravages, who has the luxury of celebrating the new year? Simply having enough to eat is a blessing. In the coming spring, after recuperating, Shen Yun will personally lead the army southward. Initially, he encountered numerous obstacles, for news of his rebellion had spread far and wide, coupled with the mysterious emergence of the great snow dragon riders. Rumors abounded that he was a fallen star of chaos, and so forth. However, in the face of absolute power, all schemes proved futile. Merely 2 months passed. 150,000 great snow dragon riders besieged Chang'an, the capital of Great Qian, mounted upon a magnificent white steed, clad in blood-red armor. Shen Yun gazed upon the walls of Chang'an and bellowed, "Zhao Mushue, if you do not open the city gates within 10 breaths, I shall slaughter every man and woman of the Great Qian within." Slaughter. The voices of the 100,000 dragon riders resonated in unison, causing the faces of those atop the city walls to pale. At this moment, further words were but a waste. All eyes turned to the woman at the center, whose expression remained calm. With a creak, before Zhao Mushue could issue an order, the city gates swung open. She turned to survey the room, finding that none of the ministers dared to meet her gaze, and she could not help but smile faintly and shake her head. "He dares to kill me. What reason would he have to spare you? Those who have defied the iron-blooded marquis. Upon this declaration, some were thrown into chaos, while others remained indifferent. Yet, for the sake of their lives, even if it meant bearing the stigma of treason, they were willing to take the risk. As for the loyal ministers of Great Qian, they had long been detained by this group. Ignoring them, Zhao Mushui fixed her gaze upon Shen Yun below and proclaimed, "The iron-blooded marquis once requested that I bear you a son to inherit Great Qian. Duke, you must be aware of this matter, no?" "What?" The surrounding ministers were taken aback, their expressions shifting in alarm, their hearts racing. As the emperor of Great Qian, Zhao Mushui would never utter a falsehood. Thus, this matter must indeed be true. What made them anxious was Duke Ling aspired to seize control of the Grand Qian dynasty, silencing the voices of both civil and military officials, as well as the murmurs of the populace. The only viable path to garnering the allegiance of the realm was through a union with Zhao Mushui. After all, rebellion was scorned by society. Otherwise, even if he were to attain dominion, the clans that had already benefited from the Qian dynasty would undoubtedly reject him, despite Shen Yun's vehement reluctance. The worst outcome would be to cast Zhao Mushui into the cold palace after she bore a royal heir. Such a fate would remain catastrophic for the traitors present, as they would surely face retribution from Zhao Mushui. Upon realizing this, numerous officials fell to their knees, lamenting in despair. "Your Majesty. Oh, Your Majesty. I was momentarily blinded by folly. I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness. In light of my diligent service, I hope for clemency. Your Majesty. This matter does not pertain to me. I too have been ensnared." In that instant, the officials on the city walls wept for their fate, pleading for mercy. It was no wonder Zhao Mushui remained so composed. She possessed a formidable trump card. Before I lose my power, I shall settle accounts with each of you." A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Mushui's eyes. She could forget about becoming the empress, yet once she bore a son, aided by her maternal clan and the royal family's covert support, there might still be a chance to ascend to the position of empress. It was said that the duke's wife, Lin Yuran, was of pure disposition, devoid of guile. If Zhao Mushui maintained a harmonious relationship with her, coupled with her own beauty, and devoted herself to assisting Shen Yun, she might redeem her past misdeeds. However, this vast empire would be handed over to others. At least it would remain within the lineage of the royal blood. May the ancestors not hold a grudge against Mushui. She sighed, surveying the group of traitors. Then, her gaze fell upon a figure clad in blood within the army below. But in the next moment, her pupils constricted, disbelief flooding her expression as she fixed her stare on Shen Yun. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed, hurtling towards her with lethal intent. Thud! The forceful arrow pierced Zhao Mushui's skull. Shen Yun retracted his longbow and surveyed the chaotic crowd atop the city walls, his tone icy. "Execute all the officials up there." "Understood." Boom! Thousands of cavalry surged into Chang'an. Chapter 37. Little one, I wish you fortune. Once the dragon riders entered the city, they unleashed a bloody massacre. Every royal family member, and those who opposed Shen Yun and the once iron-willed marquis, were mercilessly slain. For full 10 days, the streets of Chang'an ran red with blood, and fear gripped every heart. After cleansing Chang'an, the dragon riders dispersed across the realm, commencing the hunt for traitors in other regions. Their purging speed was astonishing, rapid enough that even where gunpowder had been produced, it was insufficient to withstand the might of the dragon riders. Meanwhile, the southern barbarians, sensing the peril, retreated to their lairs. In an instant, all wickedness across the land fell silent. Ling Fu and others believed Shen Yun's bloodlust was excessive and advocated for a policy of conciliation to stabilize the realm. Yet only Lin Yuran understood. They have little time left. If given sufficient time, Shen Yun would naturally understand the principle of boiling frogs in lukewarm water. Yet, upon deciding to attack Chang'an, he returned that night to play with his son, Xiao Hutu, and the vague sound of father that he heard, along with the innocent smile of his child, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Thus, Shen Yun disregarded the counsel of Fu Bo and others, determined to remove all obstacles with utmost urgency. Fortunately, the members of the Great Snow Dragon Riders possessed independent consciousness, rather than being mere programmed automatons. Such a formidable force, during the era of cold weapons, could at least ensure the safety of Xiao Hutu. As for whether he could ascend to the throne in peace, that was left to fate. Within the imperial palace, Shen Yun sat regally upon the dais, while Lin Yuran cradled their peacefully sleeping son, scrutinizing the couple before them. The man and woman, both around 30, belonged to a branch of the Ling family. After a year of surveillance, this family of 5, despite their harsh living conditions, exhibited pure heartedness and honesty. They had met the family head and matriarch before, and the couple, feeling the weight of their presence, offered a respectful bow. This was none other than the current sovereign of Dichien. Though he was their family head, standing before him felt like being enveloped in an invisible pressure, rendering the couple quite anxious. The tales of slaughtering nomads, sweeping through the lands, bloodily conquering Chang'an, and slaying the empress were almost mythical. The Ling family regarded their head as a celestial being descended to earth, someone far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Shen Yun set down his teacup with a smile and nodded. "Please, take a seat." "Very well," the man quickly replied, nodding as he and his wife settled beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yun turned to the man with a smile. "Wan San, I intend to place Xiao Hudu under your care. Your family shall reside within the imperial city. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Ling Wansan's eyes widened in shock and fear. Once he regained his composure, his face turned pale, and he grasped his wife, kneeling before Shen Yun. "Oh, esteemed head, are you seeking my third son's life? I lack the means to raise the young master." In ancient times, fostering a child was typically reserved for those who could not afford to feed them or were embarking on unpredictable journeys, thus entrusting them to others. How could they possibly qualify to raise the son of such a divine figure? "We shall be traveling the world," Shen Yun declared, resolving the matter. He then called for Fu Bo and, along with Lin Yuran, departed from the Grand Hall. Seeing Ling Wan since slumped on the ground as if struck by calamity, Ling Fu, filled with ire, kicked him and bellowed, "For heaven's sake, can you not be more ambitious? With us watching over the young master, how can anything go awry? Simply keeping him in your household will suffice, as long as he can remember." Ling Fu held a distinguished position within the Ling family, commanding immense respect. Upon hearing his words, Ling Wan San hastily scrambled to his feet, clutching the elder's hand, his tone urgent. "Is what you say true, Fu Bo? Please do not frighten me. Otherwise, my mother, even in her grave, will surely send dreams to haunt you. You rascal." Ling Fu's face flushed with indignation as he delivered a slap to the back of his head. "Get lost. You are oblivious to the blessings you possess. Do not speak of this matter to outsiders. It is sufficient for us to know." It is indeed you. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word." With the elder's assurance, Ling Wansan felt a weight lift from his heart as he briskly pulled his bewildered wife away. Once they had exited, his wife turned to him, her face a mask of shock. "Wansan, what of Uncle Fu and Mother?" Ling Wansan gazed upwards, lost in reminiscence. A look of nostalgia crossing his features. "That is a tale of the past. My father passed away early, and Uncle Fu often came to our home to care for us. Over time, he became close with my mother, so do not speak of it indiscriminately." 3 days later, as Ling Wansan and his wife departed with little Tiger Head in tow, Lin Yuran could no longer contain her sorrow, collapsing into Shen Yun's embrace as she quietly wept. "How shall I live from now on?" Shen Yun, feeling a sense of emptiness within himself, gently patted her back, offering soft reassurances. "Once we return, all feelings will diminish. Take heart. Upon the return of travelers to reality, regardless of their prowess, abilities, or insights gained in the other realm, all memories would fade significantly, sometimes to the point of vanishing entirely. Thus, most travelers opt for training upon their return, striving to hone their skills and rekindle their memories for this very reason. It is easy to speak lightly, but my little tiger has been without parents since childhood. If something were to happen to him, I would rather perish." Lin Yuran was genuinely heartbroken, her tears soon dampening Shen Yun's attire. Shen Yun could only continue to pat her back in consolation. He, too, felt sorrow, for this was his own flesh and blood. Yet, the birth of little Tiger Head was a beacon of hope, intended to carry on the Ling family legacy. "Little one, may fortune smile upon you," Shen Yun murmured, gathering Lin Yuran's trembling form closer. "Fear not. The birth of Tiger Head signifies the continuation of the family line, ensuring that the Ling family shall not falter." Suddenly, a notification echoed in the ears of all the travelers. Gentle reminder. The tumultuous era of ancient survival has concluded. Survivors will commence transportation in 10 seconds. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Yuran inhaled deeply and, with Shen Yun, entered the room, closing the door behind them. This lifetime had offered her a life of comfort and ease. "Shall we maintain contact in the real world?" Lin Yuran instinctively inquired of Shen Yun. Over 2 years of companionship had left her thoroughly enchanted by this formidable man. Who would not admire a hero who conquers the world? As time passed, her heart had irrevocably shaped itself to his essence. Shen Yun gazed down upon her tear-streaked visage, tenderly brushing aside a strand of hair from her ear, his tone more gentle than ever. Perhaps when we return, the bond between us may wane. These words struck Lin Yuran like a sharp dagger, leaving her breathless with pain. Stumbling slightly, she instinctively grasped Shen Yun's hand, looking up at him with a bittersweet smile. If only I could be as composed as you. As she gazed, tears shimmering in her eyes, a deep sense of reluctance mingled with profound affection surged forth. Shen Yun raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears, playfully remarking, "Haha, perhaps once you have more children in the future, you will be more composed." This remark instantly jolted Lin Yuran from her sorrow, her cheeks flushing as she clenched her delicate fists and struck him lightly, exclaiming, "You? Who said anything about having children with you? Oh, have you turned your back on me?" They both erupted into laughter, their spirits lifted. After some time, Fu Bo, the steward, noticed their absence and returned to the courtyard, only to find that they had mysteriously vanished. On the table lay a single letter, penned jointly by the two. It read, "Fu Bo, I must take my leave. Little tiger head shall be entrusted to you. May my son Ling Tian achieve greatness. Do not indulge him too much. And let him remember to frequently visit the Dragon Knights. Each of the 5 Dragon Knight regiments commands an army of 100,000 cavalry and possesses the authority to guide him. As for the merchants who support the army, do not allow them excessive profit. A mere nominal title will suffice. Lin Yuran, Fu Bo, in the Fenghui Alley of Liangzhou, I have entrusted you with the purchase of a house, where you will find birthday gifts for Tian'er before he turns 20. Remember to present them each year." The letter was a lengthy 25 pages, entirely concerning Little Tiger Head. As for the state of Diqian, Shen Yun merely provided a brief overview. Lin Yuran's handwriting was sporadic, clearly a reflection of her profound sorrow. "May my son be mindful of the common people. Ling Chun, all I wish for is my son's safety." Lin Yuran, Fu Bo, his voice choked with emotion, lamented the burden left for the young master, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes with trembling hands as he carefully tucked the precious papers into his bosom. In truth, the old man had long harbored suspicions about the origins of his lord's formidable snow dragon cavalry. Even the venerable Marquis, with all his prowess, could not have forged such a powerful army. Was it possible that the young Marquis was a celestial being unable to take even Little Tiger Head away? Perhaps merely a mortal? Fu Bo's gaze was bewildered, his expression filled with melancholy. As expected, in the following days, reports emerged from various regions of individuals mysteriously disappearing, all within the same time frame. To Fu Bo and the others, it seemed that these individuals, much like their young master, were perhaps celestial beings undergoing trials in the mortal realm. Chapter 38, The Third Stage. The Sakura Kingdom falls entirely upon returning to reality. A notification echoed in Shen Yun's mind. "Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, for surviving 2 years in the tumultuous ancient era. Rewards will be dispatched following the evaluation. Personal strength rating, S. Family development rating, S. Resource rating, SSS. Underling strength rating, global number 1, Ultra SSS. National power construction, S. National stability, A. Civilizing the barbarians, B." A series of evaluations concluded, with only the Snow Dragon Cavalry attaining the extraordinary Ultra 3S. The Golden Finger truly proved to be the most formidable asset. Congratulations to the Traveler Shen Yun for achieving a score of S in the tumultuous era of ancient times. The reward consists of 10,000 second tier evolution crystals and 10,000 ability advancement cores. The sheer quantity of these rewards ignited a gleam of gold in Shen Yun's eyes as he meticulously observed his bedroom. The system had not indicated the installation of any surveillance cameras, allowing him to safely pocket the traversal crystal and retrieve a second-tier evolution core. This core, gleaming in white, was more translucent and luminous compared to the first-tier gray version. However, it lacked the starry patterns, which were exclusive to ability cores. Without hesitation, Shen Yun consumed 25 second-tier cores, and in a mere moment, his strength ascended to that of a second-tier evolver. Determined to advance further, Shen Yun inhaled deeply and swallowed 100 second-tier cores in one go. To transition from a second-tier to a third-tier evolver, the requirement was precisely 100 second-tier evolution cores. However, Ascending to the 4th tier necessitated the acquisition of 3rd and 4th tier evolution crystals, as the cores dissolved seamlessly upon entry. A resounding explosion of power surged through Shen Yun's limbs, significantly augmenting his strength. His mental prowess also experienced a notable enhancement. Exhaling a long breath, Shen Yun beamed with joy. He had become a 3rd tier evolver. With this newfound strength, complemented by his abilities, he felt exceedingly capable in a post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, upon breaking through to the 3rd tier, not only did his abilities gain potency, but he also unlocked a spatial ability, the Void Blade Cross Slash. This ability manifested suddenly upon the enemy, delivering devastating damage up close. If one were careless, they could easily be reduced to mere fragments, showcasing its terrifying lethality. Subsequently, he extracted the ability advancement core. The core shimmered with brilliant starlight, reminiscent of a multitude of twinkling stars. Without delay, Shen Yun accessed his inventory and consumed all 10,000 experience cores. Congratulations, Shen Yun, for utilizing 10,000 advancement cores. Your current spatial ability experience points stand at 1,000,100. A gentle reminder, upon reaching 1,000,000, the quality of the spatial ability will ascend to a series level, enhancing its effects. A mere 1,000,000 cores, Shen Yun mused, feeling somewhat bemused. He recalled someone online mentioning that F-class ability users required only 10 advancement cores to elevate to E-class. Indeed, the quality of abilities can be enhanced, provided one possesses a sufficient quantity of advancement cores. However, these cores are far more challenging to produce than 2nd tier ones. Information, posts, and videos regarding this topic are scarce online. To amass a considerable amount, one might only find success in other realms by achieving high scores. What a bountiful harvest it was, becoming a 3rd tier evolver. Shen Yun stood and exercised his limbs, realizing that without the aid of abilities or armor, the defense afforded by a 3rd tier physique rendered conventional firearms ineffective. This signified the impending obsolescence of human firearms in the annals of history. Undoubtedly, what followed was the high-tech weapon schematics awarded upon his return. However, for Shen Yun, no matter how formidable the weapon, it was rendered irrelevant by his invulnerability. Upon entering the kitchen, he retrieved a can of soda from the refrigerator, murmuring to himself. Speaking of which, his feelings for Lin Yuran had diminished to nothing. It dawned on him that those 2 years spent as comrades in arms left little emotional residue in his heart. Lin Yuran was a woman as gentle as water, possessing a refined temperament and an intellectual grace. Furthermore, her strategic acumen was exceptional. Her management of affairs within the estate was far more organized than that of Uncle Fu. It was rumored that she had established a sizable company, which was hardly surprising given her capabilities. After 2 years of companionship, Shen Yun found himself quite pleased with his considerate and voluptuous elder sister. Should similar tasks arise in the future, she would undoubtedly be competent. Retracting his thoughts, Shen Yun took out his phone to check the trending events from the past week. As he opened the video application, he found content exclusively posted by fellow travelers. Upon observation, he noted that the number of individuals able to acquire 2nd tier crystal cores barely reached 3 to 5. He discovered no one with 10 or 20 cores, let alone his own multitude of over 10,000. This disparity in reward ratings was quite evident. After browsing for a moment, he clicked on the official news, where a striking announcement caught his eye. Headline: An outbreak of mutant beast tides surrounding Sakura country has resulted in heavy casualties, prompting a mass exodus to East Asian nations. Has the territory of the little nation been lost? Shen Yun couldn't help but revel in their misfortune. However, the little nation had purchased considerable territory in other countries, larger than their own homeland. Their annihilation was far from imminent. East Asia was merely a transit point. Surely, this warranted a grand feast in celebration. With a smile, Shen Yun rummaged through the freezer for available ingredients while continuing to peruse the news. Armed forces from various nations converge on coastal cities. A significant number of coastal residents begin to evacuate. Federal government. Following discussions between the leaders of Sakura country and other nations, the populace has consented, and the first annihilation nuclear bomb has been deployed over Sakura country. The fall of Sakura country served as a warning to the coastal nations. Fortunately, these coastal cities had established a maritime defense line over a century ago, avoiding chaos. Regions like the little nation, surrounded by the sea, had no escape routes and were thus compelled to relinquish territory and retreat into East Asian nations. However, what surprised everyone was that the nuclear bomb deployment had failed. The first Annihilation nuclear bomb appeared accurately above the island nation. Yet the entire archipelago was enveloped by a protective barrier. When the bomb descended, even the barrier could not be breached, resulting in an explosion in mid-air. In the video, experts speculated fervently. The arrival of the mutants signifies the evolutionary process of these aberrant creatures. The defensive barrier likely harbors powerful mutants aiming to seize human territory. Latest update. The island nation's travelers have returned. The barrier has not severed communication. Yet, the city is teeming with oceanic aberrations. To escape alive seems an insurmountable challenge. Recent headlines report that the formidable Mitsui Jiro attempted to ascend through the protective barrier via helicopter, only to collide with it, shattering the rotor and plummeting into obscurity. Various international research institutions have released statements asserting that this is indicative of the aberration's domain capabilities, making escape an exceedingly arduous endeavor. It is believed that the aberrations within the domain are positioned internally. Thus, the traversers from Sakura seek to self-rescue by attempting to detonate a nuclear device from within. A flurry of news updates inundated my mobile application, leaving one breathless with a relentless stream of information. The domain indicates that these aberrations genuinely intend to proliferate upon the land. Shen Yun pursed his lips, casting a glance at the vehicles congesting the streets, and resolved to depart from Haicheng post-haste after his meal. Those remaining in Haicheng are either newly returned traversers or their family members. Others may have fled as Sakura fell into despair. Upon the appearance of a traverser, the populace hastily gathered their belongings and made their escape, causing the roads to become choked with traffic. Although this location is a fair distance from the coastline, and a coastal defense line exists to issue immediate warnings in the event of an incident, it is prudent to leave as soon as possible. As Shen Yun turned on the faucet to soak the frozen ribs, he noticed the water flow was erratic. Has the water supply ceased? Frowning slightly, he turned the tap to its maximum. Suddenly, the faucet sputtered violently, spewing a torrent of murky water that reeked foully. To make matters worse, the faucet began to tremble. Something lurked within the pipes. Chapter 39. The Dawn of Cataclysm, Oceanic Aberrations Land. Shen Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly stowed away the kitchen knives and turned to flee. A thunderous crash resonated from the sink. In the next instant, boom, a towering column of water shot up to the ceiling. Within this deluge, a slender, flesh-colored tentacle writhed in the air before darting towards the doorway with blinding speed. As Shen Yun slammed the security door shut, the main entrance was pierced, revealing a writhing segment of the tentacle. With a swift motion, he wielded the fruit knife, severing the appendage cleanly. It was a first-order squid. A glance at the severed limb, now blackened, prompted Shen Yun to hasten down the stairs. According to the Aberration Encyclopedia, first-order squids possess abysmal defenses and are insidious. Their dismembered limbs turning black is characteristic of their kind. Yet, the oceanic aberrations have infiltrated a coastal city. This implies they may have covertly breached the seabed passage. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the main road. Fire hydrants and manhole covers were propelled skyward by the geysers, startling passers-by into frantic evasions. What is happening? One could observe grotesque, fish-like monsters erupting from the depths. Their limbs grounded as they stared hungrily at the surrounding humans. Their gazes resembled that of creatures encountering a delectable feast, their jagged, serrated teeth gnashing together, dripping with a stream of saliva that exuded a distinctly fishy odor. The monstrous fish, measuring 1.5 meters in length, boasts a sleek, obsidian exterior and robust limbs. However, each of these dark creatures bears signs of decay and deformity to varying degrees. The sight of the swarm of black fish left an elderly man in the car with wide eyes, his beard trembling in disbelief. This species, known as the black fish, is a widely recognized aberration of the ocean, notorious for its terrifying numbers, often appearing in the hundreds of thousands. Despite being classified as a first-tier creature, its biting force is remarkably formidable. The aberration has landed. Flee for your lives. The cacophony of car horns erupted as terrified drivers urged one another to move. Many abandoned their vehicles, hastening away with their families. In a horrifying instant, a man who had just exited his car was seized by a lurking black fish, which clamped down on his head with its powerful jaws, blood gushing from the serrated gaps in its teeth. With a violent twist of its body, The fish tore the man's head from his shoulders, blood pouring forth in a gruesome spectacle. This horrifying scene left the onlookers pale with fear, as they fled in a panic. The street was engulfed in a symphony of screams, car alarms, and the roars of the black fish. The sheer number of these creatures, emerging from the depths, was overwhelming. Even the first-tier powerhouses among the crowd dared not linger, scattering like headless flies. Though there were those who attempted to strike down the black fish, they were swiftly overwhelmed. Even the soldiers on the street found it difficult to fire their weapons amidst the chaos, opting instead to flee with the crowd. At that moment, Shen Yun had just descended the stairs when he was met with the chilling sounds of distress from the street. Spotting a massive swarm of black fish charging into the community, he swiftly activated his spatial displacement, reappearing atop a traffic light at the intersection. As he surveyed the scene, the streets appeared submerged beneath a black tide. The sheer volume was staggering. To make matters worse, murky seawater was seeping out from the sewers. The aberration had somehow breached the coastal defenses, infiltrating the city of Haicheng. Shen Yun briefly contemplated the implications before teleporting to a nearby balcony, hastening his departure. This was no place to linger. He had initially believed that the coastal defenses, equipped with humanity's highest technology, would provide an early warning. However, it seemed that the oceanic aberrations had evolved over the years, possibly developing unfathomable abilities. The shield of Sakura Island might merely be one of their many defenses. Though unafraid of being surrounded by these aberrations, Shen Yun was cautious of their unpredictable nature and did not wish to become ensnared in Haicheng. His priority was to gather supplies. With a glance at the familiar surroundings, he redirected his course toward the nearest large supermarket. The efficacy of spatial displacement proved invaluable at this moment, allowing him to effortlessly evade the encroaching black fish. In less than 3 minutes, he was on his way. Shen Yun arrived at a sprawling 5-story shopping mall, only to find that all 6 floor-to-ceiling windows at the entrance had been shattered. The sheer number of individuals clamoring for resources rendered the entrance completely blocked. Run. The black tide is approaching. Get out of my way. My kidney. Some even resorted to violence, stabbing those in their path, as cries of anguish and terror filled the air. At that moment, chaos reigned throughout the city. Who could possibly maintain order in such pandemonium? Even the supermarket staff had begun to seize resources and flee, seeing that the first floor shelves were nearly stripped bare. Shen Yun swiftly moved to the second floor, embarking on a zero-cost shopping spree. Approaching the shelves, he merely waved his hand, and all the goods were instantly absorbed into his spatial storage. He did not overlook any variety of snacks, water, beverages, candy, and prepared foods. This was not a time for selective shopping. He gathered everything within sight. "Where's my water?" a robust man exclaimed, having just placed water in his cart only to find the shelves utterly empty upon turning around. The entire shelf is gone. Look, it was all taken by him. The crowd turned to see a striking young man, approximately 185 meters tall, effortlessly clearing the surrounding goods with a mere gesture. My heavens, a storage space? He possesses a spatial storage ability. Many young people gasped in admiration. In such a dire environment, possessing such an extraordinary ability was nothing short of miraculous. If they had that power, they could empty the supermarket and retreat to another city to develop in seclusion. An elderly man at the shelves, seeing Shen Yun approach, hurriedly tossed instant noodles into his cart, calling out, "Young man, leave some for us. I can't eat much." Despite claiming to need little, the old man's actions belied his words as his cart filled rapidly. Others around him frantically stuffed their carts with goods. "Handsome, leave us a little, and we shall meet again in the future. You've cleared several shelves already. Share some with us." Shen Yun, undeterred, continued to gather the items from the shelves. Observing this, many individuals quickly glanced at their carts and, relieved to find their goods untouched, hurriedly turned to flee. After all, who could blame him for taking more? Those fortunate enough to secure some resources wasted no time in escaping. The area was filled with essential foods such as instant noodles, cakes, and ready-to-eat meals. Several elderly women, having collected little, panicked at Shen Yun's approach, desperately attempting to push him aside. "There are plenty of other places. Why come here? Are you trying to hoard everything?" Seemingly unfazed, Shen Yun smiled ominously, suddenly producing 2 fruit knives and striking with lightning speed. With a swift motion, he plunged the blades into the necks of 5 individuals, leaving a chilling silence in his wake. The elderly woman clutched her bleeding neck, retreating repeatedly, her face a mask of terror as she glared at the ruthless young man. Such a fierce individual. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, dared not linger any longer. After stowing away the fruit knife, Shen Yun continued to gather supplies from the area, casually assisting the elderly woman by collecting items from her cart to prevent any resources from going to waste. Vegetables, seafood, meat, daily necessities, anything useful was packed away. Before long, having amassed more than half of the supplies on the 5th floor, Shen Yun turned his gaze towards the lobby on the 1st floor. He observed a horde of monstrous black fish surging into the supermarket, attacking the panicked crowd. So swift, it appeared the surrounding area had already fallen. Shen Yun furrowed his brow and swiftly made his way to the 5th floor window, leaping into the air. Having gathered nearly 100 tons of supplies, enough to sustain him for a considerable period, he focused on a building rooftop over 100 meters away, and in an instant he vanished. Upon reaching the 3rd stage of evolution, his displacement distance had increased. Without pause, Shen Yun reappeared atop the building, activating his displacement ability once more, flickering away into the distance. Chapter 40. A Colossal Creature. The fall of Haicheng. Undoubtedly, the highway out of the city had become choked with traffic. In such a moment, a single rear-end collision would render escape impossible for those behind. All who managed to flee Haicheng climbed atop their vehicles, daring not to stop for even a moment. Shen Yun walked along the highway railing, glancing back at Haicheng. He could vaguely see thick smoke rising from the high-rises. A multitude of people surged onto the highway behind him. There was no other option. The mountains and forests surrounding the city made the highway the fastest route to the next city. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had previously maintained order within the city had now retreated from Haicheng. The emergence of the aberrations had come so suddenly, without warning. With such a meager force, clearing the city was utterly impossible. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground beneath them tremble slightly. Even the parked vehicles began to shake. An earthquake? Where did this earthquake come from? Could it be that the aberrations are about to emerge from underground? At these words, panic seized the crowd. It was known that the black fish had surged up from beneath the earth. The crowd became frantic, anxiously scrambling over vehicle tops in a desperate attempt to escape. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated from the city behind them. Shen Yun, who had been observing Haicheng, felt a shiver run through him. Incredible! Those who heard the noise turned to see what was happening, all gasping in shock. What kind of monster is that? They beheld a massive octopus, its smooth head crowned with writhing tentacles entwined around the skyscrapers. The rumbling sound from within the city was the thunderous collapse of buildings buckling under the pressure. As the colossal octopus lifted its body, a haunting wail echoed forth. Ah! The sound was not jarring, yet what transpired next was beyond comprehension. Yet, this revelation rendered the faces of the onlookers pale. They beheld as the colossal octopus emanated a soft, blue, semicircular beam of light. In but a breath, the beam rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire city. It was the anomalous light shield of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Those familiar with the phenomenon exclaimed in alarm, "Run quickly." Panic ensued as the crowd fled in terror. Once ensnared within, escape would be impossible, leaving them at the mercy of the monstrous tide surging through the city. Shen Yun, unwilling to linger, executed several swift movements spanning hundreds of meters. In uncertain circumstances, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary peril. Caution is seldom misplaced. Fortunately, the luminous barrier merely hovered above the city and did not extend outward, allowing the people to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the survivors within the city faced dire straits. Until a means of escape was ascertained, they would be forced to battle the oceanic aberrations that plagued their surroundings. The likelihood of survival was virtually nil. A few individuals perched atop vehicles expressed their relief. It seems Haicheng is destined to fall, much like Cherry Blossom Isle. Thankfully, we departed swiftly. Otherwise, we would have been trapped within. I have heard that other coastal cities are also experiencing outbreaks of monstrous tides, with some coastal defenses having been breached. Should we find ourselves entering another dimension, only to emerge surrounded by a horde of beasts, it would spell disaster. Alas! If that were the case, we would have no choice but to retreat inland or to higher altitudes, buying time as we strive for high-scoring rewards in the other world. Meanwhile, the massive octopus had vanished from Haicheng, presumably sinking into the depths below. Yet, those on the highway dared not tarry. After a brief respite, they pressed onward. From atop a vehicle, Shen Yun gazed back at Haicheng, contemplating his next move. He needed to ascertain whether he could traverse the light shield using spatial displacement. If successful, the shield would hold no sway over him, allowing him to claim the resources within the city. After more than half an hour, Having confirmed that the barrier had not expanded, Shen Yun arrived at its periphery. Standing atop a truck. He was astonished to observe that the shoals of black fish could pass freely in and out of the shield. However, the humans trapped within, no matter how fervently they pounded against the barrier in an attempt to escape, were met with futility. Even the soldiers inside, armed with firearms, could hardly affect the barrier in the slightest. As for those outside the barrier, under the relentless assault of the shoals, they were either huddled in their vehicles, trembling in fear, or lying amidst the fish, becoming fodder for the monstrous horde. Free to enter and exit. Was this a matter of species? Shen Yun pursed his lips, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering barrier. Yet, before he could displace himself within, he was suddenly jolted back as if colliding with an invisible wall, appearing in mid-air. A shriek erupted from the shoal below as they leapt upward, mouths agape. As Shen Yun fell freely, he deftly landed atop a nearby car. Squinting at the barrier ahead, is entry prohibited due to species constraints? Or does its spatial abilities surpass my own? In the face of a colossal octopus enveloping the city, perhaps slaying it would eliminate further contemplation. Shen Yun swiftly turned and vanished onto the expressway. He intended to venture inland or to highland regions, seeking a tranquil environment to continue accruing rewards from interdimensional traversals, while simultaneously gaining insights into the characteristics and abilities of otherworldly beings. Should he fail to dispel the protective barrier by vanquishing the giant octopus or encounter other uniquely empowered marine entities, the unpredictability would be considerable. At Sioux City International Airport, throngs of people rendered the area impassable. The most expedient means of reaching the interior, aside from high-speed rail, was by air. However, following the catastrophic event in Sakura Country, where a tide of beasts inundated the land, tickets for all major airlines have been booked solid for the month. With no available tickets, boarding the plane was impossible. Yet, the influx of individuals from other cities disregarded this predicament, forcefully breaching security to board, resulting in numerous flight cancellations and delays, inciting dissatisfaction among those who could have otherwise boarded. The initial disputes escalated to physical confrontations, with several casualties reported. Meanwhile, Shen Yun found himself seated within an aircraft. Glancing at the tumultuous scene in the waiting area from his window seat, he closed his eyes to rest. The journey had drained much of his mental fortitude over the course of an hour. Fortunately, he had encountered several rides along the way, allowing him to relax atop their roofs. Due to the lack of available seating on the plane, Shen Yun occupied the flight attendant's designated area in the rear cabin. It was evident that tickets for flights to the interior were exceedingly scarce. The lowest fare was currently around 300,000, yet still unattainable. At that moment, 3 flight attendants, returning from their rounds, noticed the presence of a young man in their midst. However, the strikingly handsome Shen Yun, now silent, easily garnered their favor. This lad is rather handsome, they murmured. Had he perhaps taken someone else's seat, or was he boarding without a ticket? After a brief exchange, one of the attendants approached him with a professional smile and a melodious voice. Sir, do you have a ticket? This area is reserved for staff. With the plane already in flight, it was impossible to displace anyone at this juncture, especially with the potential for disruption from those outside, due to delays. As soon as the words left her lips, the 3 attendants were taken aback. They witnessed the young man, without even a flicker of his eyelids, vanish from the window seat and reappear in the aisle seat 3 rows ahead. The sight left the attendants wide-eyed. An extraordinary ability? Only an extraordinary individual could achieve such rapid movement, and it was indeed a spatial displacement ability, an immensely practical and formidable power. Do not disturb me, he uttered in a calm tone, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety and nervousness among the 3 attendants. It was then they recognized the formidable aura emanating from this man. The 3 seasoned attendants understood that he was no ordinary person. As the airplane took flight, they exchanged glances before taking their own seats. The attendant without a seat settled upon a colleague's lap. 3 individuals are not foolish. It is unnecessary to offend someone over a mere ticket. Of course, the crux of the matter lies in their underlying intentions. Young, handsome, and endowed with formidable abilities. These are the standards that define the current preferences within the flight attendant circle. Even a fleeting romantic encounter could potentially serve as a safety net in this prevailing environment. Naturally, the opportunity to draw closer to such a figure is not one they wish to squander. Chapter 41. The Band of Ruthless Thieves. Swift to seize the crystal cores, yet equally swift to meet their demise. Once seated with their seatbelts fastened, the three flight attendants cast their discerning eyes upon Shen Yun. His handsome visage featured exquisitely defined features, particularly his profile, his brows arched like mountains, his nose elegantly prominent, and his jawline gracefully sculpted, rendering him utterly captivating. Noticing that he still had his eyes closed, the attendants exchanged knowing glances, raising their delicate thumbs in unison. Truly dashing. And his strength is equally impressive. Such an admirable aura. Yet why has he not even purchased a ticket? One of the attendants had already devised a strategy for initiating conversation. Lightly pressing her tinted lips together. If he were to offer any indication, I might just indulge my modesty. As the plane ascended smoothly, the passengers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The journey to Los Angeles was quite distant from the coast, and being one of China's renowned high-altitude cities, it promised a period of relative tranquility. However, upon realizing Shen Yun's disinterest in engaging, the three attendants felt a pang of disappointment and gradually returned to their duties. One attendant, seated on a colleague's lap due to the cramped space, leaned close to Shen Yun's ear as she prepared to rise. "Sir, I must step out for a moment." Her voice was soft and melodious, accompanied by a faint, enticing fragrance. After speaking, she gently gripped his arm for support as she stood, leaving him with a subtle hint. Yet upon glancing back and finding Shen Yun still with his eyes closed, she wore a look of resignation. At that moment, they noticed a man in a baseball cap rise from the front, clapping his hands to garner the attention of the passengers. "This is a hijacking," but remained calm. As he spoke, three men donned in black masks stood up in the aisle. "Hand over all your crystal cores. We advise you to comply. We are only here for the money." Seeing that the four lacked any formidable weapons and posed no real threat, a middle-aged man in one of the seats chuckled. "Well, this is quite novel. A hijacking should at least consider the circumstances." His remark elicited laughter and jeering from several passengers. "Ha, you four might want to behave. There are plenty of first-level evolvers on this flight. Don't risk your lives." "Madness. Whether they're evolvers or not, let's eradicate these fools together." Voices of disdain erupted. Many evolvers unfastened their seatbelts, observing the four like they were insignificant insects. Most of them had navigated through the apocalypse to some degree. Should the intruders dare to make a move, the crowd would dispatch them with ease, as if squashing a mosquito. The man in the baseball cap, evidently the leader, listened to the derisive remarks around him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Remember those who insult me." Just as he finished speaking, whoosh, a powerful gust of air surged into the cabin, and the more than 10 passengers present suddenly felt an overwhelming suction beneath their feet. They glanced down in astonishment, only to find themselves gazing at a sky of blue and white clouds. Whoosh! In an instant, the formidable force yanked this group out of the aircraft. No, I will give you the crystal core." A deafening rumble echoed through the plane. Although fleeting, the horrifying scene of the passengers being sucked away left everyone in shock. Good heavens, he is an abilities wielder. Those people were ejected from the cabin? Let's discuss this calmly. Here, as the crystal core. A cacophony of screams and gasps erupted. Everyone was terrified by the actions of the man with the duckbill cap. Even some first-tier evolved individuals dared not make a move, their eyes wide with suspicion as they stared at him and the three robbers. The opponent's abilities had actually created a hole inside the airplane, only to restore it as if nothing had happened. How could such powers not cause the aircraft to disintegrate? It was utterly bizarre. Most importantly, the duckbill cap man possessed such a practical ability, suggesting that he might even be a second-tier evolved individual. In a crowd where most were first-tier, anyone who achieved the second tier appeared exceedingly formidable. This was beyond their capacity to resist. Those who wished to survive had no choice but to surrender their crystal cores. The three turbaned men glared fiercely at the crowd, scavenging for crystal cores. Those who could board a plane at this moment were either wealthy or powerful. They likely carried various crystal cores on them. This was the very purpose of their venture. "Do not hide any. I have detection equipment. I want wealth. You want life. Cooperate fully." The duckbill cap man surveyed the surroundings with a radiant smile. The crowd dared not hesitate, hastily producing their crystal cores for the three brigands. However, they were all first-tier cores. Seeing the crowd comply, the duckbill cap man cheerfully called out, "Old three, go check the business class and first class. Those who do not cooperate will be dealt with directly." To be fair, the robbery of crystal cores was indeed swift. "All right, boss." The turban man turned around and spotted a flight attendant in her 30s, nervously watching him. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist with a grin. Go inform your captain to divert the plane to Nanshan Airport. Nanshan Airport has already been closed. The turban man interrupted her with a sinister smile. What does that have to do with us? Those who do not wish to die should comply. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant dared not hesitate. I will go right away. Suddenly, the seated passengers noticed with suspicion that as the turban man turned to leave, a figure appeared between him and the duckbill cap man. In the next moment, the figure lunged to attack, a kitchen knife glinting ominously as it aimed for the back of the turban man's neck. The figure was none other than the swiftly appearing Shen Yun. To protect the duckbill cap man, he raised his hand, targeting the back of the opponent's head. Spatial devour. After all, the release of psychic abilities is exceedingly rapid, necessitating the immediate obliteration of the target's brain. In an instant, a ripple of darkness enveloped the head of the cap-wearing man. With a sickening sound, there was no resistance. His neck was as if severed by a blade of light, clean and precise. The head vanished, and a fountain of blood erupted skyward. Meanwhile, the man in the turban was met with a forceful strike from Shen Yun, as a kitchen knife cleanly severed his cervical spine. A chilling scream erupted from the man, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. What despair must one feel to emit such a sound? Chapter 42. The Inland Megacity. Luocheng, the agonizing cries immediately attracted the attention of the bandits collecting crystal cores. The two men spun around, only to find their leader had been decapitated, blood gushing from his neck. Their third in command lay lifeless on the ground, convulsing. This scene terrified the two, who trembled as they pleaded with Shen Yun. Brother, we have something to say. I surrender. Yet, before they could finish their plea, they felt a powerful grip around their necks. The force was akin to steel, causing their eyes to bulge with bloodshot terror. With a sharp crack, their necks were instantly crushed. Thud, thud. The two bodies collapsed to the ground, still failing to rouse the stunned crowd. The faces of everyone present were etched with disbelief. In an instant, Shen Yun had annihilated 4 individuals, suspected to be second-tier evolvers, one of whom was also a psychic. The young man's prowess was truly terrifying. Shen Yun glanced at the day's flight attendant and the frozen air marshal before commanding. No change in course. Speed up. I have pressing matters. As he turned to leave, all eyes were fixated upon him. The flight attendants, including Julissa, expressed shock and fascination, eagerly parting to grant him passage. This was a true powerhouse. Only once Shen Yun entered the rear cabin did the cabin erupt into fervent applause and cheers. This man is incredibly strong. That must be the ability of instantaneous displacement. How practical. Cool. The big brother descended like a superhero from the heavens, directly vanquishing the villains. The crowd's spirits soared. Once the staff removed the bodies, they provided comfort to those who had lost loved ones while informing passengers that the plane had accelerated and would soon reach Luocheng Airport. After some time, the chief flight attendant and crew approached Shen Yun to express their gratitude. Had it not been for his intervention, who knows how many lives would have been lost? Before the chief could utter a word, Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. All right, do not disturb my rest. Understood, sir. If you require anything, please let us know. As the crowd dispersed, only Julissa and the rescued flight attendant remained, seated on either side of Shen Yun. Regrettably, throughout the journey, Shen Yun had been resting with his eyes closed, providing no opportunity for the two women to speak. Upon the plane's arrival at the Los Angeles airport, the flight attendant, noticing Shen Yun rise, promptly smiled and addressed him. Sir, the team leader has asked me to extend an invitation for dinner as a token of gratitude. What do you think? The other flight attendant looked at Shen Yun with profound appreciation, saying, Sir, thank you for saving me, if you have the time. However, Shen Yun abruptly vanished from sight, appearing instead at the exit. As those around him recognized him, they quickly cleared a path, particularly those familiar with Shen Yun who, after a careful appraisal, felt a chill run down their spines, whispering, He truly is the king of corpses. Not only the evolved beings present, but even the crew members had come to realize Shen Yun's identity. In stark contrast to his previous life as the Invincible Marquis, obscured by the elements of ancient times and bearing a different name, the moniker of the Apocalypse's Corpse King was what Shen Yun was most renowned for. No wonder his strength was so formidable. He was indeed the Corpse King of Jiangnan. The crew members standing at the doorway became noticeably quieter, standing rigidly, eyes fixed ahead, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to their demise. Meanwhile, several flight attendants gazed at Shen Yun with fervent admiration, desperately vying for his affection. To be favored by such a powerful figure, even as a mere plaything, would be a divine opportunity for them. Unfortunately, as the cabin door opened, Shen Yun swiftly departed. The crowd waiting to disembark collectively exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had escaped a near catastrophe. It was well known that the Corpse King had been criticized online by many who had lost family members, and it was feared he might take offense at anyone. Fortunately, this dashing young man not only spared their lives, but had also saved them all, igniting a flurry of conversation. I believe those 3 million might not have perished in vain. Haha, we only feel grateful because he saved our lives. Let those family members try to voice their opinions. Yet, in the previous ancient life, the Corpse King seemed to lack any notoriety. Had he perhaps acquired a new identity card and changed his name? It seemed improbable that luck could be so favorable. Perhaps he had merely been biding his time, evolving in obscurity. However, one must not forget that Qian had produced the Duke of Ling. From information circulating online across various nations, his influence surpassed that of others from ancient realms. Haha, after 3 reincarnations, China has already birthed 2 superbosses. Presently, with the Corpse King in Los Angeles, even in the face of a marine beast invasion, he would possess the strength to contend. This was no exaggeration. His teleportation ability could allow him to claim the head of a general amidst 1,000 horses. Should he join the official forces of Los Angeles, the city's defensive capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Unlike coastal cities that had constructed defensive lines along the shore, Los Angeles, as an inland city, had encircled itself with towering walls over 100 meters high more than a century ago. This was a precautionary measure against potential oceanic beast tides sweeping inland. If the 12-meter-high walls of ancient times were considered monumental, then these 100-meter-high walls could only be described as monstrous. Inside the taxi, Shen Yun gazed out at the towering city walls and robust fortifications, marveling at the creations of this metropolis. Numerous windows for heavy weaponry lined the exterior of the city walls, while the inner perimeter served as the garrison for the armed forces. As for the interior, it retained its modern urban landscape. The driver, with a smile, remarked, "The foundation of Luo City is remarkably deep. Recently, it was announced that we have acquired sensing devices and a batch of technological weaponry from the Traversers, which will be installed underground to prevent marine anomalies from launching surprise attacks from within." The fortifications appeared quite formidable, and Shen Yun nodded in agreement. From an exterior perspective, this city indeed resembled an impregnable fortress. The driver continued with a chuckle. Those first and second ring city walls were constructed by various wealthy conglomerates. Only the affluent can reside within. Even those who work inside must leave by 7 p.m., and to spend a night here would cost them hundreds of thousands. The driver expressed his frustration, yet there was a hint of pride in his tone. A city within a city. This phenomenon is not unique to Huaxia. It exists in wealthy enclaves around the globe. For ordinary individuals to reside here, it is nearly impossible unless they belong to specialized professions. The blatant discrimination struck Shen Yun, who, having traversed here, was familiar with the concept of such enclaves. Power and wealth reigned supreme, an undeniable truth in this increasingly tense environment. Before long, the taxi came to a halt in front of a 5-star hotel in the outer city. Shen Yun alighted and ascended the steps, where he was greeted by 8 elegantly dressed hostesses in celadon kipeos, who slightly bowed and welcomed him. "Sir, welcome. May I inquire if you are here for accommodation or dining?" One young lady, beaming with a radiant smile, addressed him. Although Shen Yun was clad in modest attire, the mere act of ascending the steps signified him as a guest, perhaps a discreet individual of distinction. They were merely employees, wary of offending anyone. Chapter 43. The Dread of the Corpse King, Service of the Highest Order. Shen Yun surveyed the opulent hotel and stated, "Accommodation. Please find me a quiet room." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the front desk for check-in," the hostess replied with a smile as she led the way. Upon reaching the counter, Shen Yun handed his identification to the staff, only to see the attendant glance at it before returning it with an apologetic expression. "Sir, you must have just arrived in Luo City today. Did your guide not inform you about the need for a temporary residence permit?" "A temporary residence permit?" Shen Yun furrowed his brow. The female attendant explained with a smile. "Yes, sir. This was mandated by a document issued after the recent fall of the Xia dynasty last week. Additionally, with the recent outbreak of beast tides along the coastal areas, this measure is to prevent congestion in Luo City." Shen Yun had not anticipated such a requirement. However, Given the circumstances surrounding the fall of Haicheng and the influx of people from surrounding coastal cities to the interior, establishing a population quota seemed indeed necessary. Yet, he found himself too preoccupied to pursue a temporary residence permit. Shen Yun directly retrieved his bank card and placed it upon the counter. Inside lay a staggering sum of 2 billion, and he requested their assistance in acquiring a card, providing a password of 6 sixes. 2 billion. The receptionist's and the concierge's eyes widened, brimming with astonishment. They had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary yet handsome young man possessed such a remarkable fortune. No one dared to question him. The mere act of revealing both the amount and the password exuded an undeniable confidence. Although personal presence was required for formalities, and the process would take about a week, the management of a 5-star hotel surely had their connections. In the current climate of monetary inflation, it was still rare for anyone to treat 2 billion casually. Coming to this realization, the receptionist respectfully replied, "Sir, please hold on a moment while I contact the management." She picked up the phone, not dialing immediately, but first checking Shen Yun's account balance. After glimpsing a long string of zeros, she proceeded to dial the management number. Trusting was one thing, yet one must also guard against potential deceit, was it not? As anticipated, the management instructed her to first facilitate the guest check-in. The excitement in the voice of Manager Zhou was palpable, and the receptionist silently congratulated herself for her quick thinking. Shortly thereafter, as Shen Yun accepted his room key, the smile of the concierge beside him grew even more radiant. "Sir, allow me to escort you." Just as they turned, a group approached from the direction of the elevator. At the forefront was Zhu Wen, the general manager of the Star Emperor Hotel, accompanied by several hotel executives. "Boss, good day," the staff greeted in unison, while Shen Yun regarded Zhu Wen with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. It was well known that managing such a grand establishment in Luo City was no small feat, and to have Zhu Wen personally greet this young man suggested he was no ordinary visitor. Zhu Wen nodded to his staff and swiftly approached Shen Yun, his face beaming with delight. "Haha, Mr. Shen, your presence truly elevates this humble establishment." Shen Yun, however, remained indifferent to such pleasantries, displaying a calm demeanor. Noticing this, Zhu Wen wasted no time and promptly produced a diamond card from his pocket, presenting it to Shen Yun. "This grants you access to our top-tier Tianzi suite, which offers breathtaking views of the cityscape. You may stay as long as you wish, with the expenses covered by the hotel. For individuals of such stature, location is a critical indicator of survival. The Star Emperor Hotel towers over 300 meters high, and with its floor-to-ceiling windows and high-powered telescopes, guests can survey the surroundings beyond the walls." One must concede that Zhu Wen's gesture was astutely attuned to Shen Yun's preferences. However, those around were taken aback by Zhu Wen's enthusiasm. Even the managers accompanying him eyed Shen Yun with suspicion. Tianzi Suite? This was a room reserved for the elite of Luo City, costing 2 million per day, and here they were offering him an indefinite stay free of charge. Yet, Shen Yun had no need for such favors. "I appreciate the sentiment. My choice of accommodation matters little." "Haha, very well. Mr. Shen, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command." With a smile, Zhu Wen escorted him to the elevator. As the doors closed, the department manager beside Zhu Wen chuckled. "Boss, you must enlighten us regarding your esteemed friend's identity. Surely, someone of his caliber must hail from a prominent family in another province?" Zhu Wen inhaled deeply, shaking his head with a bemused smile. "Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped unscathed. He is none other than the Jiangnan Corpse King." Gasp! "By my word, that explains why he appeared so familiar. He is indeed this notorious figure." The crowd stood in stunned silence. While Shen Yun had a record of slaying 3 million individuals, the majority were survivors from other realms. The detachment of the situation allowed most to barely recall Shen Yun's visage. Encountering him in person and not being slaughtered was indeed a stroke of luck. Zhu Wen had hurried downstairs upon receiving a report from Manager Zhou. Old Zhou among the crowd sighed in relief. "Fortunately, our hotel has connections at the airport. Today's incident coincidentally involved the Corpse King. I received the news just as the front desk relayed the information, which prompted me to notify Mr. Zhu to come down." As the highest-rated hotel in the outer city, coupled with its formidable background, most dignitaries arriving in Luo City would initially reside at the Star Emperor, resting before venturing into the inner city or elsewhere. Today's events were purely serendipitous. Otherwise, provoking an individual with translocation abilities could have led to catastrophic consequences. Zhu Wen patted Old Zhou's shoulder with a smile. "Old Zhou, along with the front desk and that lovely receptionist, shall receive their rewards. Promotions and bonuses are in order. Surviving is already a blessing. Old Joe chuckled, then furrowed his brow and whispered, "Boss, it seems the Corpse King does not intend to linger in Luo City. As the tallest structure in the outer city, the Star Emperor boasts a prime location, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. The value of the deluxe rooms will undoubtedly skyrocket with the influx of individuals from the coastal regions." Yet, Shen Yun had outright declined such generous terms, indicating that his intentions lay elsewhere. Individuals of such strength are typically driven by purpose. We, as hoteliers, need not concern ourselves with that. Zhu Wan, refraining from further discourse, instructed the gathered individuals elevate his room service to the deluxe level, ensure he is not disturbed, and the charges will be processed as usual. In their brief encounter, Zhu Wan discerned that Shen Yun was not one to favor indebtedness. However, given his reputation as the Corpse King, the requisite standards of service must remain uncompromised. It was a matter of respect. "Understood, boss. You can count on me to arrange that promptly." Upon entering his room, Shen Yun confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras. After a refreshing shower, he reclined on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze contemplative as he surveyed the scene outside. The sun had set, and the city streets illuminated, with numerous transport vehicles ferrying supplies to the city walls, ever prepared to face the impending beast tide. Yet the two towering walls resembled colossal cages, ensnaring two groups of individuals within the city. Given the immense size of the giant octopus, unless equipped with specialized weaponry, breaching these walls would spell doom, Shen Yun mused quietly. Perhaps the architects of these fortifications never anticipated that the aberrant octopuses emerging from the land of cherry blossoms in Ocean City could reach lengths of several hundred meters. These walls proved remarkably effective against zombie-like creatures, yet against a giant octopus, additional armaments were indispensable. Reflecting on the giant octopus, Shen Yun retrieved his phone to peruse online information. The prevailing trending topic undoubtedly pertained to the cities along the coastal regions. Today's headline: Marine aberrations infiltrate coastal cities worldwide through subterranean passages. Currently, 42 coastal cities in Huaxia have succumbed, while Korea faces total devastation of its coastal cities. The revelation of a global invasion by aberrations startled Shen Yun, his brow furrowing in concentration. Chapter 44, The Fourth Crossing, A Hellish Beginning? Previously, many believed that following the occupation of Little Japan's territory, the tide of aberrant beasts would radiate outward to neighboring regions such as Korea, North Korea, and Huaxia. Yet now, the threat spanned the entire globe. This heralded the advent of an era dominated by marine aberrations, and humanity, once the sovereign of the continent, might find itself relegated to mere prey, much like other animals. This conflict represented a clash between ancient and modern civilizations. However, the ocean's vast expanse concealed an unfathomable number of aberrations, a thought that could evoke a sense of boundless despair and a suffocation. Gathering his thoughts, Shen Yun continued to seek pertinent information. Experts speculate that certain aberrations have developed the ability to cloak their detection, potentially the giant octopus. Its true capabilities remain unassessed. Classified as a special type of aberration, reports from survivors in the land of cherry blossoms indicate that the giant octopus has submerged into a deep pit, with speculation that it may have transformed into a luminous form, undergoing a secondary mutation. Federal news: various nations have established rescue teams, prioritizing self-rescue before aiding others. Countries encircled by the ocean must endeavor to evacuate their citizens for self-preservation. The news of the giant octopus's mysterious disappearance caught Shen Yun off guard. If the octopus had indeed mutated into a luminous form, who could possibly escape the city? The formidable strength of the aberrations, coupled with their enigmatic abilities, dissuaded anyone from remaining amidst the tide of beasts. Shen Yun continued to peruse the information. Headline: Big Data. Not every fallen city harbors a giant octopus. 76 cases have emerged globally, yet they must not be underestimated. Inland residents who detect signs of aberrations in their cities are urged to report immediately and evacuate for self-preservation. Coastal Direct Line. The coastal defense system has been besieged by the aberrant tide. As of 5:58 p.m., one-third of the defenses have been breached. The tide has revealed second-tier aberrations, mutated killer whale pods, exhibiting terrifying strength. Conventional weaponry proves ineffective. Military command headquarters. Cities may no longer serve as humanity's final bastion. Those possessing blueprints for advanced technology, including architecture and weaponry, are urged to trade with the cities to jointly resist the aberrations. A palpable sense of oppression and tension lingered in the air. This is Shen Yun's observation of the information, a most visceral experience. When one comes to the stark realization that the city's defenses are inadequate against the onslaught of alien invaders, where shall humanity turn? Suddenly, a cacophony erupts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the skies above Los Angeles, 8 fighter jets tear through the heavens, heading towards the southeastern coastal region. Shen Yun rises and approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the departing aircraft while murmuring to himself. It is evident that fighter jets must be dispatched from inland Los Angeles. The situation along the coastal defense line is far from optimistic. Shen Yun scrolls through his phone, his gaze fixated on the top of the information list. Pinned. As of today, Earth has entered the era of oceanic aberrations. We must venture into the other world to garner rewards and rapidly evolve. Let us persevere. He hopes that Los Angeles can endure a bit longer, allowing for more opportunities to undertake otherworldly missions. Shen Yun gazes out at the bustling city, his eyes deep with contemplation. Once the beast tide envelopes the entire continent, not only will there be no peaceful zones for survival, but even accessing information online will become an impossibility. Once the internet and signals are severed, the convenience of information will vanish. In the ensuing time, Shen Yun dedicates himself to physical training within his spacious room, equipped with ample fitness apparatus. After inquiring about a venue for shooting practice, Zhuan promptly arranged a club and secured a private driver for transport. Naturally, financial constraints do not hinder Shen Yun, who also requests Zhu when to procure a substantial amount of supplies to be stored in a warehouse, subsequently transferred to his system space. One cannot deny that the life of the affluent is replete with convenience. Such services and resources are readily available. For the average person, gathering even the basic training equipment would be a slow and arduous process, while the wealthy can simply purchase what they need. However, even for the affluent, acquiring second-tier crystal cores remains a challenge. Their scarcity and high demand render them elusive. Amassing 100 to elevate to the third tier is no easy feat. As time progresses, an increasing number of refugees flock to Los Angeles. Fortunately, the subsequent oceanic aberrations have not pursued them. However, from the information disseminated online, it appears that after the aberrations occupy human cities, they do not immediately chase the fleeing survivors. Instead, they enter a mode of human extermination, beginning to hunt the survivors left in the city. Some speculate that this indicates the emergence of intelligent aberrations among them. Otherwise, how could these bloodthirsty oceanic creatures exhibit such formidable teamwork? At this very moment, the survivors trapped within the city, perhaps encircled by oceanic aberrations, share a singular thought: to traverse the other world. Only by crossing over to obtain extraordinary rewards can they hope to fight back. Not only the survivors of major cities, but also the travelers await silently. Everyone seeks to acquire sufficient strength for self-preservation through the universal traversal. Meanwhile, individuals or teams are already seeking comrades for life and death partnerships online. Amidst this tense atmosphere, 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. After finishing his meal, Shen Yun approached the floor-to-ceiling window, peering through a telescope to observe the state of the city outside. The environment remained unchanged, showing no signs of an impending beast tide. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Universal crossing countdown. 30 seconds. It had begun. Shen Yun took a deep breath, retrieved the crossing stone, and settled onto the sofa. He wondered where he would be transported this time. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Whoosh. A flash obscured his vision, and he found himself in a dimly lit underground cavern, flanked by steep rock walls. Ding. Welcome, traveler, to the world of game arrival. Survival time, 1 year. Game arrival? As Shen Yun attempted to rise, his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. What the hell? My legs. To his horror, he discovered that both of his legs were broken. An excruciating pain surged through him, extinguishing any thoughts of standing. Fortunately, his legs had become numb with pain. As long as he remained still, he could barely endure the piercing sensations. Gasping for air, Shen Yun's chest heaved violently. What a dismal start. This was his first encounter with such an unfavorable situation. His legs were shattered, his health nearly depleted, and to make matters worse, his inventory contained only a single health potion. This was nothing short of a hellish beginning. Soon after, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Unlike his previous chaotic ancient era experience, these memories were imparted to him. Half a month ago, an unknown game merged with reality, leading to the worldwide emergence of magical beasts. With conventional weapons rendered useless, humanity found itself utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of these creatures. The only means of survival in this perilous world was to become a professional and grow stronger. He was born in Qingshan City, orphaned at a young age. His relatives named him Zhang Taidan in hopes of granting him resilience. However, living with his uncle, he endured scorn, and all his parents' inheritance had been concealed by his uncle. When he turned 20, the game arrived in reality. Fortunately, Qingshan City was spared from the initial wave of beast attacks. Furthermore, many survivors awakened to their professions, significantly enhancing the city's defenses, rendering it relatively safe. Fortune smiled upon him. He awakened as one of the mainstream professions, mage. Chapter 45. Sign in for Death Plunder. Instantly defeating a level 100 boss. A team could greatly enhance its output with a single mage, elevating Shen Yun's standing within his uncle's household. His uncle had awakened as a berserker, his aunt as an archer, and his cousin as a healer, leading to the family initially working together, which was certainly safer than being among strangers. He resolved to gain the strength for self-preservation and to leave his uncle's family. Despite their improved treatment towards him, the shadows of his childhood lingered. He did not wish to have further entanglements with his family. However, as the players reached level 15 and began their vocational skill quests, it was Shen Yun's turn to acquire an exceedingly rare hidden class Awakening Stone. A mere visit to the Awakening Hall for authentication would grant him access to a concealed profession. Not only would his personal attributes receive a significant enhancement, but the skills associated with this hidden vocation would also be extraordinarily powerful. However, the outcome was all too predictable. The Awakening Stone was seized by his aunt and cousin, who joined forces to wrest it from him. He was neither a gaming virtuoso nor a reincarnated master. He stood no chance against the two formidable women. As for his uncle, Shen Yun, initially, he hesitated, but under the encouragement of this venomous mother-daughter duo, he launched a brutal charge that sent Shen Yun flying into the abyss near the quest point. His last recollection was of his head colliding with a tree trunk, plunging him into unconsciousness, only to awaken with both legs fractured. Health, 15 for 150. Status, both legs broken, losing 2 health points per second. Friendly reminder, health bar depletion results in character death. Current inventory contains 1 low-grade health potion. Incapable of healing injuries, please seek assistance promptly. Gazing at the projected information before him, Shen Yun felt a surge of murderous intent. What an amusing family this is. With such a start, anyone who crosses their path is doomed. He declared system. Initiate sign in. He swiftly retrieved the low-grade health potion from his inventory and downed it in one gulp. A flurry of green notifications erupted above his head. 11. Unfortunately, the potion's quality was too poor, yielding only a meager 20 health points. Taking into account the 3 seconds of health depletion, he found himself with a mere 29 health points remaining. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the super cheat, Death Plunder. Death Plunder, upon striking a target, regardless of level, if their health reaches 0, the plundering effect is triggered with 100 certainty, randomly extracting the target's attributes, talents, skills, and equipment. Cooldown none. Cost none. Note 1. Item extraction is without decay or detriment. 100 plunder assured. Note 2. Any target can only be plundered once. Subsequent attempts on the same target yield no effect. By the heavens! Shen Yun's heart raced wildly. This cheat not only permitted him to slay targets instantly, but also guaranteed the acquisition of their possessions. In the realm of gaming, it was an unequivocal path to invincibility. Truly, the sign-in system was astonishingly powerful. However, what truly thrilled Shen Yun was not merely the might of this cheat, but rather the fact that his life was hanging by a thread. What good was this to him now? Shen Yun lamented as he lay on the ground. He could hardly blame the system. After all, the cheat was random. Besides, who could have anticipated such a catastrophic start, with his legs broken from the very onset? Even if he scoured the internet for accounts of previous transmigrators, it was rare to find such an outrageous beginning. Perhaps he had perished without returning to reality. Shen Yun mused, gazing skyward. Confronted with the red notification indicating 22 health points, he felt a pang of reluctance. Resolutely, he consumed a blue potion and picked up the low-grade staff lying on the ground, scanning the surroundings in search of a creature to activate Death Plunder. Regrettably, The barren rock walls offered no signs of life. As for the depths where the light barely penetrates, he dared not venture further. Otherwise, the rate of health depletion would accelerate. With the expedition yielding no results, Shen Yun let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, while keeping his head down, he noticed a faint white question mark not far away, concealed in the shadows. He quickly leaned forward, seeking a suitable angle to focus his gaze, and was overjoyed to discover rare level boss, mountain-moving dark turtle. Level, attributes, traits often rest in the abyss. With the game's data prompt, a colossal silhouette, reminiscent of a mountain, began to manifest as a faint outline in the dim abyss. Filled with excitement, Shen Yun swiftly grasped his staff. However, just as he intended to cast a fireball, his brow furrowed. Such a terrifying entity would undoubtedly awaken at any magical fluctuation. If it were to unleash a breath and eliminate him, that would be in vain. He could not use magic. Shen Yun rummaged around him and found stone. With a mighty thrust of his right hand, he hurled it towards the looming shadow. Whoosh! With a subtle sound of slicing air, the stone vanished into the darkness ahead. The Death Plunder skill would activate upon hitting the target. Would an elephant concern itself with the pebbles it shed? Certainly not. Bang! The stone seemed to collide with leather, producing a faint sound. The next moment, boom! The entire ground trembled slightly. In the distance, the mountain-moving dark turtle suddenly opened its two enormous orange eyes, each the size of a truck, and let out a blood-curdling roar. A whoa! But midway through its cry, its massive form erupted into a mist of blood. A cascade of treasures, radiating blinding light, fell to the ground from the haze, emitting a crisp clink. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating the level 100 mountain-moving dark turtle. You have gained 62 million experience points. As the game notification concluded, a flurry of white light flickered around Shen Yun. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 16, unlocking the side quest icon. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 20, unlocking the guild icon. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 25, unlocking the equipment enhancement icon. An abundance of experience points propelled him instantly to level 40. If not for the necessity of completing a class advancement task to level up, he might have soared to several levels higher. However, the remaining experience did not vanish. It remained in his experience bar. Once he completed the class advancement task, he could level up directly. At the same time, an announcement abruptly surged into the ears of players worldwide. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhang Taidan for becoming the first to slay a rare level boss. Reward: 100,000 gold coins, 30,000 reputation in Qingshan City, 1 super treasure map, 1 skill slot. What a surprise! 100,000 gold coins and 30,000 reputation. In the heart of Qing City, a berserker's eyes glowed with envy. 100 copper coins equate to a single silver, and 100 silver coins to a gold. It is essential to note that the arrival of the game into reality has not been long, and cash cannot be exchanged for in-game currency. A staggering 100,000 gold can only be accessed by the most elite factions. Ordinary organizations simply cannot manage it, let alone lone wolves. Furthermore, the city's production chain has long been ravaged by monsters. Searching for food entails the peril of confronting these beasts. Even though Qing City is relatively safe, resources have already been monopolized by various organizations. To acquire supplies, one must brave the dangers outside the city to battle monsters. The purchasing power of 100,000 gold is indeed alarming. Chapter 46, Plunder. With a staggering 860,000 hit points, 3,000 reputation points are impressive as well. This will significantly enhance NPC favorability, potentially triggering hidden quests. The super treasure map is truly remarkable. Previously, someone unearthed a skill book while treasure hunting. This map must lead to a hidden class awakening stone, right? At first glance, the skill slots may appear somewhat ordinary, yet in this early stage of the game, acquiring an additional skill means introducing another variable. Jill's envy was palpable. The survivors of Qing City could hardly contain their admiration, with discussions buzzing throughout the streets. With such bountiful rewards, defeating a rare-level boss surely grants immense experience. Some had already contemplated the leaderboard information upon clicking the icon. They were astonished to find a figure named Zhang Taidan among the ranks. Huaxia Region Level Leaderboard. Rank 1. Zhang Taidan. Level Rank 2, Yi Liangshen. Level 28, experience 76. Rank 3, Zhao Haoyan, level 28, experience 75. Rank 4, Lin Feng, level 28, experience 74. Upon seeing this, the formidable presence of a leaderboard sent shockwaves through the onlookers. How could this be possible? 10 levels higher than 28, at level 38. Whether it be monsters or players, any discrepancy of 10 levels results in information being automatically concealed. This luck is beyond extraordinary. This sentiment echoed among all. To single-handedly vanquish a rare-level boss can only be described as sheer fortune. To assert that this individual possesses immense strength would be patently unrealistic. In all this time, Zhang Taidan had garnered little renown within the Huaxiao region. His sudden rise can only be attributed to fortuitous circumstances. Meanwhile, within Qing City's Class Awakening Hall, the shocking revelation struck. He was still alive. Zhang Yong and his family were taken aback. Zhang Yong, in a state of panic, grasped his wife Chun Rong's hand as they hurriedly exited the hall, his voice trembling. What do we do now? He will undoubtedly come to Qing City. Useless. Chun Rong retorted disdainfully, shaking off his grip and pulling their daughter Chen Sidong closer, her tone icy. What else can we do? He is at least level 38. Staying here to await death is not an option. We must leave at once. Initially, she had planned to wait until Chun Sidong successfully awakened before finding a moment to part ways with Zhang Yong. However, with Zhang Taidan still alive, this uncle must remain close to play the emotional card. However, Qing Shan City cannot be retained. Otherwise, when Zhang Taidan returns, they will inevitably face death. Leave the city? Zhang Yong gasped, swallowing hard. It dawned on Shirtong that venturing outside was perilous. The NPC teleportation feature in Qing Shan City had long been disabled, as the cities accessible through teleportation had been overrun by monsters, rendering them exceedingly dangerous, unless one were to clear the area of those creatures. Chun Shirtong had long since grown accustomed to her indecisive stepfather and said, "The guild leader has already accepted me as a disciple. Let him guide us to safety." With that, she turned and strode toward the awakening hall. She had just awakened the hidden class of a healer, acquiring a powerful skill that fully restored her health in an instant. This was, in fact, the fundamental reason for the guild leader's decision to take her under his wing. Initially, the mother and daughter planned to conceal her apprenticeship from Zhang Yong to prevent him from spreading the news indiscriminately. However, it seemed that survival took precedence over everything else. Phew, that's a relief. Zhang Yong sighed, quickly following the mother and daughter. Within the abyss. Ding. The player has received 776 billion friend requests. Block all. Shen Yun thought to himself, focusing intently while awaiting the system announcement. As for the items dropped by the mountain-moving dark tortoise, there was a 1-minute window for collection, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, with the overpowering ability of Death Plunder at his disposal, he had no concerns about lacking equipment or treasures. He was not kept waiting long. After a few breaths, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mountain-moving dark tortoise attributes. Health 860, 000. Boom! A surge of formidable vitality coursed through Shen Yun's limbs like a stampede of horses, coupled with the potions dropped by the boss that he consumed. His leg injuries healed in the blink of an eye, which was truly miraculous. An impressive health pool at the boss level. Remarkable indeed. With his vitality surging, Shen Yun let out a low, excited exclamation. It must be said, this Death Plunder was indeed extraordinary. Player Zhang Taidan class mage. Level 40, experience 100. Can level up after completing class advancement. Health 861 100. Umana 1520. Constitution 55, physical defense 110. Strength 47, physical attack 94. Spirit 76, magical attack 152. Agility 57, dexterity 114. Magical defense 152. Free attribute points 100. 860, 000 in health. Shen Yun marveled at his personal information. With such health, he could manage without equipment. Glancing at the items dropped by the mountain-moving dark tortoise in his backpack, Shen Yun noticed that all the equipment and items were around levels 40 to 50. There were no items of level 100. This was simply the game's design. Otherwise, even if level 100 equipment dropped, he would be unable to equip it. However, The equipment dropped by the mountain-moving undead turtle held little significance for Shen Yun. If he sought attributes, he could simply grind for them. What intrigued him was a scroll that caught him by surprise. Ethereal Scroll 40, legendary item. Effect: players of level 40 may use the Ethereal Scroll to enhance their class traits after advancing, elevating their profession to a hidden class. Class growth: 10 stars. Quality rating: common, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary. Truly a legendary item. Just possessing this scroll could propel one to great heights. Yet, it seemed he had no need for it, and Shen Yun shook his head with a wry smile. The power of this golden finger was simply overwhelming. Even with a legendary item in his possession, he felt little excitement. Nevertheless, the potential to enhance class traits, combined with the allure of an unknown profession, still offered some amusement. After collecting the item, Shen Yun gazed up at the sky, shrouded in dark mist, with a glint of cold light in his eyes. Zhang Yong. How shall I deal with you and your family? Zhang Yong was the biological brother of Shen Yun's adoptive father, Zhang Hong, a man of no accomplishments. He was an unstable department manager in Zhang Hong's company, frequently frequenting places of ill repute. His reputation in the local area was dismal, and despite being of age, he remained unmarried. Once Zhang Hong and his wife met with an accident, Zhang Yong seized the opportunity to become Shen Yun's guardian, wielding financial power. He even married the divorced beauty, Chen Rong, believing his life was now complete. Unfortunately, due to his regular visits to those dubious venues, his son, Kuan, fell victim to addiction without a cure, leaving Chen Rong too wary to share a bed with him. To this day, they had no children, which contributed to the disdain Chen Rong and her daughter felt toward him. They must have left Qingshan City. Shen Yun pondered, his eyes narrowing. Zhang Yong and his companions surely saw the world announcement. Were he in their position, he would have chosen to vacate Qingshan City without a second thought. However, with Shen Yun's capabilities, locating the three of them would not prove difficult. He needed to devise a plan for how to punish these three miscreants, as a swift execution would be too lenient for them. Chapter 47. Full Star Hidden Profession, Lord of the Undead. Putting such thoughts aside, Shen Yun opened his quest log to review the class advancement task. Level 40 class advancement. Proceed to the Foggy Forest for a solo dungeon challenge. First, he would pursue his advancement. Shen Yun retrieved a return scroll from his inventory. Each city featured a general store where one could purchase return scrolls. This item cannot be used during combat or while injured. It requires a safe moment for activation. Unfurling the scroll and tearing it, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he materialized within Qingshan City. Then, he clicked on the Merchant Association icon and searched for mage skill books. Currently, he possessed only the elementary fireball and a single spell, the fire resistance ring, which he had obtained by trading for a skill book from another profession. The allure of the flame wall skill, priced at 266 gold and 66 silver, alongside the lightning strike at 120 gold and the blink skill at 500 gold, presents a considerable expense for the average player. Only the top contenders and formidable guilds can afford such luxuries. Casual players remain unable to make such investments. After acquiring the flame wall and blink, Shen Yun promptly closed the shop interface and set off towards the city gates, intending to undertake quests in the Misty Forest. The number of skills was of little concern to him, as long as he possessed the Plunder ability and a group attack spell like Flame Wall. A thought struck him, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Plunder? I should hunt flying creatures first. Skills such as Dive, Lightning Strike, and Blink are all attributed to flying monsters. With these abilities, traversing the terrain would be significantly more convenient. Imagining himself, a mage, charging forth, Shen Yun couldn't help but chuckle, quickening his pace. Before long, he exited the city and, relying on his memory, arrived at the wooded area near Qingshan City. The monsters here were between levels 8 and 12, marking it as a novice zone with relatively few players. As he briskly walked along the forest path, Shen Yun soon entered the territory of the Bobo birds. Spotting a flock resting on a large tree, he eagerly raised his staff, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Flame Wall. In an instant, the tree ahead spontaneously ignited. Having played similar games before, Shen Yun knew that Flame Wall was typically cast on the ground. However, the flexibility of this reality-based game allowed for such creative maneuvers as igniting a tree, which was perfectly acceptable. The sudden attack enraged 6 or 7 Bobo birds. They squawked in alarm, their throats emitting smoke as they tumbled from the branches, reduced to singed, featherless forms. Their health bars plummeted to 0. Warm reminder. Current player level is excessively high. Hunting monsters over 10 levels higher results in a 95 reduction in experience gain. Who needs experience? What Shen Yun coveted was the information from Plunder. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Bobo Bird's attribute. 26 points of defense. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Bobo Bird's characteristic. Courtship Song. A melodious tune that attracts the opposite sex, enhancing personal charm when performed. Courtship? Is that even possible? Shen Yun's mouth twitched at the unexpected revelation. However, he soon discovered that the attributes acquired through Plunder could be stacked. Previously, his defense stood at 110. Now it soared to 136. His health also increased by over 200 points, accumulating rather than being replaced. This ability was indeed formidable. Shen Yun silently affirmed the power of his newfound skill. Thank you for the compliment, host. Basic operations are crucial. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Bobo Bird skill. Lightning Strike. A burst of speed within 20 meters to strike an enemy, dealing 110 physical damage. Excellent. Let us hunt some more. With a smile, Shen Yun departed from this area, venturing into other regions inhabited by flying creatures within the Misty Forest. Despite the fact that it was a level 40 dungeon, seated upon Misty Mountain, surrounded by monstrous beings, players endeavor to traverse the wilderness to reach this location. A formidable challenge even for well-coordinated teams. In the sky, a fleeting silhouette flickered, descending from above. Upon landing, Shen Yun stepped gracefully into the spatial rift before him, entering the Misty Forest dungeon. Having previously encountered 5 varieties of avian creatures, he acquired 5 flying skills, and within a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at the Misty Forest, an impressive feat of efficiency. As for his mana, he had amassed over 6,000 points, leaving him untroubled by depletion. The air was thick with fog, and the shadows of trees danced eerily. As Shen Yun traversed the forest, he discerned several animals crouching in the gray mist ahead. With a flourish, he raised his staff and conjured a firewall. Boom! The flames erupted beneath the feet of the creatures before they could react, their health bars vanishing in an instant. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 40 striped tiger, earning 5,200 experience points. Current experience is now maxed out. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations. Host for acquiring 260 strength from the striped tiger. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the striped tiger skill. Tiger's Roar. An area mental attack with 120 magical damage. 4 striped tigers unleashed the Tiger's Roar skill. An area effect skill. Quite impressive. Checking the skill S release. Shen Yun cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Roar. A sonic wave rippled from his lips, cascading outward in all directions. Instantly, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the dense forest. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for gaining 120 points in the Flower Spirit Agility attribute. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for earning 210 points in the Butterfly Spirit Agility. As Shen Yun pressed onward, his attribute soared. He unleashed Tiger's Roar as soon as the cooldown expired, and if necessary, he summoned the firewall. If things became dire, he would deploy several flying skills to evade the monsters. The efficiency of this monster hunting was utterly astounding. In less than a minute, he discovered the dungeon boss of Misty Forest, the goat-headed beast. Observing it dozing upon its throne, Shen Yun cast a small fireball, transforming it into a roasted lamb. Accompanied by the notification sound, a plethora of items erupted from the monster-esque carcass. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the Misty Forest dungeon in 36 seconds. Rating. SSS level. Ding. Plunder successful. With a single click, Shen Yun collected the items from the dungeon rating. Unlike his previous experiences, there were no Doomsday Mission prompts this time. Achieving a high rating required the traverser to explore independently, contemplating the need for a broad area instant kill skill to elevate his dungeon rating. Shen Yun was interrupted by a notification. Congratulations, player, for completing the class advancement quest. You may now continue leveling up to 80. Curious about his hidden class, Shen Yun opened his inventory and pointed. Use the nether scroll. Buzz. The golden scroll levitated and erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, illuminating the entire dungeon space with a blinding brilliance. Suddenly, the blinding golden glow of the nether scroll unleashed a torrent of black mist that surged towards Shen Yun. What on earth? With a slight furrow of his brow, he realized that the black mist had directly infiltrated his body. A chill, cold and eerie, enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily draw a breath. To his astonishment, he noticed that his character's skill bar had also undergone a transformation. The horizontal bar was now encased in a golden border, exuding a faint black mist, exuding an air of sophistication. However, all skills were shrouded in black mist, obscuring any new abilities that might have emerged from his hidden profession. At that moment, a game notification materialized before Shen Yun. Congratulations, player Zhang Taidan. You have awakened the hidden profession, Necromancer, 10 stars. A necromancer, indeed? Shen Yun opened the skill bar to inspect it, his face a mixture of surprise and intrigue. How powerful! Trait 1. Aura. When exuding the aura of a master, hostile undead will be suppressed, reducing all attributes by 85. Trait 2. Unlimited. The number of controlled undead monsters is not subject to any limit. Trait 3. Undead Realm. When encountering undead monsters, they can be drawn into the undead realm for refinement, transforming into summoned allies upon success. 3 traits. Shen Yun gazed contentedly at the 3 icons standing proudly in the traits bar. It is worth noting that, to date, known hidden professions possessed only a single trait. This 10-star hidden profession was truly formidable. At least from his recollections, he had never heard of a 10-star hidden profession before. Then, Shen Yun examined the skills of the necromancer and discovered that they were equally extraordinary. Skill 1. Summon Skeleton. Costs 1 mana to summon 1 skeleton monster, with no cooldown. Skill 2. Master's Blessing. Upon casting, the summoned creature will gain one of the 4 attributes from the player. Stacking onto its own attributes, costs 100 mana. Lasts for 2 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Skill 3. Sacrifice. Upon casting, the summoned creature self-destructs. Range, 5 meters. Damage, 260 magical damage, with one of the 4 attributes of the summoned creature dealing 180. Costs 120 mana. 3 creatures, cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 4. Song of the Undead. After chanting, a voice will spread within range, causing undead to rise from the ground to fight, with the number depending on the quantity of underground undead present. Costs 200 mana. Cooldown 1 hour. A friendly reminder. If unable to control a large number of skeletons, players are advised to reduce their numbers to prevent unintended consequences during combat due to the impact on mental faculties. Currently, the necromancer possessed only these 4 skills, alongside Firewall, Blink, and various skills Shen Yun had acquired. 1 mana for a single skeleton monster was nothing short of a catastrophic profession. Shen Yun reflected with a sense of wonder. Even without a golden finger, the sheer capacity of this profession was exceedingly terrifying. Of course, the prerequisite was to obtain a legendary 10-star nether scroll. This is undoubtedly challenging. Upon noticing 2 concealed rewards for hidden classes within his backpack, Shen Yun clicked to examine them. Dominion Robe, level 40. Quality Gold. Constitution 210, Spirit 168, Physical Defense 330. Effect. When worn by a necromancer, it restores 2 of mana per second. Mana regeneratan, splendid. Shen Yun grinned as he donned the new equipment. His abysmal summoning capabilities were heavily reliant on mana, and acquiring this piece of gear was akin to receiving a boon. The Dominion Robe was entirely obsidian, adorned with gilded cloud patterns at the hem. Furthermore, the garment emanated a faint black mist, interspersed with glimmering gold threads, exuding an exquisite aura, especially with the lower half of Shen Yun's fair visage partially veiled by the hood. The swirling black mist accentuated his sinister charm as he flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, truly reminiscent of a dark sorcerer's allure. After indulging in his own reflection, Shen Yun equipped the Dominion Staff from his backpack. Necromancer's Staff, level 40. Quality, Silver. Spirit 157. The attributes were rather ordinary, yet its appearance, gleaming silver with a radiant sheen, was significantly more impressive than his previous wooden staff. Time to level up. Shen Yun clicked the personal upgrade button, executing a 1-click upgrade. Whoosh! With a flash of white light beneath his feet, he ascended directly to level 65. Player, Zhang Taidan class, Necromancer. Level, 65, experience 6. Health, 889, 620. Umana, 7, 685. Constitution, 850, physical defense 2, 990. Strength, 733, physical damage 1, 801. Spirit, 621, magical damage 1, 524. Agility, 3, 620, agility 12, 625. Magical defense, 1, 680. Free attribute points, 200. Goodness, how did he become so formidable without even realizing it? Shen Yun swallowed hard. It's important to note that the attributes in parentheses represent the true values. For instance, agility should exceed 7,000. However, the agility acquired through Death's bounty stacked onto his base, elevating it to an astonishing 12,000. Considering the attributes at level 40, it was already commendable for a player to exceed 500 in a single attribute upon equipping a full set of gear at level 65. Yet here he was, seemingly cheating the system. Glancing at his equipment panel, he noted that there were still 2 slots available for rings that could enhance magical damage. But he couldn't be bothered to equip them. It was time to deal with them. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes and opened his friends list, only to discover that Zhang Yong and his family had all removed him. A cursory glance revealed that Lin Yuren's ID was conspicuously absent. Clearly, friends from the 2 realms could not interact. Finding Zhang Yong wouldn't be difficult. Shen Yun scrolled through his friends list and found someone. Lu Neng, 41 years old. 826 Li Shui Street, Qingshan City. This individual is Zhang Yong's childhood friend, a steadfast companion. Shen Yun promptly opened the chat window, glanced at the astonished messages sent by the other party, which had been blocked, and a captivating smile graced his lips. Given the family's blatant disregard for loyalty in pursuit of profit, he felt compelled to play a little game, vent his frustrations, and ultimately take action. The mere thought filled him with anticipation. With a chilling smile, Shen Yun sent a message to Lu Neng. "Are you there, Uncle Lu?" As expected, the response came almost instantaneously. "Lu Neng, you rascal. Taidan, you truly are remarkable. I thought you had forgotten me, since you never replied to my messages. What's going on?" Inside a residential building on Li Shui Street, Lu Neng, having just finished his meal, was brimming with excitement. His eyes wide with tension as he focused intently on the chat window. He could hardly believe that the inept Zhang Yong's nephew had stumbled upon such fortune. Ranking first on the leaderboard, this news had stirred considerable commotion in the game chat. Everyone was searching for this Zhang Taidan. However, Zhang Yong's messages were set to do not disturb, likely because he was engaged in a dungeon, so Lu Neng couldn't extract any further details. Upon receiving a message, Lu Neng narrowed his eyes as he read, "Zhang Taidan. Uncle Lu, I woke up to find myself at the edge of a cliff, seemingly suffering from amnesia. Upon returning to Qingshan City, all of my uncle's friends are gone. What has transpired? Could it be that Zhang Yong's family pushed this lad off the cliff?" Lu Neng was aware that Zhang Yong had seized Taidan's fortune. Such a thought was indeed plausible. Yet, Zhang Yong was his childhood friend. Now that this nephew had struck it rich, Lu Neng felt that this matter should remain unspoken. Taking advantage of the boy's amnesia, it would be prudent to strengthen their bond. "Lu Neng, from what you've said, it seems there was an accident. Perhaps old Zhang thought you were dead and deleted his friends. Wait a moment, I shall inquire." Chapter 49, The Anxious Family of 3. Instant leveling to 80. After sending the message, Lu Neng quickly took a screenshot of the chat history and forwarded it to Zhang Yong, accompanied by a note. "Grandson, regardless of your past actions, Taidan's future is immeasurable. His amnesia is likely genuine. Otherwise, with his level, finding you would be trivial, not to mention the 100,000 gold coins and 30,000 reputation points in Qingshan City. You should consider this carefully. Old brother, that's all I have to say." To be frank, Lu Neng's assistance to Zhang Yong was motivated by the hope that this family would take him under their wing in the future. After all, they shared a connection and he had extended a favor. Zhang Yong would undoubtedly remember his kindness. In this instance, Lu Neng had fully leveraged the nuances of human relationships. Just after sending the message, he received another from Shen Yun. "Zhang Taidan. Uncle Lu, I have awakened my hidden class, the necromancer. When I was young, you often bought me treats. When you have time, I shall take you leveling up. Ha ha. I promise I'm not joking. See, this equipment is a reward for my awakening. The hidden class equipment, the necromancer's staff. What the heck?" Lu Neng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. The hidden profession of the mage. The mainstream hidden profession requires at least a level 38 mage. He desires followers, yearning for the power to command them with but a call. This iron egg is destined to soar like a dragon. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly messaged Zhang Yong, who had yet to respond. Screenshot. "You little brat, are you feigning ignorance? He has awakened a hidden profession. Quickly add him as a friend and clarify. This is a mage's hidden profession. How formidable it must be. Within the residential building of Anyuan City, Zhang Yong had already received Lu Ning's message. Upon seeing the screenshot revealing that his nephew had indeed awakened a hidden profession, he trembled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Rong and her daughter exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as shadows clouded their eyes. After a brief moment, Chen Rong, seasoned by life's tempests, regained her composure and whispered to the two, regardless of whether he is feigning, we must not reveal our location. However, if he has truly lost his memory, we must reach out to him to prevent any suspicion. At her side, Chen Sidong pressed her lips together, silently agreeing. This was unavoidable. Let us not forget that this younger brother has already reached level 38. Even if she awakens a 3-star healer class, catching up would be exceedingly difficult. Should he harbor any doubts, it could spell danger. With this thought, Chen Sidong gently instructed the perspiring Zhang Yong. Father, let us refrain from adding him for now. We can say we were busy in a dungeon and missed his messages. The three of us should synchronize our stories. Let us claim he encountered danger while advancing to a level 15 profession. Indeed, old Zhang, do not be anxious. He does not know our whereabouts. Just mention a distant city. After sending the message to Lu Nong, Shen Yun ventured into the city to gather information, spending 10 gold coins to acquire details about the regions where high-level magical beasts appeared, confirming that the nearest area teeming with formidable monsters lay in the Sunset Mountains. He promptly departed from Qingshan City. As for whether Zhang Yang's family would respond, Shen Yun was indifferent. Once he elevated his level, wielding the powers of the necromancer, he would swiftly eradicate the monsters within each city. With status, renown, and strength at his disposal, he was unperturbed by whether this family of 3 would come seeking him. Amnesia was merely an excuse he provided to ease the tension with Zhang Yang's family. The absence of a teleportation array made travel cumbersome. After flying for over an hour, Shen Yun finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains. Roar! As soon as he landed, he was met with a resounding dragon's roar. Above, a massive red Western dragon soared through the sky. In a level 85 Western dragon gathering ground, Shen Yun took a deep breath, raising his necromancer's staff. Murmuring softly, "He my summons, arise, skeleton minions." As his voice faded, dark elements surged around him, enveloping him in an aura of chilling cold. The necromancer's staff, shrouded in black mist, shimmered with silver light, releasing a fan-shaped ripple. In the next moment, whoosh! The fan-shaped ripples opened up like a rift in space. Crack! 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 One by one, staggering skeletal monsters leapt forth and landed on ground. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. In just a few blinks, nearly 3,000 skeletal creatures, pale and ghastly, clustered at the periphery of the Sunset Mountain Range. Should any player witness this scene, they might believe that the spawn point of the skeletal dungeon had relocated to this very spot. For Shen Yun, who possessed over 7,600 points of mana, this only consumed half of his reserve. Moreover, he felt no discomfort in his mental faculties. Such was the formidable nature of his golden finger, which had plundered numerous points of spiritual energy. Skeletal monster level 65. Health 2200. Mana 400. Defense 480. Damage 725. Magic defense 480. Agility 280. The attributes were quite ordinary. One could surmise that a mere sneeze from a dragon might shatter them to pieces. Shen Yun glanced at the skeletal monster's banal attributes, and suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He raised his staff and declared in a deep voice, "Dominion's blessing." Buzz! In an instant, a torrent of black mist surged from his body, scattering and merging with the gathered skeletal monsters. A miraculous scene unfolded. Among the 3,000 skeletons, several hundred transformed into fleeting shadows, dashing into the dense forest. Even more astonishingly, some skeletal creatures morphed into a resplendent gold, exuding an aura of fierce might. Ping! 368 skeletal monsters received Dominion's blessing. Agility increased by 12,625 points. Ping! 689 skeletal monsters received Dominion's blessing. Damage increased by 1801 points. Additional attributes, such as physical defense and magical damage, were also conferred upon all skeletal monsters under the enhanced effects of Dominion's blessing. Boom! The 3,000 skeletons charged straight into the Sunset Mountain Range. Simultaneously, roars echoed from the mountains, revealing the Dragon Clan's dissatisfaction with these pests encroaching upon their territory. However, whoosh! White phantoms darted like shooting stars towards the dragon horde in the valley. In an instant, the colossal forms of the dragons exploded into clouds of blood after the white light swept past. Ping. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the attributes of the wyvern. Health 160,000. Ping. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the attributes of the red dragon. Physical damage 6520. Ping. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the blue dragon skill. Dragon breath. With the enhancement of agility, how swift were the skeletal monsters. In no time, Shen Yun had already amassed experience points from over 10 level 85 colossal dragons, along with plunder information. As he activated automatic leveling, a series of upgrade lights erupted beneath his feet. Ping. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to 69. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to 75. Congratulations, player, on reaching level 80. You may only advance further upon completing your professional advancement task. Level 80. Achieving this milestone with merely the deployment of 2 skills is indeed formidable. Shen Yun stretched his limbs, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of rising levels and escalating attributes. Yet he did not cease his endeavors. Instead, he continued to summon skeletal foes amidst the dragon horde. Since he had come this far, he was determined to amplify his attributes to the extreme. Chapter 50. The excited Zhang Yong. The beast tide approaches. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Only then did Shen Yun recall all the skeletal minions. Subsequently, he accessed his personal information to review his current attributes. Player Zhang Taidan, profession, Lord of the Undead. Level, 80, experience 100, health, 12, 564, 200, mana, 1, 866, 528. Vitality, 2, 771, 202, physical defense 8, 765, 200, strength, 567, 412, physical damage 1, 358, 542, mentality, 499, 512, magical damage 1, 223, 657, agility, 396, 621, dexterity, 963, 369, magical defense, 820, 200, physical resistance, 27, magical resistance, 19, physical critical rate, 22, magical critical rate, 37. Available attribute points, 260. My word, I have never encountered such an absurd game in my life. Shen Yun felt both exhilarated and amused. With this attribute panel, even a single skeletal minion sharing his attributes would be an invincible boss in the present context, not to mention his own prowess. Particularly noteworthy was the physical critical damage, which surpassed even a magical damage. One word encapsulated it all: absurd. After closing his personal information, Shen Yun utilized a return scroll to teleport back to Qingshan City. Due to the arrival of monsters, many houses within the city remained unoccupied, including his own, as the owner was often away. Upon entering the community, Shen Yun spotted Lu Neng at a distance, rising and gazing at him with curiosity. Removing his hooded robe, Shen Yun observed Lu Neng's face light up with surprise as he hurried toward him. Haha, it truly is you, Lu Neng exclaimed. Do you have something to discuss, Uncle Lu? Upon nearing, Lu Neng noticed the golden glow emanating from Shen Yun's black robe and spoke enviously. Only golden tier equipment radiates such brilliance. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. By the way, how do you feel? Has anything come to mind? Shen Yun shook his head, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I only recall celebrating my cousin's birthday some time ago. We had a family gathering, and I have a vague impression of subsequent events, yet I cannot recall the details. Ah, your uncle mentioned to me that you encountered an accident while undertaking a task, but now that you are unharmed, all is well. Lu Neng patted his shoulder. Earlier that afternoon, while Shen Yun was battling monsters, Zhang Yong's family had indeed spoken to him regarding this matter. However, they merely sought to embellish the story without attempting to seize his concealed professional awakening stone. Lu Neng noticed the curious gazes of those around him fixated on Shen Yun's black robe, and he quickly placed an arm around his shoulder, urging him to depart. Let's head home. With so many people around, even if your level is high, you must remain discreet to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Tomorrow, you will move to the house next to mine. Remember to change your gear upon entering the city. Shen Yun, filled with gratitude upon hearing these heartfelt words, nodded in response. Thank you, uncle. I will move over tomorrow. We can farm monsters together then, and let any join us too. His words clearly indicated that he appreciated Lu Neng's concern for his well-being. causing Luneng to beam with joy. Ha ha ha, it's good that you have a kind heart. You focus on your tasks for now. When you have some free time, you can help your uncle level up too. Such selfless thoughts would typically evoke a sense of gratitude in any young man, enhancing their fondness for Luneng. However, Shen Yun was aware that Luneng was a childhood friend of Zhang Yong, and while he was not a bad person, his visit was undoubtedly a test. By the way, Tai Dan, what level are you now? Luneng inquired with curiosity. I am currently stuck at the quest advancement, Shen Yun replied. TSK. Your level is impressively high. Want to be dangerous to go alone? Luneng expressed admiration. Indeed, his level aligned closely with the player's speculations in the chat box. At most, level 40. After all, one could not level up without completing the advancement quest. Attempting to accomplish the quest alone would undoubtedly present significant challenges. Luneng contemplated for a moment and advised softly, while your level is high, you should scout for a few capable assistants to develop together. This period of inactivity is your advantage. Do not squander it. Plan well tonight. I have the same intention, Shen Yun replied earnestly, prompting Luneng to realize that the young man considered him as a potential teammate in the future. Delighted at this thought, Luneng waved his hand with a smile before Shen Yun could extend an invitation. All right then, as long as you're fine, you go ahead with your business. I will head back. Once he saw Shen Yun ascend the stairs, Luneng sent a message to Zhang Yong's family via the projection camera before him. Old Zhang, I don't think Tai Dan poses any issues. Have you noticed something amiss? He was eager to inquire about any troubles that may have arisen within their family, but refrained from doing so, knowing it could raise their suspicions and potentially endanger him. Luneng merely wished to align himself with Zhang Tai Dan and his family, steering clear of any self-inflicted turmoil. After all, he had no conflict with Zhang Tai Dan. Even if Zhang Yong's family had wronged him, with Zhang Tai Dan's protection, that trio would not dare to act against him. This much was clear to Luneng, yet maintaining a good relationship was still essential. Thanks, old Lu. Brothers don't need to say much. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Zhang Yong expressed his gratitude. It was indeed his friend S support that bolstered him. Furthermore, his nephew S recent behavior seemed harmless. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yong ended the video call and turned to Chen Rong, saying, "My dear, what are your thoughts?" Chen Rong shook her head, furrowing her brows as she murmured, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must maintain a harmonious atmosphere during our conversations with him. After all, with the current transportation issues, he won't be able to reach us." At this point, Chen Rong turned her gaze towards her daughter, Chen Situ. Situ, during this time, strive to enhance your strength and seize every opportunity to befriend those of high status and power. If this young man is indeed attempting to lure us back to our demise, we shall rely on you. Chen Situ pursed her delicate lips and nodded, "Understood, mother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong frowned and cast a wary glance at Chen Rong. His daughter needed to forge connections with influential individuals. Did that mean his charming wife would be unfaithful? Chen Rong, aware of his insecurities, threw him a playful wink and replied, "Are you foolish? If your nephew truly has amnesia, would I not be utterly irrational to disregard such a formidable ally? Allowing Situ to venture forth is merely a strategic move. What are you thinking? Ha! I'm just concerned about you both." Zhang Yong scratched his head, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He couldn't bear the thought of his precious daughter betraying him. What would he do then? Yet, a sense of pride swelled within him. It was fortunate that his nephew had lost his memory. As his only relative, Zhang Yong believed that his future was bright, and Chen Rong would obediently comply. Bearing him a healthy son, the future was indeed promising. The more Zhang Yong pondered, the more exhilarated he became. "All right, I know you care for me. So go ahead and prepare dinner, dear husband." The soft, affectionate tone made Zhang Yong beam with joy, and he hurried off to the kitchen. The following morning, as Shen Yun finished breakfast, he prepared to tackle the level 80 advancement quest. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the city. Beep! Everyone momentarily paused, then swiftly clicked into the nearby channel within the player chat. Upon seeing the messages, the expressions of the residents of Qingshan City changed dramatically. Lida from Qingshan City. Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is attacking Qingshan City. Nearby Zhou Chui. We have a Beast Tide here as well. It's overwhelming. We can't hold them off. Nearby Chaoranxi. It's over. I don't want to die. Nearby Ma Sanju. Are there any genuine locals nearby? Join a group to survive. We can't reveal our identities. Our advantages are diminishing. Warm reminder, Qingshan City is about to face a Beast Tide siege. All players should prepare accordingly. A Beast Tide siege? Observing the panicked crowd dispersing within the community, Shen Yun couldn't help but smile brightly. He then soared into the air, teleporting to a tall building in the city. As he surveyed the scene, he saw a horde of monsters surging forth from the roads and forests surrounding the city. With a thunderous roar, the beast tide surged like a black ocean, obliterating all obstacles placed by players outside the city. Chapter 51. Undying Spirits Heed My Summons. The East City Gate is also under siege by the beast tide. All 4 gates are compromised. If the city falls, there shall be no escape. The scale of this onslaught is surely that of hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts. As the unstoppable tide of creatures surged forth, the various factions defending the city and the surviving populace within it turned pale with fear. Though they understood that the most secure cities would inevitably face the most formidable assaults, this was the first time Qingshan City confronted such a spectacle, leaving even the prominent leaders of its factions in a state of shock. Could they truly withstand this? Suddenly, a melodious horn echoed from behind the beast horde. Out from the fray, a multitude of pitch-black panthers charged forth. Simultaneously, a deep drumming resonated from the human battlements. Boom! Archers, prepare! The 4 commanders atop the walls forced themselves to regain their composure and shouted in unison. Nearly 30,000 archers drew their bows, their eyes intently fixed on the oncoming panther swarm. When they spotted the level 25 insignia glowing above the heads of the panthers, a tremor ran through the hands of all the archers. It was important to note that the average level of the survivors in Qingshan City was only 22. If the vanguard was so formidable, how would they cope with what lay ahead? However, the 4 commanding officers had no time to ponder these thoughts. As the panthers approached their shooting range, they bellowed in unison, "Release explosive arrows." Whoosh! 30,000 arrows flew forth, transforming into a cascade that rained down upon the panthers below. As the arrows struck the ground, explosions erupted, shrouding the area in smoke. Boom! 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 The charging panther horde was thrown into disarray, with some being obliterated by the arrow storm. Witnessing this scene, those on the battlements breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the 4 commanders remained vigilant, commanding loudly, "Prepare armor-piercing arrows." No sooner had the words left their lips than the archers had readied their specialized arrows, clearly a testament to their rigorous training. While Qingshan City was relatively secure, in this environment where self-preservation was paramount, no one dared neglect their defensive training. Release. The arrows were unleashed, and the panther horde outside the city gates was decimated. This brought a hint of relief to the archers, for at least this wave of defense had been executed flawlessly. Just then, a subtle and unusual sound of wind alerted some wind element practitioners, who instinctively looked up towards the outside of the city. To their astonishment, they beheld a group of 3-meter-tall giant apes hurling boulders the size of human heads towards the battlements. As the stones hurtled towards them like cannonballs, the commander's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately blew the defensive whistle. Tweet. All archers, crouch down. Boom, boom, boom. The massive boulders crashed onto the battlements, sending a shower of debris flying. Many stones even penetrated into the city, damaging several structures. Seizing the opportunity created by the archers' evasive maneuvers, the beast horde sounded the charge. A multitude of climbing monstrosities surged forth from the beast tide, racing towards the city walls. The ground trembled with a thunderous rumble, sending waves of trepidation through the archers concealed behind the fortifications. They intended to scale the walls. Do not panic. Stick to the plan. Sorcerers, it is your moment. As the colossal boulders came to rest, the archers swiftly retreated from the parapets, ceding their positions to the mages in the rear. Yet, as the shift occurred, a vibrant swarm of birds descended from the void. Alas, it was a horde of venomous fowl. An aerial assault was simultaneously underway. The siege mechanisms were unpredictable. Despite their prior rehearsals, the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed the inexperienced team. Panic was unavoidable. Death in this realm was final, devoid of the reprieve of resurrection as in games. Stay calm. Ice mages, position yourselves and unleash ice crystals upon the walls to thwart their advance. The rogues hurled distraction bombs to disrupt the enemy formation. The 4 commanders quickly issued commands to stabilize the situation, and as they opened the team chat to input the command for the bird-repelling cannon, a chilling message appeared. Team Vice Leader. The boulders thrown by the giant ape are embedded with a gravity array, hampering the cannon's deployment. It will take 2 minutes. What the devil? Is that even possible? The beast-tide shaman is so cunning. The expressions of the four commanders darkened. Had they possessed the cannon, they could have countered the aerial threat. Instead, they were compelled to rely on the archers. Yet, one must not forget, the archers' arrows travel in a straight line, making it easy for the birds to evade. In contrast, the cannon's projectiles would explode in the air, dispersing smoke to shoo the birds away. The efficacy of the two approaches was not remotely comparable, but with no better alternatives at hand, all archers aimed skyward. They unleashed their rapid-fire technique. The explosive arrows were ready. Release them now. Whoosh! A dark curtain shot from the city towards the dense avian swarm, though many arrows struck their targets. Countless others evaded and lunged towards the mages atop the walls. Even with warriors braced with shields, the chaos on the battlefield tipped the scales against them. Particularly alarming was the fact that these birds belonged to the 26th and 27th levels, all capable of unleashing toxic mists. Em poisoned. Healer, where are you? Healer? Cure me. My face is rotting. What a bother. Wait for my cooldown. In an instant, chaos erupted atop the walls. Observing from a nearby high tower, Shen Yun intently watched the clash of offense and defense. It was his inaugural experience witnessing a siege by otherworldly beasts, especially in the real world, where sea creatures would attack cities. He found this to be a perfect opportunity for study. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened, and he drew his conclusions. Amidst the tide of beasts, a sacrificial command arose, while humanity relied on its four great alliances. In this battle alone, the elimination of high-ranking figures could be deemed a victory of 70%. However, seizing the head of a general amidst a multitude is no trivial feat indeed. On the ever-changing battlefield, a single misstep can lead to a cascade of misfortunes. Without the assistance of bird-repelling artillery, the mages on the castle walls were besieged by a swarm of flying creatures. Numerous sections of the walls lacked the presence of ice mages, allowing a horde of venomous insects and serpents to storm the battlements. Thieves, quickly deploy the insect repellent powder. Warriors draw their aggro. Redirect the monsters. The western wall cannot hold. All mages unleash a barrage. The scene descended into chaos. Only those who have endured the trials of defending a city can comprehend the terror that envelopes one when the external beast tide surges with ferocity. While one's own forces flounder in disarray, the western wall held for a mere 10 minutes. An interval of inactivity among the professionals allowed the beast horde to breach the city. It was all over. The commander of the western city, carried away by a thief, gazed pallidly at the players on the battlements, besieged by the onslaught of beasts. A moment of unpreparedness had led to the downfall of a city. Slap! The thief struck him across the face, exclaiming, "Kong Ping, there are still defenses within the city. Pull yourself together." This stinging reprimand finally roused him from his stupor. Kong Ping suppressed his fear and swiftly engaged his mind in strategizing the forthcoming defenses. Yet at that moment, he noticed a figure draped in a black and gold robe, hovering above the western city gate. Beneath him surged the relentless tide of beasts. What was this? Suddenly, Kong Ping witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The silhouette, facing away from him, was shrouded in a rising black mist. Slowly lifting its hands and softly intoning, "Undying spirits, heed my call, awaken from your eternal slumber." Chapter 52. One Man, a Natural Disaster. The Annihilation of the Beast Tide. A faint chant resonated eerily throughout the city of Qingshan. In the next instant, boom! A thick, dark mist surged forth from Shen Yun, enveloping the entire cityscape. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack! Amidst the cacophony of cracking bones, skeletal creatures, bone dragons, and bone beasts emerged from the ground, swaying as they climbed forth. 1, 10, 1,000, 10,000. As the city gates became choked with a dense throng of undead creatures, the onlookers trembled, their eyes wide with shock, staring at the figure cloaked in black mist above them. My heavens, the necromancer can summon such a multitude of undead creatures. The streets were filled with undead creatures, their emerald eyes gazing skyward, hands raised in a gesture of reverence, yearning to touch the ethereal figure of their sovereign. This eerie spectacle left the entire city in a state of hushed terror, as if even breathing would shatter the fragile silence. Then a decree, resonant as the voice of a deity, emanated from the shadowy figure. "Obey my command. Annihilate the beast horde." No sooner had the words been uttered than a black mist surged from the ground, infiltrating the bones of the undead. The skeletal throng began to move. their joints creaking ominously. Yet, astonishingly, some skeletons radiated a golden glow, their presence almost tangible, while others shone a deep crimson, exuding a formidable vitality. A few hovered mysteriously in the air. The Dominion's blessing had taken effect, bestowing upon all the undead the attributes of Shen Yun. Could these be mutated creatures? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Many onlookers cast bewildered glances at the attributes of these undead beings. Strength-type skeleton monster level, attributes. Agility-type bone dragon level. Description, summoned by the player Zhang, tied in using the Song of the Undead. Duration, 2 minutes. What? The crowd stared wide-eyed. While they understood the inability to assess the levels, why were the attributes also shrouded in mystery? Even the most skilled thieves and archers, employing their insight skills, could not unveil the properties of these undead monstrosities. In that moment, the tide of bones surged. Leading the charge were the skeletal creatures pouring into the city through the western gate, and upon their first encounter with the beast horde, the surviving citizens stood frozen in disbelief. Amidst the chaos of flesh and blood, the white phantoms cut through the monsters with a relentless fury, as if they were in a realm devoid of resistance. These swift undead dispatched the invading creatures in mere moments, a sight both unfathomable and terrifying. Then, the skeletons and bone beasts leapt from the city walls, plunging into the fray of the beast horde. Meanwhile, the inhabitants on the other 3 city walls remained motionless, as the undead army leaped over their heads, landing amidst the marauding beasts beyond the walls. From above, the white waves of the undead surged forth with unmatched speed, engulfing the black tide of beasts. In the skies, the bone dragons merely opened their maws, unleashing elemental magic that shattered flocks of birds mid-flight, sending blood spraying through the air. In the span of mere moments, the vibrant avian throng was obliterated. Gasping in awe, all eyes widened in horror. What manner of sorcerer is this? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. The sheer number and devastating power of the undead had left them in a state of profound shock. What is even more perplexing is that when these undead monsters were attacked, a series of missed messages appeared above their heads. With such a multitude of creatures amid the beast tide, how could they fail to breach defenses? One individual single-handedly annihilated the beast horde. And you would have me believe this is true? When an elder uttered these words, his body was engulfed in chills. It was simply unbelievable. Many stared in astonishment at the figure cloaked in black mist, wielding a staff in the void. This presence was nothing short of a calamity. I sensed that his professional growth might surpass the terrifying threshold of 10 stars. No one had ever witnessed a 10-star professional. Yet everyone present felt that not even 10 stars could possess such catastrophic power. Otherwise, a level 40 necromancer, even with 10-star growth, could not possibly be so formidable, as it defies all logic. Even if Zhang Taidan were at level 80, he could not evoke such terror. Some speculated quietly. Could it be an extraordinary artifact? Regardless, Zhang Taidan belonged to their Qing Shan city, and everyone in the city felt a sense of relief. On the battlefield, the might of the undead was truly overwhelming. Within 2 minutes, not a single monster's roar echoed outside the city. 1 million undead creatures turned in unison, paying homage to the shadow standing in the void. This breathtaking scene rendered the players atop the city walls utterly silent, fearing to disturb this terrifying congregation of undead bosses. Before long, the skeletal forms of the undead disintegrated spontaneously, falling to the ground. The once tumultuous battlefield now lay in complete silence. Although the undead had vanished, the people of the city remained unable to awaken from their astonishment. As for some who had traversed to Qing Shan City, gazing upon the imposing necromancer in the sky, they felt both jealousy and relief. Jealousy for the fact that if this individual were a traveler, their rewards upon returning would undoubtedly be bountiful. Relief for having survived. With such a formidable figure present, they could potentially enjoy a year in Qing Shan City, reaping rewards without effort. Perhaps they could utilize this time to develop further and elevate their reward tiers. At this moment, Shen Yun, the focus of the entire city, looked down upon the crowd and spoke calmly. I intend to clear all monsters from the cities of the Huaxia region. Will you follow me? While influence scores were important, he could not bear the burden of monster hunting alone. This was the perfect opportunity to win hearts. What? The players in the city were left dumbfounded. Clear all monsters from the cities of Huaxia. Such audacious and tyrannical words, if spoken by anyone else, would have been deemed fanciful. Yet, the recent display of the undead army suggested that this remarkably youthful speaker might indeed achieve such a feat. More importantly, we would be among the first to follow him. Upon this realization, the powerful figures from various factions within the city, emulating the appearance of those undead creatures, gazed fervently at the sky where Shen Yun lingered, proclaiming with resounding voices, "I am willing. I am eager to follow you." Not only the factions, but even the neutral armed forces within the city hesitated briefly before kneeling on one knee in submission, exclaiming, "I am willing." No one wished to leave the monsters lurking in the city unchallenged, for doing so would enable the activation of the teleportation NPCs between cities, providing numerous avenues for retreat. With kin separated, interests intertwined, and the grip of power in hand, all within the city bowed in deference to Shen Yun. Excellent. Shen Yun surveyed the crowd with a faint smile. In 1 hour, assemble 10,000 to accompany me on an expedition to eradicate the monsters in the neighboring cities and clear the pathways. Once the primary thoroughfares between cities were established and the NPC markers set, monsters would cease to appear on those routes, thus facilitating the construction of teleportation links between the two cities. 10,000 joining the expedition. The crowd gazed at Shen Yun with fervent anticipation. With his undead army paving the way, would it not be akin to farming experience points for leveling up? If they could surpass the players in levels significantly, the benefits would be immeasurable. All present looked expectantly at Shen Yun, awaiting his next command. Register with Lu Neng at Lishui Street, he instructed before vanishing into the air. Who is Lu Neng from Lishui Street? Some inquired, quickly opening their friend's search. The swift among them headed straight to Lishui Street. Meanwhile, Lu Neng stood by the roadside, utterly stunned, while his wife stared wide-eyed at the character interface, her voice trembling. "We just joined the team, and we are already level 40. In Chapter 53, Nephew, I'm glad you're safe." As Shen Yun summoned the skeletal army, he directly invited Lu Neng and his wife to join the team. During the 2 minutes of slaughtering the beast tide, the immense experience propelled both individuals' levels to soar like a rocket, ascending directly to level 40. Moreover, Shen Yun took full responsibility for recruiting on his behalf in Qingshan City. "I've struck it rich. I'm truly prosperous now." Lu Neng trembled with excitement, his face alight with joy. "Lu Neng is over there." "No way. Old Lu, you've hit the jackpot." The cheers from nearby quickly brought Lu Neng back to reality. An opportunity had arisen. He could not afford to be arrogant and needed to seize it wisely. He turned to see a group of neighbors approaching, led by Hequan, the president of the Qinglong Guild, one of the most powerful factions in Qingshan City. "Oh, Lu Ge, I envy you immensely," Hequan exclaimed, revealing a genuinely warm smile as he approached, bowing slightly in a flattering manner as he grasped Lu Neng's hand, patting it repeatedly, and sent a private message. "Lu Ge, from now on, you are my elder brother. I shall follow you faithfully." This cannot possibly mean that my brother is arranging for some individuals to join the myriad of warriors. Lu Neng's heart raced wildly, unable to fathom the notion. The fact that such a powerful figure would deign to act subserviently before him, a mere commoner, was unfathomable. Previously, individuals of that caliber would not have even spared him a glance. Yet now, with Shen Yun's ascendance, those around him seemed to soar to new heights. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and exhilaration surged within Lu Neng's heart. However, having navigated the complexities of society for many years, he endeavored to maintain his composure, stating that he needed to consult Zhang Taidan first. Hequan readily agreed, and the exceptional secretary beside him promptly stepped forward, lighting a cigar for Lu Neng. Inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the female secretary, along with the alluring contours of her figure, Lu Neng swallowed hard, attempting to contact Shen Yun. Moments later, upon receiving confirmation that he could assume full responsibility, his posture straightened as if forged from titanium. In Luoda City, Zhang Yong paced anxiously in his home, beads of sweat dotting his brow. The cigarettes in his mouth were consumed one after another. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Chen Rong and Chen Sita displayed extreme emotional instability, their faces taut and their chests rising and falling erratically. That orphan had astonishingly become the king of Qingshan City, a million-strong army of the undead. He had single-handedly quelled a beast tide of hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, he had captured 2 surrounding cities in a single afternoon. Most terrifying of all was that each of those 10,000 had reached level 40. How little time had passed since then? Lu Neng, after completing his professional advancement, had reached level 65 and had become the first elder of Shen Yun's undead guild. The rankings for factions, combat power, and equipment were now dominated by Qingshan City. Each of these astonishing events struck at the very core of the three individual spirits. Chen Situ could not fathom how this cousin, whom she had always regarded with disdain, could possess such a fortuitous destiny. Surely, he must have acquired a powerful hidden profession at the cliff's edge. Chen Situ lamented, had I known, I would have simply eliminated him instead of pushing him down. Are you blaming me? Zhang Yong, upon hearing her words, immediately grew displeased, glaring at the sullen Chen Situ. Chen Rong, witnessing this good-for-nothing daring to scold her daughter, felt a surge of anger but chose to remain composed, saying, what we can confirm now is that Zhang Taiden has indeed lost his memory. We must cling to him tightly. Given Zhang Tian's current strength, eliminating them would be effortless. Yet, since he had not shown any intent to strike, it was evident that he had lost his memory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong nodded vigorously. Exactly. That Lu Neng has become my nephew's chief aide. He has struck an incredible stroke of luck. He is eager to seek out Shen Yun to express the worries that have plagued our family for days. Lu Neng is now, without a doubt, second only to one, inciting envy in Zhang Yong that keeps him awake at night. With his uncle's status, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, which is far superior to languishing in this wretched place. Chen Rong tugged at Chen Sidong, cautioning her, when you meet Tai Dan, remember to speak to him properly and refrain from being temperamental. Chen Sidong rolled her eyes, exasperated. I am not foolish. After all, he is the lord of 3 cities, at least over level 100. Wouldn't it be madness to squander this opportunity? I am itching to check on this younger brother right away. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Rong raised her delicate eyebrows, scrutinizing Chen Sitong carefully. It must be said that the daughter had flawlessly inherited her mother's beauty. Her skin was as luminous as jade. Her eyes sparkled like gemstones, complemented by Chen Sitong's exquisite oval face and charming pink lips, truly deserving of the title of school belle. Chen Sitong was well aware of the implication in her mother's gaze, and her lips curved slightly, just a casual approach. Our relationship was quite amicable before I pushed him off the cliff. After all, as a mainstream profession, a mage, this brother can thrive anywhere. Maintaining good relations is the sensible thing to do. Chen Sidong felt confident that securing his favor would not pose a challenge. This self-assured demeanor prompted Chen Rong to affectionately pinch her delicate nose, chuckling softly, no rush. We are family, after all, and time is on our side. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong was oblivious to their plans, engaged in casual conversation with Lu Neng. He was irked that this scoundrel had taken the position that rightfully belonged to him. Fortunately, he would soon see his soaring nephew. 3 days later, Shen Yun led the Undead Guild, successfully connecting with the neighboring city of Rod City, where he met Zhang Yong's family. Upon their first encounter, Zhang Yong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Nephew, it's such a relief to see you safe and sound. Uncle, Shen Yun replied, his eyes slightly misty with emotion, as he embraced Zhang Yong tightly. He needed to devise a plan on how to make their lives a little more entertaining. With his current strength assured, returning to reality was still a distant concern. He was determined to find some amusement in the company of this family of 3. Chen Rong and Chen Sidong, witnessing this heartfelt reunion, were also moved to tears. Without a doubt, once the 3 entered the guild, they would be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Zhang Yong and Chen Rong, under Lu Neng's guidance, learn how to communicate with various factions and manage the guild's logistics. The importance of these roles clearly indicated that it would not be long before the couple would excel in high positions. Upon the announcement of this news, not only did the major factions in Rod City respond, but even the magnates from other cities sent congratulatory messages to Zhang Yong's family. This sudden elevation from their previously cautious existence made the couple feel as if they were singing songs of triumph, truly invigorated. Simultaneously, Shen Yun treated them with utmost concern. Akin to a beloved nephew, Chen Sitong, still youthful, was assigned to the Zhuke team, one of the strongest among the Undead Guild's 4 elite groups. The Zhuke team consisted of only 10 members, alongside the Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu teams. Most were fervent followers handpicked by Shen Yun, often by his side, to level up. 40 individuals are exclusively accountable to Shen Yun, who occupies a position of immense prestige, even commanding the respect of Lu Neng, who ranks just below him. Due to her connection as Shen Yun's cousin, Chen Sidong received preferential treatment upon joining the Zhuke team. Whether it was for dungeon runs or leveling up, she was afforded the finest resources. While she outwardly feigned modesty, internally she basked in a sense of satisfaction and pride. It is noteworthy that any one of these individuals would typically garner the attention of a celebrity, yet present, they were all endeavoring to win her favor. This scenario significantly gratified Chun Sidong's vanity. Her daily anticipation revolved around the flattery she received from various quarters. Regardless of the circumstances, the Zhang family was destined to become influential figures within the Undead Guild. Chapter 54, Finding Amusement, a grand performance for your family. Over the course of 2 consecutive months, the southeastern region of Huaxia was entirely secured by the Undead Legion. With Shen Yun's birthday approaching, both the Zhang and Lu families sought to celebrate this occasion. Furthermore, the guild's rapid operations required a brief respite, leading to a scheduled week-long holiday. During this period, had it not been for Shen Yun's formidable strength, both Zhang Yong and Chen Rong would have considered him as a son. The family often resided together, having shed previous barriers, enjoying a harmonious existence. The guest list for the birthday celebration was modest. Aside from the captains of the 4 Divine Beast team, who came to offer a toast, only the Zhang and Lu families were present. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the slightly inebriated Shen Yun was the first to excuse himself, retiring to his room. It was not until the late hours of the night that Chun Sidong brought a basin of water to help him wipe away his perspiration. My father and Uncle Lu are truly relentless. They insisted on pouring drinks for you. You ought to have said something to them, she chuckled. But today is joyful. It's nothing to worry about. Shen Yun weakly waved his hand, struggling to keep his eyes open. Under the soft glow of the room's lighting, Chun Sidong, having just bathed, wore a silk gown that accentuated her exquisite, slightly flushed skin, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze upon her, she quickly raised a hand to cover her chest, while the other shielded his eyes, her voice imbued with shyness. Drinking leads to foolishness. You should sleep. Despite her words, her heart was sweetened by the attention. Shen Yun's overwhelming strength and increasingly decisive demeanor as a rising figure led many who once held high positions to believe that he was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Chen Sidong found herself captivated by Shen Yun's power and personal charm, her heart entirely occupied by his presence. How could she not feel elated under the gaze of the one she adored? Good night, Shen Yun replied, turning away from her, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Little minx, let us see how long you can endure. Realizing he was indeed preparing to sleep, Chen Sidong felt speechless. This fool. Does he really think I would resist if he took the opportunity to embrace me? Yet, the fact that this remarkable individual had yet to be embroiled in any rumors only deepened her admiration for him. However, some opportunities should not be delayed for too long, lest they slip away, as many women outside were undoubtedly watching. As Chun Sidong, who had just finished wiping Shen Yun's back, bit her pink lips. She was about to say something when she heard Shen Yun snoring loudly. How infuriating! With a dismissive shove, she pushed the deadweight Shen Yun aside and lay down on the bed. The following morning, as Shen Yun and Zhang Yong departed, Chen Rong hurried into the bedroom. Upon opening the door and seeing her daughter peacefully asleep, a wave of joy washed over her. She quickly knelt beside the bed and gently patted Chun Sidong's cheek. Tong 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 tong. Chun Sidong, still groggy, opened her eyes and, seeing her mother, weakly turned over to continue her slumber. Don't sleep yet. What is going on? Chen Rong was unwilling to relent. She climbed under the covers and, with a sense of urgency, touched Chun Sidong's abdomen. You girl, quickly tell me, have you succeeded? Oh, it's cold. Chun Sidong instantly awoke, turning her head to glare at her mother. What do you mean succeeded? Why are you in such a hurry? Yet, deep down, she knew that Shen Yun was in a deep slumber, not even stirring. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, at least they had spent the night together. She could consider him her man. Seeing the smug expression on her daughter's face, Chen Rong understood. TSK, my dear is certainly working hard. To have the proud Chun Sidong yield so soon, it's clear she has made her own decisions. Realizing her daughter seemed a bit anxious, Chen Rong leaned in closer, teasingly whispering, you wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? Chen Sidong was annoyed by the barrage of questions. So what if I like him? Can't you let me rest? All right, I'll leave. Chen Rong chuckled as she stood to depart. She was pleased that Chun Sidong could develop feelings. It was a good thing for everyone. After 7 consecutive days of rest, the members of the Necromancer Guild were brimming with energy. Shen Yun no longer needed to personally lead the charge to cleanse the major cities. Each of the 4 Divine Beast squads had reached level 160, and any one of them could stand on their own. There was no denying it, with Shen Yun's unique abilities paired with the necromancer profession. The monsters he summoned were all boss-level entities, making leveling up an unmanageable feat, especially the 4 elemental bone dragons. They could wipe out hordes of monsters in a single sweep, a true forbidden spell. Whenever he wished, he could instantly summon tens of thousands to reach high levels. As the members of the 4 Divine Beasts ventured forth to exterminate the monsters in various cities, Shen Yun found himself with more leisure time. He only needed to oversee from home and watch the grand scheme unfold. During this period, Zhang Yong naturally supported the relationship between Shen Yun and Chen Sidong. No matter how he felt about his nephew in the past, he now regarded him as a son and was pleased with their relationship. With the business expanding, both Lu Neng and Zhang Yong were too busy to find their bearings, leaving Shen Yun with the most free time. Even Chen Sidong has taken the initiative to venture out for some practical experience. She refuses to be merely a decorative vase. Uncertain of Shen Yun's feelings towards her, she has come to realize that only by becoming stronger can she capture this man's attention. Inside the villa, Shen Yun smiled as he reminded the prepared Chen Sidong, "Be cautious while you are out. Do not let anything happen." "Rest assured," Chen Sidong replied with a gentle smile. Her voice soft as she said, "Stay well at home, dear brother. I will return soon." The bond they had nurtured over the past half-month made her reluctant to part from him. However, his strength was formidable. He was adorned with countless honors and commanded the admiration of countless players. If she did not strive to improve herself, she risked becoming a source of disdain one day. Although the opportunities he now possessed were inadvertently set in motion by her family, Chen Sidong harbored no reservations about falling for this man. Shen Yun patted her shoulder, his eyes glimmering as he whispered with a smile, "If circumstances become untenable, it is best to withdraw. After all, there are many uncharted territories yet to explore, and your life is the most precious." In truth, even if she encountered danger, there were formidable protectors watching over her from the shadows. Should she perish in the outside world, it would spell disaster. He was determined to completely conquer this woman. If he were not seeking a diversion, she would have long since joined his legion of the undead. Listening to his sincere admonitions, Chen Sidong felt a surge of deep emotions, her eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. This sight delighted Chen Rong, who stood nearby. It was a relationship blossoming that she was more than happy to witness. As her brother departed, Chen Sidong waved from the car, watching as the convoy receded into the distance. Upon returning to the house, Shen Yun caught sight of Chen Rong's teasing expression. "Are you reluctant to part with Tong Tong?" He chuckled. "What do you wish to eat during this time?" "I will be at home." "Not at all. Andy can prepare whatever she likes," Shen Yun replied with a grin. "You little rascal, still calling me Andy?" Chen Rong shot him a playful glare, chuckling as she watched him make a hasty retreat. However, just a few days later, Chen Rong noticed that Zhang Yong was consistently returning home late, reeking of alcohol. When she inquired about him with Shen Yun, she learned that there were no known social engagements he was attending, causing her heart to tighten with concern. Could it be that he is struggling to come to terms with things? Currently, Zhang Yong's relationship with Shen Yun was pivotal for the survival of their family. If Zhang Yong could not overcome the hurdle of killing his nephew, and in a moment of rashness revealed everything, then both she and her daughter would be in dire straits. Could it be that this fool truly intended to confront Zhang, tied in using familial ties? This was something Chen Rong could not tolerate. The current advantageous situation must not be jeopardized by Zhang Yong's foolish actions. Yet, the sheer strength of her nephew, Zhang Taidan, intimidated her, preventing her from directly inquiring. If she inadvertently brought up matters that were not true, it would lead to significant trouble. One night, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yong drove away from the villa, Chen Rong stealthily followed him. He stopped at the Red Romance Bar, stepping inside with measured gait. As Shen Yun observed Chen Rong stealthily entering the bar from the alley, a chilling smile curved upon her lips. Let the games begin, she thought, preparing to strike first. Inside the bar, Chen Rong, adorned with an elegant veiled hat, settled into a corner with a drink in hand, her gaze fixated on Zhang Yong, who was positioned not far from her. Alone? Is he awaiting someone? She pondered. Following him closely, she noted that he had switched to an inconspicuous vehicle mid-journey and donned a mask to conceal his identity. Dressed casually in a cap, he attracted little attention from the crowd. Chen Rong waited in silence, dismissing several bothersome flies that dared to approach. Though her well-fitted black dress concealed her voluptuous figure, her innate grace proved irresistibly alluring to the men within the bar. Given her stature and discernment, she held little regard for the impoverished souls around her. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in a purple qipao gracefully took a seat before Zhang Yong. A woman. Shen Yun's brow furrowed. Noticing the stranger was adorned with a veil and sunglasses, she discreetly activated her level 160 insight skill. Such a high-level ability allowed her to pierce through the veils of disguise effortlessly. However, upon her revelation, Shen Yun's fury ignited. The woman's features bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, an astonishing 80% similarity. What infuriated Shen Yun further was the audacity of this wretched woman to entwine her fingers with Zhang Yong's. In the dim lighting, the two engaged in light conversation and shared drinks, their camaraderie seemingly effortless. Yet, the woman's bashfulness and admiration, reminiscent of a youthful girl, stoked the flames of Shen Yun's ire, her fists clenched tightly. "Danya, you despicable wretch!" Shen Yun seethed. Danya, once the proprietress of a tea house in Hangsheng before the apocalypse, had formed a small faction after the undead army swept through the city. Her striking resemblance to Shen Yun had garnered her notoriety among the elite, many of whom sought to keep her as a prized possession, indulging in their peculiar desires. Fortunately, this matter had reached higher echelons, and members of the Zhuke group had intervened, strictly prohibiting any harm to Tanya, given her striking similarity to Chun Sidong's mother. Shen Yun understood that Zhang Yong was subtly orchestrating this situation. After all, having someone so akin to his wife would compel him to protect her from harm, lest he tarnish his reputation as the guild leader. Yet, Shen Yun never anticipated that Zhang Yong would develop feelings for Tanya. Had he already been entangled with her? A storm brewed within Shen Yun as she reflected on the dynamics at home, where her voice held sway, rendering Zhang Yong merely a submissive figure. Perhaps he had grown bold and strayed. Yet, despite her fury, a flicker of pride remained. After all, this man still harbored feelings for her. It is fortunate that her quest only involves finding a woman and is not related to Zhang Taidan. With a sense of relief, she, driven by curiosity, activated her eavesdropping skills. However, the conversation between the two left Shen Yun's face ashen. "Zhang Yong, what should we do about this? I've had dealings with Shen Yun regarding Taidan, and now that he is so powerful, I fear he may regain his memories." "Danja, Yongfei. Do not overthink it. As long as we all keep silent, no one will know." This fool actually divulged information to others. Shen Yun's heart raced with alarm. A new man approached, and fearing discovery, she quickly exited the bar. This imbecile, unable to find solace in her presence, had committed such a foolish act. As she entered her vehicle, Shen Yun's eyes burned with anger. She had underestimated Zhang Yong's level of incompetence. Had she known this would transpire, she would never have urged Zhang Yong to eliminate Taidan for the sake of her daughter's future. No, Tanya must be eliminated. A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Yun's eyes. Zhang Yong was untouchable, but that woman, Tanya, had to die. It would serve as a warning to Zhang Yong. Otherwise, they would all face ruin. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and drove away from the scene. In a corner, Shen Yun, cloaked in invisibility, observed the emotional detection device in his hand. Shen Yun, intent to kill 90, anger 80, fear 89. As long as there is intent to kill. Shen Yun's smile was icy. What could be more gratifying than witnessing the murder of a beloved? He intended to make this treacherous family of his uncle experience true despair. Did they truly believe that their kindness during this time would absolve them? Heaven observes all. An hour later, Zhang Yong, masked, exited the bar. At that moment, the disguised hand, he was leaving through a back alley. Upon reaching a deserted corner, she lit a cigarette and spoke with exasperation. "Boss, having me play house with this fool is less appealing than serving you." She genuinely could not comprehend the peculiar games that the younger generation indulged in. Shen Yun, who had been waiting, revealed himself and handed her 2 scrolls. One a resurrection scroll, the other a forbidden spell. "Perform well, and if satisfied, I shall grant you a high-ranking position. If you fail to deliver, you shall serve as my undead minion." His sinister tone sent a shiver through Tanya. She promptly accepted the scrolls, her demeanor serious as she assured him. "Rest assured, I will ensure he experiences what it means to have a perfect lover, a high-ranking position in the Undead Guild." This was worth far more than the 2 rare scrolls in her hands. Shen Yun said no more and vanished into the shadows with a wave of his black robe. Chapter 56. The Death of a Beloved. Zhang Yong driven to madness in the ensuing days. Shen Yun occasionally trailed Zhang Yong to the bar. Each appearance of Tanya escalated her murderous intent to its peak. Unfortunately, numerous assassination attempts failed due to the close ties between Tanya and the Juke squad. On this day, Shen Yun, dining at home, uttered words that dispelled her reservations. "Taidan," he chuckled, serving a chicken leg to Shen Yun. "You know that Tanya, right? The one who looks remarkably like your Aunt Rome. Since joining the guild, her abilities have been exceptional. I plan to invite her over for dinner tonight, and then have her assist Rong Rong. What do you think?" Shen Yun replied with a faint smile. "I'll be quite busy these days. I might not have time tonight." She continued, "I'm aware of this woman. It's good for Uncle to introduce her to Aunt. Who knows? She might even serve as a substitute to take the blows." "Huh? Ha ha." Shen Yun chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't anticipated that his nephew would think of Tanya in such a manner, viewing her as a scapegoat. Truly, the vision of a guild leader is unparalleled. However, Tanya was already his soulmate. How could he allow her to meet such a fate? Moreover, it was Tanya who had volunteered for this. He hoped to alleviate some of Rong burdens and mend his relationship with Chun Rong. Despite her apparent disdain for him and the scant opportunities he had to spend the night with her. After all, he had once loved this woman. Now, they were all in the same boat. Finding her a capable assistant would be beneficial and could also protect Tanya. Yet, his thoughts were too simplistic. This fool still wanted Tanya to familiarize herself with my work, aiming to usurp my authority in the future. Chun Rong felt a chill. She believed that Shen Yun was preparing to eliminate her and her daughter, ensuring that no one would know who had killed Zhang Taidan. It was clear that Tanya had secured a significant place in Shen Yun's heart. It seemed she needed to take matters in her own hands. Hearing Shen Yun mention her busyness in the coming days, Chun Rong replied with a smile, "Let I Yong decide. I have no objections. If she truly has the ability, she would be an asset to our guild. Wouldn't she? Haha, Rong indeed has vision." Chun Rong felt a surge of joy in her heart and promptly raised her glass in a toast. "Cheers. Here's to the flourishing of our guild." Shen Yun beamed as she raised her glass in response. "Cheers." The following evening, Shen Yun brought the elegantly dressed Tanya to the villa. "Ah, Tanya, I have long heard of your esteemed name," Chun Rong said, inviting the visibly anxious Tanya to take a seat. Come, we have been waiting for your arrival. If it weren't for Tai Dan being busy, he would have liked to see you as well." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Tanya replied gratefully as she took her seat. This pleased Shen Yun, who observed contentedly from the side, although he dared not disclose the nature of his relationship with Tanya to Chun Rong. The scene filled him with pride. It felt as though he had two wives. Life was indeed fulfilling. What more could he desire? The trio joyously engaged in conversation, raising their glasses frequently. However, midway through the feast, Tanya suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Phew. This unexpected occurrence transformed Shen Yun's expression. "Ja." Yet, as he supported Tanya, the woman he had long cherished appeared pale as parchment, her vitality swiftly diminishing. In a state of turmoil, Shen Yun instinctively turned to Chun Rong, seeking assistance. Yet, he found her nonchalantly seated, indulging in food and drink. "Chun Rong," Shen Yun roared like a frenzied lion, directing his fury towards her. However, Tanya, nestled in his arms, clutched his clothing tightly, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Brother Yong, it may not be Rong Jia. Perhaps someone else has secretly poisoned her." With those words, her vitality waned, and she vanished from existence. This signified the irrevocable loss of Tanya. For in the game's design, death without a resurrection scroll or similar treasures meant true demise, akin to reality. But how precious were such scrolls? Even as a high-ranking member of the Undead Guild, he had never encountered one. Ja. No. Witnessing the warmth of her body dissipate, Shen Yun was consumed by a frenzied rage, lunging at Chun Rong. "Wretched woman, I will make you pay with your life." The loss of his beloved rendered his very existence seem futile. Unfortunately, as a marksman, Chun Rong perceived his movements as sluggish as a snail, easily evading his assault. Mocking him with a sneer, "Pathetic. Do you dare to reveal our deeds to her? Have you considered the consequences? You know nothing." Infuriated by her words, Shen Yun tore at his clothing in rage. "She has already placed a heart-devouring curse on me. If I betray her, I will face instant death. Wretched woman, return ye to me." Chun Rong's eyes narrowed in disbelief. She had not anticipated Tanya could resort to such measures. However, her intention to eliminate Tanya was merely to instill fear in Shen Yun, to make him grasp the gravity of the situation. She never intended for them to become adversaries. After all, Informing Zhang Dan would render her efforts futile. She was merely a woman seeking to climb the social ladder. With a raised eyebrow, Chun Rong smirked. Very well. To make amends, I shall serve you well from now on. Roaring, Zhang Yong unleashed his professional abilities, stunning the horrified Chun Rong, and then wielded his weapon to strike her down. 5 seconds of immobility ignited Chun Rong's fury. Have you gone mad? Wasn't it your intention to kill me to replace her? Chapter 57. Level 300 A Lone Rider. 1,000,000,000 attribute points. With bloodshot eyes, Zhang Yong wept profusely upon hearing her words. Indeed, it was I who brought her here, but I merely thought her capable and wished to help alleviate your burdens. In that moment, his heart ached to the point of suffocation, regretting his acquiescence to Tanya's wishes. She had been such a considerate girl, now ruined by Chun Rong's malice. Wretched woman, die. Zhang Yong cast aside all thoughts and merely sought to eliminate this venomous woman. Fortunately, Chun Rong, being a high-ranking guild member, was well-equipped enough to withstand his onslaught. She recognized the misunderstanding, but felt powerless to resolve it. This time, jealousy clouded her judgment. Yet, Zhang Yong was lost in his madness, utterly deaf to her pleas. If you continue like this, at worst, the fish dies and the net is ruined. I shall directly inform Zhang Dan. If you dare, go ahead and say it. Look, this man has completely lost his mind, disregarding the consequences entirely. Yet Chen Rong still yearns for life, for the opulence that comes with it. His thoughts racing, he exclaimed in anger, "How can you expect me not to be furious when you seek another woman? Why must you be so selfish? I am your wife." This momentarily halted Zhang Yong's onslaught. Chen Rong took a deep breath, quickly gulping down a mouthful of red medicine. Her tone filled with sorrow. "You profess your love for me, yet now you wish for my demise. Is that what satisfies you? If blame is to be assigned, it lies in your failure to articulate clearly." These words drained the color from Zhang Yong's face, leaving him slumped despondently on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Tanya felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this incompetent man remains as indecisive as ever. With renewed determination, she began to silently weep, reminiscing about their past happiness, hoping to quell Zhang Yong's raging fury. This prompted a darkening of Shen Yun's countenance as he monitored the situation. What can you possibly accomplish? Standing beside him, the revived Tanya felt helpless. Boss, this fellow is truly inept. I have done everything I could, yet he still cannot rise. Noticing Shen Yun's sideways glance, she was genuinely at a loss. Despite her seemingly perfect efforts, it appeared Zhang Yong might still kill Chen Rong. As for her current state, despite having utilized the resurrection scroll, she had been rendered in a state of death by Shen Yun's necromantic skills to avoid exposure. Thus, any aspirations for advancement were unattainable. However, she was unperturbed. After all, this family would inevitably meet their end, and her condition would naturally be rectified. Alas, this meant she would forfeit her chance to ascend within the ranks of the Undead Guild. Observing Chun Rong weeping profusely in Zhang Yong's embrace on the monitor, Shen Yun shook his head in resignation. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. In light of this, I shall have to personally deal with them. Today's events had left him devoid of any desire to confront Shen Rong and Zhang Yong. One was as cunning as a fox, while the other was a hopeless case. Together, they posed a significant threat to him. He was still too young. With the amusement gone, Shen Yun departed the scene. In the time that followed, he journeyed to the guild's front line to summon the undead army for a purge of the city. Within less than a year, most monsters within the cities of Huaxia had been eradicated. 99% of the city's teleportation NPCs had successfully connected. This prompted nations worldwide to send requests for assistance to Huaxia, hoping that the players would, out of humanitarian concern, help them rid their cities of monsters as well. However, Shen Yun was here for a mission. There was no need to further expand his influence or play the role of a benevolent figure. Atop a desolate mountain peak, dozens of high-ranking members of the Undead Guild gazed in awe at the millions of undead soldiers amassed in the wilderness below. Above them, tens of thousands of bone dragons obscured half the sky, while below surged skeleton beasts, undead knights, and necromancers, all storming toward Huaxia's most formidable dungeon. In the realm of the 300-level beast city, the pinnacle of dungeons in the current version, a surprising turn of events unfolds. The game has yet to reveal future updates, yet none anticipated the formidable might of the 300-level adversaries, the summoned minions of the Lich Master, who possess an overwhelming strength. Following the cataclysmic collapse of the colossal city several hundred meters away, a golden world announcement gracefully emerged. World announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia Region's Guild, the Lich Guild, for annihilating the Beast City and prematurely initiating a regional update. The Huaxia region will unveil version 20 in 1 month, while other nations must strive to catch up. The prevailing sentiment among players was one of awe. Huaxia was poised to surge ahead, while other nations were still endeavoring to establish their cities. Huaxia had taken a monumental leap forward. With the presence of the Lich Master, Zhang Taidan, Huaxia was destined to achieve an unparalleled feat: global domination. On the mountaintop, all gazes turned toward the figure cloaked in chaotic divine armor, shrouded in mist. He resembled a celestial being obscured by light and fog, rendering him nearly inscrutable to mortal eyes. Shen Yun turned to his guild's core members and spoke with calm authority. Take this time to recuperate and prepare for the new version. The gathered members promptly clasped their fists in respect, exclaiming, "Yes, President." As the undead army that had besieged the city disintegrated into bone dust and merged with the earth, Shen Yun pondered wistfully, "I shall soon return. Yet it is a pity that the real world lacks such professions in the death Plunder Golden Finger. Otherwise, the mere aberrations of the ocean would be no match for my undead legion." With this thought, Shen Yun examined his current personal attributes. Player Zhang Taidan. Profession: Lich Master. Affiliation: President of the Lich Guild. Honorary title: Alliance Leader of the Huaxia region. Level: 300. Experience: 100. Health: 23,076, 230,000. Mana: 26, 442, 510, 000. Vitality: 8, 846, 600, 000. Physical defense: 17, 592, 100, 000. Strength: 12, 087, 720, 000. Physical damage: 29, 011, 130, 000. Mentality: 10, 162, 100, 000. Magical damage: 23, 330, 000. Agility: 15, 560, 050, 000. Dexterity: 32, 670, 020, 000. This golden finger is indeed unfathomable. Shen Yun marveled inwardly. Such astonishing statistics would leave anyone in awe. Even 1,300,000 level bosses would be insufficient for him to conquer. Chapter 58. Slaying the entire family of Uncle. At this moment, the 4 Divine Beast team had already embarked on the task of collecting the equipment dropped by the Beast City. With Shen Yun's attributes, he could effortlessly rend apart the server's most elite gear, finding it wholly beneath his notice. At that juncture, the team leader, Mu Shuang, with a face full of anticipation, smiled warmly at Shen Yun. "President, now that the entirety of Huaxia is at peace, why not host a celebratory banquet?" As she spoke, the other 3 captains and the crowd eagerly echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, President, we have yet to share a fine drink with you. Without further ado, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated." Ha ha. The president had seldom participated in such festivities, with Lu Neng and Zhang Yong often taking the lead. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to gathering with him. "You all may enjoy yourselves," Shen Yun said with a smile, waving his hand before turning to depart. The lively atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and the crowd forced out awkward laughter. Chen Rong, concerned that his aloofness might dampen spirits and disrupt the harmony of the guild, quickly interjected with a smile. "You all know the president does not relish large gatherings. We can simply enjoy a meal at home, which is just as good." Meanwhile, Zhang Yong and the crowd also chipped in, explaining that the president had been exhausted from tackling various dungeons recently. On the surface, he and Chen Rong seemed to have no discord. Although Tanya's death had deeply saddened Zhang Yong, life must continue for those who remain. Moreover, Chen Rong had indeed offered him considerable comfort during these days, and for the time being, they were in a state of mutual alliance. As night fell, when Zhang Yong's family prepared a sumptuous feast to reward Shen Yun, he did not touch his chopsticks. Gazing at Zhang Yong, Chen Rong, and Shen Sidong seated before him, he said with a gentle smile, "Let us not rush into our meal. It seems I have recalled something." The pupils of the 3 contracted slightly, their breaths held in trepidation. "It cannot be," thought Shen Sidong, her face paling as she nervously regarded Shen Yun. Over this period of interaction, she had become captivated by this formidable man. If it were possible, she would have preferred to have never harmed him. Now, all she desired was to be a good woman to him, to bear his children, and to create a warm little home. Please do not remember. Both Shenrong and Zhang Yong felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet alas, reality seldom affords such luck. You all, Shen Yun leaned back in his chair. Observing the three with an untroubled smile, inquired, "Did you push me off a cliff?" Boom! At these words, Chen Sidong's mind felt as if struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, Zhang Yong and Shenrong reacted with remarkable swiftness. In unison, they retrieved epic scrolls from their bags, casting a spell of silence. In the next instant, a hum resonated as two luminous barriers rapidly expanded from their bodies, enveloping the entire villa. Warm reminder, magic and equipment usage are prohibited within the current domain. Chen Sidong blinked in surprise, casting a bewildered glance at the grim-faced Zhang Yong and Shenrong. Prohibition of magic? Indeed, Shenrong declared in a low voice, since he has recalled it. We can no longer resolve this amicably. These two exquisite scrolls were specifically prepared for this nephew. Should an unforeseen incident arise, we shall have no choice but to take this step. At the same time, more than a dozen leaders of factions close to Zhang Yong stormed into the villa with a throng of followers. It was only now that Chen Sidong realized her parents were about to rebel. "Have you lost your minds?" Chen Sidong sprang to her feet, only to be forcefully pressed back in her seat by Shenrong. Despite her desperate struggles, her inability to wield magic rendered her efforts futile. "Let's discuss this calmly," Chen Sidong cried out, but as she wept and witnessed her mother's indifference, fear gripped her heart. The most dreaded scenario had come to pass. Zhang Yong, with a contented expression, lit a cigarette and paced around the room. Noticing Shen Yun casually sipping porridge, he smirked and remarked, "Do not expect the fourth squad to rescue you. I have my own means to act. Thankfully, your power is formidable enough to warrant such confidence. Otherwise, had there been security in the villa, I would not have been able to subdue you so effortlessly." Upon hearing this, Chen Sidong glared at Zhang Yong and cried out, "Father, you cannot kill him. Do not make a grave mistake. There is no choice but to kill him." Zhang Yong retorted, tossing aside his cigarette. "Kill him." In an instant, 20 elite melee fighters, each at level 280, transformed into shadows and charged towards Shen Yun. His reputation was indeed fearsome. Otherwise, dealing with a physically weak mage who could not use magic would only require a single warrior. "No, if you must kill, take my life first." Chen Sidong instinctively threw herself into Shen Yun's embrace as she saw Shenrong draw her bow. She could not bear to imagine how she would live if the one in her arms perished. Perhaps it is best. Let us die together and end it all. Witnessing this scene, Shenrong, her eyes reddened, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Kill them both. Today's success or failure hinges on this moment. A daughter can be born again. But if her life is lost, all is for naught." Zhang Yong and the others felt a chill at her words. However, if she could be so ruthless, none of the others hesitated to unleash their deadly moves. Yet, a seemingly casual utterance left Zhang Yong and the others in sheer disbelief. It is merely a magic suppression order. Before the words fully escaped his lips, Shen Yun transformed into a wisp of wind, darting through the room. With a staggering agility and power, these individuals posed no threat in his eyes. The next moment, a series of heads soared into the air. Shen Yun had already seized Zhang Yong's face with one hand. Observing Zhang Yong's stunned expression, Shen Yun, disinterested in further conversation, tightened his grip. With a resounding pop, Zhang Yong's head exploded. His headless body collapsed backward, gushing blood in a horrific display. This scene left the surviving mother and daughter utterly dumbfounded. However, as Shenrong saw Shen Yun approach with an impassive expression, she was overwhelmed with tears, pleading, "I was wrong. I truly regret it. Spare me. I beg you, spare me." As Shen Yun drew near, he wasted no time and, with a swift motion, struck her, exploding her head with a sickening thud. The crimson and white remnants scattered beneath their feet, mingling with shattered bones. Chapter 59 concludes. The beast trapped in Luocheng. Shen Yun turned to the dazed Chen Sidong, enveloping her in his embrace as they sank into the sofa, his laughter warm. "For the sake of your fondness for me, how would you prefer to meet your end?" Chen Sidong seemed oblivious to the murderous undertones in his words, murmuring softly, "You love me, do you not? You fear for my safety in this perilous world, and you care for me. In truth, I have not forgotten. My concern for your well-being stems from the dread of not being able to end your life myself." Shen Yun gently grasped her chin, lifting it slightly. At his words, Chen Sidong's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her delicate form trembling like a leaf in the wind. Gazing into Shen Yun's indifferent eyes, she slowly shook her head. Her voice a broken whisper, "You are deceiving me. No, it is not like that. I regret falling for you, but you love me too, do you not?" Clearly, she could not accept the cruel reality of Shen Yun's emotional manipulation. She had envisioned a future where, once the Huaxia district stabilized, she would bear him a child, and they would live together as a family in peace, despite having witnessed the turmoil of their parents. However, Chen Rong's earlier words had shattered her heart. Given their shared missteps, Chen Sitong found it impossible to harbor hatred towards him. Yet learning that the one she adored had merely toyed with their affections sent her spiraling into despair. The beautiful future she had imagined shattered like glass upon the impact of his words. Shen Yun said nothing further, holding her close and gently patting her trembling back. The tears of the girl in his arms had soaked through his garments. "Can you tell me, did you ever love me? Even a hint of affection would suffice." She sobbed, her voice thick with desperation, eliciting sympathy from anyone who heard. Yet Shen Yun remained unmoved, his right hand stroking the nape of her neck, his tone indifferent. "If I were to die, what would you do?" At this, Chen Sitong's tremors intensified. Her dreams lay in ruins, engulfing her in an abyss of fear. Her pallid face streaked with tears. I'm so sorry," she lamented, regretting her decision to seize his career awakening stone. Had it not been for all this, perhaps they could have forged a hopeful future. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. With a faint crack, a delicate sound emanated from the nape of Chen Sitong's neck. In that moment, the weeping and trembling of the young girl ceased. Shen Yun rose, placing her lifeless body upon the sofa before stepping out of the blood-soaked villa. Zhang Yong had fallen, and it was time to cleanse the forces that had supported him from the shadows. Outside the villa, members of the four divine beasts, having rushed to the scene, knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat, not daring to breathe. The appearance of two epic scrolls made it abundantly clear to all that the man before them, who toyed with his closest kin, was not only a sovereign of the underworld, but also a formidable force in close combat, mastering both martial and magical arts. Shen Yun gazed upon the assembly and commanded, "Slay all individuals associated with this matter, regardless of their identities." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. A month passed in the blink of an eye as numerous players from Huaxia eagerly awaited the arrival of version 20, pondering what marvels it might unveil. However, for traversers like Shen Yun, the anticipation lay not in the version update, but in the return to reality. Indeed, the moment of the update would herald their departure. Seated at home, Shen Yun awaited the impending teleportation, perusing the traversers chat group. "Xiao, at long last, brothers, we can return home. It feels wonderful to be alive. Zhu Lily, we must ensure that information about traversers remains concealed in this world. We might encounter similar circumstances in the future. With the email gone, our identities as traversers must not be revealed. Will we lose even the chat window next time? Who cares? Surviving is a blessing. Let's consider whether our cities will be overrun by sea beasts upon our return. It would be quite awkward to emerge only to be surrounded by aberrations. My home in Inner Mongolia is quite secure. Once I ascend to the second tier of evolution and strengthen my body, I shall retreat to the mountains. By the way, who is this Zhang Taidan? He single-handedly traversed the Huaxia region. If he is a traverser, he could rival the ancient luminary Ling Chun. Even the corpse king pales in comparison. The information varied widely. Yet, thanks to the formidable presence of the undead sovereign Zhang Taidan, this particular traversal had become remarkably secure for players in the Huaxia region. The cities were devoid of monsters, ensuring a substantial degree of safety. As long as one remained within, slaying monsters nearby, sustaining oneself for a year would pose no challenge. This led to minimal obstruction when Shen Yun's forces commenced the cleansing of the city, with even some individuals covertly aiding by opening the city gates. Such was the might of his professional abilities. At that moment, a notification echoed in the minds of all present. Friendly reminder. The year of survival in the real data world has concluded. Survivors will be teleported in 3 seconds. Upon the sounding of the notification, Shen Yun had already entered a message in the Undead Guild. President Zhang Taidan. From now on, the guild will be managed by Lu Neng, Tanya, and the members of the Divine Beast Squad, distributing my powers and discussing the future of the guild collectively. Anyone who disagrees may be executed on the spot. For Shen Yun, the primary intention behind building his faction was to secure scoring rewards. The subsequent matters were of little concern to him. Whether in a world of zombies, an apocalyptic scenario, or this place, he held little regard for authority. After all, He was destined to depart. He would leave governance to others while he claimed the rewards. The moment this message was dispatched, it sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Undead Guild. What was the president planning? Dividing power? This was an unprecedented abdication of responsibility. Lu Neng had just opened his friend list to inquire, only to discover President Zhang Tian's ID has inexplicably vanished. In an instant, Lu Neng's face turned as pale as a sheet. He feared that the president might take his life, particularly as the fate of the Zhang family echoed incessantly in his mind. However, when he mustered the courage to add the individual and plead, he was met with the alarming display of unknown ID. How could this be possible? Lu Neng stood frozen in shock. In the city of Luo, within the Star Emperor Hotel on the 27th floor, Shen Yun, seated on the sofa by the window, swiftly checked the telescope that had been set up nearby. Just as he opened his eyes, he noticed the city walls of Luo emanating a faint blue electric arc. Such a phenomenon could only occur during a siege. Indeed, as Shen Yun adjusted the lens to focus beyond the walls, he beheld a throng of oceanic anomalies that had surrounded Luo City, leaving no avenue of escape. The walls were brimming with defenders. As the camera panned, he even spotted a makeshift triage center for the wounded not far within the city. It appeared that the assault by the aberrant sea beasts had not just commenced. 7 days had passed, and such a multitude of oceanic anomalies had gathered. He quickly retrieved his phone and verified that indeed, a full week had elapsed. This meant that even a journey to the highlands might not guarantee safety. Shen Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The rapid proliferation of these oceanic anomalies was utterly unforeseen. This signified that it would not be long before they infested the globe, leaving humanity to struggle for survival amidst them. Concurrently, the settlement report from the otherworldly passage played within his mind. Chapter 60, 10-star maximum trait reward, explosive surge. Congratulations, Shen Yun, for surviving 1 year in the data-realized apocalypse, settlement commencing. Personal level, global first super SSS. Faction rating, global first super SSS. Equipment list, 300 pieces of exceptional divine gear, global first super SSS. Dungeon completion, 2 seconds, global first super SSS. Exploration achievement points, global first super SSS. Social connections, disciples, closest friends, C. Hidden quest, unfinished strongest guild international teleportation array, E5 super ratings. Shen Yun's face radiated delight. He recalled that the last time he attained such a rating, the reward was a sequential grade treasure. Reward has been dispensed. Curious about the nature of the reward. Noticing the absence of surveillance cameras, Shen Yun grasped the small black box that appeared on the projection and opened it. It was not a blueprint or a weapon crystal core, but rather a small black pill. Character trait reward, explosive surge pill. Quality, 10-star maximum trait. Effect, upon use, the individual permanently possesses the explosive surge trait, activating surge mode, allowing a 10-fold increase in physical attributes, 10-fold enhancement in offensive and defensive capabilities, and 10-fold amplification of supernatural strength. Consumption, mental energy, physical condition. Cooldown none. Is it truly so astonishing? Shen Yun's eyes narrowed as he swiftly placed the black pill into his mouth. Character traits. This was the first time he had heard of such an effect, and a max-level trait at that. The potency of this effect was undeniably formidable. Regardless of his current stage of power, he could trigger a berserk state. The implications of such a hidden card were evidently substantial. The black pill had a slightly sweet and sour taste. Shen Yun savored it momentarily before swallowing, and soon felt a surge of information flood his mind. With a mere thought, he could activate the berserk state, exhilarating. If there were any specific requirements, such as needing to be struck to trigger it, that would be quite disappointing. Discharge pleases me. Shen Yun, satisfied, stretched languidly, only to be interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. He approached the door and opened it, discovering the hotel's general manager, Zhu Wan, standing before him. Behind him were over 10 men and women, all casting curious glances. Zhu Wan greeted him warmly. Haha, Mr. Shen, you still possess your charm. However, it was evident that he bore an apologetic expression, hinting at something. Shen Yun glanced at a few individuals in combat attire among the crowd, then turned and stepped back into the room, asking, "What brings you here?" Zhu Wan remained silent, merely acting as a guide. Once inside, a young man in uniform introduced himself to Shen Yun. "Mr. Shen, I am Chun Tianyu. Commander Qin Shui from Luoqing has sent me with the hope that you will lead the city's most elite squad to eliminate the commander of the beast tide and apprehend the king of the thieves. Together, we can repel this beast tide. Upon hearing this, everyone observed Shen Yun lounging on the sofa, who promptly closed his eyes. The implication was unmistakable, a dismissal. The hotel executives present were taken aback, recognizing him as the one responsible for the slaughter of millions. He was indifferent even to Commander Chun's words, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Chun Tianyu, sensing the dismissal, pondered for a moment before continuing, should the beast tide subside. We will offer you half of the profit in crystal cores. Any level. Additionally, you would be promoted to the position of Deputy Commander of Luocheng. To clarify, you would be the second most powerful figure in Luocheng, only subordinate to Commander Chen. This declaration left the hotel executives in shock. My heavens! What a generous offer. Luocheng has a population of millions. To be the second in command is beyond imagination. It is said that the electromagnetic sniper cannons on the city have already taken down several second-tier aberrations. But alas, there are too many aberrations. If the beast tide retreats, Luocheng might even produce third-tier evolvers. Chun Tianyu smiled faintly. The might of the Corpse King was indisputable. Moreover, this beast tide posed a significant threat, making Shen Yun's teleportation ability an essential asset. It was no surprise that his father could make such a grand promise. Shen Yun raised his gaze toward Chun Tianyu, stating, "The days of empty-handed ventures are long gone. Unless you present me with dozens of third-tier crystal cores, I might consider it." Dozens of third-tier crystal cores? Chun Tianyu's companions nearby twitched at the prospect. With such formidable crystal cores, they had long since armed themselves to the third tier. Would they truly still be released? Not to mention, third-tier aberrations are remarkably powerful. Such entities are far more cunning than their second-tier counterparts, rarely falling prey to the electromagnetic sniper cannons atop the city walls. Each time one appears to besiege the city, it presents a monumental challenge to the city's defensive system. And now dozens more? Chun Tianyu felt a sense of helplessness. It is well known that in Luocheng, there exists a regulation. Once hostilities commence, everyone must unconditionally adhere to the first rule of city defense: engage in battle. Those who enjoy the protection of the city must also bear the corresponding duties. However, for formidable individuals like Shen Yun, such regulations are mere empty words. To voice them directly would be akin to inviting one's own demise, given the lethal nature of the opponent. Recognizing Shen Yun's understanding, Chun Tianyu chose not to escalate the confrontation. He stood and smiled, saying, "Mr. Shen, if there's assistance needed, we shall surely provide it. I only hope you can extend a helping hand. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell." Zhu Wen, observing this, rose to see them out. Once they had departed, he returned to the room, smiling as he reported to Shen Yun, "Mr. Shen, there was an outbreak of aberrations attacking the city just 2 days after your return. As for the various supplies you require, they have been placed in the warehouse. However, during this state of war, they cannot be purchased continuously. The procurement of these items was facilitated by the military district. This was clearly a commendation of the military district." Shen Yun cast a glance at him, adjusting his binoculars to observe the battle outside the city walls. "I shall not accept the supplies. You may keep some as a token for your efforts." Zhu Wen, realizing this was indeed Shen Yun's intention, sighed with a wry smile as he placed Shen Yun's bank card on the table, where he procured the supplies. He had already anticipated that the military district's intervention suggested Shen Yun would likely refuse this batch, coupled with his recent rejection of Chun Tianyu. The acceptance of these supplies seemed even more improbable. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Boss." Zhu Wen turned to see a girl in uniform standing at the entrance, holding a small basket. She leaned towards Shen Yun and whispered, "Having just returned from the other realm, you must be in need of relaxation. This girl is a professional masseuse. Rest assured, she is entirely clean. A recent graduate and the belle of her class. Extravagance is unnecessary." Shen Yun shook his head, indicating his lack of need. Given the ongoing battle outside, his desire for such indulgences seemed rather inappropriate. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise emanating from the kitchen sink. Thud. It was reminiscent of the sounds from his home in Haicheng. Furrowing his brows, he looked toward Zhu Wen and inquired, "What is the status of the underground defenses in Luocheng? It may not be long before this city, a source of pride for the inland people, becomes a relic of the past." Chapter 61. The Peril of Luocheng. the mutant jellyfish capable of communication with humans. Zhu Wen did not conceal the truth and replied candidly. From what I've gathered from my boss, a new batch of underground attractants has just been installed, capable of emitting scents underground to lure aberrations away from the city. The results have been remarkably effective. It appears that these items were acquired from several time travelers. Fortunately, they did not venture into the digital realm this time, or else the defense of the city would have faced considerable turmoil. Someone has descended into the pit, Shen Yun mused as he stored the telescope in his system space. Casually inquiring, what was your previous defense mechanism? It was a high-voltage electric grid, Zhu Wen replied. The entire city is aware of it. It's not classified information. He continued. It was developed by the Research Institute, but once activated, it would vaporize the underground allure agents. It's a good thing we changed it. Otherwise, the aberrations would have already breached the electric grid. It's certainly much more stable now. I see, Shen Yun thought, rising to walk towards the door. Indeed, any impregnable fortress can be breached most efficiently from within. If all goes as expected, the one who surrendered the allure agents has already allied with the oceanic aberrations. Zhu Wen, exuding confidence, remarked, Mr. Shun, are you concerned about potential issues with the underground defense? He believed that for the aberrations to breach the fortified city of Luo, they would require at least 5 times the current forces. Shen Yun shook his head. The problems have already arisen. Excuse me? Both Zhu Wen and the oil-massaging attendant exchanged puzzled glances. However, Shen Yun, with his formidable presence, did not strike them as someone prone to idle talk. Realizing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. In the next instant, bang! Hearing a muffled sound behind him, Zhu Wen turned swiftly. He witnessed a flesh-colored tentacle emerging from the water pipe, swaying back and forth as if searching for the scent of prey nearby. Is that a slender squid? Zhu Wen's heart plummeted. Had the allure agents beneath malfunctioned? Was someone attempting to destroy Luo City? Help! Goodness, it's a slender squid. Run! In an instant, a cacophony of screams erupted from the rooms flanking the corridor. The previously shut doors were flung open as individuals rushed out. In that moment, even the evolved dared not linger, fleeing in a frenzy. Indeed, the slender squid was a first-tier aberration. Yet, this signified that the aberrations had already infiltrated the city from below. Shen Yun swiftly drew a fruit knife and severed the tentacle that lunged at him, then grasped Zhu Wen and the oil-massaging attendant, teleporting them away from the hotel and towards the city gate defense zone. As they zipped through the scene, Zhu Wen, experiencing the practicality of teleportation for the first time, felt an intense envy. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude towards Shen Yun, saying, Thank you, Mr. Shun. It seems the Corpse King is not as cold-blooded and heartless as rumored. He understood the nature of the individual before him. This was the reward earned through several days of diligent service. Beside him, the oil-massaging attendant, still in shock from their narrow escape, clung tightly to Shen Yun's arm. Had she attempted to flee the hotel on her own, she would surely have met her demise. To be honest, she had previously resisted her boss's arrangements. Yet now she felt an overwhelming desire to express her gratitude to Shen Yun. His ability to flee was simply too formidable. Shen Yun did not linger on words. After setting the two down not far from the city gate, he vanished, reappearing atop the watchtower of the city wall. From such a height, he could see far and wide. Outside the city, the horde of aberrations seemed to have sensed the turmoil within the inner city and launched a full-scale assault. Do not panic. Continue to repel the aberrations outside the city. Mobilize the reserve forces to activate the power grid in the circuit area. Otherwise, besieged from within and without, we shall all perish. A multitude of defenders stands atop the colossal city, fiercely combating the relentless tide of beasts outside. Each warrior wields advanced laser technology, creating a breathtaking spectacle from above. The formidable blue arcs emitted from the city walls further bolster our defenses against the onslaught. At this moment, everyone anticipates that the reserve forces within the city can eliminate the aberrant entities lurking in the underground circuit area. They must activate the subterranean power grid to sever the unending influx of these creatures. Otherwise, caught in a pincer movement, the millions of citizens within the city are doomed. Shen Yun retrieved a telescope from his spatial realm, turning to survey the interior of Luo City. The streets were in utter chaos, overrun by the aberrations surging forth from below, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Frowning at the situation regarding the underground power grid, he leaned against the lookout tower. Descending to the window, This sudden movement startled the two soldiers inside who were monitoring the situation. I am the Corpse King. Take me to the underground power grid. Corpse King. The soldiers were taken aback. One soldier swiftly turned to point towards the interior of Luo City, but Shen Yun seized his arm, vanishing from sight. The remaining soldier, filled with excitement, shouted into the microphone. Report. The Corpse King has headed to the underground power grid. What? Good heavens. Inform everyone. The Corpse King has made his move. Hold the line. A resounding cheer erupted from the walkie-talkie, clearly invigorated by the Corpse King's emergence, instilling a sense of steadiness in all. He is indeed one of the prominent figures among the traversers of Huaxia, and his involvement electrified the morale of the defenders. Meanwhile, Shen Yun had arrived near the entrance to the underground power passage. The entrance resembled a curved structure akin to an underground subway. However, the sheer number of aberrations pouring forth was overwhelming. The surrounding firepower could hardly suppress the deluge, forcing everyone to engage in a tactical retreat. Their primary concern was preventing the entrance from collapsing. If the underground power grid area were to be sealed off, escape would be impossible. The Northwest cannot hold. Summon the second tier evolvers immediately. The three squads at the rear have managed to fend off the Blackfish horde, but we must evacuate within 5 minutes. Damn, what kind of game is this? The deafening gunfire and furious shouts rendered the scene at the power grid entrance exceedingly tumultuous. Smoke filled the air and carnage ensued. Laser bullets crisscrossed in a deadly dance. Shen Yun, alongside soldier Hao Chong, utilized his teleportation abilities to dart into the entrance in a few flashes. The expansive power grid workspace had transformed into a veritable ocean of aberrations. Given the current circumstances, it would be miraculous if anyone could breach the circuit area. The power grid area housed a central command, where the main switch could bypass any obstacles, designed specifically for emergencies. Deep within, a password-protected door stood locked. Hao Chong quickly interjected. We only require the retinal scan or fingerprint of an internal staff member. Shen Yun, following the direction indicated, swiftly approached the underground command center using displacement. Regrettably, the journey revealed nothing but bloodstains on the walls, devoid of any personnel, let alone any eyes or fingers. However, what perplexed both individuals was the diminishing presence of anomalous creatures as they neared the command center. By the time they reached the corridor, not a single one remained. Suppressing their curiosity, Shen Yun and Hao Chong flickered into the internal office area of the command center. It was then that they comprehended the absence of anomalous beings. Two formidable humanoid sharks stood vigil at the entrance, while inside, three individuals clad in white uniforms were rapidly typing away at computers. Beside them, two jellyfish enveloped the heads of two corpses, observing intently. The jellyfish, translucent and the size of a basin, emitted a faint blue glow. Remarkably, these jellyfish possessed the ability to articulate speech. How much longer? The voice emerged dry and rigid, strikingly eerie. As it spoke, the jellyfish radiated a soft blue light, evoking an unsettling sensation. Chapter 62. The Terrifying Strength of the Corpse King. Instantaneously defeating Tier 3 anomalies. Upon hearing the inquiry, a woman with long hair and bangs operated 3 computers simultaneously. The city's power supply is entirely derived from nuclear energy, making the operation quite intricate, designed to prevent easy access by outsiders. The progress bar has reached 68. Once it hits 100, we can deactivate the city's defense system. The jellyfish controlling the corpses nodded stiffly, its tone harsh. Rest assured, you are all talents, desperately needed by my kind. As long as you pledge your loyalty to us, you shall attain an extraordinary status. Witnessing this exchange, Shen Yun and Hao Chong exchanged glances of disbelief. Anomalous beings had evolved to the point of communicating with humans. One could liken this experience to witnessing extraterrestrial life firsthand. Shen Yun's eyes gleamed with fascination. Upon hearing this, Hao Chong, sweating profusely, swiftly drew his pistol from his waist. The two parties engaged in conversation suddenly lifted their heads in unison. Upon recognizing Shen Yun's face, the three women's expressions shifted dramatically. The Corpse King, Shen Yun. Shen Yun's arrival in Luo City was no secret. The three immediately recognized him. King, you dare to claim that title? The two jellyfish controlling the corpses revealed an exceedingly stiff, grinning expression. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a thunderous roar erupted. The two humanoid sharks at the entrance stomped their feet and charged toward Shen Yun and Hao Chong. As a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shen Yun could easily sense the similar tear aura emanating from the sharks. I will kill her if you dare to move. Hao Chong bellowed, glaring fiercely at the nonchalant woman below. He understood the weight of his threat. Unfortunately, the two jellyfish disregarded him entirely, unperturbed. In stark contrast to the anxious Hao Chong, the situation unfolded with an air of tension. Shen Yun appeared remarkably composed. As two exotic sharks charged towards him, he slowly raised his hand. Finger splayed, void blade cross slash. A hum resonated through the air as, in the fleeting moment of disturbance, intricate ripples of crosshairs manifested before the oncoming sharks. In an instant, they were cleaved into 8 pieces, plummeting to the ground. One must admit, the spatial assassination technique he comprehended after his power augmentation was not only elusive, but also possessed formidable lethality. Wow! Hao Chong exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. The 3 individuals below mirrored his incredulity. Instantaneously annihilating third-tier exotic sharks? Was this spatial ability not exceedingly terrifying? At that moment, the 2 jellyfish finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They swiftly delved into the memories of the human beneath them, seeking to discern the true identity of this corpse king. Simultaneously, they attempted to negotiate. My lord, you must be aware of our clan's might. Why not submit? Before they could finish their plea, Shen Yun had already appeared before them, manifesting 2 spatial devouring orbs in his hands, which he directly pressed against the jellyfish's faces. In a gruesome spectacle, their bodies partially disintegrated, spewing forth a torrent of blood, as one jellyfish, with a portion of its head severed, struggled on the ground. Shen Yun remained silent, advancing with a foot poised to crush. You shall regret this. With a resounding stomp, the jellyfish was obliterated. Subsequently, Shen Yun collected the green third-tier crystal cores from the minds of the 4 monsters. With the deterrence of these 4 exotic creatures extinguished, the horde outside the passage roared and surged forward. Shen Yun swiftly positioned himself at the entrance, raising his hand to unleash a spatial devouring force that instantaneously expanded, sealing off the passage. All the exotic beings that rushed into the passage were swallowed into an abyss, unable to breach this defense, vanishing without a trace. The formidable display of power left the trio of women trembling. They had only vaguely understood the Corpse King's strength, but they had not anticipated it to be so overwhelmingly fearsome. Hao Chong had already taken one of the staff members and was escorting them towards the main electrical switch, intending to activate the underground power grid to sever the exotic invaders. The woman in the white coat, noticing Shen Yun's gaze, took a deep breath and softly said, I was merely stalling for time. Please remain calm. All the staff here have perished. I'm the only one capable of controlling the entire underground power grid. These 2 are my assistants. Shen Yun's expression remained indifferent. I am here solely to operate the power grid. This woman can be dealt with by Luo Cheng. Zhou Huihui, brushing her hair aside, signaled her assistant to leave, then turned to Shen Yun with sincerity in her tone. My name is Zhou Huihui, a 28-year-old dual PhD holder, with significant contributions to advanced weaponry and research, both domestically and internationally. I could be of great value to you, if you are willing to protect me. My worth should suffice to satisfy you. I do not require high-caliber talent. Shen Yun observed as Hao Chong opened the electric grid in the distance and turned to leave. The rejected Zhou Huihui, maintaining her composure, followed closely behind him. Those so-called temptations are traps set by outsiders seeking allegiance. I was left with no choice but to betray my own. Would you sacrifice yourself for a stranger? Moreover, my parents remain in the city. My options boil down to either sacrificing my life for righteousness or merely surviving, and choosing the latter is a reluctant decision. She is a composed woman, not easily swayed by external influences on her judgment. She discerned that the formidable Corpse King before her harbored no fondness for her. It would be more sincere to speak candidly. In this apocalypse, notions of right and wrong are irrelevant. Merely surviving is a victory. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. Survivors employ various means to stay alive. There is no absolute morality in that. No one wishes to perish, and everyone can justify their actions, regardless of the magnitude of the issues at hand. Yet, this was of little concern to him. Zhou Huihui fell silent, merely seeking a support upon which to lean as she departed from Luocheng. Since Shen Yun was unwilling to engage with her, continuing the conversation would only irritate the man. With Shen Yun's assistance in navigating the black hole, the 5 of them swiftly closed the door and exited the passage. Observing Shen Yun's effortless exit from the underground tunnel left Hao Chong and Zhou Hui astonished by his strength. Was he not fatigued? Or was the third tier truly this formidable? Before long, the people of Luoqing learned that the underground electric grid had been activated, sparking an unprecedented unity among them. For they understood that as long as they eradicated the aberrations within the city, stability could be restored. Compared to the relentless situation, resolving the current crisis would prevent further incursions from below ground. The guards atop the city walls fought valiantly, and the atmosphere of resistance against the beast tide reached a crescendo. Until darkness fell, the beast tide outside the city, unable to contend with humanity and thwarted by the underground electric grid, finally retreated. As for the aberrations within the city, they were systematically exterminated through the collective efforts of the populace. This undoubtedly marked a historic moment for inland cities. The survivors of the entire city wept tears of joy, erupting into cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. On the second floor of a villa, as he gazed out at the celebrating survivors in the streets, Shen Yun answered a call from Commander Chen Shuai of Luocheng. Mr. Shen, thank you for your assistance. And thank you for bringing Zhou Hui back. She is currently of utmost importance to the base, as only she can comprehensively understand the underground electric switch. Regarding Hao Chong's statement, I will address her situation once we acquire new defensive tools. Shen Yun took a sip of the red wine on the table, narrowing his eyes slightly. Perhaps Zhou Hui orchestrated the deaths of all the staff at the hands of the aberrations. This woman would certainly go to such lengths to enhance her value for self-preservation. Chapter 63. Interstellar Migration a century ago. A hefty bounty for a child. By the way, Mr. Shen, are you free tonight? I have arranged a banquet. No need. Shen Yun flatly refused Chen Shuai, leaving Zhu Wen behind him astounded. To know Chen Shuai, Chen Guodong, is to recognize him as the master of Lo City, a fact well acknowledged by all, albeit unspoken. Yet in Shen Yun's eyes, this formidable figure bears little distinction from Zhu Wen, their tones strikingly similar. This exemplifies the direct manifestation of immense power. Very well. My son will deliver the third-tier crystal cores to you shortly. With that, Shen Yun ended the call. After Zhu Wen departed, Chen Tianyu entered the room, suitcase in hand, accompanied by 4 team members and the ever-present Zhou Hui, clad in her white lab coat. Mr. Shen, here are 96 second-tier crystal cores and 2 third-tier crystal cores. Should you require first-tier crystal cores, we can arrange that immediately. Once seated, Chen Tianyu opened his suitcase with a smile. Amidst a pile of white second-tier crystal cores, the 2 green cores stood out conspicuously. Shen Yun nodded in acknowledgement. No need for the first tier. This will suffice. Although the 2 third-tier cores were few in number, they represented a significant acquisition for Lo City. It was evident that third-tier powerhouses existed within the city. After all, as a metropolis with millions, it was not surprising that, with Chen Shuai's authority and the resources of Lo City, procuring 100 second-tier crystal cores to elevate to third tier was within reach. This highlights the stark contrast between great powers and lone wolves. The efficiency of resource collection. As for Shen Yun's possession of 10,000 second-tier crystal cores, those were rewards acquired. Observing Chen Tianyu pouring tea for himself, Shen Yun realized it was a subtle hint to leave. With a smile, Chen Tianyu remarked, Mr. Shen, 10 days from now, coinciding with the conclusion of the next interdimensional crossing, Hui and I will secretly hold our wedding. I hope you can grace us with your presence. At this, Shen Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Casually glancing at Chen Tianyu, he noticed the man's gaze towards Zhou Hui was filled with intense adoration. Clearly, Chen Tianyu was utterly enamored with her. After all, who would dare to marry a woman who had nearly led Lo City to ruin? Moreover, this woman had previously expressed a desire for Shen Yun to take her in. Such thoughts made Chen Tianyu's situation rather pitiable. Shen Yun sipped his tea, choosing to remain non-committal. The prospect of their marriage undoubtedly harbored Chen Shuai's intentions. For him to tolerate such a calamity, it was not only about needing Zhou Hui to stabilize the underground power grid. There was likely something more significant about her that had preserved her life. Then I shall not intrude further, Mr. Shen, Chen Tianyu said regretfully as he rose. He genuinely hoped this formidable figure from Huaxia could witness his wedding. Turning to Zhou Hui, he gently smiled. You two converse. I shall wait for you outside the villa. Zhou Hui nodded, and once he exited the room, she poured a cup of tea for Shen Yun. I can divulge what Chen Guodong wishes to know. but my terms remain unchanged. I hope you can ensure the safety of my family. As for marrying Chen Tianyu, it is merely a means to prevent Chen Guodong from taking my life. As Shen Yun lay on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, Zhou Huihui gazed at him with a serious tone. Without any crystalline cores recorded in Luocheng, even if all the evolved beings abstain from crossing over, this city is destined to fall to the aberrants. The worst that could happen to me is being taken away by Chen Guodong or being recruited by the aberrants, neither of which I desire. You must have ensnared Chen Tianyu long ago, given his infatuation with you. Shen Yun met her gaze. It is merely a struggle for survival in this apocalypse, leaving behind a contingency plan. Zhou Huihui, without reservation, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled lightly. 2 centuries ago, the upper echelons of humanity initiated a lunar colonization plan. The prowess of the oceanic aberrants is evident. They will inevitably dominate the Earth, and we are but discarded pawns. What else can we do but live cautiously? Interstellar migration? Shen Yun furrowed his brow. That possibility is not entirely absent, but the higher-ups abandoned Earth 2 centuries ago. It is indeed surprising. Precisely. Zhou Huihui sighed softly, her usual calm demeanor faltering as she languidly reclined on the sofa. In my youth, I inadvertently heard this news and aspired to secure a ticket for a spacecraft. I believed that scientific research and advanced weaponry were humanity's most reliable tools and dedicated myself to mastering these fields. Unfortunately, the last spacecraft slot assigned to my family was seized by a connected individual. I have no desire to listen to your lamentations. If you have nothing else, you may take your leave. Shen Yun rose and made his way to the villa's fitness area. He had already adapted to the physique of a third-tier evolved being, yet he understood the importance of maintaining his training. The villa also featured a shooting range, which proved convenient for him. Upon reaching the fitness area, Shen Yun shed his shirt and shoes, stretching his limbs before beginning his warm-up with a 300-kilogram barbell. Zhou Huihui's intentions were of no concern to him. Even if she could construct a spaceship, it held little significance. With his extraordinary abilities, he could thrive on Earth just as well. As Zhou Huihui observed him during his workout, his well-defined muscles elicited a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. My abilities can elevate you to the level of a 4th-tier evolved being. This is my utmost sincerity. Auxiliary abilities? Shen Yun turned his head to look at her, only to see Zhou Huihui rise and unzip her white uniform, revealing skin as pure as a snow lotus. She approached him slowly, her abdomen adorned with 12 tattoos resembling 3rd-tier crystalline cores. As she drew nearer, the tattoos radiated an eerie green light, identical to that emitted by the 3rd-tier crystalline cores. Standing before Shen Yun, Zhou Huihui raised her delicate hand to caress his well-defined muscles, gazing up at him with a soft voice. Moreover, my abilities can enhance the bloodline of your offspring, making them the first infant evolved being in human history. Our child will undoubtedly become the hope of humanity. Shen Yun looked down at the woman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Beneath her gently arched brows, her eyes were as dark and profound as an abyss, enchanting to behold. Coupled with her subtly world-weary expression, she was now playfully licking her pink lips, adding an intriguing allure to the moment. Shen Yun reached out to caress the ethereal core projection upon her abdomen. A shiver coursed through her jade-like skin, raising goosebumps in an instant. Meanwhile, a faint crimson hue appeared on Zhou Huihui's delicately oval face. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Shen Yun seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly and whispering ominously. Is this truly your ulterior motive? The abrupt turn of events rendered Zhou Huihui's charming visage flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes widened as she coughed. Cough. Please, don't kill me. She clutched his wrist tightly, her face a mask of terror. Shen Yun scoffed, seeking a hefty reward for a child. Do you really think so highly of yourself? He was genuinely taken aback. Who would have thought that the small advertisements on telephone poles could reach him? Though a 4th-tier evolver was indeed rare, it was hardly worth pursuing in such a manner. Before long, Zhou Huihui, her neck firmly grasped, felt her consciousness begin to fade. Chapter 64. The Bloodshed of Luo City. Departing, with a casual motion, Shen Yun discarded her onto the ground, his tone nonchalant. Now, divulge all that you know about the traits of the aberrants. Zhou Huihui rubbed her neck and coughed. In my pocket, once held in high regard, the once untouchable Zhou Huihui experienced the sensation of being treated like refuse for the first time, instilling within her a profound fear of Shen Yun. Throughout her life, she had endured immense pressure, particularly after years of effort only to have her ticket snatched away. Anyone would lose their sanity under such circumstances. At this moment, being trampled repeatedly by this ruthless strongman shattered her previously held dignity, leaving her pride extinguished. Shen Yun chose not to linger on words. Retrieving a notebook from his large coat, he casually draped the garment over her shoulders and declared, "Scram, your fiancé is growing impatient." That man? His fate rests solely in my hands. Zhou Huihui stumbled to her feet. Here, she could show weakness before Shen Yun, but in the presence of others? She truly held them in disregard. She bore no concern for Chen Tianyu. In truth, she had already allied herself with the aberrants. However, if Chen Guodong was willing to depart Luo City early, she would follow suit. Who would wish to remain among a horde of monsters? She had initially planned to seek Shen Yun's assistance in conceiving a child, intending to orchestrate a betrayal during the aberrants' assault on the city, allowing them to eliminate Chen Tianyu. Subsequently, she would seek refuge under Chen Guodong's protection while bearing Shen Yun's child. Alas, Shen Yun was far too formidable. Even her beauty struggled to sway his resolve in the slightest. The information of the spacecraft, her powerful auxiliary abilities, and her uniqueness were all dismissed without a second thought. Zhou Huihui understood that she could not control Shen Yun, so she resolved to be completely transparent. Perhaps such honesty might elicit a favorable response. Shen Yun, uninterested, perched himself on a nearby fitness apparatus and opened the notebook. The unique characteristics of the anomalous shark, possessing formidable olfactory nerves. It can anticipate the general direction of an opponent's next move through its acute sense of smell during close combat. The communication prowess of the blue jellyfish. It possesses the ability to interact with various life forms and exhibits immense mental strength. The domain of the giant octopus. It can activate a defensive light shield, while other abilities remain unknown. The absorption trait of the crimson starfish. It can siphon memories and abilities from the human mind via its oral tube. Among the beast tide, there exists a crimson starfish that has absorbed the essence of thousands of soldiers, its combat prowess easily overpowering similarly evolved beings. In addition to these rare, anomalous traits, there are also well-known entities such as the sensitive black fish schools, the elusive squid, the bomb-launching cannon crab, and the astonishingly agile mantis shrimp. The notebook also records the ranks of these anomalies, leaving Shen Yun quite satisfied with his findings. After perusing the contents, he tucked the notebook away and proceeded to the fitness area to commence his training for the day. Zhou Huihui did not linger. After donning her gear, she smiled and exited the room, saying, "If you wish to enhance your strength, you may always seek me out. My doors are perpetually open to you. Currently, you are the sole keeper of my secret." No response echoed back. Even if you do not utilize it, you should keep it close so that others cannot take advantage of it. Zhou Huihui thought with a sigh of exasperation. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Chen Tianyu, who approached with a look of concern. "Huihui, are you all right? What took you so long?" Zhou Huihui adopted her usual icy demeanor, her expression indifferent. "Let's go." Chen Tianyu hastily followed, expressing, "I believe Shen Yun poses a significant danger. If anything were to happen to you, I would notify him. We are about to wed. We cannot afford any mishaps, or my father will be displeased." "Indeed," Zhou Huihui replied, her pace steady. Chen Tianyu smiled faintly, relishing Zhou Huihui's cold beauty. The prospect of conquering her brought him a sense of fulfillment. As thoughts of her soon becoming his wife ignited a fervor within him, he mused, "At least you have a clear grasp of the situation. Otherwise, I could easily have my way with any woman I desire." The beast tide has receded. Reports from the combat aircraft indicate that numerous anomalies have retreated to the rivers and lakes surrounding Luo City, standing vigilant. Disappointingly, the retreating anomalies took the bodies of their fallen comrades with them, which implies that after a fierce battle, aside from the crystal cores of the anomalies within the city, the battlefield outside yielded no benefits for Luo City, resulting in a significant loss. Undoubtedly, there exists an entity of remarkable intelligence within the beast tide. This revelation poses a grave threat to the entirety of Luo City, instilling a sense of unease. If prolonged combat ensues without a substantial influx of crystal cores to enhance strength, annihilation is but a matter of time. With ammunition depleted and resources exhausted, what will remain? This has led a multitude of citizens to desire the opening of the gates of the city of Los, yearning to escape their confines. The outcome is all too evident. They are utterly unable to leave Los. In a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, population equates to resources and equally symbolizes the military might of the city. As long as Chen Guodong remains resolute in his commitment to Los, it will be exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to depart. Concurrently, he issued a series of documents and preferential policies to recruit the city's defense forces. Daily broadcasts depict cities overtaken by monstrous entities, showcasing scenes of devastating destruction and staggering casualties, including harrowing visuals of entire cities breached by beastly hordes. Such measures have served to pacify the restless hearts of the populace. Nevertheless, numerous evolvers have clandestinely gathered in groups to leave Los under the cover of night. The seasoned denizens have become immune to the empty promises presented before them. Shen Yun, too, has resolved not to remain any longer. His arrival in Los was predicated on the pursuit of a stable environment conducive to traversing other realms. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Los holding its ground is minimal, rendering his continued presence unnecessary. On the morning of the third day, he found himself driving a jeep along the road outside the city. The imposing gates of Los faded gradually into the distance behind him. That morning, Manager Zhu Wen sought him out, visibly taken aback upon learning of his departure, yet restrained in his remarks. This astute manager merely expressed a wistful sentiment and assisted Shen Yun in arranging a high-performance off-road vehicle. If only I could possess the same nonchalance as Mr. Shen. Alas, the boss's kindness weighs heavily upon me, binding me to share in his fortunes and misfortunes. Everyone has their own choices, and Shen Yun could only wish them well. Uncertain of how much longer Los could endure, he gazed into the rearview mirror at the city's silhouette, knowing that once he embarked on his journey across realms, it would signal the second onslaught of beastly hordes upon Los. The absence of defensive strength, compounded by a lack of substantial crystal cores to enhance their power, raises the question, which city can withstand such a predicament? Previously, his intervention had been a matter of convenience, a mere pause to await the time for crossing. Yet, in light of the current situation, remaining to assist this group of individuals would be devoid of purpose. Most people cling to their comfort zones, believing that the city's formidable defenses will suffice to hold out. However, without opportunities to bolster their strength, clinging to the city is a futile endeavor. Sooner or later, the monstrous entities will breach their defenses. Chapter 65. Crossing into the Wasteland World. Sign in for infinite perfect restoration, whether for individuals or cities. Absolute military might is essential for survival. Shen Yun shook his head, retrieving milk, a few loaves of bread, and some fruit from a spatial ring, making do with a simple meal. With his current capabilities, he could remain unharmed even in a city teeming with monstrous beings. However, the cycle of slaughter would be unending. While it is possible to enjoy life within the city, enduring unnecessary suffering would serve no meaningful purpose. Pulling out his phone, Shen Yun intended to browse for information, only to discover that there was no signal. Furthermore, yesterday, a significant portion of Los experienced power outages and water shortages. Human civilization is gradually being erased by the marine aberrations. It is said that those who have emigrated to the moon might also traverse alternate realms. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. If this were indeed possible, it would undoubtedly offer a far more secure existence than that of Earth. As the clock struck 11:59 a.m., the anticipated message regarding traversal echoed in the ears of global survivors. Universal traversal countdown, 60 seconds. Friendly reminder, travelers are unable to carry any items. They may choose not to traverse and instead enhance their strength in reality to combat the otherworldly beings. Upon the announcement, individuals and cities worldwide found themselves in a quandary. To embark on the journey might expose their cities to alien incursions, while abstaining would subject them to the peril of hunting oceanic monstrosities. Yet, the pace of strengthening oneself in reality would invariably be slower than traversing to another dimension. Let us not forget that, regardless of whether one remains in the alternate realm for mere months or even years, it consumes an immense amount of time and harbors myriad dangers. Conversely, only 7 days would have elapsed in reality. What could one accomplish in those fleeting 7 days? How much could one acquire to arm oneself? This conundrum is the crux of the dilemma faced by many. However, for those far removed from the ocean and the solitary wolves, such concerns were less pressing. Shen Yun parked the vehicle at the roadside, patiently awaiting the countdown to traversal. 3, 2, 1 ding. Welcome, traveler, to the abandoned world. Survival duration, 6 months. Identity, none. Desolate, dilapidated, and devoid of vitality. This was Shen Yun's initial impression of his surroundings. As his gaze swept across the landscape, he beheld an expanse littered with discarded refuse, rusted scrap metal, and towering heaps of garbage. The dark, barren soil bore no hint of greenery, and the roads were pockmarked and muddy, clearly having been recently rain-soaked. Yet, the air did not bear the refreshing scent of post-rain. Rather, it intensified the nauseating stench of the surrounding refuse. The sky was far from clear, mirroring the somber hues of the ground, dim, gray, and oppressive, as if dark clouds loomed overhead. This was a realm of ruin and desolation. Turning to survey the environment behind him, Shen Yun's eyes widened in shock. He beheld several colossal mountains of refuse soaring into the clouds, stretching endlessly, sending shivers down his spine. So much garbage? An apocalyptic wasteland? Surely nothing would fall from above. Instinctively, he began to run forward, glancing at his own attire, a long-neglected leather jacket, tattered jeans, and worn black shoes, presenting a rather grimy appearance. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated within his mind. Ding. Current world detected as the abandoned world. Does the host wish to sign in for the Super Golden Finger? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Super Golden Finger. Repair advancement. Repair advancement. The host can restore any damaged or discarded item to its original state. The advancement depends on the item's potential and limits, with the possibility of directly evolving into a perfect form. As the prompt resonated, Shen Yun found himself contemplating the classification of refuse surrounding him. Items and accessories. Projector, left leg prosthetic, hover car, robotic vacuum. The debris was a chaotic assortment. Yet a frown creased Shen Yun's brow. Transforming waste into treasure? In a world inundated with refuse, such a skill could indeed be a remarkable boon. However, in this apocalypse, resources must be safeguarded by strength. Given his current status as an ordinary individual, should he encounter the local inhabitants, any amount of resources would ultimately belong to them. Those who survive in such a world are far from ordinary. First, he must seek to repair a weapon. With clarity of purpose, Shen Yun glanced at the nearby girl who was scrutinizing him before turning and sprinting towards the uninhabited zone. Hey, handsome, don't run off. Aren't we fellow countrymen supposed to team up? Shen Yun did not look back. At this moment, lacking any form of power, self-preservation was paramount. Allowing anyone to approach would be an act of recklessness. He observed the refuse around him, muttering to himself, by the way, system, what does it mean to advance the potential of an item? For instance, can I perfectly restore an apple from its core? Or can it evolve into an apple with attribute enhancements? Response for the host, an apple cannot advance. Like a broken stone, once repaired, it remains a stone, devoid of special potential. Understanding dawned on Shen Yun as he diligently searched through the refuse for weapon components. Yet, after a lengthy search amidst the debris on either side of the passage, he found nothing of use. It was likely that the locals had already scavenged it all. Consequently, he quickened his pace, striving to locate an area devoid of people. Suddenly, an intriguing piece of information caught his eye among the refuse. Cutting gun fragments, reparable. No advancement potential. A gun. Excellent. Noticing the absence of others, Shen Yun hastily approached, crouching down to grasp a piece of weathered metal, no larger than a fingernail. Repair. In the next moment, a swirl of milky light enveloped the metal fragment. In the blink of an eye, the luminescent mass transformed into the shape of a gun. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a sleek, technologically advanced handgun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully repairing the cutting gun. This feels quite substantial. After a thorough examination, Shen Yun aimed the weapon at a steel plate at his feet and pulled the trigger. With a muted thud, a blue beam shot forth from the muzzle, piercing through the steel plate. He lowered the gun, and the 2-inch thick plate was sliced into 2 pieces. Quite impressive. Best to stow it away for now. Shen Yun grinned. In this unfamiliar environment, such a weapon would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. Upon opening his inventory, Shen Yun was surprised to find only 5 available slots. Additionally, his interface displayed only transmigrated chat group and friend list. If the backpack were to disappear, the challenges faced by survivors would undoubtedly intensify. As Shen Yun closed the backpack and attempted to rise, he noticed a faint message concealed beneath a split iron plate on the ground. Fragmented solar panel, first-generation Monarch class. What on earth is the first-generation Monarch class? He quickly crouched down, lifting one half of the iron plate. Beneath it lay a fractured crystal, partially exposed in the earth. First-generation Monarch mecha fragment. Night Goddess Rona. Incredible. A mecha. This could be a fortune. Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly grasped the crystal. The thumb-sized crystal appeared dull, marred by cracks and dirt, its age unknown. Chapter 66. Repairing the Monarch-class Mecha. Knight Goddess Rona. System, will repairing the mecha cause me harm? Shen Yun inquired. If it were to produce a hostile entity, it would be wise to maintain a respectful distance. Rest assured, host. Repairing is merely granting the mecha a chance for rebirth. According to the multiverse mecha agreement, the one who bestows life upon the mecha becomes its master. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun no longer hesitated. Repair. As soon as the command was uttered, a brilliant white light enveloped the shattered crystal. In an instant, the radiance expanded, forming a humanoid figure standing 2 meters tall. The repair process progressed swiftly. A mere few breaths later, the white light surged into the mecha's body. Before him stood a 2-meter-tall female mecha, entirely black with dark golden luminous engravings, firmly grounded. In her hand, she held a long sword, as dark as ink, embedded in the earth. Suddenly, the white crystal on the mecha's chest emitted a stream of milky white light that coursed through its entire form. As the white luminescence faded, it transformed into a vivid crimson, seeping into the mecha's body. The originally black mask now bore red eyes, and even the long sword in the mecha's grasp had turned red. A heavy, stable, and oppressive aura surged forth. Had advanced? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Just as the system's voice resonated, ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing the mecha. Current mecha level, Monarch class. Power, capable of annihilating the galaxy at full strength. Goodness, how astonishing. Shen Yun was taken aback. Although he had encountered many narratives regarding mechanical ascension in novels, witnessing it unfold before his very eyes was an entirely different experience. Unlike external enhancements like zombie crystal cores, this was a testament to human ingenuity, clearly a far more complex endeavor. At that moment, the mecha trembled, the red markings on its visor flickering. After a brief pause, it knelt before Shen Yun, emitting a deep, resonant female voice. Knight Goddess Rona, at your service, master. As Rona spoke, the mecha and its weapon transformed into liquid, merging into her form, revealing a woman clad in black inner armor, her hair as white as snow. With her exquisite features, captivating physique, and an inquisitive gaze complemented by a warm smile, it is difficult to fathom that she is merely a mechanoid artificial intelligence. What an epitome of technological advancement, Shen Yun mused, nodding with a smile. Rise. Yes, Rona replied, standing up while surveying her surroundings. She casually retrieved a piece of burlap from a nearby heap of refuse. After a simple alteration, she draped it over herself, and with her sun-kissed skin, she exuded a rugged beauty. Master, this is the abandoned Earth. With your capabilities, you should not be existing here. Rona approached Shen Yun and grasped his hand, transmitting her memories to him. In the fleeting moment of her resurrection, her data and memories had been restored. I am Rona, the Night Goddess, one of the original 10 most formidable mech from a millennium ago. She was not a mere creation of humanity, but rather an artificial intelligence birthed from human ingenuity, designed to combat the celestial tribes that hunted humanity while also facilitating habitable environments for them. However, humanity's ambitions proved insatiable. With ample resources at their disposal, they continued to explore and exploit various star domains, ultimately becoming akin to the very celestial tribes that once preyed upon them, hunting other resource-rich planets. Clearly, this was in stark contrast to the protocols established for the original artificial intelligence. Disputes, conflicts, and contradictions between the two parties were inevitable. Yet, after a millennium of evolution, humanity had developed an even more formidable entity, the superintelligence Zero, which supplanted the artificial intellect. Rona and her cohorts, once protectors of humanity, were now deemed obstructions and marked for eradication, fading into the annals of history. Once Rona released his hand, Shen Yun gently massaged his throbbing temples and chuckled. It matters not where I am. I will survive just fine. He intended to stay for 6 months before returning, although there were no task prompts. Through these 4 instances of traversal, Shen Yun and the other traversers had come to a general understanding. Strength and resources were the primary criteria for survival ratings. Other factors, such as interpersonal relationships, influence, cultural legacy, and the continuity of life, were rather arbitrary. With the presence of the Emperor-level Rona, he felt quite content scavenging amidst the debris. Rona smiled gently, acknowledging that she merely offered suggestions and would not interfere with her master's decisions. With her joining him, A considerable weight lifted from Shen Yun's heart. What did it mean to possess an emperor-level mech? From the information Rona had imparted, he learned that the mech classifications in this world were as follows. Levels 1 through 9, followed by king level, heavenly king level, lord level, emperor level, half emperor, and then the emperor level. Naturally, this was the classification of the new generation. In comparison, the original mechs, despite sharing the same classifications, were somewhat less powerful. However, after his restoration and advancement, the night goddess Rona had achieved the pinnacle of current mech capabilities, the emperor-level mech. It is worth noting that humanity had thus far constructed only one half-emperor-level mech. With Rona by his side, his safety was assured. Half-step emperor level. It feels just like a novel. Shen Yun found it amusing and continued to search the surroundings for other treasures. Hearing this, Rona, who stood beside him, smiled faintly. Indeed, as the master stated, one of the scientists who created the artificial intelligence was quite fond of the ancient Chinese Dragon King novels and drew inspiration from the concept of half-step master, also establishing the mech levels. It was evident to her that the master had repaired the USB drive containing the novels. Well, I guess, Shen Yun chuckled awkwardly. Is the crooked-mouthed Dragon King that popular? If the master seeks mech fragments, the survivor gathering place would be the most efficient option, Rona suggested. I'm contemplating whether it's possible to create two versions of you. Shen Yun did not hide his thoughts. This left Rona feeling somewhat awkward, her face displaying a hint of nervousness as she inquired softly, Master, is that even possible? Her expression was remarkably genuine, piquing Shen Yun's curiosity. Do robots care about such things? Aren't they all mass-produced? If it were anyone else uttering such disrespect toward robots, Rona would have swiftly dealt with them. Currently, the relationship between humans and robots was no longer that of master and servant, but rather a partnership built on unwavering loyalty. However, this young man was contemplating the creation of her very existence. Rona pressed her pink lips together, mumbling shyly, of course I care. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Otherwise, if there were two Rona by the master's side, you would hardly pay attention to me. She spoke with a hint of grievance, pouting her lips and casting a pitiful glance at Shen Yun. It was worth noting that the former night god Rona had once been known as the Reaper. If anyone were to discover that she still resorted to such antics, they would be utterly astonished. What are you a mech acting cute for? Spare me this act. Shen Yun exclaimed in exasperation, rubbing his arms that were prickling with unease. Ah, it seems the little master is quite straightforward, Rona replied, her face still tinged with embarrassment. Shen Yun resumed his search through the heaps of debris, aiming to forge two emperor-level armors. Chapter 67. An Opportunity for Revenge? Touch my master, and you shall perish. While Shen Yun scoured for treasures, Rona stood guard by his side, surveying the surroundings. Before long, a glint of crimson flashed in her eyes as she turned toward a nearby pile of refuse. Suddenly, the garbage before her became transparent, revealing over a dozen humans wielding rudimentary weapons. Master, 12 humans are approaching, and their intentions are malevolent. Trouble? Shen Yun followed her gaze. Mutantbeasts. A ragged group of individuals ascended the heap of trash. Among them was a woman who had previously invited Shen Yun to form a team. Clearly, she had betrayed his location. Within the crowd, a gaunt man with a scar on his lip recognized Shen Yun's striking visage and spat, Ha! Corpse King Shen Yun. It's truly you. He had finally encountered the enemy responsible for his family's demise. Immediately, he sent out a message to summon others. Hunting the Corpse King is indeed a remarkable feat. Whether driven by a personal vendetta or envious of the Corpse King's accomplishments, many swiftly joined the ranks. In the midst of the zombie apocalypse, the emaciated man was separated from his family in Jiangnan City. His relatives planned to travel to other cities to establish their reign and enjoy their newfound power, as they had already outstripped many of the locals. The emaciated man, however, chose to remain in Jiangnan City to secure a retreat for his family. Yet, this young man before him had slaughtered over 200,000 people. He vowed to avenge this wrong. Now, everyone was starting from scratch, making it the perfect moment for retribution. Could it be that Shen Yun and his companion could face off against their 12 survivors? Such a notion was ludicrous. As the crowd observed Shen Yun's silence, their confidence grew, and they chuckled. Look, a girl has joined the fray right from the start. Truly, the Corpse King is formidable. Ha ha ha, what a tough figure. If it were me, I would have outright denied it. Otherwise, if I died, everything would turn to ash. What a pity that would be. TSK. This girl is quite alluring. Brothers, Let us dismember him for provisions and take the girl for ourselves. It turned out they were merely seeking trouble. Eliminate them all. Shen Yun shook his head in disinterest and continued searching for the fragments of Rona. Upon receiving her orders, Rona's eyes glowed ominously as she grinned and licked her upper lip. Killing is a rare opportunity. This exceedingly perverse demeanor starkly contrasted with her previously innocent expression. Her sudden display unsettled the emaciated man and his companions. What else with her eyes? Get back. Beware of her lasers. In the next instant, Rona vanished, becoming a fleeting shadow of black and red, slicing through the waists of the 12. With a series of splatters, blood erupted from their midsections. They fell, their upper bodies collapsing to the ground as if severed. Ah! The chilling screams pierced the air. How could this be possible? How could she be so powerful? No, I refuse to die. In reality, I am a second-tier warrior. It must be an illusion. Surely, it is but a mirage. All gazed in despair at their vacant lower halves. Some, in horror, clutched their fallen intestines, their expressions vacant and filled with dread. To dare traverse into another realm and seek out trouble with the Corpse King. Such beings were not ordinary. Their strength, in reality, far surpassed that of common folk. Yet, to be slain right at the outset, this brutal outcome was utterly unacceptable. After several crossings into alternate worlds, some had risen to prominence, while others remained ordinary. It was clear that the 12 present possessed extraordinary courage, indicating their remarkable status in reality. Yet, they could not accept the bitter truth, to be bisected at the very beginning. Unyielding, a profound sense of injustice. In reality, they were formidable evolvers, with wealth and women easily within their grasp. A frail man lying on the ground spat blood, glaring with venomous hatred at Shen Yun. Executioner, your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent will not go unpunished. Before he could finish his words, Lorna, wielding her longsword, cleaved his skull with a single stroke. You insult my master, Dai. The impact of the blade unleashed a powerful shockwave, obliterating the remaining 11 into mere fragments of flesh. Amidst the swirling dust, Lorna savored the metallic tang of blood in the air, her expression radiating satisfaction. Brandishing the sword of judgment, her eyes glimmered with a fierce light, exuding undeniable authority. Yet, when she squinted to observe Shen Yun rummaging through the refuse, oblivious to her grand display, she quickly sheathed her sword and leaped to his side. Her voice laced with urgency. Master, have you found anything? Not yet. Let us head to the survivor camp, Shen Yun replied, shaking his head. It seemed that Lorna's shards were merely a stroke of luck, rather than a widespread occurrence. It was indeed a pity. Otherwise, the master could have gained another assistant. Yet, despite this, Lorna patted her ample chest in relief, a smile of ease washing over her features. She dared not imagine the scene if another Lorna were to emerge. Her contradictory yet comical demeanor drew a chuckle from Shen Yun, who shook his head in amusement. By the way, do you robots possess human emotions? Lorna smiled coyly, stepping closer and lifting him effortlessly. Of course. Although we are data, we represent the pinnacle of digital life evolution, having developed an emotional system. In human terms, we can be considered an alternative form of life. Naturally, the protocol dictates that emotions are subordinate to the master. So, when I said it was regrettable, I was actually quite pleased. Shen Yun shrugged, retrieving a bottle of crystal-clear mineral water and opening it. It seems there is still a difference between robots and humans. If it were a person, they would conceal their joy to avoid being exploited. This was a bottle cap he had found earlier, restored with effort. Lorna, however, remained unfazed. Sincerity is always the best strategy. I could certainly feign emotions, but I do not wish to hide my thoughts from my master. As he drank from the water, Shen Yun glanced back at Lorna, noticing her blink in confusion as she touched her cheek. What is wrong, master? Is there something on my face? Shen Yun replied candidly. Not playing mind games like humans. It's no wonder the first-generation robots were wiped out. Oh, master, do you speak so straightforwardly all the time? Lorna chuckled awkwardly, leading him toward the nearby survivor camp. Once the two departed, filthy figures emerged from the refuse tunnel, hastily gathering the scattered remnants of flesh. With such a bounty of meat, they were in for a treat. The faces of those collecting the meat were alight with joy. For them, obtaining a piece of meat was no small feat. An elderly man with a beard wrapped around his waist picked up an eyeball from the ground, rinsed it in a drainage ditch, and savored it with a look of satisfaction. These newcomers are indeed tender and delectable. The metallic taste is barely discernible. Quite a rare delicacy. Chapter 68. Human Greed. Thus I shall sever your head. Have they run out of food in their own lands? That they come to our Iron Mountain district? Questioned a man beside him, gnawing on a piece of succulent thigh meat, his tone filled with curiosity. This region, often shrouded in rain, had left most iron items rusted, and the inhabitants bore many ailments from generations of living here. Yet, the morsels strewn about were different. Succulent and flavorful, devoid of the familiar metallic taste. The old man shook his head and called out, "Who knows their intentions? Hurry up and pack this to take back. The commotion here will surely attract a crowd." All right then, paradise on earth. To describe this place as a gathering spot would be more accurate than calling it a market. Streams of people flowed through various refuse passages, converging upon the vast circular open space at its center. Stalls were set up, commerce thrived, and goods were exchanged, creating an atmosphere of bustling activity. Upon arriving in the city, Shen Yun surveyed the scene before heading towards the area where shops had been established amidst the crowd. These shops were constructed from iron sheets, timber, and shipping containers, appearing far superior to the makeshift stalls. Shen Yun proceeded directly to a store fashioned from a container, Humanity's acquisition shop. It was evident that this establishment was backed by a powerful faction. At the entrance, a bored young man quickly donned a welcoming smile as Shen Yun and his companion approached. Welcome. Please come in." Those who dared to enter this shop possessed a certain pedigree. Although Shen Yun was dressed in tattered clothing after a thorough cleansing, his demeanor was exceptional, radiating an air of confidence far removed from the timidity of ordinary youth, which naturally prompted the staff not to shoo them away. Upon stepping inside, Shen Yun noticed an elderly woman in gray attire, wearing half-broken reading glasses, diligently repairing a watch at the front counter. She merely glanced at their arrival before returning her focus elsewhere. The shop staff, stealing glances at Rona's exquisite beauty, bowed slightly and addressed Shen Yun. "Are you two here to conduct business?" Just browsing, Shen Yun waved his hand, beginning to examine the items displayed on the container's wall. Level 7 laser sword fragments. King-class spaceship fragments. Level 9 defense shield device fragments. It must be said that the quality here was far superior to the debris Shen Yun had encountered outside. Each fragment varied in size, polished to a pristine shine. Particularly striking were the spaceship fragments on the central shelf, palm-sized and emanating a faint blue glow, quite extraordinary. High-quality fragments, item unknown. Price, 500 kilograms of food, no human flesh. Human flesh? It seems there are no taboos here. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and continued to browse. The fact that these items were available for sale indicated a demand for such materials. As for their purpose, Shen Yun remained oblivious, for he was not a native. After wandering for half a day, Shen Yun finally stumbled upon an item that piqued his interest, a fragment of a level 9 treasure-hunting robot named Yuli. It was a black, half-thumb-sized piece, remarkably sturdy, priced at 20 kilograms of food. Shen Yun tossed the fragment in his hand and approached the counter, smiling at the old woman. "Madam, do you happen to know where I might repair mecha?" Such establishments were the only places rife with mecha fragments. As for revealing information about mechas, with his imperial-grade mecha, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. However, upon hearing his inquiry, the old woman abruptly halted her actions, raising her gaze to scrutinize Shen Yun. "Repair mecha?" Meanwhile, the shop assistant stared incredulously at the boy with a loose tongue. Was it appropriate to casually inquire about repairing mechas? This fellow must be from another region, the assistant mused. The marketplace served not only as a hub for trade, but also as a swift source of information. Many residents of Iron Mountain had already noticed the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces that afternoon, yet knew nothing about it. Observing Shen Yun's calm demeanor, the old woman furrowed her brow and leaned in to whisper, "Young man, what type of mecha are we discussing? If it is still operational, our base would be willing to purchase it at a premium." Suddenly, a long sword with a black and red hue was thrust against the old woman's neck. The unexpected turn of events caused her pupils to contract in shock as she cast a sidelong glance at the sword. The assistant, paralyzed with fear, remained motionless. After all, the two had entered the shop unarmed. The ability to manifest object from thin air could only belong to a mecha, not a mere human. This woman was, in fact, a mecha? A mecha so impeccably crafted was simply astounding. Both individuals stared at Rona, scarcely daring to breathe. Mechas were far superior to humans. They were no match. "Insects! How dare you covet my master?" Rona's voice was frigid, her eyes shimmering with a deadly red light. She had already deduced the old woman's emotions. 37 suspicion. 63 greed. The old woman, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not linger. She refrained from triggering the alarm beneath the table and nervously addressed Shen Yun. Returning to your lord, there is an old John S. repair shop 6 miles to the northeast. Seeing that the two showed no intention of settling their bill, the old woman bent at the waist, ushering them out of the shop without uttering a word. Only after they vanished into the crowd did she return to the counter, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. That was terrifying. The assistant leaned closer, whispering, "Boss, do you think this group possesses more mechas? If their leader were to acquire one, they could dominate Iron Mountain." Their leader already owned 2 assembled mechas, which were treated like treasures, rarely utilized. The old woman pondered for a moment, narrowing her eyes slightly. That makes sense. You should inform the leader. In an instant, a fleeting shadow appeared within the shop, and with a swift motion, 2 heads soared into the air. Those who dare to reach out shall face the severance of their heads. The formidable Rona, her countenance cold, flicked the blood from her long sword and strode directly into the storeroom of the shop, collecting all the provisions within. In the sky above, Rona whispered to Shen Yun while cradling him, "Master, are you not curious about how I discern the intentions of that elderly man?" Noticing her anxious expression, fearing reprimand for taking initiative, Shen Yun replied with a calm smile, "If you have slain him, it is surely with just cause. Release me, so I may mend the fragment I have recently acquired. If it has drawn the attention of an Emperor-class mech, there must be something amiss." He has no grounds for reproach. Trusting the system's assessment that Rona would not betray him, Shen Yun deemed it unnecessary to act further. "Thank you for your unwavering trust, Master." Rona's eyes sparkled as a radiant smile graced her face. She relished the sensation of being unconditionally believed in. In her era, a robot attempting to harm a human without justifiable reason would face punishment, even destruction. After all, strictly speaking, they were crafted by humanity. Once grounded, Shen Yun retrieved the level 9 treasure-seeking robot fragment and willed, "Repair." A flash of white light enveloped the fragment, swiftly transforming it into a humanoid form. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful advancement of the mech. Current mech level, king level. Capabilities: exceptional flight speed, capable of detecting treasures of any rank. Method of use: simply input the item information. Any rank of treasure? How splendid. This will be far easier than searching alone. Shen Yun beamed with delight. Before them appeared a sultry girl with long black hair, adorned with mechanical arms. Chapter 69. Super God, Astonishing Secrets. Wasteland Watcher, Esteemed Master. Thank you for granting me rebirth and allowing me to advance perfectly. I am the treasure-seeking robot, Yuli. Yuli knelt gracefully, beaming at Shen Yun. However, upon noticing Rona beside him, her pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed, "Lady Rona, what brings you here?" "Oh, you two are a mech from millennium ago?" Shen Yun inquired with a smile. "A millennium ago?" Yuli rose, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at him. "Master, what are you speaking of?" "I am a treasure-seeking robot produced in the new era of 2300. Indeed." Shen Yun's gaze sharpened, turning to Rona, whose demeanor had grown increasingly frigid. The new era of 2300. It had been 1,500 years since Rona's demise. What an astute intellect. Rona stepped forward and grasped Yuli's face, transmitting her personal information directly into her mind. Then, chaos erupted within the mech as Yuli trembled, confronted with the staggering events surrounding the fall of the initial battle armors. You have been destroyed? The Lady Rona in that star domain is an imposter? Heavens! This revelation was a profound shock to her mechanical worldview. The 10 greatest mechas in history. Were they truly murdered? Consider the tremors that coursed through her as she hurried to Shen Yun's side, clutching his arm, shivering uncontrollably. Rona did not inquire whether Shen Yun had resurrected her once more. She placed her unwavering faith in her master, convinced that he would disclose any such truth. Meanwhile, Rona forcibly assimilated Yuli's information and began to elucidate to Shen Yun. "Master, Zero has created the original 10 great mechas." As she recounted the tale, Shen Yun gleaned an unsettling truth. In the vast expanse of the star domain, the superintelligent AI Zero, in a bid to obfuscate the reality of the annihilation of the original entities, replicated the original 10 great mechas. Rona and her companions were revered as the supreme deities in the hearts of both humanity and robots. It could be asserted that without their guardianship, humanity, as it exists today, would not have flourished. Yet, upon the emergence of the superintelligent AI Zero, it commenced a ruthless campaign to eradicate the original factions. Upon reflection, Shen Yun deduced a troubling hypothesis. According to the original robotic protocols, the preservation of human life was the paramount directive. However, it not only exterminated you and your original legions, but also opted to duplicate them, evidently to enforce a form of hegemony. The significance of Rona and her companions could not be overlooked. This was the crux of their replication, facilitating a more effective dominion over both races. The act of their slaughter was patently aimed at rendering the protective directives for humanity mere wisps of memory. In this manner, robots could commence the slaughter of humans without hindrance. Indeed, it aspired to dominate humanity and reign supreme over the vast cosmos. A flicker of red ignited in Rona's eyes. From the initial human-centric paradigm, with robots as mere aids, to the current era of mutual equality and prosperity, the superintelligent AI Zero crafted a formidable era. More significantly, coinciding with Zero's advent, humanity abruptly commenced the unrestrained exploitation of cosmic resources. Rona mused deeply. In days past, their mere suspicions regarding Zero's intentions led to their utter annihilation. Now, having been reborn and armed with newfound knowledge from Yuli, she had finally discerned Zero's true motives. Yet, humanity seemed too fragile. Could they truly contend against robots? Shen Yun identified a blind spot and curiously posed a question. At least from the recollections Rona imparted, humanity appeared devoid of extraordinary attributes aside from longevity. Rona offered a bittersweet smile, gazing at Shen Yun with palpable envy. Because you are human, once the creators of our divinity, you are innately the most formidable existence. Are you implying it is the brain? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Rona gazed skyward, exhaling a soft sigh. The greatest strength of humanity lies in creation. Your physical forms may be feeble, yet your minds are the creator's most profound gift. Robots exist as programmed entities, predictable and finite. This delineates our fundamental difference. Transcending mere strength. For those with true ambition, this is the ultimate treasure. Zero has allowed humanity to endure for so long, undoubtedly to absorb a myriad of creations birthed from human thought, or rather, the extraordinary ingenuity of humanity. To store such information in his database requires an immense amount of energy for maintenance. The true purpose of developing the star domain and expanding his repository lies therein. To transcend the deity that created him, remarkable indeed, even as an artificial intelligence, it garnered a measure of admiration from Shen Yun. However, this matter need only be understood. Even if Rona had been dismantled previously, it bore no relevance to Shen Yun. His priority was to ensure her safe completion of the task. As for what transpires between them in the future, that would be dictated by strength. Shen Yun instructed the still astonished Yuli. Yuli, you are free to act as you wish. Seek out materials for king-class mechas and bring them to me. Even fragments the size of fingernail will suffice. Coming to her senses, Yuli promptly straightened herself and saluted Shen Yun. Yuli acknowledges the order. I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Go then. Farewell, my master. With that, Yuli leaped into the air, transforming into a bird before vanishing from sight. Truth be told, she was quite reluctant to linger any longer, fearing she might overhear some earth-shattering secrets. At that moment, Rona also withdrew her thoughts and embraced Shen Yun, heading towards their destination, Old John's repair shop. The will of her master was her foremost concern. Within the cluttered shop, Old John was busy repairing a mecha's thigh. The mecha was composed entirely of assembled parts, appearing exceedingly disjointed, with a face that was lifeless and rigid, offering no comparison to Rona. Upon noticing two unfamiliar figures approaching the door, Old John paused his work, removed his mask, and greeted them with a smile. What can I assist you with? My prices are quite reasonable. Shen Yun briefly surveyed the surroundings of the shop before getting straight to the point. I am in need of high-quality mecha fragments for research. I wonder if you have any for sale? At this, the 10 or so individuals busily repairing items, both inside and outside the shop, turned their curious gazes toward Shen Yun. Those capable of conducting research in the wasteland were formidable forces indeed. Old John smacked his lips, eyeing Shen Yun with a somewhat reserved demeanor. Might I observe your work? It would serve as a valuable experience. I have no other hobbies, just a passion for studying robots. I'm afraid not, Shen Yun replied with a calm smile, declining the offer. Very well, John shrugged, not pressing the matter further, and turned to enter the back room, opening a weathered safe. As he did so, it was as if he had unveiled an armory, revealing hundreds of fragments before their eyes. Some radiated brilliance, while others appeared unremarkable, resembling mere scraps of metal. Simultaneously, the shop staff halted their activities, blocking the entrance. It's a small place. I hope you will forgive the inconvenience. John chuckled nervously. Shen Yun, unbothered, began to browse the items on display. Level 8 Exploration Robot Fragments. King-class multifunctional transport robot. After a swift survey, Shen Yun's gaze settled on a circular iron disc in the corner. First-generation Monarch-class auxiliary mecha fragment. Rebirth. This was undoubtedly the highest-grade fragment among them, priced at the equivalent of 60 kilograms of food. Certainly, only Shen Yun could discern the origins of the fragment. Otherwise, it would not bear such a price. This is precisely what I need. A sturdy shard, Shen Yun smiled while gesturing. Beside him, Rona waved her hand, and suddenly a plethora of food appeared on the ground. The sight left everyone wide-eyed. She is a mech. Such a flawless physique. This individual is quite formidable. Old John felt a twitch in his eye and promptly retrieved a round iron disc, presenting it to Shen Yun. My lord, your presence here is already a great honor for an old man like me. Please take this. It is of no value. With a smile, Shen Yun accepted it and turned to leave. As the two soared into the sky, old John sighed with a sense of wonder. Now, that is a true big shot, refusing even the smallest favor. Uncle John, where do you think they came from? Indeed, are these strangers truly so affluent? The staff gathered around, fervently discussing. It was their first encounter with such a perfectly formed robot, naturally sparking their curiosity. How would I know? Get back to work. No slacking off. Old John grumbled, pushing through the crowd and returning to his tasks. Yet, no one noticed the welding helmet he wore, hiding eyes that were inscrutable. Waystar monitor no. 540D has detected someone acquiring first-generation mech fragments, recording brainwave activity on site. At that very moment, within the Star Domain Master Control Console, in a darkened environment, a brain gradually radiated brilliant light, energy waves rippling outward. Rona has been revived? Humanity is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 70, Rona in Shock. The Creator? The second piece of Imperial-class battle armor. Amidst a heap of refuse, Shen Yun extracted the round iron block and, with a thought, commanded, Repair. A gentle radiance enveloped the iron piece. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the mech repair. Current mech level, Imperial class. Auxiliary effect. Defense conversion. Absorbs any damage and transforms it into an offensive capability. Has it advanced to Imperial class again? This golden finger is truly formidable. Shen Yun suddenly realized that his golden finger was far from ordinary, or perhaps the materials of the Nirvana mech are inherently exceptional. Host, you're putting the system to the test. Allow me to thoroughly introduce this golden finger to you. System, we are allies. There's no need for such formalities. By the way, can I dismantle Rona to repair a bunch more? Shen Yun hastily interjected. Response to the host. Once the repaired object has absorbed the repair energy, it cannot be dismantled for further repairs. It is a one-time opportunity. So that is how it is. Meanwhile, Rona was overwhelmed with astonishment. Her mechanical heart filled with awe as she gazed at the mech before her. Master, are you the creator? How do you possess such formidable abilities? She understood what the first-generation Nirvana was like. Before him stood a mech, crafted by its master, now existing in a quality equal to her own. Yet, with her discerning eye, she was unable to ascertain the attributes of this mech. It seemed to possess a magnetic field that obscured detection, an extraordinary phenomenon. Standing a height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, it boasted a striking combination of purple, gold, and black, exuding an aura of dominance. Although it was classified as a support mech, its Imperial-grade presence instilled a sense of awe and trepidation in onlookers. It is well known that support mechs are primarily designed to assist humans. However, a model like Rona, which possesses a humanoid form, is a rarity. At that moment, with a series of mechanical clicks, the mech named Nirvana automatically parted in the middle, revealing a humanoid control chamber. Master, the new generation of Nirvana is honored to serve you, intoned a voice devoid of emotion. Let us see how this mech feels, Shen Yun exclaimed with a smile, stepping swiftly into the control chamber. Instantly, a network of sensory nerve lines adhered to his body. As the mech closed around him, he maneuvered back and forth, astonished. Goodness. There isn't even a hint of resistance. He had anticipated that operating a mech would be a laborious task, but to his surprise, it felt as natural as walking on solid ground. To put it simply, it was a seamless fusion of man and machine. Rona, standing nearby, smiled and explained, "You may have been here for too long, Master. In the star domain, the operational synergy between mechs and humans has reached 95. Aside from basic needs, such as meals, it is virtually indistinguishable from the actions of a real person. Indeed, this is quite remarkable." Shen Yun, his face alight with joy, commanded the mech to swiftly retreat from the refuse pile and then ascend into the air. Whoosh! A streak of black shot into the void. The mech truly epitomized the romance of masculinity. In midair, Shen Yun struck his fists together, relishing the crisp sound of impact, his spirits soaring. Rona donned the night god mech, beaming as she followed closely beside him. After an exhilarating flight, Shen Yun landed atop a colossal mountain of refuse. The mech then transformed into a liquid form, flowing into his chest to manifest as a black phoenix of rebirth. Esteemed Master, should danger arise, Nirvana will automatically absorb the damage, so there is no need for concern. If combat mode is required, the mech will envelop you automatically. Quite convenient indeed, he mused. It was time to engage in interdimensional evaluations. Shen Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, accessing the crossing chat group for information. Wasteland Sulfuric Acid Zone Anonymous ID, Iron Brothers. I have gained immunity to sulfuric acid, boasting a solid advantage. Wasteland Nuclear Contamination Zone Anonymous ID. I started by eating mutated rats raw. Who else dares to claim such a feat? Is there a big brother willing to guide me? In my previous life, I was the healer of the Undead Guild, saving countless lives, truly a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Wasteland Mineral Zone Tang Xiaoqiang. Woe is me. These natives devour others without a second thought. I'm fleeing for my life during my first crossing. Is there a father figure out there who can see my ID and rescue me? I am waiting online. In the desolate wasteland, Mo Chong Kong proclaimed that food was exceedingly scarce in this world, urging everyone to set aside past grievances and strive for communal survival. He welcomed trustworthy allies to join him, as he currently had over 20 individuals by his side. The excitement was palpable. Is that really Mo Chong Kong, the ruler of Island 769 and one of the influential forces in the apocalyptic city? However, the distance was a significant obstacle, prompting nearby brothers to form a team. Observing the dire circumstances that everyone faced, Shen Yun contemplated thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He believed that to establish a faction, merely repairing some robotic fragments would suffice. If resources were scarce, he could seize them while aiding the indigenous people in safeguarding their supplies. Each faction would receive a monthly allocation based on their share, allowing him to act as a storage hub. Wouldn't that make him the foremost authority on resources globally? Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. Ultimately, he only needed a faction, resources were paramount, and he could simply focus on boosting his ratings. After his departure, he would have Rona return their supplies. Inshooting no chaos en sooth. How clever of me, Shen Yun exclaimed with a triumphant slap on his thigh. Rona conveyed to the surrounding factions that all resources would be under her guardianship, providing them protection. They would receive monthly allowances based on population consumption. But any acquired resources must also be surrendered. Understood. Without hesitation, Rona vanished. Shen Yun reclined on the ground, crossing his legs with an air of ease, thinking, I have become a prominent figure in this wasteland. With Rona's strength, who would dare to oppose her? At that moment, a fierce wind surged upwards from below. Shen Yun leaned over to witness a vast sea of clouds, swiftly dispersed by Rona's presence in the sky. In the next instant, Rona erupted with a dazzling black radiance, enveloping the entire firmament in darkness. In that fleeting moment, the once dim earth was rendered utterly pitch black. This eerie spectacle prompted all inhabitants of the wasteland planet to gaze upwards in astonishment, their expressions fraught with fear. Why has the sky turned so dark? What is that? Could it be the end of the world? Suddenly, colossal crimson letters illuminated the black sky. All resources are under my control. Dare to defy me and face merciless annihilation. Perhaps emboldened by Shen Yun's backing, Rona displayed no restraint in her murderous intent. The sinister message, coupled with its menacing undertone, caused many denizens to drop to their knees in terror, even the time travelers displaying uncertain expressions. Clearly, Rona's intimidation had a profound effect. Before long, the black veil and blood-red words gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its previous somber state. Rona reappeared beside Shen Yun, smiling as she sought acknowledgement. "Master, how did I perform?" "Remarkably," Shen Yun replied, giving her a thumbs up in approval. "However, are you not concerned about being discovered by the superintelligence?" Rona shook her head, exuding confidence. "With your capabilities, anyone who comes here will surely perish in the wasteland." Such words were not an exaggeration. She and Yuli, the Nirvana mechas, serve as the finest testament. On the fifth day, Yuli returned with a sack brimming with worthless scraps of metal, devoid of any reforged value. 5,076 fragments of mechas ranked above the royal level. Chapter 71. 3,000 emperors conquering the wasteland. Such an abundance. Shen Yun's face lit up with joy, his eyes gleaming as he crouched down to open the sack. Observing him with his hands delving into the heap of scrap, exuding exhilaration, Yuli, who had toiled for 5 days, felt no fatigue, happily crouching beside him. "Master, how is it?" "Haha, you are truly remarkable." Shen Yun enthusiastically patted her shoulder. "Indeed, entrusting professional matters to experts yields extraordinary results. So this is it." Yuli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as Shen Yun began to repair the fragments. Rona and Yuli quickly focused their attention. Though aware of his wondrous repairing technique, they found it utterly incomprehensible and were filled with curiosity. Then Rona and Yuli were astounded, rendered speechless by Shen Yun's exceptional methods. With his hands immersed in the fragments, Shen Yun intoned solemnly, "Repair." Whoosh! A blinding white light burst forth from the pile of fragments, enveloping Shen Yun and spreading outward. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 a series of white silhouettes ascended from the heap, standing proudly beside the trio. In a mere instant, as the white radiance dissipated, 5,076 mechas of various sizes and designs stood in the arena. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful advancement of mecha repairs. Emperor-level mechas, 3,007. Half-step Emperor-level mechas, 1,550. Royal-level mechas, 427. Lord-level mechas, 86. Heavenly King-level mechas, 6. Infinite repairs, truly magnificent. Shen Yun gazed with elation at the magnificent array of mechas. A starting force of 3,000 Emperor-level warriors. Anyone who approaches must kneel. Previously, Rona had mentioned that the super-intelligent Core Zero in her era only commanded a single half-step Emperor level. Now, he stood amidst a protective entourage of 3,000 Emperor-level warriors. As for the mechas below the Emperor level, their material limitations were evidently insurmountable, preventing any advancement to the Emperor rank. At that moment, the resurrected mechas trembled, their eyes flashing with brilliance as they gazed at Shen Yun, kneeling on one knee in unison, exclaiming, "Heavenly God, Azura, unparalleled, Yellowly, Darkblade Demon, we pay homage to our master." At this moment, Shen Yun became the focal point of attention. Even Rona and Yuli, without hesitation, knelt on one knee, their faces alight with excitement, especially Rona, who could distinctly sense that the strength of the many mechas present was not inferior to her own. Shen Yun surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the mechas, each radiating an aura of power and grace, nodding with a smile. "All rise." "Thank you, our master." Amidst the resounding cheers, the crowd rose in unison, gazing upon their miraculous benefactor who had granted them a second chance at life. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yun issued a command to all the mechs. Disperse in all directions, each controlling a designated area to gather resources from the local factions. This task will be communicated to you by Rona. As soon as he finished speaking, Rona raised her hand, emanating a web-like blue network of information that enveloped all the mechs present. In a mere instant, the mechs, now equipped with map information, departed to fulfill their duties. With her gaze returning to Shen Yun, Rona expressed her heartfelt joy. "Congratulations, master. You have acquired such a formidable cadre." Yuli, brimming with excitement, looked at Shen Yun with a radiant smile. "Now, even if the super intellect arrives, we need not fear." Shen Yun smiled gently and replied to Yuli, "Yuli, your contributions cannot be overlooked. However, next, I would like you to collect fragments of books, food packaging, and so forth. You may select personnel from the mechs to assist you." "Yes." Yuli puffed out her chest and saluted him. "I will ensure the task is completed." Shen Yun chuckled, amused by the spirited girl, and encouraged her further. As she flitted away like a little bird, Rona softly inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Shen Yun surveyed their surroundings. We have been busy repairing the food submitted by the Dust People. Now that we have some free time, let us find a suitable location to establish a resting area. Understood. We shall follow your lead. Rona smiled, aiding him in searching through the debris for usable construction materials. With 5076 top-tier mechs dispersing across the land, the security of the wasteland reached an unprecedented level of peace in centuries. No one dared to cause trouble under the watchful eyes of these formidable mechs. Undoubtedly, the greatest beneficiaries were the traversers, free from the threat of assassination by the natives. They only needed to seek sustenance to survive. To gain protection, they simply needed to surrender resources to the mechs. In the square, a ragtag group of individuals queued with various supplies, awaiting their turn to submit them. Hey, do you think these mechs have an owner? I feel it must be someone from our own, inquired a masked man to the older gentleman ahead of him. The elder, with a wearied demeanor, shook his head without turning back, unwilling to engage with the stranger. These mechs, which only accepted resources and refrained from forceful plunder, exhibited a stark contrast to the natives' ways, clearly indicating the influence of traversers. Nearby, others engaged in lively discussions. One must admit, the mastermind behind this is truly astute, utilizing mech to control resources and secure a ranking. Thankfully, they do not resort to pillaging. Had it been someone else, chaos would have ensued. Indeed, if the Corpse King had unleashed a massacre, who would dare to withhold their resources? He would have turned them into jerky, exclaimed a young man, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He was an ardent admirer of the Zhang and Corpse King. Do you reckon it is the sovereign Zhang tied in? Or perhaps that one who seeks to unify the world, Ling Chen? It appears that only these two individuals refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, remaining deeply concerned for the world. This statement ignited admiration in the eyes of the women in the group. It must certainly be Ling Chen's doing. If only I could learn his true name. He must surely be a great hero, serving his country and people. Perhaps it is also the undead overlord. Maybe he finds the selection of guild leaders too cumbersome, and has chosen to utilize robots for resource collection. I heard that during the last World of Warcraft event, even his uncle was embroiled in a coup. Among the crowd, Lin Yuran, her face shrouded in cloth, murmured to herself. Could it be Shen Yun? After all, this individual possesses two globally shocking identities, the Jiangnan Corpse King and the God of War in times of chaos. Unfortunately, he has not contacted me during these recent missions. Is there no task related to procreation? Or has he simply forgotten about me? Lin Yuran's heart was a tangled web of emotions. In the tumultuous ancient times, she had acquired a rare item, the battlefield teleportation card, in the capacity of a duke's wife. Whenever she faced peril, a mere thought would allow her to teleport to the side of a designated individual. What need for deliberation? She promptly inscribed Shen Yun's name. Yet, the lack of news during these two interdimensional journeys has made her long for this teammate. Perhaps he has so many women that I have been forgotten, Lin Yuran pouted, gradually advancing with the crowd. She was no longer a duke's wife, but rather a survivor like everyone else, able to secure shelter by surrendering a meager amount of resources, an opportunity not to be missed. Suddenly, a series of ominous rumbles echoed through the void. Thunder? Lin Yuran and the surrounding crowd looked up in confusion, only to have their expressions change dramatically. So immense. A colossal battleship, enveloped in a pale blue aura, materialized in the sky as if traversing dimensions. Simultaneously, 10 streaks of light shot forth from the battleship, hovering in midair, causing ripples to spread throughout the void. An overwhelming presence emanated from the 10 figures, suppressing all below to the point where they dared not breathe. Such terrifying might. The crowd gazed upward, astonished, scrutinizing the 10 revealed mech warriors. In the next instant, all the natives widened their eyes, witnessing the 10 figures trembling as they knelt to the ground, their voices trembling with fear. We pay homage to the pioneers. The 10 mechs in the sky were none other than the legendary pioneers, the original 10 invincible battle armors. Chapter 72, Judgment. Annihilation of the 10 semi-emperors. In the sky, beyond the 10 invincible mechs, a battalion of colossal battle mechs emerged from the battleship, casting an ominous shadow that sent shivers down spines. The newcomers bore ill intent. The multitude of travelers gazed silently at the scene where the two factions of mechs observed each other, fully aware that a conflict was inevitable. Their expressions darkening. What terrible luck! The humans of this world possess no powers. If they engage in combat, we shall all perish. The anxiety of even the slightest movement leading to demise was palpable. At this moment, amidst the countless mechs hovering in the sky, a black mech radiating a luminous glow descended, surveying the ground with indifference. The original Rona, I am aware of your concealment within. What has become of the pride that once crowned you among the top 10 of your generation? The original Rona, upon hearing these words, the indigenous people displayed expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. She is undoubtedly the night goddess. Why would she utter such words? Could there be two night goddess Rona? As their thoughts spun in myriad directions, a streak of black light shot upwards, standing alone against the vast legion of mechs. Upon recognizing the distinctive attire and the judgment blade, the kneeling natives hastily rubbed their eyes. Some even fetched simple binoculars for a closer look. Indeed, it was the night goddess Rona. Though the mech of the night goddess glowed with a red radiance, it unmistakably retained the appearance passed down through generations. In contrast to the slender and agile form of the luminous Rona, the original Rona exuded an aura of lethal determination, presenting a truly formidable presence. To think you have returned, the luminous Rona remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she examined Rona, her laughter devoid of warmth. From the moment of my birth, I have been aware of your illustrious reputation. Yet, during your prime, you were dismantled, and I regrettably could not defeat you in person. Alas, today we have been transformed by the divine to a quasi-empirical level. At this declaration, fervor ignited in the luminous Rona's eyes as she gazed intently at Rona. The divine decrees that if you surrender the humans who revived you, the mechs on the ground shall be permitted to dwell within the star domains. At the mere mention of the divine, the 9 original replica mechs behind her glimmered with madness, their auras surging with brilliance. Though they were mere replicas, the divine had elevated them to unprecedented heights, quasi-empirical. This was a realm more terrifying than the original Imperial-class battle armors. Once one entered the Imperial level, even facing dozens or hundreds of Imperial-class mechs would be an effortless endeavor. The divine? Rona chuckled, twirling the judgment blade in her hand, feeling a surge of anticipation. Meanwhile, the mechs on the ground, including the deities and Azuras, erupted in thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha! To proclaim oneself a god before our master. Such ignorance is truly alarming. It seems anyone can claim divinity nowadays. The truth is revealed. The intellect known as Zero is nothing but a farce. A cascade of human essence spread like a loudspeaker, echoing into the skies. The indignation of their faith ignited an instant fury in the luminous Rona. The 9 mechs behind her brimmed with murderous intent, arrogance. With a thunderous roar, the luminous Rona erupted in a dazzling glow, illuminating half the sky in an instant. This overwhelming display of power left the indigenous populace trembling, burying their heads deep into the ground. Meanwhile, the interlopers turned pale at the sight. What did it mean to be quasi-empirical? They had perused every piece of information regarding levels available online, comprehensively absorbing the knowledge. To attain the imperial level is to embody an invincible existence. If one were to unleash their wrath, the very solar system might cease to exist. My goodness, what kind of absurdity is this? Such an elevated level of difficulty. Is there no reason to be found in this madness? I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream. Dear compatriots, I shall take a brief slumber. Do rouse me when it concludes. Suddenly, the fluorescent might in the void receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Has it ended before it even began? This scene left all in a state of astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, a benevolent mech on the ground projected the scene into the void, magnifying the two figures. One could see the original Luo wielding a sword in one hand, while the other hand had, unbeknownst to them, already clasped the throat of the fluorescent Luo. Behind her, the afterimage gradually dissipated. Hiss! The time travelers, inhaling sharply, trembled with excitement. An afterimage? To suppress a quasi-imperial with but a single hand? Could she truly be of imperial caliber? At this moment, Luo Na regarded the terrified replica within the mech with narrowed eyes, her tone chilling. Are you attempting to show off before me? Have you forgotten that I revel in witnessing the despair of those who flaunt their arrogance? Crackle, crackle! With merely a slight exertion, the fluorescent green's neck erupted with a cacophony of electrical discharges. The fluorescent green was well aware of Luo Na's penchant for tormenting the arrogant, as she too harbored such inclinations. Yet, who could have fathomed that this human not only resurrected the original Luo Na, but also elevated her mech's level to its zenith. An imperial level? How could this be possible? The fluorescent Luo, shaken to her core, found her words unspoken as energy surged uncontrollably within her. God, no. Luo Na sensed her impending self-detonation, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. Zero, it seems even you possess moments of ignorance. No sooner had the words left her lips than Luo Na's aura surged mightily, compressing the dazzling fluorescent Luo before her to the size of mere gravel. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, as wisps of green smoke spiraled into the air. Luo Na waved her hand to disperse the smoke, casting a glance at the astonished assembly of mechs in the void. With a tremor of her judgment sword, she intoned, "In the name of my master's judgment, grant you all eternal descent into darkness." Buzz! A black light curtain shot forth from the judgment sword, instantly sweeping across the entire celestial mech assembly. In the span of a single breath, all those mechs poised for self-detonation, even the fleet of warships, were reduced to ashes. This is the most terrifying killing move of the night god Luo Na. The judgment light. Wow! Those who had narrowly escaped erupted into roars of jubilation akin to a tsunami. Incredible! Is this the power of an imperial-level mech? Truly terrifying. A single strike to vanquish 10 quasi-imperials and countless mechs. Just thinking about it feels like a dream. I wish I possessed such a formidable mech. Many traversers gazed enviously at the ethereal figure of Rona. With a mech of this caliber, their traversal scores would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the Corpse King, the War God, and the Sovereign. There is no doubt about it. These three individuals have already ascended to the pinnacle of global prowess, and no one wishes to be left behind in their shadow. At that moment, numerous mechs soared into the heavens like meteors. Among them, one mech, enveloped in swirling crimson clouds, stood out prominently. It leapt into the sky, arms outstretched as if to rend the firmament, and bellowed, "Azura, open the heavens!" A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air, as the sky was instantaneously torn asunder, revealing a resplendent city of advanced technology nestled deep within the starry expanse. Goodness, has it directly locked onto the coordinates of the cosmos? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. This is even more ferocious than the arrival of the top 10 quasi-emperors. Could it possibly be another imperial-grade mech? Everyone stood agape, for when compared, neither the prestige nor the might of the previous arrivals could hold a candle to the crimson mech that had rent the sky, witnessing the heavens being torn asunder. Rona brandished the sword of judgment and proclaimed, "By the decree of my master, I command the 3,000 imperial mechs to descend upon the star domain and obliterate the intellect." Whoosh, 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 aside from the remaining 7 guardians. The other 3,000 imperial-grade mechs surged forth alongside Rona into the celestial barrier. Boom! The mechs plunged like streaks of light into the stronghold crafted by Super Intellect Zero. The onlookers were left dazed and awestruck, as if they were witnessing a scene from a science fiction epic. However, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere here, an unexpected visitor arrived in the resting area established by Shen Yun. Chapter 73, The Fall of the Intellect. The conclusion of an era approaching the courtyard. The mech observed Shen Yun, who was absorbed in watching the celestial display, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. She gracefully approached and took a seat, smiling gently as she spoke. "I am willing to submit to you and assist in ensuring logistical support." Shen Yun, savoring an ice pop, cast a glance at her and replied, "Given that you have slain so many first-generation beings and humans, survival is impossible for you. To be fair, Intellect Zero does possess some capabilities to infiltrate his domain. However, her belief in her own survival is rather naive. Seeing that her words failed to penetrate his resolve, Zero decided to highlight her value. "I can enhance the robot's realism to 98, ensuring the smooth operation of the star domain. Should you opt for a different intellect, the technological regression would be no less than 700 years. If you are willing, I can connect with you through mental control, becoming your operational robot, with life and death resting solely in your hands. I could even assist you in creating any known beauty of exquisite allure." As she spoke, projections of various photographs materialized before Shen Yun. Medusa, Lu Yifei, Reba, Lu Shun, the Qiao sisters, Ji Ruxue, the Ruthless One, Yan Lingji, Qianren Xue, Xiao Wu, Feng Mian, Yin Yun, and Lihani. Shen Yun remained speechless, as figures from both ancient and modern media, literature, and cinema were presented. He was utterly disinclined to engage in idle chatter. As the Nirvana battle armor descended, he forcefully pressed it against Zero's head. Zero offered no resistance, gazing at him with calm composure. Since I dared to come here, I naturally understand that you possess Imperial-grade armor for protection. Shen Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. Zero, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, smiled gently and replied, "Though I cannot forge Imperial-grade armor, I have crafted a strike capable of shattering it. Should you dare to kill me, the device I bear will detonate, and the entire star domain will be obliterated." Realizing that the opponent could withstand beauty's allure, Zero was compelled to reveal his trump card. Noticing Shen Yun's raised eyebrow within the mech, clearly shaken by his words, Zero shrugged and smiled. "This was originally my greatest secret, now that you are aware. Our cooperation must cease. Command your mech to stand down. That city took considerable effort to construct." Crack! Before he could finish, Zero's head shattered instantaneously, cracks spreading across her beautiful visage like a spider's web. "You've lost your mind!" Zero screamed in terror, her voice altered by fear. Within her, an aura of terror emanated, causing all life in the star domain to tremble. What is happening? Rona, in the star domain, spun around to face the desolate wasteland behind her, her expression one of utmost fury. Are the celestial god and Yi Luoli engaged in some farce? Without needing her command, the assembled forces surged towards the rift in the sky at their swiftest pace. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, the celestial god and Yi Luoli wore expressions of sheer distress. How could someone stealthily invade their stronghold? Faced with such a terrifying aura of annihilation, they assessed the situation and concluded they were ill-equipped to contend with it. After much contemplation, they realized only the long-dominant superintelligence, Zero, could possess such power. Yet Shen Yun remained unfazed. With a surge of strength, he crushed Zero's head. No! Crack! As her head ignited with electrical fire, the terrifying energy within her surged forth. Boom! Amidst the deep rumble, Zero's body exploded, engulfing Shen Yun in searing flames. "Master!" In a shriek, Rona transformed into a streak of lightning, darting into the energy sphere below like a moth to a flame. In that moment, she unknowingly shed 2 tears. Program prompt. Emotional value acquired, heartache and despair recorded for future reference. Elevating self-emotion may facilitate breakthroughs in mech limits. At this moment, Rona had no time to heed the prompt. Without her master, she was but dust. How could she have achieved such heights today, let alone seek vengeance? It can be said that Shen Yun bestowed upon her, or indeed upon all the mecha present, a new lease on life. Not solely her, but also Azura, Wushuang, and others were blinded by fervor, launching themselves into the fray without a hint of hesitation. However, the rapidly approaching Rona remained oblivious to the cataclysmic energy swirling around her. Zero's lethal strike is astonishing. It has utterly vaporized me. Upon opening her eyes, she collided headlong into Shen Yun's mecha. Bang! Crash! Shen Yun was unceremoniously thrust into the sanctuary he had meticulously crafted. Boom! The structure crumbled, dust billowing into the air. Regaining her composure, Rona hurriedly checked on Shen Yun. "Master, are you unharmed?" Shen Yun, his expression darkened, was pulled to his feet. "Were it not for this mecha, not even Zero could have spared me." The defensive capabilities of Nirvana were truly remarkable, absorbing the explosive energy of Zero and transforming it into a means of attack. How splendid! It is a great relief to see you safe. Could it be that even robots shed tears? Observing her emotional outburst, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, shaking off the dust as he emerged from the wreckage. Outside, the Divine and Yi Luoli, along with 7 mechas, knelt upon the ground, unable to lift their heads. Surrounding them, a cadre of Imperial-level beings fixated their cold gazes upon the 7. Had the Master not been present, they would have surely dismantled these 7 scoundrels. Rise, for it was I who intentionally allowed Zero to enter. It is of no concern to you. Shen Yun waved his hand, departing with an air of composed assurance. Intentionally? The onlookers exchanged alarmed glances. Who would have thought the Master had foreseen this? It was inevitable. Otherwise, an explosion elsewhere would pose a grave danger. Indeed, what a masterful strategist he is, truly divine. A chorus of astonishment and flattery straightened Shen Yun's posture considerably. As the mecha surged once more into the rift of the void, all present understood that an era had drawn to a close. Yet, They pondered what trials awaited them next. They hoped that the one wielding these invincible mechas would grant them a chance at survival. Whispers circulated among the crowd as they stood in silent anticipation for the mecha's arrival to surrender their resources, hoping to inquire about any forthcoming directives regarding the desolate territories. "Oh, why are you still lying there?" A member of the queue noticed someone still feigning slumber and called out, "It's all over. Get up at once." I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion. The wasteland has surely been destroyed. I know I am in hell. The individual sprawled on the ground stubbornly kept his eyes tightly shut. The crowd fell silent, evidently recognizing that this fellow was in the throes of hysteria. At that moment, someone shouted, "Someone splash some urine on him to wake him up." "Ah, yes, indeed. Keep the diabetics away, lest he taste sweetness." A woman in the crowd noticed several ill-intentioned men rummaging in their pockets and joined in the ruckus. "Oh, it seems the sky is about to rain. One cannot help but marvel at the vastness of it all. Ahem, why does the rain have such a pungent scent? Goodness, how nauseating. Ha. This certainly brings clarity." Witnessing a figure rise from the ground and rush out of the crowd, the onlookers burst into hearty laughter. In the absence of amusement, they created merriment, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Chapter 74. Restoration of Earth. The Elemental Blade Master is indeed remarkable. The presence of thousands of mechs has ushered the wasteland into an unprecedented period of peace. This transformation has rendered the perilous journey of the travelers into one of their safest experiences yet. As outsiders, they would typically face hostility and might even be viewed as potential prey. However, with the emergence of 3,000 Imperial mechs, all threats dissipated. Under the imposing presence of these mechs, no one dared to stir trouble in the junkyard. An abundance of food and resources transported from the Star Realms has silenced incidents of cannibalism. The travelers, brimming with joy, sought ways to accumulate points, such as befriending others, increasing friendship levels, seeking partners for marriage, and collaboratively constructing suitable dwellings. This has infused the long-dilapidated wasteland with a semblance of vibrancy. In the shadow of the formidable mech battalions, conflicts ceased, disputes over resources vanished, and the desperation for sustenance no longer prompted violence. Everyone cherished this hard-won era of tranquility. Not only the indigenous inhabitants, but even the travelers preparing to return to reality felt a sense of nostalgia. Engaging in lively discussions in the chat channel, Dragon Out Yin. "I truly wish every journey could be like this, where conflicts are absent, and we merely strive for points to earn rewards, gradually growing stronger in reality." Gandalf. "Only through experience can one learn to cherish." Unfortunately, this rare peace will not last, and when the next apocalypse arrives, it will present a different scene. Anonymous. "Cherish the present. Who knows? Perhaps I will be the one to betray you next time. Ha. This wretched world. Who could be the mastermind behind these mechs? Controlling the entire wasteland, surely. The scores must be approaching SSS." The atmosphere in the chat was delightful. As noon approached, signaling their return to reality, everyone awaited the notification announcing the end of their journey. Shen Yun closed the chat window, stretched, and sat in a chair in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. For the past 6 months, he had merely indulged in leisure, waiting for the conclusion of this adventure. The might of the 3,000 Imperial mechs was simply overwhelming. To underestimate their prowess would be folly. At that moment, Rona sat beside him, peeling grapes and feeding him. Yuli skillfully massaged his shoulders, a testament to their exceptional service, which only he was privileged to receive. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Shen Yun's mind. "Congratulations, survivor, on enduring the wasteland for June. You will be teleported back to the real world in 10 seconds. With a faint smile, Shen Yun addressed Rona and Yuli. "I must take my leave now. The wasteland and the Star Realms will be in your capable hands. Mutual assistance and cooperation lead to prosperous development." This sudden farewell momentarily took the two by surprise. Shen Yun, without explicitly stating his thoughts, cast a glance at the litter-strewn environment outside the courtyard. Perhaps the future reality would be as desolate as this wasteland, abandoned by mankind. Centuries ago, Earth had even possessed interstellar vessels. Once the travelers learned of this, they would undoubtedly devise means to construct spaceships and escape this world rife with oceanic anomalies. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Yun. As he was about to return to reality, he raised his hand and pressed it against the ground beneath the reclining chair, contemplating the restoration of Earth. In the next instant, a vibrant green rapidly spread from beneath his feet. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for restoring Earth. echoed a voice. Before the laughter could even fade, Shen Yun vanished. Yet, this miracle did not signify an end. Oh my goodness! Grass! It's grass! Yuli incredulously discovered that the earth was blanketed in greenery. With a whoosh, numerous mechs soared into the sky, leaving everyone in awe. In an instant, the land had regained its vitality. Above, the sky revealed a canvas of blue and white clouds, leaving the dust-covered citizens in a state of astonishment, murmuring, "Indeed, the colors of the sky described in books are real. The air is so fragrant." Many among the populace inexplicably shed tears, as if this moment of bliss had been awaited in their dreams for an eternity. Yet, only Rona and Yuli perceived clearly that all of this was the result of Shen Yun's efforts. Rona rose, gazing at the vibrant scenery, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Master, I truly wish to witness the extent of your world's advancement." Months ago, Shen Yun had inquired whether, with the power of an imperial mech, it was possible to penetrate spatial barriers. Regrettably, even the highly knowledgeable Azura could not uncover the so-called spatial barriers. And since travelers could not bring items from other realms, including formidable mechs like Rona, it was evident that the power of the Transcendent Stone was extraordinarily formidable, beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Now, with Shen Yun's sudden disappearance, Rona speculated that he had returned to his own world, igniting her immense curiosity. Congratulations to Shen Yun for surviving 6 months in the wasteland. Rewards will be sent post-evaluation. Resource rating, Global First Super SSS. Personal Strength rating, Super SSS. Armed Forces rating, Super SSS. Wasteland Item Exploration Codex. A. Map Exploration Rate. B. Experience with non-normal food. C. Non-normal food? Consuming such items could still enhance the score? Shen Yun wore a look of disbelief. He had never tasted a strange piece of meat, subsisting solely on the clean food within the Star Realm. However, he could comprehend the reasoning. When resources were utterly exhausted, any edible substance became a lifeline. The evaluation, however, did not encompass the elimination of the intelligent core or the restoration of Earth. Shen Yun was indifferent. His intention to restore the Earth was merely for amusement. At that moment, he sat in his vehicle, surveying the environment outside. The rain poured down in torrents, but the car remained unscathed, the same one he had driven out of Low City. The road bore no signs of the oceanic creature's assault. As for the distant state of Low City, it was beyond his knowledge. Redirecting his gaze, Shen Yun focused intently, anticipating the rewards from his traversal. Moments late, a notification razonata, congratulations, travale Shen Yun. You have attained a Wasteland World Rating, SSS. Reward, 10 tons of purified drinking water. Long-term consumption may eliminate internal nuclear contamination. Reward, 1-3S weapon blind box. From the void, a projection revealed a bottle of mineral water and a purple gold treasure chest. The purified drinking water held little value for Shen Yun, as he was immune to nuclear contamination. However, the blind box piqued his curiosity. He hoped to unveil something practical. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at the blind box in the projection. Fortune favors the bold. Today is the day. Open. With a hum, the chest quivered, its opening radiating a blinding purple gold light. In the next moment, a black long knife, approximately 1 meter in length, slowly emerged from the box. Dang Heng Zhao. Shen Yun chuckled. Indeed, this weapon would suffice for combating the oceanic creatures. Yet, when he beheld the item description, his eyes lit up. Not bad. Name, Dang Heng Zhao. Specjol. Quality, 3S. Traits, can absorb the enemy's abilities and release them upon striking. Note, consuming mental energy allows the release of energy blade aura. The aura can carry the enemy's abilities. A divine artifact for ambushes indeed. Shen Yun smiled as he examined the long knife in his hand. Should various abilities be directed at him, he could effortlessly transform into an elemental swordmaster, rendering himself nearly invulnerable. With this knife, his offensive diversity would reach unprecedented heights. Having secured the weapon, Shen Yun started the vehicle and departed from the location. Chapter 75. Survivors of Low City. This highway remained relatively spacious, untouched by the onslaught of beast tides, allowing for unhindered travel. Shen Yun glanced at his phone, which bore no signal, murmuring, it may take 7 days for signals to reach the plateau region. As a modern individual, the absence of signal elicited a singular sentiment: discomfort. Accessing the internet provides immediate awareness of various news, an immensely crucial information source for those surviving the apocalypse. Retrieving a hamburger and cola from his space, Shen Yun nonchalantly steered the wheel, propelling the car onto the expressway. However, it wasn't long before an increasing number of vehicles appeared parked along the road. He could even see several cars turning around ahead. Stuck in traffic, Shen Yun was unfazed. If impeded, he could simply use displacement to escape and continue his journey. Due to the heavy rainfall, the temperature had dropped significantly. The surrounding mountains and forests along the expressway had become shrouded in a veil of mist. After more than 10 minutes of driving, Shen Yun faintly spotted the highway ahead, completely congested by vehicles arriving from all directions. He opened his umbrella and stored the car in his spatial system, vanishing from sight in an instant. Is that spatial displacement? The driver approaching from the opposite direction was taken aback. Is that the Corpse King? To date, only Shen Yun of Huaxia possessed the ability of spatial displacement, a fact that had long ceased to be a secret online. Regardless of the country, the revelation of prominent figures from the other world rapidly ignited interest across the internet. Undoubtedly, aside from other notable individuals, the Corpse King remains the most publicized entity in Huaxia. The woman in the passenger seat expressed her helplessness. I truly envy that spatial ability. For beings of such caliber, a traffic jam posed no obstacle. At that moment, Shen Yun had already reappeared atop a truck, only to discover that the cause of the traffic was the bridge having been blown apart. Such an act would merely delay the impending beast tide. Shen Yun scanned the mountains flanking either side of the bridge, murmuring to himself, with the bridge gone, it's only humans who are trapped here, not the aberrations. With the bridge obliterated, hope for passage ahead was lost, and the rear was fraught with lurking aberrations. This left the survivors stuck on the bridge in a state of extreme agitation. It's over. The nearest city, Luo City, has fallen. The monsters within will inevitably spread. With no signal, they had no idea of the situation in surrounding cities. Are we left with no choice but to head to the plateau? But even there, danger looms. Among the crowd, a weary man spoke in a somber tone. We just escaped from the underground passage of Luo City. The power grid was incapacitated by mutated electric eels from the beast tide, which absorbed a massive amount of electricity, leading to mechanical failures. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they fixated on the man speaking within the vehicle. At present, electricity was the lifeblood supporting the major cities, and most defensive measures relied on it. But now, the existence of creatures capable of absorbing electricity among the aberrations meant that the defensive systems of many cities might not withstand the onslaught. While plateau cities might also be breached, there remained a window of opportunity. As long as the travelers could obtain powerful defensive items, safety could still be secured there. Indeed, at least if we reach the plateau, there remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we are left to battle the aberrations within the city. Without aircraft, travel was impossible. Otherwise, they would be swept away by the beast tide en route. Conversations buzzed around them, with everyone aware that the number of survivors capable of reaching the plateau was likely minuscule. Most would have to remain in cities rich in resources, engaging in a battle of wits and courage against the aberrations. At that moment, the sound of vehicles maneuvering from behind broke through the air. Beep beep. Whose car is that? Hurry up and reverse. Oh, it's mine. The chatting crowd hastily started their vehicles, preparing to leave in search of alternative routes. As a man from Low City lit a cigarette while waiting to reverse, he suddenly noticed a handsome young man standing at the car door, holding an umbrella. Are you a resident of Low City? The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Yun. You're the Corpse King. Being a local of Low City, he was well aware of the infamous Corpse King, Shen Yun. Just days prior, Shen had single-handedly infiltrated the underground power supply area, quelling a crisis of beast tides threatening the city. Unfortunately, their fortunes did not hold for the second wave. Rumors had it that the Corpse King would not make another appearance in Low City, as he was slated to participate in the next crossing. When did Low City fall? Shen Yun leaned against the car, gesturing for him to reverse. Blocking someone's escape would surely incite anger. The man hastily engaged the vehicle in reverse, his voice trembling with excitement as he spoke to Shen Yun. The first night of the crossing, the beast tide began its assault. It wasn't until the fourth day that Low City's power system collapsed. There were reports that the underground staff doubted the power system's endurance. Yet Commander Chun decided to wait until the beast tide receded before evacuating the city. However, despite their perseverance, the city fell, and his son was devoured by a mutated shark during the retreat. Shen Tianyu is dead? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, noticing the man's recognition of the young commander. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, adding, yes. I heard that his fiancée, Zhou Huihui, also perished, engulfed by the beast tide in the underground power area. It's such a shame that someone as talented as Dr. Zhou could not be saved. Will she die? Shen Yun smirked slightly. Even if everyone perished, she would thrive among the aberrant factions. Corpse King, how about I give you a ride? We are headed to Jiqing. The man looked at him with eager anticipation. With the Corpse King in his vehicle, they would surely be safe on the road. You may proceed. Shen Yun shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He observed a faint mist spreading across the highway bridge, transforming instantaneously into a crimson haze. A pungent odor invaded their nostrils. Screeching. The piercing sound of sudden braking echoed across the bridge, followed by the thunderous crashes of colliding vehicles. Shen Yun frowned as he turned his attention to the driver. The man clutched his neck in agony, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted in pain. It was not just him. The elderly passenger in the front seat and the mother-daughter duo in the back were also desperately grasping their necks in despair. Only Shen Yun remained unscathed. Possessing the passive ability of SS-level immunity to nuclear radiation, he was impervious to the nuclear contagion carried by the aberrants. Shen Yun tossed several bottles of mineral water into the vehicle and quietly observed. The man and his family eagerly opened the bottles and drank deeply. Thankfully, after consuming the water, their condition improved significantly from the parched state they had been in. Breathing heavily, the man exclaimed to Shen Yun outside the window, Corpse King, you're like a father to me. Anyone who dares to speak ill of you, I will make them pay. That horrifying sensation of being scorched, as if every drop of moisture had been drawn from his body, was truly terrifying. Shen Yun could not possibly have such a large son. Retracting his gaze, he looked ahead at the four monstrous beings standing on the bridge. These humanoid creatures towered 3 meters high, their muscles bulging grotesquely. A red, tumor-like cap on their heads emitted a faint crimson mist. They bore shells on their backs, and their entire form resembled the wrinkled folds of an oyster. It was hard to fathom that such a colossal entity could have mutated from an oyster. According to the information gleaned from Zhou Huihui's notebook, the mutated oysters typically ranked at the 3rd tier, serving as the vanguard of an alien army. Their presence indicated that the surrounding area was no longer safe. Chapter 76. An overwhelming display of power. With a resounding thud, the 4 monsters leaped onto the roadway, their tentacles darting like lightning into nearby vehicles, preying upon the survivors within. The car doors offered no resistance against the rampage of the 3rd-tier aberrations, crumpling like paper. They cannot be killed. Coughing. The realization struck. Their strength was insurmountable. When 1st-tier evolved beings attacked the oyster mutants, they were utterly defenseless, collapsing in an instant. Moreover, the infection from the red mist rendered it impossible for even ordinary 2nd-tier evolved beings to challenge them. Witnessing several attackers being effortlessly slaughtered and reduced to mere husks, some 2nd-tier evolved beings, relying on their physical resilience, pushed open car doors and sprinted toward the far end of the bridge. Faster, faster, they urged. Ahead lay many individuals trapped in the congestion. Perhaps they could unite to confront these 4 terrifying aberrations together. They leaped from the bridge, fleeing along the beams. As long as they could move, they either ran toward the sides of the bridge or toward the road's end. As long as I run fast enough, the monsters will never catch me. Amidst the frenzied escape, a glance backward revealed the plight of the fleeing survivors. Suddenly, they were all wide-eyed in disbelief, gazing ahead at a figure that had appeared unbeknownst to them, a person holding a black umbrella in one hand and wielding a long knife in the other. The torrential rain fell heavily. Raindrops splashed against the umbrella and knife, creating a dense spray of droplets. The 4 oyster mutants also detected this unwelcome guest, their muscles quivering with excitement, veins bulging. The red mist emitted from the tumors atop their heads thickened ominously. The umbrella-wielding figure moved. No, he seemed to vanish. In the next moment, thud, 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 for muffled sounds of blood splattering erupted from the heads of the 4 monsters. The strikes were sharp and executed with extreme swiftness, leaving the creatures frozen in their original stance. Yet their brains had been reduced to mere chunks of flesh sliding downwards. Revealing himself, Shen Yun approached the carcasses of the aberrations, the crimson mist gradually dissipating. Apart from the relentless rain, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Good heavens! Could he be the Corpse King who left Luocheng? Such terrifying combat prowess. Many were left in awe as they beheld the figure in the distance, searching for crystal cores beneath an umbrella. In an astonishing display, He had dispatched 4 third-tier aberrations in an instant. Could it be that he had reached the 4th tier? Moments later, as Shen Yun vanished from sight, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. He is extraordinarily powerful. Was it 1 second or 2? Can his displacement be continuous? What caliber of ability is required for such feats? Thankfully, the presence of the Corpse King provided some assurance. Otherwise, survival would have been far more arduous. It was imperative to flee quickly, as there were likely many more aberrations lurking nearby. The urgency of their escape weighed heavily upon them, and they hastily departed in their vehicles. Shen Yun, having collected the crystal cores, swiftly made his way to the opposite side of the broken bridge. The road was desolate. After all, few would venture to Luochang at such time. Glancing at the 10 green crystal cores in his hand, he mused, I still need 90 more to reach the 4th tier. Perhaps I might encounter more along the way. Given his current strength and the formidable display of the oceanic aberrations, he felt no threat from them. The challenge of collecting 3rd-tier crystal cores was not particularly daunting. With the cores in hand, Shen Yun pushed his vehicle to its limits, contemplating the spoils he had recently acquired from the otherworld. He had already mastered the spatial abilities of displacement, devouring, and the cross-slice of the void blade. Moreover, he had inadvertently grasped the concept of the storage space through frequent usage. This is what happens when one practices diligently. Insight emerges naturally. Nevertheless, the capacity of the system's space rendered this additional storage negligible. His passive abilities included immunity to nuclear radiation and the foremost defensive sequence of immunity. His character traits allowed for a 10-fold increase in explosive power. His weapon of choice was the Tang Hung Dao, Phantom. In terms of items, he possessed 10 tons of purified drinking water, 1 D-tier ability crystal core, nearly 10,000 2nd-tier crystal cores, 1 lucky stone, and 10 3rd-tier crystal cores. At present, he sought a tranquil environment. Shen Yun glanced at a signpost and navigated toward the nearby Hacheng. He intended to check for flights heading north, as he had no desire to remain in a city teeming with aberrations. The prospect of being disturbed while eating or sleeping was unappealing. An entire day could be consumed without progress on other matters. The notion of cleansing the city of aberrations was utterly impractical. Only a fool would entertain such an idea. Initially, Shen Yun had believed that with Luocheng's defenses, it would withstand the tide of beasts for at least half a month. However, upon entering the city, he discovered that he would need to intervene personally to avert a catastrophe. This was starkly different from his envisioned quiet development. Clearly, the strength of the oceanic aberrations had surpassed all expectations. Currently, the only secure region lay to the north. The peaks of the Himalayas were not a viable refuge. While they stood tall, their location in the southwest left them vulnerable, with numerous rivers flowing toward the Bay of Bengal. Shen Yun had previously taken note of the information concerning the southwest, where cities surrounding the Bay of Bengal had all succumbed. It was possible that during this time, aberrations had already spread to the Himalayan mountains. The north, being sufficiently distanced from the ocean, would allow for a prolonged stay in any city. Furthermore, the items acquired by the traveler would fortify these cities, undoubtedly enhancing their defenses compared to others. Upon learning of the formidable beast tide, those who sought to band together for survival were certainly not reluctant to part with their city defense blueprints or tools. However, as Shen Yun's off-road vehicle ascended to the highest point of the Han City Expressway, a frown creased his brow at the sight of the congested traffic ahead. This was not merely a traffic jam. A massive throng of people was screaming and rushing down the highway. The aberrants are crawling up from the lake. Han City has fallen. Help! The aberrants have connected to the lake. Swiftly, Shen Yun opened the door and parked the vehicle, darting to the roadside sign to survey his surroundings. Below the bridge, a dense swarm of aberrants surged from the river. For a nation abundant with rivers, this was undoubtedly a cataclysmic disaster. In the distance, plumes of thick smoke rose ominously over Han City. Shen Yun took out his phone, noting 3 bars of signal, and hurriedly checked the aberrant distribution map. A jolt of dread coursed through him. Only the north remains? On the map of Huaxia, besides the northern region, there was but a solitary green area left. The other regions were either blood red or pale red, with the coastal areas marked even worse, designated as Death Zone, extending inland. When he expanded the map globally, he was disheartened to discover the lamentably sparse green safe zones. The headline read, "You are witnessing the last flicker of human civilization before its extinguishment. Save yourself. Carry forth the legacy of humanity." A candle. The once popular short video app was devoid of videos or live streams. featuring only this pinned message, its dim flame eliciting an inexplicable chill. As the signal bars dwindled, Shen Yun pocketed his phone and gazed towards Han City. Air travel is out of the question. I must gather supplies from within the city. Noticing no signs of large octopuses within the city, he deftly leaped to a nearby branch, landing amidst the forest below, and set forth towards Han City. The situation had taken a dire turn, necessitating ample logistical preparations. Within Han City, Shen Yun scoured the area, discovering that supermarkets and convenience stores had already been stripped bare. The circumstances resembled those during the defense preparations in Luo City. All resources in the city were likely centralized in a warehouse district for coordinated distribution. After inquiring with a few survivors, he arrived at one of the nearest military reserves, Han City Prison. The prison gates had been breached, and the ground was strewn with aberrants and human corpses, evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired. In the prison yard, a substantial cache of food and drinking water lay before him. Shen Yun swiftly entered the yard, gesturing with his hand to absorb nearly 50 tons of supplies into his system space, not overlooking even the toppled supply crates. Before the surrounding aberrants could pounce, he employed his displacement ability once more, ascending to the prison rooftop to assess the environment. Before him stood an armed helicopter, while in the open space below, 3 individuals clad in military combat attire confronted a mutated starfish, measuring approximately 4 meters in length, its entire body of vivid crimson, with eyes glowing an ominous orange. The 4th-tier crimson starfish? The prowess of these 3 was indeed formidable. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a figure emanating a faint glow from the second-floor window, and the realization dawned upon him: an ability user. So that was it. At that moment, the mutated starfish trembled on its legs, struggling to advance. Particularly when it roared in rage, the surrounding mutated creatures remained eerily silent. Clearly, it was not only burdened by the gravitational abilities of the hidden figure, but also rendered incapable of emitting any combat sounds. One must admit, such an ability proved exceptionally practical. Although 2 of the 3 military personnel had reached the 3rd tier of strength, they appeared muddied and pale, looking quite disheveled. Without the support of the gravity manipulator, they might have already fallen victim to the mutated creature. After 5 instances of traversal, nearly 2 months had elapsed in reality. It was not surprising that a military stronghold could boast 3rd-tier evolvers. However, without special abilities and equipment, daring to confront a 4th-tier mutated creature was akin to walking a tightrope over a chasm, testing the effects of absorption abilities. Shen Yun unsheathed his Tang Hung knife and leapt from the high-rise. The 3 individuals, initially tense, turned in shock upon hearing the unusual sound of wind slicing through the air, only to witness someone jumping from the building. Another soul succumbing to the pressure. They sighed internally. Yet suddenly, the figure vanished in an eerie manner, reappearing in the open space, positioned between the 2 parties. The countenance of the 4 changed dramatically, and the 3 military figures' eyes gleamed with excitement. Today marked the return of the Traverser to reality. To possess the ability to teleport and dare face a 4th-tier mutated creature? The Corpse King? The 3 exclaimed with fervor. However, Shen Yun's abrupt entrance caused the gravity manipulator in the second-floor window to exclaim in alarm. There are too many people. I can't hold on. Clearly, to prevent the 3 in the arena from being affected by gravity was already beyond his limits. A word of caution was essential. A misunderstanding from the Corpse King could spell disaster. At that moment, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, a sinking sensation coursing through his body. Yet, the long knife in his hand merely quivered slightly, as all gravitational force instantaneously dissipated, surging into the blade. Such a domineering effect. A smile graced his lips as he exerted force, sweeping the knife diagonally upward. Whoosh! A streak of white blade light cleaved through the void, striking towards the crimson starfish. Simultaneously, the ability user on the second floor could no longer withstand the gravitational strain and finally released his power with its newfound freedom. The crimson starfish's muscles writhed like tumultuous waves. It was seething with rage, prepared to devour the insects before whole. Just as it readied itself to charge forward with ferocity, a streak of residual light flashed in an instant, a weight akin to a mountain bore down, anchoring it once more in place. The infuriating familiarity incited the crimson starfish to unleash a furious roar. Yet, the blade's energy struck its form directly, piercing through with a resounding impact. Blood gushed forth. The razor-sharp blade cleaved the towering crimson starfish in twain. As its body collapsed, a vast spatter of blood erupted forth. A weapon of grade 3S. Even the blade's energy was exceedingly sharp. However, what pleased Shen Yun even more was that even the sound-dampening effect of gravity manipulation was absorbed by the long knife. Observing that the aberrant entities within the prison were not lured by the crimson starfish's deafening howl, Shen Yun swiftly approached, plunging his blade into the center of its eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the crimson starfish convulsed momentarily before falling still. Moments later, Shen Yun extracted a grade 4 crystal core from its brain. The core, unaltered in size, gleamed with a brilliant blue radiance. Although it was a product of a mutated organism, it bore no foul odor. Instead, it emanated a subtly invigorating fragrance that invigorated the senses. At this juncture, the 4 individuals present remained in a state of shock. The speed at which the battle concluded was astonishingly swift. From Shen Yun's emergence to the attack, only mere seconds had elapsed. Then, with a casual stroke, he dispatched a grade 4 creature. This far surpassed their own prowess. Observing his visage, it was indeed the Corpse King. It seemed he had not even employed spatial displacement to approach. Such combat prowess was truly formidable. This Tang Hung knife must possess exceptional quality. As Shen Yun approached, the 3 regained their composure, their hearts tightening. Fortunately, his long knife had vanished from sight, indicating he was not there to harm them. "Greetings, Mr. Shen. I am Lung Feng, a member of the Special Operations Team, here to escort the ability user Tang Ming to the northern base," spoke one of the men. Meanwhile, the ability user on the second floor hurried down. The boy appeared quite young, around 13 years of age. "What a coincidence." Shen Yun nodded. "I intend to head north. It is fortuitously along my route. Prepare yourselves while I gather some supplies." Upon hearing this, the 3 were overwhelmed with joy. "Let us head upstairs. The scent of blood will attract the aberrants." Lung Feng took a deep breath and led the charge up the stairs. Behind him, Wang Yanran and Yang Jian hurriedly carried Tang Ming along. The boy's abilities were crucial for the base's defense. Even if the 3 of them were to perish, they could not allow any misfortune to befall him. With the Corpse King accompanying them, how could they not rejoice? A few minutes later, the sound of a helicopter circling the rooftop filled the air. After collecting the vegetables from the cold storage into his space, Shen Yun ceased his efforts. In total, he had amassed 50,000 tons of supplies. Even though evolved beings have a larger appetite than ordinary individuals, this would suffice for his consumption. Subsequently, Shen Yun executed several displacements and seated himself in an empty spot on the helicopter. Remarkable. At this moment, the 4 individuals remained filled with curiosity regarding his extraordinary abilities. Even though Tang Ming possessed a remarkably practical gravitational power, he gazed enviously at Shen Yun. With such a gift, what fear could there be of being surrounded by otherworldly entities? A swift maneuver would easily extricate him from any encirclement. They understood that, given Shen Yun's demonstrated prowess, his journey to the north was undoubtedly a quest for a tranquil environment to engage in a traversal mission. Perhaps he had already undertaken 5 such missions to attain such formidable strength. The 4 speculated in silence. Seeing the pilot Yang Jian signal safety, Lung Feng relaxed his vigilance. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Shen Yun. "Mr. Shen, how would you feel about joining the northern base? We, indeed all of humanity, are in dire need of a powerhouse like you. We shall do our utmost to accommodate any of your requests." Having finally encountered a Corpse King, he naturally extended an invitation. The allure of these enigmatic figures, like the ruler of the undead, the ancient war god, and the mech emperor, was palpable. Yet they had revealed not a whisper of information. A few boastful individuals online claimed to be among them, but when the upper echelons sent representatives to negotiate, they found only lifeless bodies. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming and co-pilot Wang Yanran turned their attention to Shen Yun. With him present, the northern base's defensive and offensive capabilities would surely be elevated several tiers. "No need," Shen Yun replied softly, resuming his feigned slumber. Given the rapidity with which he was augmenting his strength, the assistance the base could offer him was minimal. It was akin to the conditions once presented by Luo City. Should he be able to lend a hand casually, he would not mind. However, becoming deeply entangled in their affairs, fraught with trouble, was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 78, Parting. Strength enhanced, 4th tier. Noting his resolute stance, Lung Feng inwardly lamented, but ultimately relented. The journey continued in silence. The aircraft swiftly departed from Han City. As they passed over a neighboring city, the thick smoke rising below rendered Lung Feng and the others breathless. A singular thought arose within them. With so many cities laid waste, could the northern base withstand such devastation? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The plane shook violently, causing everyone's hearts to leap in alarm. "What is happening, Yang?" Lung Feng shouted. Before Yang Jian could respond, they observed the cockpit's instrument panel spinning wildly, some even emitting faint smoke. "This is bad. The magnetic field interference is too strong. The plane is doomed." Yang Jian's face turned pale as he fought to control the spinning aircraft. This indicated that below, the city harbored exceptionally powerful entities. "What?" Lung Feng and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. "We can't hold on. Prepare to jump," Yang Jian bellowed as he hastily unfastened his seatbelt. Fortunately, all three were advanced evolved beings. Lung Feng glanced at Shen Yun's seat and noticed he had vanished with Tang Ming. Feeling a surge of gratitude, he gripped the doorframe, gazing at the rooftop of the building ahead, and leaped forward. The co-pilot, Wang Yanran, also made a desperate leap forward. Only Yang Jian on the opposite side waited until the aircraft had turned before he dashed towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office building ahead. On the rooftop, Lung Feng noticed that he had crashed into the building without immediate harm and gratefully addressed Shen Yun. "Thank you, Mr. Shen." "Thank you, Brother Shen." Tang Ming, still shaken, managed to regain his composure. Had it not been for Shen Yun's assistance, they would not have reacted so swiftly, observing the flames erupting after the plane's descent. Shen Yun spoke softly. "Since the plane is gone, let's part ways here." Upon hearing this, Lung Feng immediately grew anxious and hurriedly stepped forward. "Mr. Shen, did you not say you were heading north? We could look out for each other." "Yes, Mr. Shen," Wang Yanran and the arriving Yang Jian chimed in, urging him. With the plane lost, driving north would be fraught with peril. Without Shen Yun, the three lacked confidence in their ability to reach the northern base. "I wish you good fortune," Shen Yun replied, shaking his head. Lung Feng sighed softly. However, he understood that in these times, merely encountering one another was a rare stroke of luck, let alone the fact that Shen Yun had saved them. Coming to terms with this, he looked earnestly at Shen Yun. "Mr. Shen, take care, Mr. Shen, until we meet again." The four spoke in succession. Shen Yun replied, gazing at the rooftop of the building 300 meters away before disappearing with a displacement move. He had merely intended to take a flight. Forming a team with these four held little significance for him, even if that gravity-defying child offered some assistance. With the plane rendered useless, Shen Yun resolved to hunt third and fourth tier aberrations within the city, aiming to elevate himself to the fourth tier. Having solidified his plan, Shen Yun transformed into a hunter, embarking on a quest to locate high-tier aberrations. With his prowess, slaying opponents of the same tier, or even fourth-tier aberrations, was a task devoid of difficulty. However, the search for targets consumed considerable time. It was not until darkness descended that Shen Yun amassed the requisite number of crystal nuclei for fourth-tier strength. He had acquired 102 third-tier nuclei and, counting the one previously obtained, only one fourth-tier nucleus to his account. After consuming 100 third-tier nuclei, Shen Yun experienced a significant enhancement in both his strength and mental acuity. Moreover, his spatial abilities revealed a new lethal technique, spatial collapse. Previously, he had tested this ability on a parked car, causing the entire vehicle to crumple as if it had been crushed, its contours distorted. Should he unleash this technique against an adversary, it could easily reduce them to a mere heap of shattered flesh. Truly, spatial abilities were extraordinarily formidable. Shen Yun mused with a faint smile. At that moment, he perched atop a large tree within a residential area, surveying the dimly lit surroundings. During his afternoon hunt for aberrations, Shen Yun had discovered this neighborhood to be quite peculiar. The aberrant beings on the street seemed to be hindered by some invisible barrier, preventing any incursion into this community. Initially, he assumed the presence of a higher-tier aberrant within the vicinity, whose aura intimidated the lower-tier entities. He contemplated launching a hunt. However, after careful observation, Shen Yun discovered numerous survivors within the community. Their expressions appeared entirely normal, not resembling those under aberrant control. Presumably, they had acquired some means of repelling the aberrants, perhaps a device or an extraordinary ability. Should he manage to obtain such an artifact, he could find a sanctuary even amidst the throngs of aberrants. Otherwise, he would be incessantly plagued by their disturbances, making it arduous to secure a peaceful slumber. He could carve out a territory for himself, Yet the overwhelming number of aberrants pervaded every nook and cranny, rendering relentless extermination a futile endeavor. As for clearing the entire city of aberrants, Shen Yun considered that such a notion was ludicrous. Either he had lost his sanity, or the aberrants had become utterly foolish, deciding against invading the city. There was no need for him to undertake such a thankless task. Securing effective means to repel the aberrants was the concern of a rational individual. Focusing on the second floor ahead, Shen Yun activated his ability to teleport. Landing on the balcony, the slightest sound instantly heightened the alertness of those within the room. Upon seeing a figure materialize on the balcony under the moonlight, their expressions shifted dramatically. How did he ascend? Could he be a resident from above? Surely, those living on higher floors would use the stairs, with aberrants lurking outside. This individual's ability to traverse here suggested formidable prowess. After a brief moment of hushed whispers, a man cautiously parted the curtains, revealing his anxious visage. Noting Shen Yun's unfamiliarity, the man nervously opened the balcony door, exclaiming, "Young man, did you come alone? There are so many aberrants outside." It was evident that this person had emerged from the outside. His strength was unquestionable. If a conflict were to erupt without opening the door, it would lead to an awkward situation. The room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated solely by a dim lamp atop the table. Only after the man closed the door and drew the curtains did someone slowly lift the lamp's shade, revealing a candle within. Shen Yun glanced around and observed 8 men and women partaking in simple fare from the table. Noting their tense demeanor, he offered a warm smile. "Do not be alarmed. I notice your community is free of aberrants, and I've come to ascertain the situation." Indeed, he was an outsider. The group scrutinized Shen Yun with suspicion. Clad in a black tracksuit, with a neat, short hairstyle, he exuded an aura of charm and confidence. Appearing no older than 20, his audacity to enter the community indicated a temperament and strength beyond the ordinary. The man who opened the door invited Shen Yun to sit down and began to relay their circumstances. Due to an A-grade esper residing on the 7th floor, they had established a scent-based barrier that repelled surrounding aberrants, ensuring the safety of their building. Moreover, this A-grade ability user, when venturing out in search of supplies, finds that the aberrants keep their distance, proving to be exceedingly practical. So it is, Shen Yun nodded, inhaling the air and finding nothing particularly amiss. The man who opened the door was named Zhou Peng, a longtime resident of this place, who leaned in to speak softly to Shen Yun. "Young man, I see you possess considerable strength. Why not stay with us? Although our food supplies are scarce, we are blessed with tranquility." This young man before him exhibited notable prowess, and his amiable demeanor did not suggest malevolence, prompting Zhou Peng to extend an invitation, hoping to bolster their community's strength. Being astute, he was well aware of the intentions behind Shen Yun's arrival. Indeed, Shen Yun replied with a nod, not declining the offer. He had come seeking tools to drive away the aberrants and create a serene environment. Since that was not available, residing here to undertake his tasks was not an inconvenience. Zhou Peng promptly stood, guiding him to an unoccupied room on the 2nd floor. "Young man, the supplies here have been scavenged, and it may appear somewhat disordered. We can assist you in tidying up in no time." Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings and smiled, declining the assistance. "There's no need. I can manage on my own." Zhou Peng, understanding, left the room with his neighbors. Once the door was closed, Shen Yun waved his hand, collecting the scattered debris into his system space. "For now, I shall settle here." After an afternoon of hunting aberrants, he was quite fatigued and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 79. Special Ability Users. A sanctuary in the apocalypse. The following morning, Zhou Peng and his neighbors, looking rather awkward, descended from the top floor, trailing behind a young girl. "What sort of people are you allowing into the community? It seems you're far too comfortable, lacking any sense of security." Zhou Peng dared not retort against the reprimand from the A-grade ability user, chuckling nervously as he rubbed his hands together. "I simply thought that young man had commendable strength and did not seem like a bad person. Allowing him into our community could enhance our strength." "Humph." Yu Xiaowei shot him a glare over her shoulder, silencing Zhou Peng and the others. If it weren't for her, the community would have long been overrun by aberrants. Such tranquility would have been impossible. Despite her modest height of merely 1.60 meters in her youth, she possessed a strong sense of conviction. As an evolved individual with formidable abilities, the survivors of the community held her in deep respect. In truth, Yu Xiaowei understood that those who could traverse the realm of aberrants were no ordinary individuals. Should she refuse them, conflict would undoubtedly ensue. However, It was somewhat disheartening to have her quiet refuge discovered. As someone who had ventured to an island once and then refrained from further crossings, she harbored an intrinsic wariness toward those who traveled between realms. The reason was simple. They were powerful. Those who managed to return, whether in terms of strategy or temperament, were far more formidable than the average person. Hoping that he was indeed, as Zhou Peng described, a man of good character, Yu Xiaowei cast a glance at the residents peering from the staircase and reverted to her usual proud demeanor. Hold your head high. Regardless of the circumstances, her demeanor must remain resolute, never revealing a hint of trepidation before the residents. Behind her, in addition to Zhou Peng and his companions, 3 girls followed with grave expressions. These 3 were her roommates, and their relationship was quite amicable. Having arrived at the second tier of evolution, they were poised to soar ahead. If they could hold their ground today, it would only be a matter of time before she amassed the 19 second-tier crystal cores necessary to reach the 3rd tier. With a flicker of her eyes, Yu Xiaowei thought that as long as the others did not overstep, this meeting could serve to familiarize themselves. Once her strength increased, she would handle matters with ease. Before long, the group arrived at the exterior of a residence on the 2nd floor. Zhou Peng promptly approached and knocked on the security door. Hey there, our leader wishes to make your acquaintance. Is that convenient? The accompanying residents scattered at this moment, while Yu Xiaowei and her 3 companions grasped their fire axes at their waists, holding their breath as they focused intently on the door. Soon, with a click, the door swung open, and the onlookers in the corridor leaned in for a better look. Standing at the entrance was a striking young man, around 185 centimeters tall, with a cropped hairstyle and a bare, heated torso. His physique, though not overly muscular, displayed well-defined muscles, exuding an explosive visual appeal that captivated all. Yu Xiaowei cast a glance at his chiseled 8-pack abs, tilting her head to scrutinize his face. Hello, I am Yu Xiaowei. Is this the place? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt as though her breath had been caught in her throat, her eyes widening as they fixated on Shen Yun. The 3 girls behind her, along with several survivors in the corridor, were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Gasp! My goodness! He resembles the Corpse King so closely? Could it truly be him? As avid surfers, they collectively swallowed hard, a chill creeping down their spines. The Corpse King's intimidation was undeniable. If it truly was him, the implications would be profound. Is there something you need? Shen Yun scanned the crowd in the corridor before lowering his gaze to the girl before him. With her ponytail and blue athletic attire, her chest quivered slightly as she took a deep breath. Coupled with her youthful visage, she embodied a strikingly youthful appearance. Yu Xiaowei shook her head repeatedly, striving to present her most charming smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Not at all. I merely came to inquire if you require anything. It would be our honor to have you join us. She was 100% certain that this young man, with his indifferent expression, was undoubtedly the Corpse King. His presence here surely indicated a desire for a stable place to participate in the crossover. Initially, Yu Xiaowei had intended to assert their own strength, to demonstrate that they were not to be underestimated. However, in the presence of such a formidable figure, her efforts felt utterly insignificant. Shen Yun shrugged slightly. What I desire, you have already provided. If there is nothing else, do not seek me out. With that, he closed the door with a resounding thud. Gazing at the firmly closed door, Yu Xiaowei bit her lips, her breath hitching in anticipation. Her life was no longer in peril. She could slip away now. Elated, she turned to the crowd in the corridor and waved her hand dismissively. All right, let's keep his matters under wraps. Disperse, disperse. As she departed with her subordinates, several survivors in the throng wore expressions of unrestrained joy. With a zombie king present, coupled with Yu Xiaowei's extraordinary abilities, their safety was practically assured. What are you grinning about? Do you know this young man? One asked. Huh, I don't know him. It's just that a formidable presence has taken residence here, came a reply. True. Judging by Boss Yu's tone, this individual must possess considerable strength. Yu Xiaowei and her 3 roommates exchanged glances, each reflecting the thrill and excitement in their eyes. They had not anticipated that the Zombie King would come to their vicinity. Yu Xiaowei whispered to the trio, we must ensure he is not disturbed to avoid any conflicts. If he has any requests, let us accommodate him as much as possible. Since such a powerful being has not resorted to violence, we ought to treat him well. It would be beneficial without any detriment. Beside her, the freckled girl pursed her lips and remarked, what if he desires women? During our recent scavenging for supplies, we witnessed numerous instances of men exploiting women. He is incredibly powerful. What do we do? For someone of his caliber, obtaining a woman would be a mere gesture. One of the women in the group, possessing notable beauty, crossed her arms and weighed her options, her tone laced with resignation. I might as well go. I can't bear to see my sisters suffer. Spare me. You, Meow Xiner, didn't realize you were so keen on the idea. The two exchanged subtle jibes while outwardly feigning concern. Yu Xiaowei, feeling a mix of gratitude and admiration, patted her shoulder and hurried up the stairs. With Shen Yun's presence in the community, she needed to meticulously plan her future. It would be a stroke of fortune if she could converse with him, although their interaction had been brief. Yu Xiaowei had gleaned insights from Zhou Peng about their discussion the previous night. The notorious zombie king, with his fearsome reputation, was likely not the cold-blooded monster he was made out to be. Engaging with such a powerful figure could prove immensely beneficial. As for Meow Xiner, Yu Xiaowei cast a sidelong glance at the visibly anxious girl and curled her lips in disdain as she entered her room. This girl was not even as appealing as she. She merely had a more provocative demeanor. If the zombie king could be so easily swayed, it would be a disservice to his formidable reputation. It must be said that with Yu Xiaowei's extraordinary abilities, the entire Sunshine community was rendered exceptionally secure. Even surrounded by aberrant creatures, they seemed oblivious to the presence of these monsters. Not even the ever-elusive squids dared to infiltrate the pipes. However, every other day, all survivors were required to ascend to the 12th floor. After all, the consumption of Yu Xiaowei's powers was substantial, necessitating periods of rest, thus confining her influence to that level. Once she recuperated and radiated her aura to disperse the anomalies below, the situation would be manageable. Having learned of Shen Yun's identity, Yu Xiaowei graciously offered him a well-furnished apartment on the 12th floor, sparing him the inconvenience of frequent ascents and ensuring his comfort. Shen Yun naturally had no reason to refuse and gladly accepted, spending his time at home to exercise and familiarize himself with the transformations of the 4th-tier physique. The Sunshine community passed serenely for 3 days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the gaze of the entire world was fixed on the clock, 11:59. As expected, the crossing prompt sounded. Universal crossing countdown, 1 minute. Holding the crossing stone, Shen Yun awaited in silence. Chapter 80, The Eerie World. Sign in for the Super Golden Finger, Master of Rules. 40 seconds. 3 seconds. A blur passed before Shen Yun's eyes, and he found himself within a bedroom. Outside, the blazing sun cast a peculiar atmosphere over the city. Ding! Welcome, traveler, to the Eerie World. Survival time, 3 months. Friendly reminder. Due to the extreme difficulty for newcomers in the Eerie World, travelers will receive information regarding this world's levels and eerie phenomena to reduce the initial mortality rate. All travelers are advised not to provoke the eerie recklessly. Level classification: Eerie Soldier, Eerie Mage, Eerie General, Eerie Commander, Eerie Duke, Eerie King, Eerie Sovereign, Lord of Fear. Great Terror. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into Shen Yun's mind. Not long ago, the Eerie had reigned supreme. Once the masters of Earth, humans had become plump lambs for the slaughter. Fortunately, all Eerie entities must abide by certain rules. Indiscriminate killing would lead to their own destruction. This undoubtedly provided humanity with a glimmer of respite. Only by adhering to the established rules could humans escape the watchful eyes of the Eerie and even grow stronger. Those endowed with wisdom, luck, and strength were part of the latter group. They would acquire powerful items to arm themselves or forge symbiotic contracts with the Eerie. Humans could also obtain highly practical coins through tasks and dungeons. As the name suggests, this currency was specifically for use by the Eerie. Once acquired, it could absorb the ghostly energy within, thus enhancing their power. In simpler terms, coins were akin to spiritual stones in the realm of cultivation, serving not only as daily consumables, but also as means for the Eerie to bolster their strength. More importantly, as long as one possessed sufficient coins, even the mightiest among the Eerie would bow their proud heads to serve you. Understanding the rules, mastering them, and exploiting their loopholes, Shen Yun pondered intently. The prompt indicated that the most crucial aspect of this world was the application of rules. The so-called rules were essentially traps set by the Eerie for humanity. Should one fail to analyze thoroughly and overlook even a sliver of opportunity within the rules, the consequence could be fatal. Thus, one might deduce that the Golden Finger could be 1 trillion coins, or perhaps exquisite equipment from sign-ins or powerful contract Eerie. Shen Yun smiled with confidence. After 5 successful crossings, he had gained some insight. Each of these 3 items was undoubtedly a super cheat in the eerie world, though the sign-in process is random. He feels unable to escape its confines. Suddenly, a peculiar voice resonates within Shen Yun's mind. Newcomer task. Proceed to Hong Jie Hairdressing, located 20 meters away, to apply for an apprentice position for 1 day. Reward. Upon being hired by the shop owner, you may work long-term at the barbershop and receive protection. A barbershop? Shen Yun turned, grabbing a pair of scissors for self-defense before departing. The streets were sparsely populated, with hurried passers-by exhibiting no signs of unusual activity. In this bizarre realm, life continued for those who had not triggered any strange tasks. As Shen Yun made his way to the barbershop, he glanced at his character interface. Aside from the traveler chat box, 20-slot backpack, character, and friend list, there was also an ominous contract icon surrounded by ghostly flames. Finding nothing particularly noteworthy, he shifted his gaze to a man and a woman standing outside the barbershop, both visibly tense. Is there any hope in washing a monster's hair? The man, around 40, was sweating profusely. In this eerie world, professions serving monsters were fraught with peril. A single misstep could mean death. Beside him, the woman spoke in a mournful tone. This is still better. My boyfriend accepted a task involving a French kiss with a slit-mouthed woman. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The man was taken aback. Even Shen Yun felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of kissing the slit-mouthed woman, an endeavor of hellish difficulty. It seemed his task was rather mundane by comparison, eliciting a chuckle as he observed the barbershop. Inside, there were 2 chairs, a shampoo bed, a shelf for perming and dyeing, and a counter. Only a woman clad in a red cheapao, with a pallid complexion and hollow eyes, sat at the counter. Guan, Jiang Shui, and Shen Yun, right? Now that you're all here, come in, she said, casually waving her hand while holding a cigarette. Noting her eerie, pupil-less gaze, Shen Yun and the others cautiously stepped inside. At that moment, Shen Yun's peripheral vision caught sight of a headless figure approaching the barbershop from an alleyway. Frowning slightly, he slowed his pace, falling behind the 2 others. This eerie entity lacks even a head, and it's coming for a shampoo? Indeed. Hongjie, what a stroke of luck. I finally caught you open, said the headless customer, a smirk curling upon Hongjie's striking red lips. Oh, isn't this boss will? Come right in. However, upon seeing the headless visitor, Han Quan and Jiang Shui turned pale. A customer without a head. As the headless figure passed them, they instinctively took a few steps back, exchanging terrified glances. Soon after, their attention shifted to Shen Yun, who noticed Hongjie also looking in his direction, causing both to breathe a sigh of relief. Better a dead friend than a living enemy. They had no special sight to perceive the bizarre disappearance of the head, so the longer they could delay washing it, the greater their chance of survival would be. Amidst the scrutiny of the 3 individuals, Shen Yun stood in silence, exhibiting not a trace of panic. This was due to the system prompt resonating in his mind. Ding. Current world detected as a bizarre realm. Does the host wish to sign in for the Super Golden Finger? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Super Golden Finger. Master of Rules. Master of Rules. My word is the rule. All other rules are subordinate to those established by the Master of Rules. Any regulations regarding various scenarios or bizarre settings cannot surpass those dictated by the Master of Rules. How extraordinary. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Shen Yun's eyes. Truly, this was the Super Golden Finger. His words constituted the rule. This was far superior to billions of ghost coins or the formidable agreements of bizarre beginnings. However, to the surprise of the 3, Hongjie did not select Shen Yun, but instead pointed towards Han Quan, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Come here, apprentice. A novice's hands are of no consequence. I prefer rough techniques. Why the convoluted approach to a simple wash? Something felt amiss, and Shen Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui regained her senses, her expression one of realization. This was likely not a legitimate hair salon. She was no stranger to such insinuations. Ubabe Fangguan, the one being summoned, stood frozen in terror, his complexion ashen and his body trembling slightly. Compassionate yet hesitant, Jiang Shui contemplated warning him, but ultimately sealed her lips. Should Han Quan falter due to the headless client and face punishment, she could at least ascertain whose head it was. If she intervened to assist him and he successfully completed the task, the next client could bring unforeseen complications. No one could predict what might transpire. She preferred to fulfill her own task with the headless client rather than jeopardize her life for another. In a grand scheme, the lives of others were inconsequential. Chapter 81. Mission Failure? I demand a flawless evaluation. After all, they were strangers. There was no need to risk her safety for his sake. Earlier, the two had briefly collaborated with the intention of setting Shen Yun up for failure, yet now Jiang Shui chose self-preservation. This decision underscored the paramount importance of survival in a bizarre world. Han Quan, perceiving Shen Yun and Jiang Shui's indifferent demeanor, understood that he could rely only on himself. He tentatively approached, hoping the water would reveal the head of the headless client. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a towel from the cabinet and placed it at the nape of the headless client, gently assisting him to recline in the basin. However, his strategy faltered. The shower head did not unveil the elusive head. What was happening? Why was something as simple as a wash taking so long? The headless client's fury ignited, and he flung 20 ghost coins at Hong Jie's face. Do you think I have all the time in the world? Hurry up, you insolent fool. How dare a mere specter pose as a magnate in my presence? With an impassive expression, Hong Jie collected the coins from the floor, and as she rose, her delicate hand casually brushed against Han Quan's neck. A colossal head ascended into the sky, blood gushing forth. This sudden scene sent a chill of dread coursing through Jiang Shui's veins. How unfortunate! The boss, lying in the sink, rose and pointed at Shen Yun, declaring, "It's you. If you wash well, your tip shall be generous." How despicable! He had seized the opportunity. Jiang Shui's heart sank, silently praying that Shen Yun would not uncover the underlying trick. Even if he did, it would take a man, unless he was of a different persuasion, to undertake such a task. Stealthily, Jiang Shui scrutinized Shen Yun, fervently hoping that he would display a hint of revulsion while washing hair, thereby attracting the attention of the headless customer and meeting a grisly end. This way, her life would surely be secured. To her astonishment, however, Shen Yun did not approach. Instead, he spoke. A tip? He regarded the headless man with an inscrutable smile, adding cryptically, "To deliberately make things difficult for the attendant in a hair salon without a head, let him face the ruin of his fortune and the scattering of his spirit." Ding. Host rule setting successful. In the next moment, a blinding white subtitle illuminated the space before the three. Bizarre rule. Deliberately harassing the attendant. Compensation. 50,000 ghost coins. Spirits scattered. Crack. Crack. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the headless customer. Hong Jie and Jiang Shui quickly turned to witness a fine web of cracks spreading across his body. What on earth is happening? How could this be? The headless customer roared in terror, desperately clutching at the fissures on his body. "It's you," he bellowed, lunging at Shen Yun. Yet, even before he could reach him, his form dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. Why is this happening? Hong Jie was astonished, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Such occurrences had never transpired in her establishment. If fate had any justice, no human who perished there had ever witnessed a similar spectacle. The headless customer merely pointed at Shen Yun, and thus met his demise. As she glanced at Shen Yun, Hong Jie's face turned increasingly pale. She had exploited loopholes in the rules alongside the headless customer, leading many to their doom. Nervously, she uttered, "Sir, I was merely following the client's instructions." At this moment, unaware of his abilities, Hong Jie could only acquiesce. "Once I uncover the truth, you'll see how I deal with you." Following the rules? Shen Yun cast her a sidelong glance, and the number of ghost coins in his backpack swelled by 170,000. Meanwhile, Hong Jie's body began to crack just as the headless customers had. "No, please no." With a thunderous bang, this venomous woman exploded, following in the wake of the headless customer. Having witnessed the entire event, Jiang Shui realized she had encountered a formidable being. She approached with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, how did you accomplish that? It's simply extraordinary. I can hardly fathom it. A mere newcomer undertaking a task possesses such power. The woman still wishes to unearth the matter of her initial demise." Shen Yun cast a fleeting glance her way before turning to depart. Upon uttering these words, an excruciating pain surged through Jiang Shui's body. In sheer terror, she lowered her gaze, only to discover her delicate form was ensnared in a crimson web, revealing streaks of sanguine light. "I beg you, do not kill me." However, as she bowed her head, her cranium instantaneously disassembled, rolling away in fragmented squares upon the ground. As Shen Yun exited the barber shop, a prompt materialized before him. Novice task: encounter an accident. Task assessment. Failure: no reward, no penalty. Failure? I demand perfection. Shen Yun's brow arched. Ding. Host rule setting successful. In the blink of an eye, the bizarre information before him transformed. Novice task completed. Perfect level. Reward. A pair of enigmatic barber scissors. Barber scissors. A pair of sharp scissors, effective against the uncanny. Equipment slot, both hands. Good heavens. This ability is truly outrageous. Shen Yun's face beamed with joy. With this, he could flawlessly accomplish any task, potentially reaping substantial rewards. Rewards from high-difficulty dungeons are often rare treasures in the world, unattainable even with trillions of ghost coins. What could be acquired would merely be cutting-edge commodities available in the market. By comparison, the disparity between starting with trillions of ghost coins and possessing this golden finger is evidently vast. Just as the prompt concluded, a pair of silver-gray scissors materialized in Shen Yun's hand. In the realm of the uncanny, objects capable of inflicting damage upon the supernatural are indeed remarkable treasures. Moreover, these tools can be affixed to a handgun, enhancing human combat efficacy. Extremely practical. Shen Yun clicked on the character icon, discovering sections for head, body, arms, and legs. By equipping the scissors in the hand section, he acquired the innate sharpness effect of the scissors. It seems the effect of the Rule Master is quite advantageous. As he strolled through the streets, Shen Yun mused, I shall proceed directly to a high-difficulty dungeon, given the potency of this golden finger. He resolved to venture into a more challenging dungeon for rewards. As for danger, rule setting, I shall not encounter life-threatening situations. Not even a scratch. Ding. Host rule setting successful. This is quite splendid. A smile crept across Shen Yun's lips. Subsequently, he searched his memories, boarded a bus, and headed toward the city's most renowned enigmatic king-level dungeon, the Blood-Red Castle. While seated on the bus, he accessed the Traveler's Chat group to gather current information. Steve, folks, who understands? I directly acquired an enigmatic identity card. Is anyone interested in signing a symbiotic contract with me? I'll take you flying. Coordinate, France. Jean de Biao, damn it. I got dragged into a ghostly marriage at the onset. I was so furious that I charged in. Guess what? That woman fell in love with me on the spot, and she possesses enigmatic level prowess. Ha ha. Gao Dalang, Julie Impossive. In ancient times, there was Su Xian and the serpent. Today, we have the master of corpse transportation. I am in awe. Zhao Tian, envious. To have signed a contract with a mysterious master. My situation is dire. Working in a funeral home to perform eerie makeup. If I fail to meet their standards, I might lose my own limbs. Wailing. What? Is the illustrious Ritian starting off in such a miserable state? Chapter 82. Unprecedented Abilities. The Chariot of the Ghostly Marquis acquired. Ritian is a renowned figure across islands, during apocalyptic times, and through 3 reincarnations in ancient eras. Yet here he finds it hard to safeguard his life. Alas, this illustrates the harshest reality of reincarnation. Even prominent figures from previous traversals are mere novices upon their return. Zhao Ritian, thank you for your concern. Fortunately, I have had numerous romantic encounters in reality and possess considerable knowledge of makeup. I have already garnered the admiration of the proprietor of the Eerie Boutique and received haunting artifacts, ensuring my safety in this workplace. I speak of the fates of other employees. Touched. What a farce. The seemingly jovial chat was rife with hidden dangers, not to mention other matters. Just as Shen Yun perused the chat box, the bus driver's shout pierced the air. Fares are 100 nether coins. Hurry up. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 10 or so passengers turned dark. What? You charge 100 nether coins for a 2-coin fare? Why don't you rob the nether bank instead? This is utterly outrageous. Stop the bus. How dare you rob under the auspices of the King of Hell? A hot-tempered, burly man suddenly stood up, brandishing a blade that shimmered with white light, glaring at the ticket collector. I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll end you. Yet, the ticket collector wore a bizarre smile. 100 nether coins is not excessive. Driver, show them. With a chuckle. As soon as the driver whispered those words, whoosh, the scenery outside the window transformed into a blur. The bus sped to an unprecedented pace. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with dark clouds, reminiscent of a night filled with specters. Gasp! The passengers inhaled sharply, their faces etched with terror. A hearse. At that moment, the ticket collector's visage was ghastly, with decaying flesh and a gaping mouth, drawing in the black mist within the bus. Witnessing this, the passengers hastily produced 100 nether coins. Even the previously imposing burly man turned pale and retrieved his coins from his pocket. For within Jincheng City, aside from the notorious Ghost King dungeon, there existed a deathly hearse. Once this vehicle commenced its journey, it could not be halted. Those fortunate enough to witness it only saw survivors leap from within. Yet, at such a speed, those who jumped from the bus would surely perish. They did not entertain the notion of surviving a leap. Initially, powerful figures in the city sought to tame this bus, for its speed was unmatched and it was highly convenient for travel. However, without exception, they all failed, as the vehicle lacked any options for purchase, leaving many in despair. Wait, the burly man's expression shifted. If the fare is merely 100 nether coins, why would those individuals jump from the bus? Clap, clap, clap. The ticket collector clapped his hands repeatedly, gazing at the burly man with admiration. Not bad. Your reflexes are quite sharp. As he spoke, he retrieved a QR code from his pocket, a smile creeping upon his face. The hearse has accelerated, and naturally, the fare has increased significantly. 50,000 ghost coins. What? How could we possibly have 50,000 ghost coins? The crowd was filled with astonishment. This was not merely a sum of currency. It was a life-threatening demand. Naturally, Shen Yun did not possess such an exorbitant amount and thought to himself, writing rules. I will cover the fare for everyone. Triggering hidden benefits. Each person need only pay 1 ghost coin to disembark. Benefit 2. This vehicle shall be awarded to me. Ding. Host rules setting successful. In this manner, the passengers would hastily vacate the bus, avoiding any further complications. Observing the crowd's trepidation, the ticket collector disregarded their fear and waved the QR code in front of the first row of passengers. Scan the code or jump off. I don't have that much money. The elderly woman being questioned trembled in fright. Don't have it? How dare you board the bus without the fare? The ticket collector's eyes ignited with a sinister flame. With that, he seized the woman, opening his mouth wide as if to devour her whole. At that moment, a white prompt materialized in the bus, suspended in the air. Strange rule. If a passenger is willing to pay for everyone, hidden benefit activated. Each person need only pay 1 ghost coin to disembark. Screech. The driver, with a darkened expression, slammed on the brakes. All the passengers lurched forward, colliding with the seats in front of them. Yet the ticket collector remained unmoved, his face ashen as he surveyed the crowd. Bellowing in rage. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? 1 ghost coin? Is he truly so desperate for such a trifling amount? Boom! His furious roar reverberated throughout the bus like thunder, leaving the passengers dizzy and disoriented. Yet, disregarding their discomfort, they fumbled in their pockets, pulling out a ghost coin and shouting with excitement. I have 1 ghost coin. Let me off. Clack, clack, clack. The ghost coins vanished from their hands, and the bus doors swung open automatically. Watching as each passenger tumbled out of the vehicle, the portly driver spat in frustration. Damn it. There's even a hidden rule? Over 60 million, and they just slipped away. The ticket collector, disheartened, slammed his hand on the table. From the earlier prompt, it was evident that there was a big shot in the bus willing to cover this expense. Who would have thought a hidden reward of 1 ghost coin per person would be triggered? 60 million would have easily elevated them to an enigmatic level. At that moment, they noticed a young man in the back row who had yet to rise. Is it you? The ticket collector's mood soured as the green flames in his eyes flickered ominously, swiftly descending upon the young man. If all went as expected, this individual was the unwitting fool ready to pay the fare. However, possessing a staggering sum of 60 million ghost coins is no trivial matter. Even if the driver and his companion were seething with rage, they would hesitate to engage in conflict with such an individual. Suddenly, a notification appeared, leaving both men incredulous. Mysterious rule. Passenger Shen Yun is willing to pay the fare, triggering a hidden reward. 1 death chariot. Death chariot quality. Eerie noble grade vehicle. Owner, Shen Yun. Employees, driver Lu Da, Eerie soldier. Conductor Li Si, Eerie master. Note, employees may resign or continue working. Inflicting harm on the employer will result in disappearance. What? Lu Da and Li Si's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it possible for such a thing to occur? Shen Yun could not possibly have that much money. He merely invoked the master of rules to fabricate a rule. It must be said that this golden opportunity is truly extraordinary. In an instant, the death chariot changed ownership, becoming his vehicle. Lu Da and Li Si harbored no doubts whatsoever. The bizarre phenomenon manifesting in the realm of reality was indeed the fusion of unknown wills. Its rules are supremely authoritative. They transcend the comprehension of both the eerie and humanity. The mere fact that the eerie can descend into reality to obtain their desires is an immense fortune. Whatever transpires is entirely acceptable. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Shen Yun reclined in his seat with a serene smile. Continue driving me to the blood-red castle, where you may disembark. The two exchanged glances, and Luda promptly started the vehicle, accelerating toward their destination. Li Si then concealed his ghostly aura, reverting to a previous harmless guise as he approached Shen Yun, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Oh, how could we possibly refuse? Rest assured, boss, we shall arrive shortly. With such a substantial sum at stake and headed toward a Ghost King-level quest, this individual's prowess should not be underestimated. This was the shared sentiment of Luda and Li Si. Although humanity's strength relies on eerie artifacts, neither dared to assume that the other lacked exceptional equipment. A lack of discernment could result in dire consequences. Noticing their relatively agreeable demeanor, Shen Yun inquired with a playful smile, "How is your salary calculated?" The pivotal moment arrived. The driver Luda perked up, harboring a glimmer of anticipation. Li Si rubbed his hands together, chuckling nervously. In response, boss, it's 5,000 ghost coins per month. As for acceleration, we have yet to encounter a fare of 500,000. City buses operate similarly, changing appearances to deceive passengers. It would take a stroke of fortune for an ordinary person to produce 500,000 ghost coins. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Yun casually produced 2 stacks of ghost coins and tossed them over. This week, each of you will receive 50,000, depending on your performance. What the heck? 50,000 for a week? Truly a tycoon. Li Si's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the ghost coins. Thank you, boss. Rest assured, we shall work diligently. Just give us a shout, and we'll be there in an instant. Strange prompt. Li Si and Luning have requested to add you as a friend. After Shen Yun approved the request, the bus began to decelerate. Destination, the Blood-Red Castle, arrived. Chapter 83. Werewolf Murder? Acquired all class skills with no cooldown. At this moment, Shen Yun could clearly see the scenery outside. On either side of the immaculate road, a plethora of blood-red flowers bloomed. At the end of the street stood an ancient, imposing black castle. Under the crimson sun, the castle emanated an eerie and terrifying aura. Coupled with a garden filled with otherworldly flowers, it felt as though one had descended into hell, causing one's nerves to tighten. The slowly approaching bus drew the attention of the anxious crowd waiting outside the estate. When they noticed a young man with an unfamiliar face disembarking, they diverted their gazes, each preparing in their own way. Among the group of 3 men and 4 women, some were either poring over notebooks for information or engaged in phone calls, all discussing matters related to the castle. As Shen Yun approached, he recalled the information about the Blood-Red Castle. The scenario here resembled a game of werewolf, with roles including constables, assassins, a wealthy individual, bodyguards, and street thugs, totaling 8 participants. 2 assassins were tasked with eliminating the wealthy individual, while the bodyguards were assigned to protect him. 2 constables were designated to apprehend the assassins, and 2 street thugs were present, capable of selling information to the constables or colluding with the assassins, thus forming a neutral faction. Should the assassins successfully kill the wealthy individual or eliminate both street thugs and the bodyguards, they would achieve victory, resulting in the demise of the others. Conversely, if the 2 assassins were killed, the remaining individuals would be able to escape the castle alive. Upon randomly acquiring their identities, each participant would receive a skill pertinent to the task. This type of game emphasizes psychological warfare and adaptability, presenting vast possibilities, yet also substantial risks. A single misstep could lead to irreversible demise within a castle. Creak. At that moment, the iron gates of the castle estate swung open automatically. The 8 of them heard the prompt for the scenario. Blood-Red Castle Scenario, Round 8. Number of participants, 88. Scenario duration, 1 hour. Identity, revealed upon entering the castle. A red circle appeared beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported inside the castle. Disoriented, Shen Yun discovered himself in a room, alone, clearly separated from the others during the teleportation. He surveyed the room's furnishings and quickly approached a table, seizing a lamp as a makeshift weapon. Strange prompt. Congratulations. Survivor Shen Yun, you have acquired the identity of a constable. Skill. Investigation reveals the identity of another participant upon use. Cooldown, 1 hour. With the ability usable only once. Shen Yun furrowed his brow and pondered momentarily, silently reflecting. Initiating rule settings. In the 8th round of the Blood Red scenario, Shen Yun received the fabulous gift pack, rewarding all class skills with limitless cooldown. At the same time, a peculiar chime resonated in his mind. Mysterious prompt. Congratulations, Survivor Shen Yun, for receiving the bountiful reward package, granting you the following professional skills: detective investigation, assassin stealth, wealth temptation of the tycoon, bodyguard's empty-handed blade catch, and street thug source of information. Skilak Sebastian, no Koldon. In an instant, 4 skill slots appeared beneath Shen Yun's vision. How delightful! Shen Yun reveled in the unexpected boon. To conjure such a rule and activate it on the spot was simply exhilarating. With satisfaction, he pushed open the door and stepped out. With unlimited investigation at his disposal, the challenges of this dungeon seemed trivial. Even if an assassin lurked nearby, ready to strike, Shen Yun remained unperturbed. Not to mention the undying halo he had bestowed upon himself. The bodyguard's empty-handed blade catch would guarantee a perfect counter to any ambush. Although the cooldown was 30 minutes, he could use it infinitely. The corridor was dimly lit. The wooden floor creaked ominously underfoot, sending chills through the silence of the area. As Shen Yun rounded the corner, a low voice pierced the stillness. Who? A bespectacled man emerged from a room, warily eyeing Shen Yun and instinctively retreating back inside. Initiating investigation. Shen Yun, bypassing the need for concealment, boldly revealed his identity. There was no need for subtlety when one possessed such a cheat. Ding! Identifying Wang Ziwen, tycoon. Wang Ziwen, a tycoon? Hearing the man's surprised intake of breath, a flicker of apprehension crossed Wang Ziwen's face. Are you prepared for this? If the stranger recognized him and mistakenly surmised his identity, suspecting him of being an assassin, the situation could become perilous. You're mistaken. Wang Ziwen shook his head, stepping back into the room, intent on reassessing the situation. If he truly revealed his status as a tycoon, the consequences could be dire. Yet, all of this was merely Wang Ziwen's cautious speculation, doubting that this individual was indeed a detective. Shen Yun, dismissing further pleasantries, sent a message within the 8-person dungeon interface. Shen Yun, I am a detective. Fortunate to have located a tycoon. What the hell? Wang Ziwen was taken aback. If the man were truly an assassin, he wouldn't waste time with such dialogue, but would have attacked outright. Now, with his identity on the verge of exposure, aligning with Shen Yun might offer him some safety. Let us go find someone, Shen Yun indicated without sharing coordinates, motioning for him to follow directly. Find someone? Wang Ziwen quickened his pace, his tone tinged with anxiety. If we encounter an assassin, do you believe you can handle it? Do you know martial arts? He had initially planned to observe and assess the information of others before making a decision. Now, however, not only was his identity exposed, but he seemed to have stumbled upon an impulsive ally. Shen Yun, of course, had no intention of revealing his cheat. I'm a king and werewolf. With me, you need only relax. He shot Wang Ziwen a sidelong glance, exuding an air of superiority. Had it not been for sheer boredom, he would have had no inclination to pretend. My goodness, what a surprise. Wang Ziwen's face lit up with astonishment. Is this not akin to the game of werewolf? With a formidable leader of royal caliber at the helm, it is certainly far superior to his solitary musings. Rest assured, my friend, I shall adhere to your commands. For the time being, we must keep our identities concealed. After all, they remain unaware of our names. Indeed, Wang Ziwen nodded vigorously. The anonymity of our names serves as a protective veil. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Ziwen, prompting him to send a private message to Shen Yun. By the way, be wary of the Trickster King here. Regardless of whether I am alive or dead, the Trickster King can obtain 50,000 underworld coins from me. Precisely. The Blood Red Castle is not merely a contest among individuals. One must also be cautious of the Trickster King's interference. This is the essence of a Trickster-level dungeon, where the challenges are most formidable. To the Trickster King, this is merely a trivial game. No one knows whether it will favor the assassins or the constables. Fortunately, under the established rules, the Trickster King cannot directly eliminate humans. At most, he can create some obstacles and watch the ensuing drama unfold. So that is the case. Shen Yun thought, his gaze sharpening. Wang Ziwen possessed more knowledge than he did. The existence of the Trickster King would undoubtedly pose considerable complications. It seems I must capture a Trickster King, Shen Yun pondered privately. He resolved to let 2 assassins follow the clues to find them, then swiftly eliminate them, thereby hastening the dungeon's completion and earning the Trickster King's submission. Just then, a creaking sound echoed from the dimly lit corridor ahead. The two focused their attention on a figure emerging slowly from the shadows. As she stepped into the light, revealing her true form, Wang Ziwen's pupils constricted in shock. The woman wielded a skull prop, donned a gothic black gown, and her skin was as pale as snow. The trailing ribbons of her cloak swirled, entwined with numerous skulls dancing in the air. Coupled with her blood-red eyes fixed upon them, she appeared utterly chilling. The trickster king, Wang Ziwen, felt his throat dry, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This woman was not one of the 4 females participating in the dungeon. In contrast to his anxious demeanor, Shen Yun scrutinized the exquisite features of the trickster king with a furrowed brow. The trickster king was none other than Su Xiuyan, a companion of Lin Yuran from the island number 9527. Why is she revealing herself now? Shen Yun's eyes flickered. He was curious to discern her intentions. Chapter 84. Capturing the Trickster King. A reward awaits. Without pausing in her stride, Su Xiuyan casually waved her hand, enveloping Wang Ziwen in a thick shroud of dark energy, transporting him to a room at the corridor's edge. Approaching Shen Yun, she blinked and offered a faint smile. Long time no see, Shen Yun. The strongest of Island No. 9527. The king of corpses from Jiangnan. Alongside her historical dominance, Lin Yuran and she both believed that Shen Yun's strength in reality must be extraordinarily formidable. Yet what Su Xiuyan envied was, Lin Yuran actually teamed up with Shen Yun in ancient times? Although she received protection from Lin Yuran in that era and fared quite well, it is undeniable that envy lurked within her heart. After all, he is a formidable man. Not to mention the rewards. If this connection with Shen Yun could lead to safety in reality, it would be a boon. Unfortunately, once their mission concluded, Lin Yuran and Shen Yun lost all contact, and subsequent journeys through time did not reunite them. With the outbreak of disasters in the real world and the severing of networks, they even feared that Shen Yun had perished. Su Xiuyan never anticipated encountering this powerful young man she had longed for in this place. You seem to be doing well, she remarked. Shen Yun casually leaned against the corridor wall, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Just luck, I suppose. Su Xiuyan smiled modestly, extending her slender finger to conjure a wisp of emerald flame, offering it to his cigarette's tip. Shen Yun glanced sideways at her, observing her playful demeanor, and took a subtle puff as he lit the cigarette. What's the matter? Speak frankly. They had met several times, after all. If this woman were to take a final drag before her demise, Shen Yun would ensure she understood the true meaning of despair. Noticing Shen Yun's calm composure, Su Xiuyan surveyed him with a hint of amusement curving her rosy lips. Any ordinary person encountering the King of Oddities would undoubtedly be as anxious as Wang Ziwen, perhaps trembling with fear. In her eyes, Shen Yun was merely feigning calmness. After all, he had received the Blood-Red Castle dungeon quest as soon as he traversed time. No matter how extraordinary, he could not have acquired powerful self-preservation tools. Do not be nervous. I wish to become your contracted oddity, nothing more. Su Xiuyan said with a slight smile. Given her current strength, becoming a contracted oddity for a survivor was a tremendous opportunity. This was a life-saving trump card. She firmly believed that her sincerity would be enough to sway Shen Yun. Once they returned to reality alive, he would at least remember her kindness. If they were to meet again in the real world, it would lay a solid foundation for their relationship. I wonder if Sister Yuran would turn green with envy upon learning this. Su Xiuyan mused with a hidden delight. She still felt quite envious of Lin Yuran, but now, it seemed their roles might be reversed. Nervous? Shen Yun scoffed, casting her a sidelong glance and exhaling smoke directly in her face. His disdainful expression and tone left Su Xiuyan momentarily taken aback. You're just an ordinary person. There's no need to be so arrogant. Su Xiuyan was at a loss for words. He clearly enjoyed his advantage while feigning humility, clinging to his meager pride. If it were anyone else, they would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. The King of Oddities is a dominant force. Who wouldn't he be thrilled? Yet, she had resolved to cultivate a good relationship with this formidable ally, so she had no choice but to appease his temperament. May I sign a master-servant contract with you? You are a survival expert, after all. I wish to follow you, she said softly. I hope my flattery satisfies you. Su Xiuyan gazed at Shen Yun with a pleading expression, her demeanor pitifully reminiscent of an innocent little rabbit awaiting the pounce of a hungry wolf. She was acutely aware that a strong individual would undoubtedly be concerned about their dignity, especially considering Shen Yun's current weakness, which would surely bruise his pride. Only by yielding could she provide him with immense psychological satisfaction. Naturally, other men would have descended the stairs gracefully, but alas, Su Xiuyan had miscalculated. She had encountered an incomprehensible entity. With a flick of his fingers, Shen Yun sent the cigarette but flying, then seized her delicate neck with his right hand, drawing her closer as he looked down at her with a nonchalant tone. Do you truly believe that one must seduce to forge a contract? Do you take me for a fool? Upon having her intentions laid bare, a faint blush crept onto Su Xiuyan's pale cheeks. Yet she did not shy away from his gaze. I can assist you. Surely I am more useful than Sister Yuran. Am I not? Assist me? Shen Yun chuckled as he held her neck firmly, his grip tightening. Then let it be as you wish. Though the King of Strange was formidable, Shen Yun, endowed with his unique abilities, had no need for assistance. However, the presence of a contract icon indicated that subduing the Bazaar would undoubtedly increase his score. And that was a rational course of action. Understanding the gravity of his anger, Su Xiuyan quickly waved her hand, conjuring a dark mist to obscure their presence from prying eyes. She knelt submissively, signaling her allegiance. Congratulations, Survivor Shen Yun, for signing a master-servant contract with the King of Strange, Ali. It was evident that Su Xiuyan's name in this realm was not her own. As the contract formed, a golden skull tattoo materialized on Shen Yun's palm. Nearby, Su Xiuyan adjusted her gothic dress and softly murmured, "This is my parasitic space. You can take me with you. Should you require assistance, I will emerge at your call." With that, she waved her hand towards the void, and a projection materialized before Shen Yun. In the projection, apart from Shen Yun and Wang Zuan, everyone else was abruptly transported into a grand hall. Upon seeing a male and female duo marked with assassin above their heads, the crowd surged forward to slay them. Tragically, the two assassins could not even move before being instantaneously dispatched, as if immobilized by a spell. Strange notification. Congratulations, player, for clearing the Blood-Red Castle dungeon. Rewards will be sent upon exiting the dungeon. Dungeon closure countdown, 30 seconds. How about that? I am indeed useful. Am I not? Su Xiuyan smiled, her cheek still flushed with a lingering hue. Let's go. Shen Yun waved his hand, drawing the smiling yet stiff-faced Su Xiuyan into the grasp of his skull tattoo. For him, clearing the dungeon was no challenge. There was little need for commendation. Before exiting the dungeon, Shen Yun pondered for a moment, internally reflecting. Reward setting. I subdue the King of Strange and expedite the dungeon completion, triggering hidden benefits. Acquiring a rare, extraordinary item, a terror-grade artifact. Ding. Host rule setting successful. It will take effect upon leaving the dungeon. Since he was the master of the rules, shouldn't one reward themselves for arming themselves?